Audio Reading presents A New Chance at Life, a Pokemon Fanfiction by Arceus Master. Part 2 of 3. Chapter 11. The Silver Conference begins. "What time is it?" an excited voice asked. An aggravated sigh was his only reply. Brock righted himself quickly. "It's still 2 o'clock, Ash. I want it to be 4 o'clock. I want to battle," Ash whined. Why did time always go so slowly when he was waiting for something? Misty sighed. "Ash, you've asked the time almost 30 times today. The more you ask, the slower time will pass." Ash whined again and mumbled something about wanting to make time move faster. Misty and Brock resisted the urge to smack him. They tolerated him because they understood he was eager to start his Silver Conference battles. Even with the entertaining things in the shopping district of Silver Town, he was still desperate to battle. "So Brock, how do the preliminaries work?" Ash asked, not wanting his battle to start without knowing a thing, as usually happened. He had also forgotten most of the explanation he got from the lady behind the desk. Brock rolled his eyes and took out his Silver Conference guidebook. According to this, there are 3 one-on-one matches held in neutral fields. Both trainers are given a color, either green or red, and then the scoreboard chooses a color randomly. The color it chooses determines which trainer sends out a Pokemon first, meaning that the second trainer will have an advantage because they will be able to select a Pokemon with a type advantage, Brock answered. "That means it's best if I don't get picked first," Ash muttered. "But what do I do if I do go first?" "Well, if you are chosen to send your Pokemon second, send a Pokemon with a type advantage, but if you have to send out a Pokemon first, pick your strongest to be on the safe side, obviously excluding Latios," Brock answered. "I suggest that you use Pikachu if you send your Pokemon first," Misty suggested. Ash turned to look at her. "Why?" "Because it's the most logical choice," Misty answered. "Pikachu's only weakness is ground types, and Pikachu is your most experienced Pokemon. If you send in Bayleaf first, for example, it'll be easier for your opponent to have a Pokemon with an advantage. Since Bayleaf has multiple weaknesses, the same goes for most of your team." Ash nodded. This sounded like good strategy. "You worry too much. Ash will win, I'm sure of it," Laisha said telepathically, not even a single doubt in her mental voice. Ash turned to her and smiled. "Thanks." Laisha grinned happily before turning to look to a stand. Her eyes lit up. It was selling sweets. She eagerly walked up to it and inspected the things to offer, her mouth watering. Ash and the others walked up to her. "What can I help you with, young lady?" the stand vendor asked kindly. Laisha turned to Ash. "Can I get one, please?" she asked sweetly, tugging at Ash's sleeve. "That can't be very healthy," Brock muttered. "No sweets for you, Bianca." "I don't care. Besides, I always eat your healthy food, Brock. One sweet can't hurt," Laisha whined telepathically. Brock shook his head. Laisha huffed, but it was a good thing that she knew how to manipulate Brock very easily. "Let me buy one and I'll let you flirt with a girl." This caught Brock's attention. "Really?" he asked hopefully. "Yes," Laisha replied. Brock whistled happily. "You have 10 minutes before I stop you," Laisha added, sweat dropping. Brock sighed in disappointment. "Only 10? That's too little." The clock's ticking. 9 minutes and 30 seconds left, Laisha continued happily, knowing that he really couldn't argue with a legendary Pokemon. Brock quickly started running in search of a pretty girl to try and get a date with. Misty looked amused at Laisha's antics. "We are going to stop him, right?" Laisha nodded. "I said that I would give him 10 minutes. You didn't say anything about letting him get away with anything." Getting Laisha's hint, Misty grinned and took out her mallet as she began chasing after Brock to save whatever girls he flirted with. Ash watched in amazement. Why does he always chase girls anyway? What's so special about girls? Pikachu started laughing and fell from Ash's shoulder. Inside their Pokeballs, Latios rolled his eyes and chuckled, and Bayleaf sighed. "Is he really that dense?" Yes, he is." Laisha wrapped an arm around his shoulders. He blushed at the contact. "That, my dear Ash, is something you will understand when you're older." "Why does everyone I ask say that?" Ash protested. "Larvitar, look at them. in confusion and wondered what the heck they were talking about. Because that's how things are, Lacius began. You'll understand the relations between boys and girls and love later on. Don't rush it, you're still 11, and you have a lot of time left to learn, Lacius finished kindly. Ash was even more confused. Can't you explain why boys and girls are supposed to be with each other now? And how do I love someone? He asked innocently. Lacius couldn't take it anymore and laughed wholeheartedly inside his Pokeball. Pikachu laughed even harder on the ground, rolling around in hysterical laughter. Lacius blushed massively and took a step back. I'll explain it when you're older, I promise. She paused. I hope someone else does it, anyone but Brock. If that pervert explained anything to Ash about this topic, he'll traumatize the poor boy for life. Ash signed. Okay, Bianca. Ash glanced down at Pikachu. And could you stop laughing? Pikachu ignored him and kept laughing. Lacius decided to change the topic. Can you buy me my sweet, please? She pleaded. Sure, pick anything you want, Ash answered kindly. Lacius's eyes sparkled in joy as she scanned the stand in search of something that would appeal to her. The stand owner looked at the group in confusion. This was by far the strangest group of trainers he had ever seen, but he made no comment. Ash took out his wallet and peeked in. He had a little money, as usual, but it was enough to buy Lacius a treat. Lacius finally decided and grabbed a small chocolate cake in a plastic container along with a fork and napkin. She flashed the owner a cheery smile before nodding to Ash. Ash smiled to her and paid for the cake. They turned and resumed walking. Ash picked up Larvitar and carried him in his arms to prevent accidental screeches. As usual, Lacius was helping psychically. Psychic powers are awesome, Ash commented. Thanks, Lacius said with a smile. I wish I had psychic powers like Lacius said I might do, it would be amazing, Ash said. A dreamy look in his eyes as he thought of all the things he could do with psychic abilities. Lacius smiled joyfully. Yeah, I hope so too. Psychic powers sure are great. If I get them, you and Lacius will help me learn how to use them, right? Ash asked. Lacius nodded. Sure, we'll help you. However, remember that with great power comes great responsibility. If you get those kinds of abilities, make sure to never misuse them. If you abuse those powers, Lacius and I will make sure you regret it, all right? Ash gulped. I'd never do something bad with something so amazing, he protested. I know, Ash, but it's fair that I warn you. Lacius smiled. She knew Lacius would have said the same things. Pikachu chuckled. I'll help too. An electric shock is the answer to a lot of things. Lacius laughed. In the distance they heard a scream of agony. They knew it was Brock. Lacius giggled and turned to Ash. Thanks for the cake. No problem, Ash replied. He noticed she hadn't started eating it. Why don't you eat it now? Lacius smiled and turned to him. It's because I can only eat in my true form. My human form is just for disguise, I can't live in it. That's why you've never eaten before like this, Ash muttered. And you just noticed that now? Pikachu mocked. Ash ignored the mouse's comment. What time is it? He asked, knowing that even if Lacius didn't have a watch, she and Lacius were good at telling time with just a gaze at the sun's position. Lacius glanced up. It's about 2:30. Ash sighed. He really wanted to start battling. He noticed that in their walking they had exited the souvenir areas and reached the borderline of trees. Lacius sniffed the air. Hey, let's go to the lake to pass the time. Ash shrugged and followed Lacius as she sped up her stride. Within a few seconds they had crossed the tree line separating the main stadium and stalls from the lake. The sun was shining brightly and the cool damp air created a nice setting. There were no people on the lakefront, most likely because they were all watching the preliminaries. After a few glances and psychic probes, Lacius sensed that there were no human minds nearby. She handed Ash her cake and resumed her true form in a bright display of blue and white light. She stretched herself as the sun's rays gently hit her face. Ash took a seat near the shore and gently lowered Larvitar to the ground. Lacius hovered near Ash and grabbed the plastic container from his hands. She opened it and gently rested herself beside Ash as she began to eat the cake. Ash smiled and took out a Pokeball, releasing Lacius. Here, I thought you'd like a bit of fresh air, Ash said kindly. He glanced around. If any of you sense anyone coming close, turn invisible. They nodded. Lacius smiled. Hey brother, want some? She asked, offering Lacios some cake. He shook his head. No thanks, it's for you. Lacius pouted. Aw, have a bit bro, it tastes great, she said, holding a piece near Lacios' face. Lacios smiled. No thanks la. Lacios didn't get a chance to finish as Lacius shoved the chunk in his mouth. He blinked and started chewing. You're right, it is good, he commented telepathically. Lacius offered some to Ash, Pikachu, and Larvitar. Seeing that if they refused she was going to force-feed them anyway, they wisely accepted. Even after sharing, she still had a lot of cake left for herself and continued eating happily. So Ash, ready for the preliminaries? Lacios asked, glancing down at Ash. He smirked, pumping a fist to the air. You bet I am. Lacios smiled at the boy's enthusiasm. I'm sure you'll do fine. The preliminaries aren't that hard, they're mostly to eliminate the hopeless cases. Ash frowned. I'm not a hopeless case, am I? Lacios chuckled. Of course not, Ash. How can you call a trainer with 2 legendaries hopeless? Ash laughed sheepishly. Good point. Lacius giggled and hovered closer to Ash. So Ash, did you ever imagine when you started your Pokemon journey that you were going to eventually have 2 legendaries with you? Ash looked up to the sky, contemplating his answer. Honestly, no, the thought never even crossed my mind. I mean, legendaries are gods, and there are people who devote their lives to just seeing a legendary without ever getting a glimpse of one, so I never really got my hopes up. He laughed a little. Just imagine my shock when I saw Ho-Oh on my first day as a trainer, even if I didn't know what a Ho-Oh was back then. Even so, it's like I knew by instinct that Ho-Oh was a legendary. He smiled fondly at the memory. And I've only spent 1.5 years, well, almost 2 years traveling. And I've seen a lot of legendaries since then, something that people have tried to do for ages without finding a single one. Ash paused, recalling a few tales his mom used to tell him. My mom told me stories about real people who spend nearly 60 years of their lives looking for just one legendary without succeeding. He turned to Lacios. Lacios, do you think that when I saw Ho-Oh on my first day as a trainer it was just luck? Lacios shook his head. No, Ash, Lady Ho-Oh is a very powerful and wise legendary. She only reveals herself to people with a pure heart and a noble soul. The fact that she let you see her, even if only for a few seconds, indicates that she was wishing you good luck and offering you her blessings, Lacios answered calmly. Ash's eyes widened in surprise. Lacios continued. Also, the fact that many legendaries have willingly revealed themselves to you, me and Lacius included, means that you are a really good human, good enough to be Lugia and Lady Ho-Oh's chosen one. And yes, Lady Ho-Oh also participated in choosing a human to help the legendaries in times of need. Wow, amazing, Ash muttered. He paused. Wait, Lady Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is a girl? Lacios chuckled. Yes. Why do you call her lady then? Is she a queen or something? Ash asked. No, I call her that out of respect. She is older and wiser than me, as well as stronger, Lacios admitted, admiration clear in his voice. Have you met her before? Ash asked. Lacios nodded. A few times. Ash looked confused. How? I thought you and Lacius never left Altomari. Well, Lacios began. Lacius has never left Altomari since she hatched. But I've left a few times, for short periods of time, usually when Lacius or I needed to discuss something with another legendary. She stayed to protect Altomari and I left to talk with the other legendary. Then, once my business is finished, I return. How old is Ho-Oh? Ash asked curiously. I won't tell you her real age since I don't know it, just an approximate that she told me. She's about, over 1 million years. That's all I know. How much after the million I have no idea. Lacios answered. Ash paused in pure shock. She's over 1 million, Ash shouted, shocked that anyone could live that long. Pikachu was also impressed. He knew legendaries were old, but not that old. Larvitar didn't really care as he was barely half a month old. Lacius giggled at his expression. Ash recovered enough to speak. How can someone be so old? Well, she can revive people and Pokémon easily, including herself. Additionally, she is immortal. Latios answered. Ash's eyes widened, clearly impressed. Ash looked at him. Latios, how old are you and Latios? Latios looked at Latios. She nodded, her mouth still stuffed with cake. Well, I think we'll finally tell you. Latios and I are both 109 years old, and I'm older than she is by 3 days, Latios answered, eyeing Ash to see his reaction. Ash's jaw dropped. You are how old? Pikachu also looked utterly baffled. Larvitar still didn't care. Ash nearly fainted. They were older than a century. I hatched before Lorenzo's father. He took care of us in our youth. It was hard as we didn't have parents. Latios and Latios glanced at Larvitar at this point. He cast a small downward look, once again wondering if his attitude was correct around his only friends. So I tried to behave like a parent would even as a kid, all for Latios. I'm glad that she appreciated it. Latios hugged Latios. I'm still grateful. Thanks a lot, bro. She had finally finished her cake. I know, sis, Latios said, but laughed as she had some cake crumbs on her cheeks. Ash laughed too. Latios pouted. Ash thought she just looked adorable. Ash grabbed the napkin, gently cupped Latios' head, and cleaned her cheeks. She giggled. Thanks. She tackled Ash playfully and nuzzled him on the neck. He fell on his back laughing as Latios nuzzled him. He hugged her back, loving the feel of her soft feathers against his skin. Latios smiled at them. He glanced up at the sun. Ash, your battle is in about 20 minutes. We should head to the field. Latios backed off to let Ash stand. He got up and nodded. Finally, let's go. He took out a Pokeball. Latios, return. A red beam shot from the Pokeball in Latios' direction, but Latios quickly dodged to the side. Ash frowned. Why did you move out of the way? Because I was going to ask you if I could see the battles from outside my Pokeball, but you didn't let me even ask, Latios answered. Ash chuckled sheepishly. Sure you can, just don't let anyone see you. Latios nodded and used his light refracting feathers to become invisible, disappearing into thin air. Latios shapeshifted into her human form and picked up Larvitar. He was about to whine and struggle, wanting Ash to carry him, but a gentle smile from Latios was enough to calm him down. Together the group walked and floated in Latios' case to the arenas, which weren't really that far away. Ash sighed. Now, where was my battle again? If I recall, it was Field 6, Latios informed him. Hey, stay out of my head, Ash shouted. I wasn't peeking at your thoughts, honest. I picked up the thought automatically, sorry, Latios replied truthfully. She's telling the truth, Ash, Latios also said. All right, sorry Latios for air shouting in my head, Ash apologized, turning to glance at her. Latios made giggling motions and laughed telepathically. It's okay. Ash smiled before walking to his designated field. The battlefields were crowded with people, each with a fence separating it from the others. Each enclosure had at least 100 people behind the fence watching the numerous battles taking place. There, Field 6, Ash said, looking at the battlefield number. Inside the battlefield were a Nidoking and a Tauros fighting fiercely. Hey Ash, Misty called. She was near a small door in the battlefield's fence. Beside her was Brock with a nice lump on his head, courtesy of Misty's mallet. Hi, Ash greeted. Where have you been? We have been looking for you all over the place, Misty asked. At the lake, chatting with Latios and Latios to pass the time, Ash answered. Suddenly, the Nidoking slammed against the fence next to them, completely defeated. Guess that means I'm up, Ash muttered. Brock and Misty laughed. Good luck, Ash. The speakers started announcing the next match. Will Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and Bruce Larkings from Azalea Town please report to Field 6? A rather tall and muscular man entered the field. Ash blinked. The man was huge. He was bald and had a black shirt and pants. So, who's my opponent? Bruce shouted. The audience that had gathered around the field cheered, apparently driven by the man's apparent toughness. Good luck, Ash. Beat the crap out of him. Brock cheered. Ash shrugged and entered the field. Latios mentally laughed. Ash, I assure you the guy is more bark than bite. He'll be an easy opponent. He's just trying to intimidate you, Latios telepathed. He was currently floating a few feet above the battlefield. Once Ash entered the arena, he hovered beside him. Ash nodded. He knew he could trust Latios' words. Bruce looked at Ash. Well, I have a small kid as my opponent. Great, why don't you give up now and save me the trouble, brat? The audience cheered, expecting Ash to back down. Ash grinned. Nope, let's battle. Bruce growled lowly. The brat wasn't intimidated the least bit. Ash mentally chuckled. You wouldn't act so tough if you knew I happened to have a legendary Pokémon beside me. Trainers, take your positions, the referee called. Ash shrugged and walked to the green box, while Bruce proceeded to walk to the red one. Numerous shouts of the kid's gonna lose, and poor kid whispers were heard among the audience. Bruce laughed. I'll go easy on you, kid, he chuckled darkly. The audience started cheering again. Ash was getting a little nervous of having the audience against him. Latios mentally growled. How dare they regard Ash so lowly? He was resisting the urge to use his psychic powers and give everyone a massive headache. Oh, that would be so nice. Latios mentally scolded her brother. Latios chuckled. Sorry, I was getting carried away, he replied sheepishly. Latios put a claw on Ash's shoulder, calming him down. Ash smiled at his invisible friend. Pikachu's cheeks sparkled, wanting to fight. In the meantime, a large screen on the side of the field flashed and Ash and Bruce's faces appeared. A circle appeared in the middle, divided into green and red segments. The segments started flashing in a circular pattern until the light stopped in a green segment, meaning Ash went first. He growled slightly. The referee raised his green flag. Ash Ketchum chooses first, followed by Bruce Larkings. Ash smirked. Pikachu, go! Pikachu nodded and jumped from Ash's shoulder, landing in the battlefield. Pikachu's image appeared beside Ash's on the screen. Pikachu, give that guy a nice beating, Latios telepathed to the mouse. Pikachu smirked. Oh, I plan to. Bruce grinned coldly. Kid, you are so doomed. Raiden, I choose you. Bruce threw a Pokeball to the field. A massive gray Pokemon appeared. It had a cream-colored drill-like horn on its snout and many spikes on its head. It had a long tail with skinny black stripes, a cream-colored stomach, and a ridged back. The Raiden roared. On the screen beside Bruce, Raiden's image appeared. The referee nodded. Begin. Let's score a quick win. Use Earthquake, Bruce shouted. The drill Pokemon roared again and slammed a hand to the ground hard, sending powerful shockwaves across the battlefield. Pikachu, use your tail to jump, Ash shouted. Pikachu followed the command and slammed his tail to the ground, using it to push himself up off the ground. The earthquake passed harmlessly underneath Pikachu as he was now a dozen feet in the air. Pikachu, Iron Tail, Ash commanded, eager to see how Pikachu pulled off the move during a battle. As he descended back towards the ground, Pikachu's tail began to glow a bright white, becoming hard as steel. Raiden, use Hyper Beam, Bruce ordered. Take this, you little rat, Raiden growled as he began gathering a large amount of volatile orange energy in his maw, releasing it in the form of a powerful beam. Pikachu, twist in midair, Ash shouted, not wanting Pikachu to get hurt by such a direct attack. Pikachu did a quick spin, causing the hyper beam to roughly miss him by a few inches. He swung his tail in a wide arc, the speed of the fall adding more force to it as he slammed it into Raiden's head. The Raiden shrieked pain as the super-effective attack took its toll on him, stumbling back a few meters. Bruce growled. He knew his Raiden had taken a lot of damage from that iron tail. The audience seemed to be impressed and started to cheer Ash. He smiled. We aren't done yet, Bruce started. Raiden, horn drill. Raiden grinned as the horn adorning his nose began to spin. He began to run towards Pikachu. Ash, don't let Pikachu get hit by that. If it makes contact, Pikachu is finished. Latios warned Ash mentally. Pikachu, use agility. Stay away from Raiden until the horn drill ends, Ash commanded. Pikachu nodded and started running around the battlefield at high speeds, his form blurring constantly from the sheer speed. Raiden looked around in confusion. Every time he charged at Pikachu, he would quickly disappear and reappear elsewhere. Soon, after a lot of failed attempts to hit Pikachu, his horn stopped spinning. Raiden panted in tiredness, trying to recover his strength. Ash smirked. "Time to end this. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Power it up with your agility," Ash ordered. Pikachu was still running around at high speeds. Raiden was turning his head from side to side quickly, trying to locate Pikachu. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down to see Pikachu slamming an iron tail into his gut. The agility and momentum from his dash adding to the power Raiden was actually flung back until he collided with the fence behind his trainer, who stood there completely shocked. Raiden's rock skin was actually cracked where the iron tail had struck, and he fainted. The referee nodded. Winner is Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Ash's and Pikachu's faces filled the entire screen. "Yeah," Ash cheered, running to the field and hugging Pikachu. Latios smiled. Bruce grunted in anger. He recalled Raiden and stomped off the battlefield without uttering a single word. Latios laughed mentally. "What a sore loser." Latios laughed in her head. "I couldn't agree more." Many of the spectators were shocked. They hadn't expected the kid to win. There were many whispers of that Pikachu is strong and the kid's good or he's too young to be so tough. Regardless, most of them cheered. "Seems all that training really paid off, didn't it, Pikachu?" Ash praised, happy that Pikachu had performed so well in the battle. "Yeah, but my tail was sore most of the time, and Latios wouldn't even let me rest," Pikachu complained. Ash laughed. "Well, let's go," Ash said happily, exiting the field. He was greeted by a double hug courtesy of Latios and Misty. "Congratulations on winning your first battle," Misty said, glad that Ash hadn't done something stupid mid-battle. "Yeah," Latios agreed telepathically, tilting her human form's head in a smile. Ash smiled back at them. "Thanks." Well, Ashy boy, which of those two is your girlfriend? Or are you dating both of them?" Gary taunted, walking over to them with a smirk on his face. Latios and Misty released Ash from the hug, looked at each other, and blushed furiously. Ash blinked in confusion. Brock cried in a lone corner at the fact that Ash got a double girl hug. Gary laughed. "That was a nice battle. You defeated a trainer despite your type disadvantage without even taking a single blow. You've become strong, Ash, but you're still under me. I look forward to our battle, unless you're eliminated sooner." Gary laughed again and walked off. Ash turned to the still blushing Latios and Misty. "What's a girlfriend? Is it a friend who is a girl? That means you two are my girlfriends, right?" he asked quite innocently. Pikachu face-faulted. Latios had to exert a lot of self-control in order to not burst out laughing and thus lose his invisibility. Brock kept crying. Latios and Misty blushed even harder. Misty growled in annoyance, handed Togepi to Brock, and took out her mallet. Still blushing, she walked over to Ash slowly. "What did you call me?" Ash blinked in confusion and gulped. "Why is she going to hit me? Is calling a girl your girlfriend bad? Girlfriend has to mean a girl who is your friend, but why is Misty mad?" Ash thought desperately, wondering why Misty was acting like this. And why did Latios and Misty blush? Sensing his thoughts, Latios decided to intervene. She stepped forward and stood in front of Ash. "Wait, Misty, he doesn't even know what a girlfriend is, give him a break." Latios telepathed, probably saving Ash from a painful mallet beating. Misty sighed and nodded, agreeing that she probably overreacted. Ash sighed in relief. "So, what's a girlfriend?" Ash asked again, wanting to clear the topic and ensure he didn't get into trouble again. Latios and Misty sighed. "You tell him," both girls said at the same time to each other. They sweat dropped. Brock stepped forward eagerly. "I'll tell him." "No," everyone roared. Nobody wanted to deal with a traumatized Ash. Misty grabbed Brock's ear and dragged him away. Latios sighed. "Guess I'll have to tell him about this again." She turned to look at Ash. She was a bit astonished that Ash was so clueless about love. Then again, I gave him a kiss and he looked like he didn't even know what was happening. She smiled fondly at the memory of her feathery cheeks brushing against his own. It had been a little awkward since in her Pokemon form her mouth was located underneath her pointed nose, but it was still a nice kiss. "You what?" Latios screamed in Latius's mind. Latius winced. "I shouldn't have thought that so loudly." She grinned sheepishly. "Don't worry, brother, it was only on the cheek." Knowing that he really didn't have much of a say in this, Latios dropped the matter, but made a mental note to watch Latius and Ash a bit closer. Latius nudged Ash, getting his attention. "Okay, Ash, remember that I said you would understand some things when you were older?" A girlfriend fits in that category. Basically, when two people are in love with each other and they agree to be together, they become a couple. The girl is called a girlfriend and the boy is called a boyfriend. End of story for now. Ash nodded dumbly, sorting out what Latius said. As they walked to the arena that would house Ash's second preliminary battle, Latios chuckled and floated closer to Latius. "So, how was the kiss?" he asked teasingly. Latius would have squealed in surprise had her human form not been incapable of sound. Latius smirked, getting an idea. "See for yourself." With that, she used her psychic powers to pull Latios's presence inside her mind and show him her memories of the kiss. Latios blushed, not expecting Latius to show it to him so directly. Latius laughed. "I just had to ask," Latios muttered. After a few minutes of walking and about half an hour of waiting, Ash was finally called for his second preliminary battle. "Will Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and Salvador from Cherry Grove City please report to Field 1? The speakers blared. Ash grinned eagerly. "That's my cue." He rushed forward and entered the battlefield. Soon another kid entered the field as well. He seemed about a year older than Ash with dark blue hair, a yellow shirt, and black shorts. "Hello, I'm Salvador," he introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Ash. Ready to battle?" Ash asked, eager to win his second battle. He stood on the green side and Salvador on the red. Ash and Salvador's photos appeared on the screen. The small red and green segmented wheel started spinning rapidly until it stopped on a red segment. The referee nodded. Salvador of Cherry Grove City chooses first, followed by Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Salvador grabbed a Pokeball. "For it, let's go." He tossed the Pokeball, releasing a long weasel-like Pokemon with soft brown and white fur. "A normal type. No one I choose will really have an advantage and Pikachu's already battled." Ash thought. He grabbed a Pokeball. "Bayleaf, your turn to battle." Ash threw the Pokeball and released the grass type. On other occasions she would have tried to body slam him affectionately, but decided not to as the moment was a serious one. Furret and Bayleaf's images appeared on the screen. "Begin," the referee shouted. Salvador took the initiative and attacked first. "Furret, use Headbutt." The small furry Pokemon charged at Bayleaf at startling speeds. "Bayleaf, use Body Slam," Ash shouted, knowing that Bayleaf's superior weight was going to give her an advantage in close combat. Salvador seemed to have noticed this as well. "Furret, get out of the way." Furret complied and changed course, passing just beside Bayleaf. "Bayleaf, spin around and use Razor Leaf," Ash ordered, knowing that Furret's speed was going to be a big problem. Bayleaf planted her feet on the ground and twisted her body, using the momentum to shake her head leaf with more force than usual. Several leaves were sent at Furret, flying through the air at high speeds. "Furret, dodge!" Salvador shouted, seeing the power behind Bayleaf's attack. He had to admit that Bayleaf seemed tough, but so was his Furret. Furret twisted his body gracefully, effortlessly dodging Bayleaf's Razor Leaf attack. Bayleaf's jaw dropped slightly. "Furret, use Headbutt," Salvador commanded, having an idea on how to hit the grass type. "If I counter with Body Slam, Furret will simply move out of the way. Maybe I can tangle him up?" Ash thought. "Bayleaf, use Vine Whip." "Take this," Bayleaf shouted as her vines extended, heading directly at the Furret. "Furret, use Double Team," Salvador countered. Furret blurred as several copies of himself appeared, all surrounding Bayleaf. Her vines passed harmlessly through one of the copies. "You missed," Furret taunted happily. Bayleaf looked around in confusion, wondering which of the at least 30 Furrets around her was the real one. "Furret, use Swift," Salvador called calmly, knowing that he had control of the battle. Suddenly, star-shaped projectiles started hitting Bayleaf from every direction. She cried out in pain at the multiple hits. Even if some of the throwing stars were also illusions from the double teams, it was still perfectly masking the real one's movements. It also didn't help that he was moving around throwing stars from every direction, making it impossible for Bayleaf to locate him. Ash growled. "Bayleaf, Razor Leaf," he ordered. Bayleaf swung the big leaf on her head sideways, launching a barrage of smaller razor leaves. They dispelled a few of the double teams, but none hit the real one. Ash began to get desperate. If he didn't act fast, Bayleaf would be defeated. "Ash, calm down and think. You can detect the real ferret. Just concentrate," Latios telepathed helpfully. He was floating a foot behind Ash, masked by his invisibility. "What do you mean?" Ash thought. "Just concentrate and you'll find the real ferret. Feel the world around you and you'll see through ferret's illusion. Trust me and trust in yourself." "I already found the real one, but let's see if you can do it," Latios answered. Ash decided to trust Latios and closed his eyes. He began to think and feel the world around him, like Latios had told him to. He began to feel a strange sensation, like he could see everything around him, even with his eyes closed. It felt pretty much like when he had sensed Latia's and Latios' location. But now he could sense everything around him, not just the Ian siblings. He began to sense how Ferret was moving around attacking Bayleaf, hidden in the illusions. All the copies felt hollow to him. Yet one of them felt more alive, more solid, more real. "Bayleaf, Vine Whip to your right," Ash shouted. Bayleaf thought that Ash had lost it. He was ordering her to attack a specific point, and the attack would simply pass through it. But still, she decided to trust Ash. Between the constant hits she was taking, she extended a vine to her right side. She didn't get her hopes up much, expecting the attack to pass through the ferret. To her utter surprise, scratch that, to everyone's surprise, Ferret cried out in pain as Bayleaf's vine struck him powerfully, temporarily knocking the wind out of him. Bayleaf's eyes widened in shock, her admiration of Ash skyrocketing. "How did you know he was there?" "Hold him in place and use solar beam," Ash shouted. Bayleaf was interrupted from her thoughts by Ash's voice. She quickly coiled her vines around Ferret's feet and midsection, effectively holding him in place. She began to absorb the sun's energy through her neck leaves. Surprisingly, the cuts she had gained from Ferret's continuous swift attack started to vanish and heal as she absorbed the sun's rays, her entire body giving off a soft glow. Brock was the first to realize what was happening. "She's using synthesis." Ash looked confused. "Synth what?" Latios' sweat dropped. Synthesis is a grass-type move that is used for healing wounds by absorbing the sun's rays, pretty much like Recover. Bayleaf must have learned it after taking so much damage and then absorbing the sun's rays through solar beam. "Great job, Bayleaf," Ash praised. Bayleaf blushed a little. "Now, finish that ferret." Bayleaf nodded and began to concentrate. All the energy she had gathered into her mouth, releasing it in the form of a blinding white energy beam. Ferret began to squirm and struggle against Bayleaf's vines, but it was to no avail. The solar beam struck him in the chest, causing a bright explosion of light. When the light dispersed, a defeated Ferret was lying on the ground, his eyes turned into swirls. "Ferret is unable to battle," the referee called, raising his flag. "Ash Ketchum is the winner." The screen flashed Ash and Bayleaf's photo. "Yeah, that's 2 in a row," Ash shouted happily, running forward and hugging Bayleaf. She nuzzled him affectionately. "Congratulations, Bayleaf." She smiled brightly. "Thanks." Ash's friends sprinted up to him. This time neither Latias nor Misty hugged him, not wanting another girlfriend mistake. "Ash, how did you detect the real Ferret?" "You had your eyes closed the whole time," Brock asked. Ash paused. "To be honest, I don't know exactly what I did." Brock frowned. "Did a certain dragon tell you? Because if he did, that's cheating, I think." Ash shook his head. "No, he told me to calm down and feel where the real one was. I tried it and managed to find it." "Impressive," Brock muttered. "Let's watch other battles until my next one comes up." "It's on the field beside this one," Ash suggested. They walked to field 2 next door and leaned against the fence, waiting for the current battle to finish and for his name to be called up. So, how have I done so far in my matches? Ash asked, curious to hear what his friends thought of his battles. Brock pursed his lips in thought. So far, I'd say great. You won the first with Pikachu without taking a single hit, but in the second one you lost control for a while. Yeah, Misty agreed. I think you were okay, Lacius commented telepathically. She was playing with one of her Bianca Form's locks to pass the time. After what seemed like an eternity, the last battle ended and the speakers boomed. Will Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and Ann Katie of New Barktown report to Field 2? Ash smiled. Well, final battle, here I come. Don't mess up, Misty muttered. Ash sweat dropped but entered the field anyway. A young woman entered from the other end. She had long blonde hair and wore a long red skirt with a white blouse. She smiled and walked up to Ash. Greetings, young trainer, I'm Katie. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ash nodded. I'm Ash. Let's have a great battle. Both Katie and Ash's photos appeared in the screen. The segmented wheel started spinning and stopped on a red segment, meaning Katie would go first. Ash smiled. That's the second time in a row I have the advantage, even if I didn't get much out of it in the last battle. Katie grabbed a Pokeball. Ariados, go! She hurled the Pokeball, releasing a rather large red spider Pokemon with yellow and purple segmented legs. The sight of the Ariados didn't really dredge up nice memories to Lacius and Latios. Both resisted the urge to charge at the large spider and tear it apart. Ash, you better give that Ariados a nice beating, Latios commented telepathically. I second that, Latius added. Ash sweat dropped but chose his next Pokemon. Cyndaquil, I choose you. The small fire mouse Pokemon appeared on the field. Great, now it's my turn, Cyndaquil said lazily, yawning a little. Begin, the referee shouted. Katie attacked first. Knowing that she had a severe disadvantage, she had to be cautious. Ariados, use Pin Missile. The Ariados opened its mouth and fired a barrage of small needles in rapid fire at Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil, use Flamethrower. Ash countered. The small fire type opened his mouth as his back flames came to life and launched a powerful stream of fire at the incoming needles. The needles were reduced to cinders in a matter of seconds, and the flamethrower kept blasting towards Ariados. Katie growled, Ariados, protect. The Ariados was covered in a protective sphere of green energy, causing the flamethrower to bounce off harmlessly. Cyndaquil, smokescreen, Ash shouted, getting an idea. Cyndaquil opened his mouth and released a large plume of smoke covering most of the battlefield. Now, finish this with Flame Wheel. Cyndaquil charged at the smoke and spun into a ball, his body covered in flames. Katie blinked in confusion. Ariados, use Nightshade. The sounds of combat could be heard from inside the cloud, along with a few explosions, until everything got quiet. When the wind finally removed the smog, a defeated Ariados was lying on the field, Cyndaquil standing calmly a few feet away. The referee nodded. Ariados is unable to battle. Victory goes to Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Yes, Ash cheered, thrusting a fist to the air. I'm in the next round. Cyndaquil smiled and fell asleep, probably to resume the nap he had been interrupted from. Ash sweat dropped. How enthusiastic, he recalled Cyndaquil back to his Pokeball. Katie returned her downed Ariados and bid Ash farewell. Congratulations, Ash. Latius cheered, hugging Ash. He smiled. So, ready for the second round? Brock asked, happy that his friend had passed. You bet I am, Ash shouted eagerly until his stomach growled loudly. Everyone face-faulted. Guess dinner comes first. Besides, it's still about 2 days until the start of the second round. Latios said. With that, the group headed to one of the many restaurants of Silvertown to grab a bite to eat, eagerly awaiting the second round of the tournament. Chapter 12, Putting Out the Fire. 3 days had passed, and that was enough time to decide the fate of over 200 trainers. The league never revealed the full number of trainers that participated from the start. There could even be over 300. But out of that unknown number, only 48 remained. One of them was our cap-wearing hero. Currently, Ash and his friends were walking to the administrative area of the Silver Conference, where the matchups for the second round would be given out in a few minutes' time. So Brock, how does the second round work? Ash asked. Well, it's a block system. You see, only 48 trainers remain in the competition. These trainers are divided into 16 groups of 3 trainers each. Out of each block, only 1 trainer passes. Since there are just 16 blocks, the 16 trainers that pass will go to the final rounds, Brock explained. But how do the battles occur inside the blocks? Ash asked. Each trainer fights the other 2 trainers in the block in a 3-on-3 Pokémon battle. If you win a battle, you get 3 points. If you tie the battle, you get just 1 point. And if you lose, you don't get any points at all. The trainer with the most points in the group passes to the finals, Brock answered. That means that if Ash wins both battles, he passes automatically. Because neither of the 2 other trainers will be able to catch up to him, right? Laisha's asked telepathically. Larvitar, who was currently being carried in Laisha's arms, wondered if Ash was going to use him in a battle. That's right, Brock answered her. Doesn't sound so hard, Ash commented. Don't get overconfident, Misty chided. The second round has tougher trainers, since they all won their preliminary battles too. Ash smiled. I know. After another few minutes of walking, they entered the Pokémon Center. They noticed that there were a lot of trainers already inside, waiting for the announcement of the trainer blocks. Soon, Mr. Goodshow appeared. Greetings, trainers. The blocks for the next round have been selected. He pointed at a large screen hanging from the ceiling in the center of the room. Here are the results. 16 boxes appeared on the screen. Each box had 3 pictures displayed inside, with the name of the trainer below the picture. Ash smirked. Great, I'm in Block A, the very first. My opponents are Macy and Jackson. Look, Ash, Brock noted, pointing to one of the far-off blocks. There's Gary. I'm not really surprised he passed, Ash deadpanned. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Mr. Goodshow cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. All the matches will be held in Silver Stadium on the neutral field. Today we will start with the first matches of the A, B, C, and D blocks. Tomorrow we'll continue with the rest, and so on until all the battles are finished. Please go to the information desk to get your match schedules. Remember that you must have your team registered before each match. You can do that at the personal computers of your hotel rooms. With that said, Mr. Goodshow turned and left. Ash walked over to the information desk Goodshow had indicated, his friends following him. The receptionist smiled upon seeing Ash walking up to her. Hello, I assume you are going to check your match schedule, right? Ash nodded. Brock grinned and was about to sprint forward and beg for a date, but Laisha's restrained him psychically. This time her hold was so strong that Brock couldn't even blink or turn to look at her. No dates for you, even if she was going to reject you anyway. At least this saves you the embarrassment. Laisha said telepathically. Misty sighed. I miss hitting him. Laisha's, you're too good at this. Laisha's grinned. Don't worry, next time he's yours. Misty nodded eagerly. Brock paled, utterly helpless under Laisha's mental hold. Your first match is today, in 2 hours, against Macy, the desk lady informed Ash. Ash nodded. Thanks, miss. He turned and walked away. Laisha's released Brock and the group resumed walking. Brock turned to Laisha's. Hey, how am I ever going to get a girlfriend with you and Misty? Doing this to me, he demanded while trying not to sound too offensive. He knew that getting on a legendary's bad side was a bad idea, especially one that had a very overprotective big brother. Brock felt a chill go down his spine when he thought of what Laishios would do to him if he so much as yelled at Laishias. I won't let you get on any woman's nerves, Laishias replied coolly. Brock sighed in despair. What if a girl I try to get a date with actually likes me, but you interrupt it? Laishias smiled. Don't worry, if you try to get a date with a girl that will accept your presence and actually like you, I won't intervene. Brock looked confused. And how will you know that? Laishias grinned. Remember, that's one of my abilities. I can sense the emotions of others. If I sense positive emotions coming from a girl you try to get a date with, I won't do anything. Brock looked relieved, but Laishias continued. In the meantime, I'm watching you, he groaned. Is getting a girlfriend really that hard? Ash asked curiously. Not really, depends on the situation, as well as both the boy and the girl, Misty answered. Think it'll be hard for me to get a girlfriend? Ash asked curiously, hoping that he wouldn't have to go through all the problems Brock was having. Both Lacious and Misty paused and blushed a little before quickly resuming their walk. Ash, Misty started, you are just 11, you shouldn't think about that too much right now. Wait a few more years. Since Brock was a wannabe Casanova with years of experience on love matters. Or so he claimed. He easily noticed Lacious and Misty's reaction to Ash's question. Weird, Brock noted mentally. Are they both interested in him? Oh man, that's so unfair. Yeah, Lacious continued. Don't worry, I assure you you'll get a girlfriend easily when the time comes. Ash lit up. You think? Why not? Lacious implied. She smiled at him. It probably won't be me, though. Suddenly the group noticed a girl running up to them, a Vulpix at her side. She had a yellow shirt and long brown hair tied into long pigtails. She stopped in front of the group. Hello, my name is Macy of Mahogany Town, and I'm your opponent for the next match, she said, introducing herself. Ash blinked a little at the straightforward approach, but was polite and returned the introduction. Hi, I'm Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, glad to meet you. Interesting. Macy muttered. She smiled. It was a pleasure to meet you. See you for our match. With that, Macy turned and walked away, leaving the group quite confused. Okay, Ash said slowly. What was that about? She wanted to see you before your match with her. She believes it's useful to get a good sense of her opponent before the match. That way she can plan her strategy better, Lacious informed him telepathically. Everyone turned to look at her. She blushed at the sudden attention. Did you read her mind? Lacious said that was rude. Ash reprimanded her. Lacious shook her head. I read her thoughts. I was curious as to why she came here. Remember that reading someone's mind and thoughts are two different things. Besides, it's possible to read just part of a mind, not the entire thing. I keep forgetting that, Ash muttered, chuckling mareepishly. Lacious sighed. She paused, sensing a familiar mind entering Silver Town. It was the presence of a friend she had longed to see again. Her face lit up in happiness and she dashed in the direction she sensed her friend was. Wait, Bianca, Ash shouted, preparing to run after her. He paused and turned to his friends. Could you two please go and check Macy's team, then register the team that would be best suited to fight her? Ash asked. Brock and Misty nodded. Sure thing, Ash, Brock said. I wonder, what's gotten into Lacious now? Misty wondered. I'll go after her and find out for myself. With that, Ash took off after Lacious. Misty and Brock chuckled at his antics. Leave it to Ash to dump everything on us, Misty muttered. Brock laughed. Yeah, I know. At least that shows how much he trusts us. With that, they resumed walking back to the hotel, ready to do what Ash had asked them to. Bianca smiled as she entered Silver Town. It had been a nice trip from Alto Mare, albeit a lengthy one. Bianca looked around as she walked through the town. It had been an extremely long time since the last occasion she had left her hometown of Alto Mare. Usually, whenever she did it, it was for artistic reasons such as art expositions or her trying to get her work be recognized outside of Alto Mare. This, however, was an extremely special occasion. She had come to see two of her greatest friends once again, and hopefully see one of the battle. Alto Mare sure has been really quiet without Lacious and Lacious, she thought to herself, slightly dismayed. She was eagerly looking forward to the impending reunion with her two lifelong Pokémon friends ever since she had left her hometown. She glanced around a few times, quickly noting the large activity in the busy street. As she had expected, the town was brimming with people, and she could see massive activity whenever she looked. Be it trainers, friends, and family members of trainers or general spectators, everywhere was overcrowded. She then remembered that the second round would be starting soon. She began walking around, scanning the crowds aimlessly. Now, how do I find Ash? She wondered. Lacious grinned, quickly singling Bianca out before walking towards her from behind. No need for that. I've already found you, she said telepathically. Bianca jumped in surprise as she had not been prepared for the sudden voice speaking in her head. Wow, Lacious, you surprised me for a moment, Bianca whispered, looking around while trying to spot her friend. Hi, Bianca, Lacious grinned as she spoke, standing behind the young artist. She psychically nudged Bianca to turn around. Bianca turned around and smiled. "Wow, you surprised me, Lacious. It's good to see you again," she said, walking towards her. She paused and looked at the disguised dragoness awkwardly. "Huh?" she said in confusion. Lacious followed Bianca's stare and blushed in embarrassment. She realized that in her happiness to see Bianca again she had forgotten to return Larvitar to Ash. She lowered Larvitar to the ground. "I'm sorry, Larvitar," she apologized before racing forward and tackle-hugging Bianca playfully. "I've missed you," she chimed happily. Bianca hugged her back tightly. "Hey, Lacious, I've missed you too. How have you been?" Bianca asked gently. Lacious parted from the hug and smiled brightly. "Yeah, I've been fine. Everything has been okay. Ash has been doing amazing at the tournament." Bianca nodded. "That's good. It'd be a shame if I came all the way here only to learn he was defeated early on." "Aw, don't be that pessimistic," Lacious chided, giving Bianca a teasing look. Larvitar watched the scene with interest, wondering why Lacious was being so affectionate to this human, and wondered even more why Lacious' human form looked identical to her. "Who is she?" he asked, tilting his head. Bianca looked at Larvitar, the sound of his voice attracting her attention. "Who's this little cutie?" she asked curiously, crouching down to pet Larvitar. Larvitar froze, not knowing how to react to Bianca, so he fell back on the only thing that occurred to him, to screech. Not wanting them to attract unnecessary attention, Lacious decided to subtly intervene. "Larvitar, don't screech. She's isn't going to hurt you, I promise," she telepathed kindly, adding an extra sweet tone to her plea. Larvitar didn't know what to do. He could listen to the instincts literally yelling at him to screech and get away from this stranger, or to Lacious' kind words. He decided to listen to Lacious. He knew he could trust the dragoness. When Bianca petted him, he flinched and closed his eyes, but didn't scream. Bianca frowned at his reaction. She turned to Lacious. "What's wrong with him?" Lacious smiled sadly. "He is traumatized about a past event. Ash and I are trying to help him." Bianca nodded. She stopped petting Larvitar and stood up. Larvitar relaxed visibly. "So, have you and Lacios learned something new?" Bianca asked curiously, remembering that Lacious and Lacios had been under a trainer's care for all this time. She wondered what kinds of cool techniques they had learned. Any new flashy attacks or abilities? Lacious picked up Larvitar, gently accommodating him in her arms, lifting most of his weight psychically. He was very heavy for an infant. She flashed Bianca a grin. "Of course we have." Bianca smiled back, happy to see one of Lacious' contagious smiles again. Finally, a voice interrupted them. They turned to see Ash and Pikachu walking up to them. "Lacious, you shouldn't go off on your own like that," Ash said while walking up to them, freezing when he realized there were two of them. He blinked in confusion until he saw that one of them had a bag strapped to her side and a barret, and the other was carrying a Larvitar. "Oh, hi Bianca, long time no see." Bianca smiled. "Hello to you too, Ash." She walked up until she was just in front of him. She gave him a very fierce look. "You had better have taken good care of Lacious and Lacios, or else," she stated firmly. Ash gulped. He had to admit, Bianca was scary when she wanted to be, especially when it regarded the Ian twins. Ash took a small step back. "Of course I have. Why don't you ask Lacious?" Bianca turned to Lacious. "So?" Lacious mentally giggled at Ash's thoughts regarding Bianca. "Oh, he's been a real sweetheart to us. He takes care of us, and he and his friends have taught us a lot of useful things." Bianca smiled in relief, very happy to hear that her best friend was okay. She gave Pikachu a gentle rub on the head. "Hi, Pikachu." Pikachu returned the greeting with a squeal of delight. "So, how is life outside of Alto Mare?" Bianca asked Lacious, wanting to hear what her best friend thought about finally leaving their home. Lacious smiled cheerily. "Very fun. It's cool to visit all kinds of new places and stuff like that." "And how has Alto Mare been?" "Since neither my brother nor I have felt anything from the Soldu, I assume it's fine?" Bianca nodded. "Alto Mare has been peaceful and quiet. Lorenzo and I tend to the garden every once in a while, and guess what? I won an art contest. Now maybe my paintings might be sold to more museums. Bianca finished, clearly excited at the last part. Laisha smiled. Congratulations! But what was your piece about? Bianca smirked. Our dear guardians of Alto Mare, of course. Even if you two aren't there anymore, you still watch over Alto Mare through the soul dew. And I know you well enough to draw you perfectly without a reference. So, where's Latios? She asked, looking around, guessing that maybe he was invisible nearby. He's in his Pokeball, Ash answered. Can I see him, please? Bianca asked eagerly. Ash shook his head. Let's go to my hotel room. I don't think Latios would enjoy such a crowded place like this. Bianca nodded, understanding that Latios wasn't one for huge crowds. They started walking back to the hotel. They received a few weird stares due to Bianca and Laisha's identical looks, but many passed them off as twins. I assume you passed your preliminary matches? Bianca asked. Ash nodded. Of course, my first second-round match is soon. It's against a trainer called Macy. Oh, going to use Latios in it? Bianca asked curiously, wanting to see Latios battle soon. She knew that Latios were not experienced battlers, and wondered how much that had changed after spending about a month with a Pokemon trainer. Ash shook his head. No, I'm keeping Latios a secret because he'll be my secret weapon in the final rounds. Assuming you pass, Bianca muttered. Ash's sweat dropped, getting annoyed that he always got comments like that. Laisha mentally laughed. He'll win, I'm sure of it, Laisha said telepathically. Ash smiled at her, glad that she always believed in him and always had confidence he would win. The group reached the hotel room without anything particularly interesting happening. As Ash entered the room, he noted that Brock and Misty were still on the computer. Hello, Laisha chimed happily. Both Brock and Misty turned to greet them, but were momentarily stymied when they noticed a second Laisha. When they noticed the Barrett, they realized it was Bianca. Hello, Brock and Misty. It's been a while, Bianca greeted with a smile. Hello, Bianca, Misty replied. What brings you here? Bianca smiled. Like I'd missed the chance to see Latios battling live. It's better than TV. Speaking of which, can I see him now? Ash chuckled as he grabbed a Pokeball from his belt, proceeding to release Latios to the center of the room. Hey Bianca, long time no see, Latios greeted telepathically. Bianca walked up to him with a smile on her and hugged Latios, clearly glad to see the Ian Dragon again. Hi Latios, how have you been? Bianca asked as she parted from his arms. Fine, it's been entertaining to travel, Latios answered back. As they caught up with each other, Ash walked up to Brock. So, has my team been registered yet? Brock shook his head. No, it's easy to choose a team to fight Macy, but look, she may have a trump card or something. Ash peered over to the computer and saw his opponent's current team. There was a Quilava, Rapidash, Slugma, Flareon, Vulpix, and an Electabuzz. She has mostly fire-type Pokemon, and that Electabuzz must be to cover water types. Misty deduced. Brock nodded. I was planning on registering your water types, but something's fishy. You don't have an all-one type team without thinking of a way to cover their weaknesses. So, Misty started. We were planning on registering ground types, as that covered all 6 of her Pokemon, but the problem is that you only have Phanpy. Why don't you register to water types and Phanpy? Ash asked. This seemed like the most obvious choice. Brock looked back at the computer. We already thought about that, but if Phanpy gets knocked out, then the Electabuzz would be a problem. And it's obvious that if you used a water type, she'll switch to it, Brock summarized. It would be safer to have 2 ground types, but you only have 1. Actually, Laisha's cut in. Ash has 2 ground types. Everyone turned to her. Ash looked confused. I do. She shifted her arms a bit, drawing everyone's attention to them and Larvitar, who she was cradling. He paled. Oh no, Larvitar muttered, attempting to shrink out of nervousness. Too bad that was impossible since he didn't know Minimize. Hey, that's right, and Larvitar should have a double advantage against fire types, because he resists their attacks and can hit super effectively. But Larvitar hasn't been captured. Brock said, but that can be changed easily enough. Ash walked up to Larvitar. What do you say, Larvitar? You'll be traveling for a while with us, so might as well make it official. And make you my Pokemon so nobody else can capture you by mistake, Ash offered. Larvitar hummed in thought. After a few seconds, he quietly said, "Okay, I'll help you, and I'll do my best in the tournament." Ash smiled. "Thanks, Larvitar." He held up a Pokeball and gently tapped Larvitar with it. It popped open and a bright beam sucked Larvitar inside. It shook a few times, and then the button flashed red, indicating that Larvitar had been captured. "Yeah," Ash shouted, thrusting the Pokeball into the air and posing dramatically. "I go to Larvitar." "You've had that Larvitar for several days now," Pikachu pointed out. Ash paused. "Well, yeah, but not officially." Pikachu rolled his eyes. The computer beeped and the page refreshed itself, now adding the information on Ash's newest capture. "Okay, I'll register your team, Ash. You'll use Squirtle, Larvitar, and Fanpy," Brock said. Ash frowned in confusion. "Squirtle?" Brock nodded. "Yes, Officer Jenny brought Squirtle here. We encountered them on our way here. They should be at the main area now." Ash's face lit up, clearly eager to see one of his oldest friends again. "That's great. I wonder what he's learned after so much time being a firefighter." Brock clicked a few things. "There, Ash, your team has been registered. The match should begin shortly. Let's go." With that done, they left the room. "Ash, can I watch the battles outside of my Pokeball, please?" Latios asked telepathically. Ash shrugged. "Sure, just remain invisible." Latios nodded gratefully. "Okay, thanks." "You know, Ash," Brock said, "keeping Latios at your side in battles might be a good thing. He can help you by giving you hints about the opponent's Pokemon as well as calming you down in tough situations." "Though I'm not entirely sure it's legal," Misty said. "Well, yeah," Ash agreed, recalling Latios' hints in his battles against Raiden and Furret, as well as helping him calm down and think clearly on how to beat Furret. "Thanks, Latios." "You're welcome, Ash," Latios replied telepathically. By that point, everyone had exited the room but him. He looked at the door and sweat dropped, noting that it was smaller than the ones in Alto Mare. He doubted that he'd ever fit through it. Even Latios had issues fitting through, and she was considerably smaller. "Close the door. I'll exit through the balcony." Ash laughed as he closed and locked the door. "Meet you at the entrance of the hotel," Ash called through the door as the others headed for the elevators. Latios calmly flew to the balcony, opening the glass door with his mind. He turned invisible and flew out, closing the door the same way he opened it. A few minutes later, Ash and the group walked out of the hotel. Bianca looked around. "Where's Latios?" she asked. Ash chuckled. "A few feet above us. I guess he doesn't want someone accidentally bumping into him." That was a good idea, seeing as how so many people were walking to the Silver Stadium, ready to watch the first battles of the Silver Conference second round. Bianca looked at him in surprise. "You can tell where he is?" Ash nodded maripishly. "Yep, I can sense Latios and Latios' location anywhere as long as they aren't too far away from me." "Wow," was Bianca's only response. Soon an Officer Jenny walked up to them. "Hello, Ash. Long time no see." Ash blinked in confusion. "Which Jenny are you?" Brock was between Jenny and Ash before anyone could react. "You can't tell," Brock reprimanded Ash, who took a step back in fright at Brock's sudden fury. "She's the one you trusted Squirtle with." He turned around. "And you, my dear Officer Jenny, have you come to confess your feelings to me?" "Don't worry, they're mutual," Brock flirted. Jenny blinked in confusion. "Your turn," Latios said in Misty's mind. She nodded and grabbed Brock's ear, dragging him away painfully. "Don't scar Jenny for life, please," Misty muttered, annoyed. "The only feelings she has for you are disgust, which I'm pretty sure aren't mutual, at least, not on your part." "Nor right now I'm too busy feeling pain to feel disgust for anyone," Brock squealed in agony. Ash decided to end the awkward situation. "So, you brought Squirtle to see me?" Jenny nodded, handing Ash a Pokeball. "Here you go, Ash. He's wanted to fight by your side again for quite some time now. I'll let you to catch up. I have to go to the stands if I want to get a nice seat before it's too late. See you in the stadium." Jenny saluted and walked away. Ash looked at the Pokeball in his hand. He opened it and released the turtle Pokemon inside. As usual, he was wearing his extra cool sunglasses that made everyone feel inferior and lame in comparison. Squirtle looked around and smiled when he saw Ash. "Hey there, Ash. How have you been all this time?" Squirtle asked, glad to see Ash again after the firefighter competition. That had separated them at least 100 episodes, a few months ago. Much to Squirtle's surprise, Ash answered him like he had understood him perfectly. "I've been well, thanks, enjoying the tournament. How's the Squirtle squad?" Squirtle looked at Ash skeptically. "Fine, we're now one of the best firefighter squads in the region." "That's great. I bet you've become quite famous," Ash exclaimed. Squirtle blinked in amazement. "He understands me now? How?" The turtle Pokemon thought to himself. Pikachu jumped down from Ash's shoulder to greet him. "Hey, good to see you again," Pikachu greeted. "You too. What's with Ash understanding us?" Squirtle asked. Pikachu sighed. "Very long story. Basically, Ash messed with some legendary Pokemon again, and almost got himself killed. Again! And as a result of the adventure, Ash got a few new abilities, such as being able to understand us." "That's right, I can," Ash said, interrupting them. "Hey Squirtle, now that we can talk, there's something that's been bothering me ever since I first met you." "What's with the sunglasses?" Squirtle smiled proudly. "First of all, they're called shades, and I wear them because they make me look cool." Ash's sweat dropped. "They are very cool, I admit," Laisha's mused telepathically, an impressed tone in her voice. "Yeah, maybe I should get a pair. I'd look cool too," Laishios agreed. "You should. Maybe you'd look decent then," Laishios teased playfully. "Hey!" Laishios exclaimed. Everyone's sweat dropped collectively at the Ian twins' argument. Squirtle tapped his head several times. "What's with the voices in my head?" Pikachu laughed. "That's the legendaries Ash caught. It's thanks to them that Ash understands Pokemon now." Squirtle was impressed. "Ash got around to catching a legendary? Nice, but where are they?" Pikachu laughed again. "You'll meet them later in a less public place. They're Laisha's and her brother Laishio's." "Okay, voices in my head, meet you later," Squirtle joked. Laisha's giggled. "Squirtle, for now return. We'll fight shortly," Ash said, pointing the Pokeball at Squirtle and recalling him. Ash turned around and noticed that Misty was still dragging Brock around. He shivered and continued walking. "Hey Laisha's, I thought that you said your telepathy works only on friends and relatives." "How did Squirtle hear you?" Ash asked. "Well, he's a good friend of yours." "I guess that's why," Laisha's answered. "Can that telepathy limitation be avoided?" Ash asked again. "I don't know. Can it, brother?" Laisha's redirected the question to her brother. "Yes, but for us to telepathically communicate with anyone, even if we have never met them before, we must be more experienced psychics. When our minds are stronger, we'll be able to do that," Laishios answered. Laisha's and Ash nodded. The group reached Silver Stadium. There were a lot of people outside, most of them slowly entering the large structure to watch the battles that were about to start. Ash and his group walked to the side entrance, the one that led toward the battlefield. A guard was blocking the way. "Are you a trainer for the upcoming match?" the guard asked. Ash nodded and showed his Pokédex, opening it and showing his trainer registration. "They're with me," Ash said, motioning to his group of friends. "Very well," the guard said. He stood aside and let Ash's group walk in. They walked until they were almost at the end of the access tunnel. "Finally, the true competition begins now," Ash said. Abruptly, Laisha's burst into a shower of blue light, startling everyone as she regained her true form. Just as suddenly, she became invisible, like Laishio's. "Why the change?" Brock asked. "Since Bianca is going to come with us, I don't want weird comments regarding our identical looks," Laisha's replied. "Okay," Ash said, not really minding. Ash stepped out into the arena to the cheers of the crowd. He looked at the stands, noticing that they were almost filled with screaming Pokemon fans. He walked to one side of the field, his companions going to sit at the bench behind the trainer box. Laisha's and Laishio's hovered at each side of him, masked to everyone by their invisibility. "Well folks, Ash Ketchum has entered the field," the unseen MC shouted. "His opponent, Macy, should enter shortly too. And then the second round of the Silver Conference will begin." The crowd cheered ecstatically. Laishio's looked rather nervous. "Ash, how am I supposed to fight with so many people around?" Pikachu beat Ash with his reply. It's not that hard, all you have to do is ignore everyone, just concentrate on the Pokemon your opponent sends and nothing else. Latias giggled and flew to Latios' side. She nudged him playfully. Nervous, are we? Maybe, Latios replied. Latias laughed. Soon, Macy entered the battlefield from the other side of the stadium. She faced Ash, each trainer on their corresponding box, ready to begin the fight. Today the second round begins, the MC declared, voice booming all over the stadium. The first match of Block A, Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town versus Macy of Mahogany Town. A referee stepped into the field. This will be a 3-on-3 Pokemon battle. The winner is declared when the opponent's 3 Pokemon are unable to battle. The stadium's big screen flashed on, showing Ash's and Macy's pictures with 3 blank squares beside each of them. The same red and green wheel from the preliminaries appeared. Ash's color was red, Macy's was green. The wheel started flashing in a circular pattern. After a few laps, it stopped on a red segment, meaning that Ash went first. He smirked. I'll use a ground type, he thought to himself. At least it's not that hard to make a choice, Latios telepathically mused. Yeah, Ash thought. He was by now used to this mental openness he shared with Latias and Latios. It made him feel like he had a special bond with them. Want me to read her mind and tell you her planned team? Latios offered. Isn't that cheating? And besides, the last time you read someone's mind, they ended in paralysis for life. Ash refused, wanting to win honorably. He reached for his first Pokemon, in this case Fanpy. He took the Pokeball from his belt. Actually, I can read minds without the target person even feeling anything, or even knowing I intruded into their minds, Latios telepathed maripishly. Then why did you leave them crippled instead of reading their minds without harming them? Ash asked. Latios shrugged. Because I wanted them to suffer. Ash paled and pushed the matter aside for later. Fanpy, I choose you, he shouted, throwing the Pokeball to the field. The small blue elephant Pokemon appeared in the field, his image appearing in the first empty square besides Ash's photo. I'm up now, Daddy. I'll do my best. Fanpy cheered loudly. Ash smiled. I know you will. Macy frowned. She'd expected a water type. It didn't matter much though, she was also experienced fighting ground types. She grabbed a Pokeball and threw it. Rapidash, let's go! A large horse Pokemon appeared, with fire replacing the mane, tail, and the backside of the hooves. Rapidash's image appeared beside Macy on the top square. Ash, don't charge head-on with rollout or takedown or any related attack. If you do, Fanpy will lose to Rapidash's superior physical strength, Latios advised. Ash gave a small nod, acknowledging Latios' advice. The first battle of the second round will be Macy's Rapidash against Ash's Fanpy, the MC announced. The referee raised both flags. Begin! Rapidash, use flamethrower, Macy shouted. Rapidash quickly opened its mouth and released a powerful stream of fire at Fanpy. Fanpy, use rollout to dodge, Ash ordered, getting an idea. Fanpy complied and curled into a tight ball. He started rolling, effectively getting out of the way of the flames as they struck where Fanpy had been just a second before. I thought I said not to use rollout, Latios said. You said not to charge head-on, not use it to dodge, Ash reminded him. Good point, Latios conceded. Rapidash, use Fury Attack, Macy ordered. Rapidash started, running at Fanpy at incredibly high speeds, lowering its horn until it was at Fanpy's height. Fanpy, stop rolling, Ash ordered quickly. Fanpy stopped rolling like Ash had ordered. The momentum of the break flinging Fanpy rather forcefully out of the way of Rapidash's attack. Use Earthquake as you land, Ash shouted. Fanpy quickly adjusted himself in mid-flight and stomped on the ground hard. As he landed, sending a powerful tremor across the battlefield. Rapidash did not have time to jump out of the way as the ground underneath it trembled, causing a lot of damage. Impressive, folks, a great maneuver from Ash's Fanpy, and now Rapidash takes the damage, the MC shouted. The crowd cheered at Ash's maneuver. Macy growled slightly, not expecting such a counter. Rapidash, Fire Blast. Rapidash took in a rather large amount of air, then exhaled a potent 5-pointed fire star directly at Fanpy. Fanpy, counter with hidden power, Ash shouted. Fanpy complied and focused with some effort considering he was still a kid that acted like he had a permanent sugar high as a small glow surrounded him. Soon, several white spheres of energy began floating around him. He flung the spheres at the incoming fire blast, colliding and creating a rather large explosion, flinging back both Rapidash and Fanpy and covering the field in a thick layer of smoke. The collision between those two powerful attacks has covered the field in smoke, the MC redundantly bellowed on the stadium speakers. Fanpy stared blankly around. Ash closed his eyes and tried to sense the world around him. He quickly detected Rapidash and Fanpy's locations inside the smoke. Fanpy, use hidden power a little to the right, Ash called. What? Macy cried. Why would he order such a specific attack with all that smoke? It will be impossible to land a hit, much to her complete and utter surprise. She heard her Rapidash cry out in pain as several energy spheres struck it. Macy growled as the smoke cleared, revealing a panting Rapidash and a calm-looking Fanpy. Latios smiled, proud that Ash had easily detected the battling Pokémon without him telling him to do so in the first place. Impressive, Ash Ketchum was able to score a direct hit even with the smoke, the MC declared unnecessarily. The crowd cheered. Ash smirked. Fanpy, let's finish this. Use takedown. Fanpy nodded and started running toward Rapidash. Rapidash, use Flame Wheel. Macy countered. Rapidash quickly sprinted at the incoming ground type while coating itself in a wheel of fire. Rapidash collided into Fanpy before Ash could react and change tactics, knocking the elephant away. Fanpy, are you all right? Ash cried. Fanpy stood up, panting. I'm okay, Daddy. I can still fight. Rapidash blinked in confusion, but was distracted by Macy's next order. Use Flamethrower. Rapidash exhaled a potent stream of fire. Noting that Fanpy couldn't get out of the way in time, Ash changed to a defensive tactic. Fanpy, use Defense Curl. Fanpy quickly turned into a compact ball as the flames washed all over him, his curl greatly reducing the damage he would have taken from the attack. Rapidash, finish this with Bounce, Macy ordered. Rapidash complied and, with a powerful push from its back legs, it was sent flying about 10 meters in the air. Ash looked up. Fanpy, intercept that with a hidden power. Fanpy nodded and began emitting a faint glow. Several energy spheres were sent upwards at the incoming Rapidash. Rapidash, add a flame wheel to the attack. Macy countered. Rapidash immediately turned into a living fireball as its body was covered in a layer of flames. All of Fanpy's hidden power energy spheres were deflected by Rapidash's flame shield. Rapidash slammed into Fanpy hard, throwing up a large cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Rapidash was standing there, looking quite tired and panting heavily. Fanpy was lying on the ground with his eyes turned to swirls. Fanpy is unable to battle, the referee called. Impressive, folks, that powerful bounce or flame wheel combo knocked Fanpy out, the MC cried. On the main screen, Fanpy's icon turned into a black outline, denoting his defeat. Ouch, Latios commented telepathically as Ash returned Fanpy. You did a great job, Fanpy, Ash whispered to the Pokeball. That Rapidash is tired, Latios noted. I know, better knock it out fast, Ash thought as he grabbed his next Pokeball. Squirtle, you're up, Ash shouted as he threw the Pokeball. The turtle Pokemon appeared, still wearing his sunglasses. The Rapidash thought that Squirtle looked utterly cool with those shades and wondered how a pair of sunglasses would look on a Rapidash. Looks like Ash's next choice is a Squirtle, and a very cool one at that, the MC shouted, his voice booming all across the stadium. On the screen, the second square filled with Squirtle's icon, minus the sunglasses, much to the turtle's irritation. Macy grabbed a Pokeball. Rapidash, return. The Pokeball shot a thin red beam, returning Rapidash inside. She grabbed another one. Electabuzz, you're next. A large humanoid yellow and black striped Pokemon appeared. And seeing the type disadvantage, Macy changes Pokemon, the MC narrated. Electabuzz, use Thun, Macy started. Squirtle, return, Ash said, recalling Squirtle back into his Pokeball. He grabbed another Pokeball. Larvitar, you're up next, Ash shouted, throwing his Pokeball to the field. And Ash Ketchum also switches Pokemon, the MC narrated again. Larvitar's icon appeared in the last square in Ash's side. Macy looked surprised. She hadn't expected Ash to use two ground types. Electabuzz, Thunderbolt. The Electabuzz generated a rather large amount of electricity in its antennas, and fired it in the form of a bolt heading directly in Larvitar's direction, who didn't really care and didn't move an inch. The Thunderbolt struck him and didn't do anything. And unsurprisingly, that Thunderbolt has zero effect, the MC commented flatly. Macy growled slightly. Electabuzz, return. She recalled the electric type back into its Pokeball and grabbed the same Pokeball from before. Rapidash, go! She hurled the Pokeball and the large Fire Horse Pokemon reappeared. Ash smirked. I still have the advantage. Rapidash, use Flame Wheel, Macy ordered. Rapidash started running toward Larvitar at high speeds while a cloak of fire surrounded it. Ash covered his ears with his hands. Picking up his thoughts, Latios and Latios did the same. You should do it too, Latios advised the confused group that was seated behind Ash. Trusting the she-dragon's advice, Brock, Pikachu, Misty, and Bianca covered their ears as well. Larvitar, use Screech, Ash shouted, pressing his hands against his ears tighter. Larvitar took a deep breath and gave one of his signature ultra-powerful screeches. Rapidash stopped in its tracks and staggered around, shaking its head in pain as his eardrums were bombarded by the scream. And to make matters worse, a Rapidash can't cover its ears. Larvitar stopped screeching and looked at the dazed Rapidash. Larvitar, use Hidden Power, Ash commanded. Larvitar gathered his power and unleashed several white energy spheres at the Rapidash, who couldn't even move because of the splitting headache it got from Larvitar's screech. The energy balls struck Rapidash's side and effectively knocked it out. Thankfully, the referee was well prepared for a situation like this and thus had conveniently taken out a pair of earmuffs. Rapidash is unable to continue battling. Larvitar is the winner. It took Macy about a minute to return Rapidash, mainly because she was busy recovering from the screech. She returned her downed Rapidash, its image fading from the screen atop the stadium. She grabbed another Pokeball. Quilava, you're next. She hurled it, releasing her Quilava. Macy switches to Quilava. How will the match work out? Both trainers are tied with one Pokemon down, the MC announced dramatically. Quilava, use Flame Wheel, Macy ordered. Her Quilava started running toward Larvitar while his back flames erupted to the point that they covered the fire type completely. Larvitar, use Dig, Ash commanded calmly. Larvitar took a small dive toward the floor and dug, easily getting underground and avoiding Quilava's Flame Wheel. Soon after Quilava's Flame Wheel ended, Larvitar attacked him from below, giving Quilava a powerful punch to the gut. Quilava stumbled back a bit. Quilava, Flamethrower, Macy ordered. Quilava recovered quickly from the blow and spat a large stream of fire directly at the rock skin Pokemon. Larvitar, use Dig again, Ash commanded. Larvitar burrowed underground again, dodging the stream of fire. When he comes out, dodge, Quilava, Macy ordered, not wanting to take another super effective attack. The second Larvitar emerged from underground to strike Quilava. The volcano Pokemon quickly dodged to the side, getting out of the way of Larvitar's attack. Larvitar, use Bite, Ash shouted. Larvitar quickly twisted around and bit Quilava's arm, who cried in pain. Quilava, use Flame Wheel, Macy retorted, seeing that Quilava was in trouble. Quilava's body was covered in a thick layer of fire, along with Larvitar, but Larvitar's rock-like skin easily resisted the flames. If anything, it only made Larvitar bite even harder, drawing a small drop of blood from Quilava's arm. Larvitar, hang in there, use Hidden Power, Ash shouted. Larvitar's body emitted a faint outline as several white spheres appeared, quickly attacking Quilava, sending the volcano Pokemon flying from the sheer force of the attack. Oh no, Macy muttered. Quilava, return. She held out her Pokeball and recalled Quilava after seeing that the fire type had taken a very hard hit. And after some close combat, Macy decided to give Quilava a rest. The MC shouted. The crowd cheered. Macy grabbed a Pokeball. Electabuzz, go! Macy shouted, releasing the electric type again. How will Macy deal with the tough situation she's in? The MC wondered. Electabuzz, use Iron Tail, Macy shouted. The electric type rushed at Larvitar, its tail beginning to shine a bright white as it hardened to steel. Larvitar, catch it with Bite, Ash shouted, getting an idea. Larvitar shrugged, and just as Electabuzz swung around in an attempt to ram its tail against the rock-skin Pokemon, Larvitar quickly opened his mouth and caught the tail easily. Since he was very heavy, the momentum was unable to push Larvitar back even an inch. Hit it with a thunder punch, Macy ordered desperately. Electabuzz swung its fist as a large amount of electricity accumulated there. The punch struck Larvitar dead in the chest and did nothing. Again, Larvitar was too heavy for that, and the electricity didn't even faze Larvitar since he was a ground type. Larvitar, hidden power, Ash shouted. Larvitar once again glowed as several white energy spheres appeared beside him. He launched them at the Electabuzz at close range, and the electric type couldn't even hope to dodge because its tail was still in Larvitar's mouth. The hidden power spheres collided forcefully against Electabuzz's chest, sending him flying back. Finish this with Dig! Larvitar nodded and quickly burrowed underground. Electabuzz, watch out! Macy warned, but it was too late. By the time Electabuzz recovered from the close-range hidden power, it was struck from below by Larvitar. Electabuzz toppled over, his eyes two swirls. The referee nodded. Electabuzz is unable to battle. Larvitar is the winner. That is one strong Larvitar, folks, the MC commented, impressed by the rock-skin Pokemon. Macy growled. She reached for her remaining Pokeball. Quilava, you're up. The volcano Pokemon was released again. Larvitar, return, Ash shouted, recalling the rock-skin Pokemon back to his Pokeball. You were terrific, Ash praised, knowing that Larvitar could hear him. Squirtle, you're next, Ash shouted, once again releasing the cool turtle Pokemon. Squirtle appeared on the field, adjusting his shades slightly. Quilava blinked in confusion. Those are some cool shades, the Quilava admitted. Maybe I should get a pair. Thanks, Squirtle said. Quilava, use Swift, Macy shouted. Quilava snapped out of his admiration for Squirtle's shades and fired a volley of star-shaped projectiles at him. Squirtle, use Bubble, Ash shouted. Squirtle took a deep intake of air and fired a large amount of bubbles. The attacks collided and canceled each other out. Squirtle, use Water Gun, Ash commanded. Squirtle complied and spat a powerful stream of water. Macy saw that the attack was too fast to dodge, so she did the next best thing. Quilava, use Flame Wheel. Quilava coated himself in a layer of intense fire, but didn't charge at Squirtle. He stayed put, the water gun colliding with the flame shield and surprisingly vaporizing on contact with the flames. Ash's eyes widened. What? That's a very good defense, Latios commented. And Macy's Quilava performs a very original defense maneuver, the MC cried. Quilava, flamethrower, Macy ordered. Quilava opened his mouth and shot a strong jet of fire at Squirtle. Counter with water gun, Ash shouted. Squirtle shot another stream of water. The attacks collided and created a heavy cloud of steam. Great, now I can't see, Macy muttered. Water gun. What? Macy got no time to issue an order to Quilava as he was struck in the chest by a powerful water stream. He barely got to his feet, panting heavily. Great, Quilava is tired, that Larvitar dealt too much damage, Macy thought, desperately trying to find a way to turn the match around. Let's finish this, use Hydro Pump, Ash shouted. Squirtle nodded and tucked all his limbs into his shell. He then expelled a large amount of water from his sides as he span directly towards the startled Quilava. Stop that Squirtle with Flamethrower, Macy cried desperately. Quilava mustered what little strength he had left and fired a potent jet of fire. But the flames were extinguished as soon as they came in contact with Squirtle's attack. Squirtle rammed into Quilava hard, sending the volcano Pokemon back from the sheer force of the blow and knocking him out. Quilava is unable to battle. The winner of this match is Squirtle, the referee shouted. And the attack was too much for Quilava. We have a winner, Ash Ketchum, the MC shouted. The crowd cheered loudly. Macy smiled as she returned her downed Pokémon back to the Pokeball. That's one strong trainer, she thought with clear admiration. She walked to where Ash was jumping in joy with Squirtle. She held up her hand, getting Ash's attention. Thanks for that impressive battle. Ash smiled and returned the handshake. You're welcome. Macy turned around and walked to the exit, a small blush covering her cheeks. He's so strong, she thought dreamily. Ash soon walked to the exits, his friends following him. So, that means I have 3 points now? Ash asked, just to confirm. That's right, Brock answered. Congratulations, Lacius chimed telepathically. I'm one step closer to winning the Silver Conference, Ash muttered proudly, a fiery look of determination in his reddish eyes. Elsewhere, Giovanni walked down the corridors of the top-secret Team Rocket base under the Viridian Gym, about to check up on the progress of Team Rocket's next plan for world domination. He walked to a double door guarded by a pair of Team Rocket grunts. They saluted and allowed Giovanni inside. Giovanni had now entered a colossal laboratory. Shelves upon shelves of incredibly expensive equipment lined the walls. In the center of the lab were huge reactors of some sort. There were at least 24 or so scientists working in the lab. One of them broke away from his current task and walked up to Giovanni. Greeting, Master Giovanni, Professor Sebastian greeted. He was one of Team Rocket's best inventors, a tall man with a bowl-shaped gray hair, big square glasses, and a goatee. He was wearing a rather long lab coat. Giovanni grunted and glanced around. What's the progress on our ultimate weapon? Prof. Sebastian looked around. Fairly well, however, we are experiencing some difficulties. Giovanni looked visibly angered, but he tried to remain calm. Difficulties, you say? Can the project even be created as per my specifications? Prof. Sebastian nodded. Yes, sir, it can. However, if I am to successfully design and create the base for this project, I need more personnel and funds. Giovanni pondered this. You want more personnel and funds? If I give you that, can the project be finished successfully and with no setbacks? Prof. Sebastian nodded without hesitation. Yes, sir. This project will be Team Rocket's greatest achievement, Giovanni muttered. I'll assign Professor Napta and his scientist crew to help you. Who's that? Prof. Sebastian asked, clearly confused. I'm wondering the same thing, Giovanni muttered. Don't you mean Prof. Namla? Prof. Sebastian asked. He paused. No, that's not it either. You know who I mean. Tell him that he and his entire crew is to work in collaboration with you to achieve our greatest weapon, Giovanni ordered strictly. Very well, Prof. Sebastian said with a nod. Do you need more field agents? Giovanni asked. Prof. Sebastian shook his head. No, I already command and receive support from Hun and Attila. With the addition of agents Annie and Oakley, I should be fine. Giovanni sighed. I already gave you 10% of Team Rocket's funds. That's several million $, and you still need more. Prof. Sebastian nodded. While I'm making progress with the project, it's proving to be extremely expensive. I have sent full reports on what I have used the funds on. I'll sign an order to give the project another 10% of Team Rocket's funds. However, with Prof. Namba's or whatever his name is help and the funds, I expect this to be finished soon, or else, Giovanni said darkly. With that, he turned and walked out. Sebastian smirked and returned to working on his project. Chapter 13, Reaching the Finals. The past day had been amazing. With his victory over Macy, Ash had taken a huge leap toward the final rounds of the Silver Conference. Now all he had to do was wait and the results of the battle between Macy and Jackson to know what he needed to do to pass. Now in the early morning, we find our little group in the hotel room eating breakfast. The prospect of eating usually cheered Ash up, but Ash sighed in boredom. Yes, it had been fun to fight in the first battle of the second round. But he had never expected that fighting so soon meant he'd have to wait longer for his next battle. To make matters worse, the second battle of Block A was between Macy and Jackson. So he had to wait until all the other groups finished 2 of their battles before he could compete in the last one. This meant about a week or so without battles. Had fun. I fought yesterday and I want to battle again now, Ash whined. Can't you learn how to wait? Misty yelled in exasperation from the other side of the table. Laisha's laughed. She was eating Brock's special healthy poke food with all the Pokemon at the sides of the table. Is he like this all the time? Bianca asked curiously. Yes, Misty replied flatly. Ash made no comment and preferred to keep eating. Brock laughed. Well, we can do something constructive with that time. Like what? Ash asked. We could train your team a bit more, Brock suggested. Latios and Pikachu groaned while getting a sick feeling in their stomachs, which was bad considering they were also eating breakfast. Ash's ears perked up. Latias laughed and floated to her brother. What's up, bro? Can't take a few days of training? I hope you want to learn Steel Wing, sis. It was torture. Latios muttered. Latias laughed again. Yeah, Pikachu agreed dryly, rubbing his tail unconsciously. While he did this, Larvitar stole a bit of food from his plate. But cheer up! Training might be tiring, but at least it'll help us get better attacks and become stronger, Latias chided. Even if she didn't train as much as Latios did, she knew 4 attacks. But they were mostly for self-defense, which was something that she didn't really need considering that Latios would probably send anyone who dared hurt her to the emergency room of the hospital, if not to the grave. I guess she's right there, Pikachu muttered, looking at the Ian twins. Larvitar stole a bit more of Pikachu's food and quickly returned to his plate. Wonder what move we'll have to learn now. Pikachu turned back at his plate and resumed eating. He wondered why there was less food in it. Brock ignored them because all he could hear were squeals and coos and Pikachu saying his name. He wondered how Ash could make words out from that. Well, Ash, Brock started. I suggest various exercises to make them faster, stronger, and teach a new attack to those that need one, Brock finished. Pikachu and Latios glared daggers at Brock, and Latios contemplated giving him a headache. Thankfully, Brock was too busy looking in his Pokemon breeding book to notice. Larvitar took advantage of Pikachu's distraction and took another bite from the electric type's plate. Latias looked at them in amusement. It's not that bad. Latios and Pikachu sighed. Like we have a choice, Latios muttered. So Brock, what will they learn? Ash asked, mentally laughing at his Pokemon's complaints. I remember that Latias and Latios mentioned something about needing to develop their minds a bit more to be able to freely speak telepathically to anyone. I was checking if there were any mental exercises for psychics, Brock said, not taking his squinty eyes off the book. Seeing that the talk was about them, both he and Dragons listened closely. This sounds interesting, Latias telepathed. Well, according to this, to help a psychic develop stronger minds, they can lift heavy things telekinetically. That way, said psychic would gain greater mental capabilities and use psychic attacks with much stronger force, Brock read from his book. Latias looked confused. I thought meditating was a better way to do that. This comment just reminded her how much she hated meditating. It was so boring. Depends, Latios answered her. Meditating helps make our minds more focused, concentrated, sharper, and faster. Lifting heavy things helps makes our minds stronger and gives us more endurance, enabling us to use our psychic powers with greater ease and for longer periods of time without tiring so easily. Brock nodded. So you two could do a combination of both. It will help improve your development as psychics. Latias groaned. I hate meditating. It's so boring. It was now Latios' turn to laugh. Larvitar tried to grab a bite from Latias' plate, but the plate moved out of his reach on its own. He shrugged and returned to his plate. Brock continued. As for the rest of your team, Ash, we'll be helping them in their endurance, speed, or attack power, depending on the case. Ash nodded. Sure, let's go now, he said eagerly, then paused. But first let's finish breakfast. You wouldn't be so eager if you were the one working out, Pikachu deadpanned. Hey, I always train alongside you guys, Ash countered. Pikachu chuckled. With that, the group finished breakfast and Pikachu found himself puzzled that more than half his plate of food had apparently eaten itself. Well, at least Larvitar got a double fill. Soon, the group exited the hotel. Latios had to exit through the balcony again. They started walking to the forest near Empt Silver, their usual training place. From where they were, still in the main district of Silver Town, they could hear small explosions, the roar of the cheering crowd. and the MC's commentaries on the battles that were occurring right then. It was the second day, so Block C, F, G, and H were having their first battles. Ash didn't care, because his next battle wasn't for a while. At least his team could get some training in before his next match. Soon they entered the forest, heading down the path to the same spot they had used before the Silver Conference began. It was a perfect place to train as it had a bit of every terrain, and it was also a large clearing. As they headed toward the clearing, they discussed what to teach Ash's team. So, Latios and Latias are doing exercises to help make their minds stronger? Ash began, glancing at Brock. Do I have to? Latias whined. She was floating in her true form behind Bianca. Yes, sis, Latios said. This is going to be useful for both of us. Latias pouted but kept quiet. The tone in Latios' voice told her that she wasn't getting away from this. What about the rest of my Pokémon? Ash asked. Brock hummed in thought. Pikachu is fine overall, so he's just doing some exercises to improve his reflexes and speed. Larvitar will learn a new attack, he really needs one. Squirtle, Cyndaquil, and Bayleaf don't need new attacks, but they should do different exercises for improving attack power. Brock finished. Ash nodded. Pikachu sighed in relief. At least there's no more rock lifting, he muttered. Latios grimaced. Say that to yourself. I and my sis are lifting rocks. Pikachu laughed. It doesn't sound so hard to lift rocks with your mind. I mean, all you have to do is think to lift them, right? Pikachu queried, turning to look backwards at the Ian siblings, who were hovering just behind Ash. Latios sighed. You have no idea how hard it is. It's just as tiring as doing it physically. I can easily lift light things without tiring me, like you for example. But lifting a medium-sized rock is harder as I have to exert more mental power to pick it up. And lifting a big boulder could really tire me out quickly. The heavier the object, the faster it tires me mentally, Latios informed the electric mouse. Ouch, Pikachu commented. At least his training didn't include rocks. You have no idea, Latias muttered, not really looking forward to the training session. Brock looked at Ash. What are they arguing about now? Latias and Latios don't want to lift rocks, Ash translated. Brock laughed, until Latios and Latias got annoyed and gave him headaches. Then he shut up. Soon the group reached the clearing. Once inside, Ash proceeded to release his current Pokémon team. Bayleaf tackled and nuzzled Ash affectionately, and it took a full minute to get the zealous grass type off of Ash. Latias giggled. She wondered what it would be like if she tackled and nuzzled Ash so affectionately. Don't get any ideas, Latios said flatly in her mind. She giggled in reply. He sighed. Brock looked over to them. Okay, Latias and Latios, you should start your training, Brock started. Latias groaned, but followed Latios as they hovered to the rocky area of the clearing. Good luck, Ash called to the retreating dragons. Thanks, Latias called back. Who are they again? Squirtle whispered to Pikachu. Those are the two legendaries that travel with us now, Latias and Latios, Pikachu informed him. They're the mental voices you heard earlier. They're psychics. Ah, the water type muttered in comprehension. Okay, Larvitar, Brock started. Let's work on Rock Smash today. That's an attack that will be useful for you, and if you can learn it, we'll teach you a rock-type attack later. Larvitar, as usual, ignored him. Larvitar, Ash scolded. Larvitar grunted and awaited instructions. To learn Rock Smash, all you have to do is make sure you can punch strong enough to tear rocks apart. After you master Rock Smash, we'll see if we can teach you Rock Tomb, Brock finished. Larvitar nodded and walked to the rocky area of the clearing, where Latias and Latios were. He looked at the Ian twins, shrugged, and proceeded to beat the crap out of some rocks, not that they had any. Latias stared at the boulder in front of her. It was a little bigger than her. Brother, do I really have to lift this? I've never tried lifting something this heavy. I don't even know if I can. Latios chuckled. It's not that hard, sis. Your mind is stronger than you think. He gently nuzzled her. If you want, I'll go first. She smiled and nodded. Latios turned to a slightly larger boulder. This one was even larger than him. Latios' eyes shined a bright white as he exerted a large amount of his psychic powers. A faint blue outline surrounded the large rock as it slowly lifted off the ground. Latios gave a small pant. The rock was heavy. That and he wasn't used to lifting such heavy objects, but this was why he was doing this exercise, to help him lift heavier objects, and to gain superior mental endurance, as well as boost his psychic powers. Latios lowered the boulder back to the ground and gave another pant. "See, sis, you can do it. Yours is smaller." Latios nodded. "Okay, Latios." Latios looked at her boulder. It was about half the size of the one Latios had lifted. Her eyes shined brightly as she exerted as much of her psychic abilities as she could. Slowly, the boulder was lifted off the ground. After keeping the boulder floating for a few seconds, she lowered it back with a thud. She grinned happily. "I did it!" Latios smiled at his sister's enthusiasm. He always loved seeing her smiling and happy. Before he could react accordingly, she tackled him affectionately. He hugged her back gently. "See, I told you it was easy. But we have to continue. Brother, after we finish lifting rocks, what are we going to do?" Latios asked. "Meditate. It will help us see how much we have improved. And it's pretty good training too," Latios answered. Knowing that she couldn't deny it, Latios nodded, and together, the Ian twins continued their training. Meanwhile, Brock was explaining what the others are going to do. "As for the rest of you," Brock said, turning to Bayleaf, Squirtle, Cyndaquil, and Pikachu, "we'll be working on the strength of your attacks, as well as your aim and ability to maintain attacks consecutively, except Pikachu, we're working on his speed and reflexes." Pikachu shrugged, but then connected the dots. He paled and turned to Brock. "You aren't going to." "Sorry, Pikachu," Brock started. "I can't understand you." Pikachu sighed. "Why is it always me?" Bayleaf giggled. "You should start running," she said happily. Pikachu quickly took off with quick attack, and not a second too soon, because a flamethrower courtesy of Cyndaquil slammed into where he had just been standing. Squirtle proceeded to fire a series of quick water guns. With all his training as a firefighter, they were extremely precise. Pikachu barely dodged them, even using a combination of agility and quick attack. "This is going to be hard. Squirtle's aim is almost perfect," Pikachu thought. Ash looked as Pikachu dodged Squirtle, Bayleaf, and Cyndaquil's attacks. Apparently, Pikachu was having a hard time evading Squirtle's attacks. Ash chuckled. "I'll go check on Latios, and Larvitar," he said to Brock. Brock nodded. "Okay, Ash, I'll keep an eye on Pikachu." Ash nodded and walked to where the Ian dragons were. Misty laughed as she saw Pikachu frenetically dodging the attacks. "He's going to end up tired." Brock nodded in agreement. The both took a seat and watched Pikachu and the others train. Pikachu jumped over a solar beam and then disappeared with a burst of speed from his quick attack, easily dodging a flamethrower. But just as he landed, he ran again using agility, sidestepping Squirtle's water guns. Bianca looked around and smiled. The view was quite beautiful. From the clearing she could see Empt, Silver, and much of the surrounding forest. "It's a good thing I brought these with me," she thought as she took out a sketchbook, a pencil, and some coloring pencils. While the others were training, she was sure she could draw a good number of things. That and she was eager to show Latios and Latios how much her painting has improved. She took a seat at the base of one of the trees and looked for something to draw. In the distance she spotted Latios, and Ash. She smiled, pictured the scene in her mind, and began to draw. Meanwhile, a few dozen feet from Bianca, Ash was looking at how Latios and Latios kept two rocks floating. "Amazing," Ash muttered. He turned to look at Larvitar and walked over to him. Larvitar had a rock about the same size as him in front of him. He took a step back and threw a punch at the rock with all his might. The rock cracked, but nothing else happened. Larvitar sighed. Ash smiled, crouched, and patted him on the back, letting him know he was there to help. Larvitar smiled and began again. With that, the hours passed by and the group kept training. All the Pokémon knew that this training would be useful in future battles at the Silver Conference. The toughest battles were surely about to come. Latios spent most of the time rock lifting and meditated for about half an hour. Their minds were a bit weary from exerting their psychic powers so much. But they were fine in other ways and felt their psyches getting stronger. Larvitar hadn't mastered Rock Smash despite Ash's cheers and encouragement. There was a time where Ash was about to try Rock Smash himself to cheer Larvitar up. But Latios stopped him, not wanting Ash to break his hand punching a rock. As for Pikachu, he could barely stand after all his running around, so he was in his favorite resting spot, Ash's shoulder. Surprisingly, he had been hit a very small number of times. For now, the group was heading back to Silver Town, their training at an end for the day. The sky was already starting to darken a bit. "Man, I'm beat," Pikachu complained. Ash smiled and patted Pikachu's head affectionately, earning him a comforted caw. Latias and Latios didn't seem physically tired, but everyone knew that their minds were probably exhausted. Ash noticed Bianca looking at her sketchbook. "What's that?" Ash asked. Bianca looked at her hands. "This? It's my sketchbook. I always have one with me." Ash looked at her in surprise. "Did you draw all day?" Bianca nodded. "Yes, feel free to look." She handed Ash her sketchbook, open to the current page. Latias and Latios hovered closer to Ash and looked over his shoulders, clearly interested in Bianca's art. Ash looked at the book. On the first page was a drawing depicting Latias and Latios hugging each other. Ash smiled. "Ah, they look so cute here." Latia's jaw dropped. She was clearly impressed, and not just because of the scene her best friend had drawn. It was the quality of the picture that really stunned her. She had captured a nice moment in the drawing. It was so real, almost like a photo. All the colors were perfect, her and Latios' feather patterns and other small details. And both her and Latios' bodies were perfectly proportioned. She also captured the emotion quite well in the drawing. Latios had a gentle smile as he hugged her while Latias was, as usual, grinning broadly. "Bianca," Latias started, "how did you get so good? Now I'll never catch up to you." Bianca laughed. "Well, ever since you two left, I didn't have anything to do aside from tending to the garden every day. Don't worry, you two. I've made sure it's still as lovely as ever. Anyway, I had a lot of free time, so I practiced my drawing." Latias smiled. "The drawing is beautiful. It's so real. Good work," she praised, flying closely and nuzzling Bianca affectionately. Bianca giggled, getting tickled by Latia's very fine feathers. Latias returned to hovering behind Ash as they kept looking at Bianca's drawings. There was one of Emd, Silver, one of Larvitar, another of Pikachu dodging a combination attack from Bayleaf and Cyndaquil, and about 3 different drawings of Latias and Latios, all of perfect quality. Latias was the most impressed by her friend's technique. Soon after, the group reached Silver Town. It was still clear, though the sky was a bit darkened. Ash turned to Brock. "So, are we going to train my team for the rest of the days I don't have battles?" Ash asked. Pikachu prayed that Brock would say no, but he already knew the answer. "Yes, Ash, we are going to train until you battle again, but we'll give your team a day off before the match so they can rest. We'll also alternate the Pokémon a bit so more of your team gets training. The only ones that are going every day will be Latios and Pikachu," Brock answered. Pikachu wanted to use Thunder on the pervert, and Latios was contemplating giving him another headache. "Wow, how is it that you're always prepared for these training schedule things?" Ash asked, impressed that Brock always knew who to train, what to train, and how to train. "A Pokémon breeder always has to be ready," Brock said proudly. "Helping you is a great way to practice. That, and without my help you'd be toast." "Hey, that's not true," Ash yelled. "I was joking, but it's always nice to help," Brock replied kindly. "Thanks," Ash thanked him. Latias smiled. This was one of the only things she accepted Brock's presence for. If only he weren't a complete pervert. As they were walking, a pair of young girls passed beside them. Brock turned around to walk towards them but came face to face with Latia's human form. Brock sighed and didn't make a comment. Bianca laughed. She was actually enjoying her stay with Ash's group. It looked like Latias and Latios found an interesting group of trainers to be with. "I'll go get a drink. I'm thirsty," she said, walking to a nearby stand. Ash took a few steps forward, taking in the sights of Silver Town, when suddenly Macy appeared in front of him. "Hi." Ash blinked in confusion at her sudden appearance, but still returned the greeting. Hello, Macy. Macy smiled broadly. Thank you so much. A little after our battle, my dear Quilava evolved into a Typhlosion. Ash smiled. Congratulations. I wanted to ask you if you'd like to have dinner with me to celebrate, Macy asked, a lovesick gleam in her eyes. The second she said that, for some unknown reason, Lacious and Misty felt a sudden stab of jealousy. They glared at the girl, but she didn't notice. I don't know, I usually have dinner with my friends, Ash argued. Aw, come on. It'll be like a date, Macy implied, grabbing Ash's hand. She looked into Ash's confused eyes and immediately thought that he had the prettiest eyes in the world. Those dark red eyes were so dreamy, well, at least to Macy. Lacious and Misty were fuming by now. Brock exploded in tears. He saw Lacious and Misty's reactions of clear jealousy, meaning that they were interested in Ash. And not only that, but a girl was asking the younger trainer out on a date. Brock had always wanted that. How? What's Ash's secret to getting girls to like him? I must know. He began crying in a lonely corner. Lacious was highly amused by the feelings he was sensing in his sister's mind through their link. He chuckled. This is going to be good. He was as usual floating a dozen feet in the air, but descended a little to get a closer look at the scene. Ash blinked in confusion. What's a date? He asked. Pikachu face-faulted, causing him to fall off Ash's shoulder and hit the pavement with a loud thud. Macy smiled mischievously. Don't worry, I'll explain step by step what a date is since we're on ours, that is. Lacious and Misty couldn't take it anymore. The look on their faces promised pain and agony for the younger trainer. Misty stepped forward and grabbed Ash's other hand. Sorry, but Ash is busy, Misty declared. Macy blinked. And who are you, his girlfriend or what? Misty blanched and shook her head rapidly. And no, I'm his coach during battles. Macy glared back. Then that doesn't give you the right to interrupt his personal life. Both let go of a very confused Ash's hands and glared at each other and failed to notice Lacious pushing Ash and walking off with him. Hey Ash, why don't you go and order dinner for us at the hotel? That way it'll be there when we arrive, so we can eat sooner. Ash's stomach growled. He grinned. Great idea, thanks. He took off running toward the hotel, completely oblivious to what was happening in his wake. That was a good one, Pikachu commented to Lacious, who was hovering behind him invisibly. I agree, this is getting good, Lacious telepathed in reply. Lacious walked to the still glaring Macy and Misty. She smiled and waited for them to notice her. When they did, they looked around in confusion. Where's Ash? Macy asked, glaring at the Bianca-disguised Lacious. What did you do to him? Are you his girlfriend now or what? Lacious blushed a bright red. She quickly shook her head. Macy looked around and sighed. Too bad, Ash left already. Anyway, I'll see him later. I have to go. With that said, Macy turned around and walked away. Lacious and Misty sighed in relief. They glanced at each other. Why did you react like that? They questioned each other, one vocally and the other telepathically. They stared into each other's eyes, both filled with suspicion. They couldn't make any further accusations because Brock appeared beside them. Why? He yelled at them. Lacious and Misty started at him in confusion. What's Ash's secret? That girl wanted a formal date with him and you two are obviously interested in him. Why? Hello, did I miss anything? Bianca asked casually as she walked back to the group, holding a can of soda. Where is Ash? Why is Brock crying? She asked, confused. Misty and Lacious looked at each other and shrugged, trying not to laugh. I'm hungry. Let's go to the hotel, Misty said. Yeah, Lacious agreed. With that, they walked toward the hotel. Bianca looked at them oddly and followed after a moment. Pikachu and Lacious laughed themselves silly, though Lacious did it a few hundred feet in the air so no one could hear him. After he finally regained his breath, he descended until he was above Pikachu. Let's go back to the hotel too, the mouse muttered, walking after Misty, Lacious, and Bianca. Sure, Lacious agreed. He followed, hovering above the electric type. Pikachu glanced up. Lacious? Yes, Lacious replied. What about Brock? Pikachu asked, looking back at the former gym leader. He'll be fine, Lacious said. He'll notice we're gone and head to the hotel after some time. Okay, Pikachu replied with a shrug. The group later reunited at the hotel and had a really nice dinner. The Pokémon enjoyed the meal the most as they were quite tired from all the training. Thankfully, after a quick peek at his thoughts, Latius found out that Ash thought that all that Macy wanted was to thank him for her Quilava's evolution. He didn't have a clue that Macy wanted him as a boyfriend. For once, Latius blessed Ash's cluelessness. Brock barely talked through the whole meal because he was still full of jealousy towards Ash. He was still questioning Ash's secret to attracting girls. The only time he tried to ask Ash about that topic, he was driven off by a subtle glare from Misty that clearly said, "Pervert him and I will kill you." Soon after that, the group went to sleep. As the days passed, Ash kept on training his Pokémon team. He alternated every day so that most of his Pokémon got some decent training. The only ones that were always present were Latios, Pikachu, and Larvitar. By the end of the week, the little rock and ground type had learned both Rock Smash and Rock Tomb. And Latios and Latios' psychic abilities had improved greatly. Now they could both lift large boulders with ease for long periods of time. They were very proud of themselves. The only day they hadn't trained much was the day they went to Silver Stadium to watch the battle between Macy and Jackson. It had been a really intense match, but at the end, Macy's Typhlosion proved to be too much for Jackson, earning Macy her first second-round victory. This was very good for Ash. It meant that with him and Macy tied at the lead with 3 points, all Ash had to do was either defeat or tie with Jackson to pass to the final round, and as usual he was very confident he would win. On the last day before Ash's battle with Jackson, everyone enjoyed themselves in Silver Town. The Pokémon had a day off so they could be at their best when the battle came. Latios, Misty, and Bianca had gone shopping. Ash wondered what was so special about that, but Latios had said it was a girl thing. Latios quietly followed them, most likely keeping an eye on his sister. Brock and Ash registered Ash's team for the match and talked about what Ash should do to battle better. They also looked at Gary's record. Both were impressed by the sheer number of Pokémon Gary had. They later went to the souvenir area to see if there was anything interesting for sale. Brock was itching to talk to Ash about girls, but before Latios left, she had told Brock that when she returned she was going to peek at Ash's thoughts, and if she found any memory of a talk with him about that, Brock would suffer, so he didn't push his luck. After everyone returned and had a nice night's rest, the day of Ash's second battle finally arrived. After a quick breakfast, Ash set out for the stadium. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the Silver Stadium Battle Arena. "Your trainer ID, please," the guard said. Ash took out his Pokédex and showed it to the guard. After verifying that Ash was registered for the next battle, the guard moved aside and let Ash pass. "They're with me," Ash told the guard, motioning to his friends. The guard nodded and allowed them to pass as well. Latios was in her Pokémon form, invisible. Once the group entered, Ash stood at the trainer's box, Latios and Latios beside him, as usual, masked by their invisibility. His friends took seats at the bench behind Ash. Ash looked across the field and noted that Jackson was already present. He had a green shirt with white shorts and clear brown hair with a strange haircut. "Ash Ketchum has arrived to the field," the MC boomed over the speakers. Block A is currently led by Ash and Macy with 3 points each. A victory for Ash or a tie will make him the winner of Block A, the MC informed the crowd. They cheered loudly, expecting another great battle. The referee nodded to both trainers. "This will be a 3-on-3 Pokémon battle. The winner will be declared when a trainer loses all 3 Pokémon. Substitutions are allowed to both trainers." On the huge screen atop the stadium, Ash's and Jackson's photos appeared, along with the usual spinning red and green circle. Ash was on the red side and Jackson on the green. The segmented wheel stopped spinning and landed on a green segment, meaning that Jackson went first, a good thing for Ash. "Well, looks like first move is for Jackson of New Barktown," the MC announced. Jackson looked in Ash's direction. "Let's have a great battle," he called. Ash nodded back. Jackson grabbed a Pokeball. "Golduck, I choose you." He hurled the Pokeball, releasing a mid-sized blue duck-like Pokémon. On the screen atop the stadium, Golduck's icon appeared in the first slot for Jackson's team. Ash smirked. "Pikachu, let's go!" Pikachu nodded and hopped off Ash's shoulder, entering the battlefield. Pikachu's icon also appeared on the screen, in the first slot on Ash's side. "The first battle will be Jackson's Golduck versus Ash's Pikachu," the MC said unnecessarily. The referee nodded. "Begin!" "Thunderbolt!" Ash shouted quickly. Pikachu's cheeks started releasing sparks and fired a large bolt of electricity at the Golduck. "Golduck, turn that attack back with Psychic," Jackson ordered. Golduck's eyes glowed a little as it tried to grab Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Surprisingly, the attack broke the psychic hold and kept coming. "Shield with Protect," Jackson cried, improvising on the fly. Golduck was quickly surrounded by a green shield, effectively blocking the electric attack. Why did that psychic attack fail to block Pikachu's Thunderbolt? Ash thought. That psychic attack was too weak, and Pikachu's attack too strong. Besides, a Golduck is no psychic type, so any psychic attacks from it are pretty weak. "Latios or I could have turned that Thunderbolt around," Latios answered telepathically. "Thanks," Ash thought. "Quick attack!" he shouted. Pikachu began running at an impressive speed. And just as Golduck's Protect shield dropped, Pikachu crashed into his chest. The Golduck cried in pain, the force temporarily knocking the wind out of it and causing it to stagger back a few steps. "Ouch, that was a rather hard blow," the MC cried dramatically. "Golduck, hang in there." "Use Hydro Pump," Jackson countered. Golduck quickly opened its beak and fired a potent blast of water at Pikachu. "Get out of the way with agility," Ash ordered. Pikachu suddenly disappeared from view, evading the Hydro Pump. "Iron Tail," Ash shouted, wanting to take advantage of Pikachu's speed burst. "Golduck, let's get up close. Use Scratch," Jackson ordered. Golduck brought up its arms, blocking Pikachu's Iron Tail swing. Golduck did a horizontal swipe, but Pikachu quickly twisted his body, effectively avoiding the scratch. He continued the spin, hitting Golduck's chest with his still glowing tail. "Impressive show of close combat," the MC announced excitedly. The crowd cheered. Thunderbolt, Pikachu's cheeks sparked and a powerful bolt of electricity was fired directly at Golduck, who was too close to move out of the way. Jackson was not out yet, though. "Amnesia," Jackson ordered frantically. A completely blank look appeared on Golduck's face as he was hit by the electricity, sending hundreds of volts across its body. Once the electroshock ended, Ash was surprised to find his attack hadn't done as much damage as he had expected. "What the shouldn't that electric attack have done more?" Ash asked in confusion. "Amnesia is an attack that, by making the user forget things, raises its defense against special attacks," Latios informed him. Ash got even more confused. "How does forgetting things make your defense against special attacks stronger?" Latios blinked. "I have no idea, brother." "Honestly, I don't know," Latios replied telepathically. They were interrupted by Jackson's voice. "Ice Beam!" he shouted. Golduck opened its beak and a power blast of freezing energy was fired, causing the temperature to drop a few degrees. Latios and Latios flew back a few feet, not wanting the cold to make them lose their concentration and become visible. "Pikachu, dodge with quick attack!" Ash cried. Pikachu began running around, easily dodging the ice beams. "That's some acrobatic dodging, folks," the MC shouted, astounded. "Squirtle's water guns are harder to evade," Pikachu thought smugly as he ran back and forth, easily dodging the beams. Soon, Golduck ran out of power and closed its beak with a small pant. "Now, use Iron Tail on the ice," Ash shouted. Pikachu's tail glowed a bright white as he charged at one of the ice trails that had formed from the ice beam. With a powerful swing of his tail, Pikachu shattered the ice, sending a barrage of ice shards at Golduck. The water type had no time to dodge as its body was hit by the frozen barrage. "That's an impressive way to turn an opponent's attack against him," the MC shouted. The crowd cheered. In the stands, Macy had hearts over her eyes. "Pikachu, finish this with thunder," Ash shouted. Pikachu's cheeks sparkled violently as a colossal column of electricity was sent toward the water type, who was too stunned by the ice needles to get out of the way. The blue duck cried in pain as a tremendous amount of electricity coursed through its body. Unable to keep up with the damage, the water type fainted. Golduck is unable to continue battling, the referee shouted. Jackson sighed and returned his downed Pokémon. On the screen, Golduck's image turned gray, denoting its defeat. Jackson grabbed another Pokeball. Magneton, you're up! Jackson threw the Pokeball and a mid-sized Pokémon appeared. It looked like 3 Magnemite locked together. However, the color of the magnet ends was black and gray instead of the usual blue and red, indicating that this was a shiny Pokémon. On the screen, Magneton's icon appeared on the second slot in Jackson's side. Ash was just about to continue battling with Pikachu until Latios interrupted him. Ash, switch Pikachu out, he suggested telepathically. Ash paused. Why? Magneton is a steel and electric type. Pikachu only has normal, electric, and steel type attacks. None of them do much damage to a Pokémon with Magneton's type combination, Latios informed him. You're right, thanks Latios, Ash said. You're welcome, Latios replied. Pikachu, return, he shouted. Pikachu gave him a puzzled look. Just get back here, okay? Pikachu shrugged and obeyed. Magneton is a steel type, so he grabbed a Pokeball. Cyndaquil, I choose you. The small fire type appeared and yawned. Now's not the time for a nap, Ash yelled. All right, Cyndaquil muttered. Meanwhile, the orange surrounding Pikachu faded, but his icon remained, indicating he was still a battle-capable Pokémon. Cyndaquil's icon appeared on the second slot. And Ash makes an intelligent switch. The MC bellowed. Cyndaquil, use flamethrower, Ash shouted. The flames on Cyndaquil's back burst to life as he fired a large stream of fire at the magnet Pokémon. Magneton, counter with Thunderbolt, Jackson said. Magneton's magnets began to emit a buzzing sound as they all fired a large cluster of electricity at the incoming flame stream. The attacks collided and exploded. Thunder, Jackson shouted. Out of the smoke, a colossal lightning bolt was fired at Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil, use Flame Wheel to protect yourself, Ash ordered, recalling Macy's maneuver. The flames on Cyndaquil's back lit up vividly and expelled a large amount of fire, covering Cyndaquil completely. The thunder struck the flame shield but was unable to penetrate it, the intensity of the flames successfully stopping the attack. After Cyndaquil had successfully shielded himself in the flames, he charged at the Magneton. And Cyndaquil is charging at Magneton. That fire-type attack can be dangerous, the MC muttered dramatically. Magneton, use Magnet Rays, Jackson shouted. Several magnetic rings appeared around Magneton and it elevated off the ground. Cyndaquil jumped to compensate, but he was unable to reach it. Now, use Sonic Boom, Jackson commanded. Magneton started emitting a faint white glow. And then a loud metallic clang was heard as a shockwave was fired at Cyndaquil. The small fire type was unable to react as the shockwave struck him, knocking him back. Flamethrower, Ash shouted. Cyndaquil opened his mouth and fired a large stream of fire directly at Magneton. Dodge it, Jackson called. Magneton descended until he was at ground level, causing Cyndaquil's attack to fly overhead. Jackson smirked. Now's my chance. Thunder Wave. The magnets around Magneton's body started emitting blue lightning that hit Cyndac, giving him a small shock and causing him to feel a little numb. He had just gotten paralyzed. Now, finish this with Tri-Attack. The top and 2 bottom screws of Magneton's body started emitting various forms of energy. The top one started gathering electricity, the bottom left one generated cold energy, and the one to the right started gathering heat energy. A thin white line joined all 3 spheres and the energies started mixing, forming a bright white triangle with a different energy ball on each tip. The triangle was fired directly at Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil, counter with Flamethrower, Ash shouted, knowing that the incoming attack was powerful. Cyndaquil tried to move, but a quick jolt of electricity shot through his body. He was still paralyzed. With no way to dodge or counter, Cyndaquil braced himself for impact. Cyndaquil can't move. This could be the end, the MC cried dramatically. Cyndaquil was struck by the attack, the impact sending him flying into the wall of the arena. The attack dissipated in a triangular pattern and Cyndaquil fell to the ground, his eyes turned into swirls. Cyndaquil is unable to continue battling, the referee called. Up on the screen, Cyndaquil's icon faded completely. Ash growled slightly as he returned Cyndaquil and grabbed his next Pokeball. Bulbasaur, let's go! He threw the Pokeball and a small four-legged Pokemon with a bulb on his back appeared. On the top of the screen, Bulbasaur's icon appeared. And after a surprising defeat for his Cyndaquil, Ash's next choice is a Bulbasaur. The MC announced the obvious. Be careful, Bulbasaur, that Magneton is tough, Ash warned. Bulbasaur nodded. Anything I should watch for? The Seed Pokemon asked. He already knew that Ash could understand Pokemon, as the previous day he had been called before his registration and thus got the chance to talk to Ash a bit. Watch out for Thunder Wave. Magneton will try to paralyze you and then finish you with Tri-Attack, Ash warned. Bulbasaur nodded and faced Magneton. Jackson chuckled. Let's make a quick win. Hit that Bulbasaur with Thunder Wave. Magneton's magnets buzzed as they emitted the same odd blue electricity that had paralyzed Cyndaquil. Bulbasaur, use Tackle, Ash shouted, getting an idea. Bulbasaur was confused as to why Ash would want him to charge at the Thunder Wave, especially when Ash had warned him to be careful with it. But as usual, he trusted Ash and began running directly at Magneton and the Thunder Wave. Jump with the help of Vine Whip, Ash shouted. Bulbasaur smirked, getting Ash's plan. He extended his vines from the base of the bulb on his back and hit the floor hard with them, using them to jump over the Thunder Wave. Now, use Leech Seed. Bulbasaur adjusted himself in midair as a seed appeared on the tip of his bulb. Oh, no you don't! Thunder! Jackson shouted. Magneton aimed and fired a large electric blast at the airborne Bulbasaur. Just before the thunder struck, Bulbasaur fired his Leech Seed. The small seed flew upward, evading the thunder and landing on one of Magneton's screws. The thunder struck Bulbasaur, knocking him to the ground. Fortunately, electricity didn't damage grass types that much, so he was okay. The seed in Magneton's top screw opened and several vines sprouted and wrapped around Magneton, glowing as they drained its energy. It sagged, losing power. This is a very intense battle, folks, the MC commented excitedly. The crowd cheered. Bulbasaur, use Razor Leaf, Ash commanded. The grass type nodded and fired several sharp spinning leaves at the magnet Pokemon. Magneton, use Discharge, Jackson shouted. Magneton began emitting an uncontrollable buzz as it fired electric bolts in all directions. Most of the Razor Leafs were destroyed on contact. Bulbasaur began to dodge frantically as the lightning bolts struck everywhere, some managing to strike him. He panted tiredly. This was a strong Magneton. Even with the Leech Seed, it wasn't going down. Solar Beam, Ash shouted once Magneton's discharge attack had stopped. Bulbasaur began to draw the sun's rays into the bulb on his back. Magneton, try attack, Jackson countered. Magneton began charging the same attack that had knocked out Cyndaquil. Looks like this will be a very powerful clash. Everyone get ready, the MC warned excitedly. After a minute of charging their attacks, with a loud battle cry, Bulbasaur fired the Solar Beam. A bright white energy beam that shined with the sun's power, and Magneton buzzed and fired the triangle-shaped attack. The attacks clashed in the center of the arena and released a very powerful explosion. Everyone in the stadium was pushed to their seats as the shockwaves from the blast reached them. What a powerful clash! The MC cried. The explosion petered out, leaving a cloud of smoke. When the smoke finally cleared, both Magneton and Bulbasaur were knocked out. The referee nodded. Both Bulbasaur and Magneton are unable to continue battling. Both Pokemon's icons faded off the screen, leaving only Ash's Pikachu in the first slot and a last unused slot in Jackson's party. Both trainers returned their Pokemon. Ash looked at Pikachu. Good luck, buddy. It's all up to you now. Pikachu nodded and jumped off Ash's shoulder, entering the field. Don't mess up, Laisha's telepathed playfully to Pikachu. Why have you been so quiet lately? Ash thought. We haven't had anything to comment about? Latios responded. Jackson grabbed his last Pokeball. Meganium, you're up next. The large grass type, a large pale green dinosaur, like Pokemon with a large pink flower around its neck, appeared. Jackson smirked. Meganium is my strongest Pokemon. You can't beat it. I don't think so. Pikachu, get ready, Ash countered. The last battle. Who shall win? The MC bellowed. Up on the screen, Meganium's icon filled the last of Jackson's slots. That Pikachu is very fast. I need to be careful, Jackson thought. Meganium used Razor Leaf. A large flurry of leaves was shot from the back of Meganium's flower, heading directly at Pikachu. Pikachu, dodge with quick attack, Ash shouted. Pikachu began running at the razor leaves, easily sidestepping to dodge them, each leap and bound getting him closer to Meganium. Stay in one place, you little Rattata, Meganium shouted in frustration as Pikachu evaded the razor leaves. Tangle him up with Vine Whip, Jackson shouted. Meganium slid to vines out from the sides of his neck flower and shot them in Pikachu's direction. Let him hit you, but grab onto the vines, Ash shouted, having, as usual, some very weird but very effective ideas. Pikachu looked confused but knew Ash was good when it came to unusual tactics. He stopped and braced himself. Both of the vines struck him and pushed him back, but he managed to grab onto one of them. Now, use Thunder. Ha! Take this! Pikachu bellowed as he released a colossal amount of electricity, which surged up the vine and shocked Meganium. He cried in pain and gritted his teeth, spinning about and sending Pikachu flying. The mouse flipped through the air and landed safely a few dozen feet away from the grass type. Meganium, use Earthquake, Jackson shouted. Meganium grinned as he stood on his two hind legs and stomped on the ground, sending a powerful tremor across the battlefield. Pikachu, use your tail to jump, Ash shouted. Pikachu nodded and struck his tail on the ground as hard as he could, using the recoil to jump over the earthquake. Pikachu can't move in the air, use Body Slam, Jackson shouted. Meganium began to run towards the falling Pikachu, hitting him in the chest rather hard. Pikachu, guessing Ash's next order, rode it out and grabbed onto Meganium's head. Thunder! Ash shouted. Pikachu's cheeks sparked as he released a tremendous amount of electricity, shocking the grass type. With a swing of his head, Meganium managed to pry off Pikachu and fling him away. Solar Beam! Jackson shouted. Meganium's neck petals began to shine brightly as he absorbed the sun's rays. Pikachu landed, looking at Meganium. Quick, use Thunderbolt! Ash shouted. Pikachu's cheeks sparkled as he fired a lightning bolt at the grass type several seconds too late. Meganium had already finished charging up. With a mighty battle cry, he fired the solar beam. The white beam crashed against the thunderbolt. Even though Pikachu was pumping as much electricity as he could into it, his thunderbolt gave in and was torn apart by the solar beam. Pikachu, use Agility! Pikachu cut off the feed to his thunderbolt and quickly jumped to the side. The solar beam striking where he had just been a second ago, causing an explosion that sent Pikachu flying. And another intense battle. Ash and Jackson have surely given us one of the best second-round battles of this year's Silver Conference, the MC shouted. The crowd cheered in agreement. That's it, Jackson shouted. Let's finish this with Hyper Beam, he bellowed. You're toast, you little Rattata, Meganium shouted as he opened his mouth and started gathering a sphere of volatile orange energy. Pikachu stood up and tried to move away, but he flinched in tiredness, panting for breath. Oh great, Pikachu is too tired. I have to think of something, Ash thought frantically as he saw the energy orb in Meganium's mouth get bigger with every passing second. Suddenly, he got an idea. Latios, will this work? Ash thought. Latios scanned Ash's thoughts. I'm not entirely sure, but it's worth a shot, he telepathed. Pikachu, use Iron Tail as a shield, Ash shouted just as Meganium fired the potent hyper beam. Pikachu nodded as he concentrated what little energy he had left, momentarily forgetting his tiredness as the orange energy beam got closer by the second. His tail glowed a bright white as it acquired steel-like properties. Pikachu swung his tail so it was in front of him not a second too late, because the hyper beam crashed against his hardened tail, pushing him back, but Pikachu held strong. The hyper beam got split into many smaller beams by Pikachu's tail as they flew past him, shattering the earth behind. Seeing this, Ash got an idea. "Return it!" he shouted. Pikachu smirked and swung his tail widely, deflecting the last remnants of the hyper beam back into the stunned Meganium. The last fragment of the hyper beam struck Meganium in the chest, creating a small explosion and pushing him back. He grunted in pain. Looking down, he saw several burns left on his skin. "WHAT, the MC cried, impressed. "I've never seen anything like this before." The entire stadium burst into cheers. "Now, end this, Pikachu," Ash encouraged. Pikachu nodded and mustered as much of his energy as he could. With his still glowing tail, he charged at Meganium. "Oh no," Jackson whispered. "Get out of the way," he shouted. Meganium tried to move, but a spasm of exhaustion ran through his body. A Pokemon must rest a few seconds after using a move as powerful as Hyper Beam. "Take this," Pikachu shouted as he leaped and struck Meganium on the side with a swing of his iron tail. Meganium cried in pain as he toppled over and fainted. Pikachu landed and gave a series of shallow pants. He was tired as hell. Meganium is unable to continue battling. "Victory goes to Ash of Pallet Town," the referee shouted. "And Ash Ketchum has one block of folks. He is moving to the final rounds and the top 16 trainers of this silver conference," the MC informed. The crowd cheered. Again. "Yes," Ash shouted, running to the field and lifting up the tired Pikachu in a hug as Jackson returned his Meganium. "You were great," Jackson whispered to the Pokeball as he left the arena. In the meantime, Ash kept jumping up and down happily as he celebrated his victory. "Congratulations," Lacious cheered, hovering over and giving Ash a quick hug. She pulled away quickly, not wanting Ash to make an awkward movement because of her hug. "Thanks," Ash thanked. He rubbed Pikachu's head affectionately. "Thanks to you too, buddy. You were impressive," Ash praised. Pikachu smiled happily. Meanwhile, up in the stands, a certain trainer smiled. "Impressive, Ash," Gary whispered. He stood up and walked to the exit. "Enjoy your victory now, because no matter what happens, I'm winning the Silver Conference, even if I face you." He wasn't the only trainer who was smiling. "I'm so gonna marry him," Macy squealed. Chapter 14, Clash of Rivals. Finally, Ash exclaimed happily. Everyone smiled, understanding his good mood. He had made it to the top 16 trainers in the Johto League Silver Conference, a very impressive feat. After a wait of a few days while the rest of the blocks finished their battles, and a rest day between the second round and the finals, today our heroes were going to the administrative area to learn about Ash's first final round battle. Bianca smiled. "So, you actually made it to the finals?" "Of course I did," Ash exclaimed cheerfully. He paused. "So, how do they work?" Brock took out his Silver Conference guidebook. "Well, according to this, the last 16 trainers are sorted out into direct battles. The battles are full 6-on-6 Pokemon, and for the first 16 trainers, they're divided into 8 matches. The winners of those matches are then divided into 4 more matches and so on. The matches follow a certain order, like the winner of Match 1 goes up against the winner of Match 2, and so on." 6-on-6 battles, huh? "Those are pretty challenging," Ash said. "So, should I use Latios for those?" Bianca perked up a little, excited at the prospect of seeing Latios battle. "Yeah, that would be interesting," she commented. "That depends," Brock answered. "We'll check the trainer records. If the opposing trainer has a powerful team, we'll include Latios." Ash nodded. "All right, and if I fight Gary, then Latios goes in for sure." "Great, now it's finally my turn," Latios said, as usual hovering above the group, invisible. "Together we'll win the conference," Ash shouted enthusiastically. Everyone smiled, glad that he was so motivated. "I'll do my best," Latios telepathed, letting Ash know that he supported him. "Me too," Latios telepathed cheerfully. Everyone's sweat dropped. Latios," Misty began. "You don't battle." "I might not, but I help clear things up for Ash sometimes. And I cheer them on," Latios telepathed, her sweet and happy tone making everyone smile for some reason. "That she does," Latios commented. Misty looked forward. "Hey Ash, Isn't that your mom? She said, seeing Ash's mother in the distance. And the two weirdos, Latios added. Those are the professors, Misty clarified. I think that's why he said weirdos, Latios telepathed. Misty's sweat dropped. Ash ran forward eagerly. There he goes again. Can't he just walk? Misty yelled in exasperation. Bianca looked at the boy oddly. Brock chuckled. Don't worry, he's always like this, he said, seeing Bianca stare. She shrugged and kept walking. In the meantime, Ash kept running until he reached his mother. Walking around Silvertown with Professors Oak and Elm towards the administrative area in the Pokemon Center just like him. Hi, Mom, he shouted. Delia turned around and smiled fondly. Hello, dear, she cooed, hugging Ash. Congratulations on making it to the finals. Ash parted from the hug. You know about that? Delia smiled. Of course I do. We watched you and Gary's second round battles on TV along with all of Pallet Town. According to Tracy, the whole town is cheering for you and Gary. Ash smiled. Thanks. He turned to the professors. Hi, professors. Both scientists politely returned the greeting. So, how did I do in the battles? Impressive, Delia said at once, no doubt in her voice. Indeed, Professor Oak agreed. Especially the last one against the Jackson kid, the way you returned his Meganium's hyper beam was brilliant. Professor Elm sulked in the back. Jackson was one of his new Barktown trainers. Too bad, he muttered. Thanks, Ash said gratefully. So, how long have you been in Silvertown? We arrived about an hour ago, Delia replied. Don't run off like that, Misty yelled in frustration from behind Ash. He leaped in surprise, causing everyone to chuckle. Hello, everyone, Delia said happily. Everyone returned the greeting. Surprisingly, she heard two voices in her mind, and she fidgeted a little. Is something wrong? Brock asked. I think I heard a voice in my head, Delia replied. One of the two identical girls grinned widely. That was me, Latias informed her cheerfully. I'm Latias, remember? Oh, I remember now. Ash told me you could speak mind to mind, Delia said, in relief. It wasn't an everyday thing to hear voices out of nowhere in your head. It's called telepathy, Latios informed her. Are you sure, Delia? Professor Oak asked. I don't hear anything. Me neither, Professor Elm said. That's probably because Latias and Latios can only speak telepathically to friends. They've been training to speak freely, though, Ash told the professors. I guess my mom can hear them because she's my mom, and Latios and Latias have been training a lot since the last time they saw her. Both professors nodded in comprehension. But still, why could Delia hear the legendaries and they couldn't? It was a Pokemon professor's dream to speak to a legendary. Latias and Latios' sweat dropped as they picked up those thoughts. I guess they need a bit more training for us to hear them, Professor Oak muttered. And who is she? Delia asked, looking at Bianca. She looks like Latias. Bianca stepped forward. I'm Bianca. I was the one that took care of Latias and Latios before Ash befriended them. I came to Silvertown to see them again. Oh, I'm Delia, Ash's mother, and I guess you've heard of Professors Elm and Oak, Delia said, introducing herself and the others. Yes, I have, Bianca replied. Professor Oak looked at his watch. Well, now that we all know each other, we should go to the Pokemon Center. The matchups should be given out soon. Okay, Ash shouted happily. The group started walking to the administrative area in the Pokemon Center. Delia looked at Bianca and then at the disguised Latias. Why is it that you look like Bianca, Latias? Delia asked. Latias turned to look at her. Well, I've known Bianca ever since she was a kid. She's my best friend, so I like to make my human appearance like hers, Latias replied. Remembering how she had always used Bianca's appearance, well, when Bianca got older anyway. A kid? Bianca asked. You were my babysitter when Lorenzo was busy until I turned like 10. You've known me since I was a baby. Latias giggled at the memories of that time. Latios groaned. It was more like I was the babysitter for both of you. Latias pouted. We weren't that bad. Latios laughed. And you're supposed to be as old as I am? He telepathed back. Latias tried to keep a straight face but soon started giggling. Pikachu sighed. This talk reminded him of how much Togepi got into trouble, and it was always him that had to get her out of trouble by placing himself in danger. The group entered the administrative area. Ash noticed that there were only a few people there, probably because only 16 trainers remained. While Professors Oak and Elm walked to where Mr. Goodshow was, probably to talk to him or help in any preparations, Ash looked at the screen. It was displaying the faces and names of the 16 trainers that had passed. As expected, Gary's was there as well as his. They did not have any matchups yet. "Hello, Ashy boy," Gary greeted, walking up to Ash. "Hello, Gary," Ash said dryly. Gary chuckled and turned to look at the screen, waiting patiently for the matchups to be posted. "Who's that?" Bianca whispered to Lacious. "He's just some guy Ash happens to have a rivalry with," Lacious answered. "Ah," Bianca muttered in understanding. After a few minutes, Mr. Goodshow stepped forward. "Congratulations to the 16 trainers that passed to the finals. Now, the matchups for the battles will be decided. All battles will be 6-on-6 Pokémon on elemental fields, either grass, water, rock, or ice." Most trainers nodded, already knowing this. "Now, this computer will randomly sort out the battles between all 16 of you." He motioned to the screen and pressed a button on a remote control. The 16 photos turned blank and shuffled themselves around the screen a few times, until a tournament diagram appeared and the photos set themselves. "These are the first final rounds battles," Mr. Goodshow announced. Professor Oak and Delia's eyes widened. Lacia's and Lacio's grinned eagerly. Brock and Misty looked at Ash. Bianca didn't know why everyone was reacting like this. Ash chuckled and turned to Gary, just as Gary turned to look at him. On the screen, match number 2 read, Ash Ketchum vs. Gary Oak. "So Gary," Ash began, "you're getting kicked out of the conference so soon. I almost feel bad for you. Says you, Ashy boy. I hope you enjoyed your time in the conference, because it's about to be over," Gary replied calmly. Mr. Goodshow's voice interrupted them from possibly killing each other on the spot. "These are the final round matches. Today the first 2 matches will be fought, the first at 2 o'clock and the second immediately after. Match number 1 is between Harrison and Jamie, and match number 2 is between Ash and Gary, so all of you go and prepare for your matches." The old man bowed and walked away, followed by the professors. "Well, Ashy boy, I have to go and prepare my team to beat you. Please try to be a challenge," Gary said, turning to walk away. Ash fumed. "I'll make you eat those words." Gary chuckled. "Oh, and remember this?" Gary dug one of his hands into a pocket and took out a Pokeball, well, the top half of one anyway. It was old and quite rusted. Everyone gave Gary confused looks. "Is that a Pokeball?" Delia asked. "More like part of one," Lacio's remarked. "Hey," Ash exclaimed, "you still have it?" "Of course I do. It was my first defeat," Gary stated. "We tied. Nobody won," Ash countered. "Well, to me tying with someone like you is as good as a loss," Gary replied, not looking very interested. He turned and left. "See you in our match, Ashy boy." Lacio's suppressed a growl, and would have given Gary a splitting headache had Lacio's not calmed him down. "What was that Pokeball thing?" Delia asked. "It was a small fight we had long ago, before we departed on our Pokemon journeys," Ash replied. He huffed at the memory. "It's not important anyway. Let's go back to the hotel and register my team." He turned to Brock and Misty and looked at them pleadingly. "You'll help me build an adequate team, right?" Brock laughed. "Of course, we'll help you." Ash smiled. "Thanks a lot." "How I would have loved to resume visibility and scare the crap out of him," Lacio's commented. Everyone laughed. "Ash dear," Delia began. Ash turned to look at her. "I'll go with Professor Oak and get my stadium tickets." Thankfully, Oak called ahead and bought them in advance. "We don't want to end up in the cheap seats." "See you all later," she chimed, walking away. Ash shrugged. "Well, let's go." The group headed back to the hotel to register Ash's team. "So what kind of Pokemon does Gary use?" Misty asked. "Well," Brock began, "Gary doesn't favor a single type. He has a wide variety of Pokemon." "That's going to be hard. Choosing a team to beat that will be tough, unlike with Macy," Misty lamented. "But I also have a wide variety of Pokemon. And with Lacio's on my side, Gary can't beat me," Ash said confidently. Remember what Claire said, Ash, even legendaries can be defeated. Latios can't knock out Gary's entire team, Brock lectured. Well, actually, Latios started. No, you can't, Latios said. He glared at her, and she giggled. Ash sighed. I know. Don't worry, Ash, I'll do my best, Latios assured him. Thanks, Ash said, glad that his legendary Pokémon would help him through this tough match. The group returned to the hotel after a few minutes of walking. As usual, Latios entered through the balcony. So Brock, what's my team going to be? Ash asked yet again, getting on the breeder's nerves. Brock sighed. Well, just making a team that will have the most advantage won't work on a trainer like Gary, so we'll use other aspects to make up your team. Yeah, we already discussed that, Misty agreed. She placed Togepi on the floor to let her roam about the room. Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder to keep an eye on the baby Pokémon. Like what? Ash asked curiously. Simple, we'll make your team based on power, speed, experience, battling style, and types, Brock said. The idea is making a team that's varied and can adapt to anything Gary sends out against you. And that team will be. Ash left the sentence hanging, waiting for Brock or Misty to finish. I've been thinking for some time now, and I think I know the best team to take on Gary, Brock said. I would recommend Latios, Charizard, Snorlax, Pikachu, Bayleaf, and Heracross. Charizard? Where is he, by the way? Ash asked. He's probably still on the way here. He should arrive any minute now, Misty answered. That sounds like a good team, Ash commented. Yeah, Charizard, Latios, and Snorlax will give you power, Bayleaf's good in defensive terms, and Pikachu and Heracross are fast. That should be able to beat Gary's team, Brock answered as he sat the computer and registered Ash's team. And what are Gary's toughest Pokémon? Ash asked, wanting to know who Gary's strongest fighters were. Wait a minute, Brock muttered. After a few clicks, he finished registering Ash's team and opened Gary's trainer records. Well, he has a Blastoise, probably his starter. His Umbreon is Trouble Ash, at least for Latios, and he also has an Alakazam, a very strong psychic. Latios can crack an Alakazam, I'm sure of it, Ash said confidently. Latios shrugged, happy that Ash had so much faith in him. Brock continued. He also has a Gyarados, Dodrio, Skarmory, Kingdra, and many others, but nothing you can't handle. I think. Ash nodded eagerly. Sounds good to me. This will be good, Bianca said. And I'll finally get to see Latios battle. My brother will beat up that Gary, Latios said confidently. Latios chuckled nervously. That reminds me, Ash muttered. He went to his backpack and began looking through it. What are you looking for? Latios asked. You'll see, Ash muttered. After a minute of looking, he finally found what he was looking for. Here it is, he announced, holding the bottom half of a rusty old Pokeball before his friends. Isn't that the same crappy thing Gary had? Latios asked. Ash face faulted. It's not a crappy thing. Gary and I fought over a Pokeball long ago and we broke it. I keep it as a good luck charm. Since each of us got one half, I considered it a tie, but Gary thinks it's a loss, Ash explained. So how did it happen? Bianca asked curiously. Ash shook his head. I'm not telling. It's a little embarrassing. Aw, come on, tell us, Misty said, encouraging Ash. No, I'm not telling, Ash said, shaking his head rapidly. Can I read your mind and check it out? Latios asked politely. Ash shook his head. No. Please? Latios begged, making her cute face. She pressed herself close to Ash, putting her claws together pleadingly, gave him a very tender smile, and used her Pokemon voice because she knew Ash found her squeals adorable. Ash couldn't resist her cuteness, much to Misty's chagrin and irritation. All right, go ahead, Ash said, giving in. Latios nodded happily, floating back a bit as her eyes glowed. She quickly scanned Ash's mind and found the memory in question. It took her a few seconds to read it, and when she finished, Hedge started laughing hard. Ash blushed in embarrassment. Everyone stared at Latios, wondering why she was laughing. Her locker sounded really cute because of her high-pitched Pokemon voice. What's so funny? Latios asked, unable to resist his curiosity. Latios read Ash's mind too and started laughing as well. Hey, Ash shouted. You got slapped by a Magikarp, Lacious exclaimed telepathically. Brock, Bianca, and Misty stared at Lacious. Ash got slapped by a Magikarp? Misty asked. Can I show them? Lacious asked. Ash shrugged unhappily, feeling that things were no longer under his control. Lacious managed to catch his breath for a second and projected the memory into Brock, Misty, Pikachu. Even if he was busy keeping Togepi safe and Bianca's minds. They saw how Ash had been fishing for water Pokemon. Through all he caught was a Magikarp that slapped him. Gary appeared soon after. They continued fishing, and surprisingly they both caught a Pokeball. As they fought over it, they broke the Pokeball in half, leaving it in the condition it was now. Gary yelled at Ash for a while, then stomped off. I'll get him back for that, Ash said in determination as the memory faded. This will be interesting, Bianca agreed, catching her breath. So, how strong is this Gary? Well, Brock started. He's caught about 10 times more Pokemon than Ash. And apparently spent the entire month before the Silver Conference training on Empt. Silver, so he's very strong. Ha! But those hundreds of Pokemon won't help him beat Charizard or Latios, Ash countered. Misty laughed. That's true, I think. So, what now? Ash asked. Well, it's still half an hour before Match 1 begins, so we could just enjoy ourselves until then, Brock suggested, turning the computer off. Okay, sounds good to me, Bianca agreed. But we should attend Match 1, Misty noted. Why? Ash asked. Because the winner of Match 1 goes against the winner of the battle between you and Gary, so in case you win, it would be useful to see how your future opponent fights, Misty replied. Can you attend, please? Ash requested, looking at Misty and Brock. You're the ones that help me make my teams anyway. And where would you be? Misty asked. You should be the one watching the fight. Well, I have to go and get my team ready, and I have to wait for Charizard to arrive. We don't want him to show up in the middle of the match, Ash replied. Misty nodded. Nice excuse, but it's valid. Ash's sweat dropped. All right, thanks a lot. With that, the group left the hotel and parted ways. Bianca, Misty, and Brock went to the stadium to see the match while Ash went to the Pokemon Center to exchange his Pokemon team. Lacious felt a bit odd seeing a Nurse Joy without having to restrain a pervert. So, where would your Charizard arrive? Lacious asked as they left the center. I think he'd go to a secluded spot, maybe. I don't really think he'll arrive in the city, Ash answered. Let's go to the lake to pass the time. It will also be a nice place to relax before your big battle, Lacious suggested. Yeah, let's go, Ash agreed, starting to walk to the lake. Finally, the time has arrived, right, Pikachu? Yes, the mouse agreed. Hey Ash, can I ask you something? Sure, Ash agreed. If Gary uses his Umbreon, I want to fight her, Pikachu stated. Her, Ash repeated. Why? If you remember correctly, Ash, as an Eevee she defeated me, and I want a rematch badly, Pikachu replied. Sure, just make sure to take her out. She could be a problem for Latios because of her dark type, Ash said. After a few more minutes they arrived at the lake. As they entered, Latios and Latios psychically scanned the area in search of humans. There weren't any, mainly because they were all in Silver Stadium getting their seats for the upcoming match. Since everything was clear, Latios reverted to her Pokemon form and Latios regained visibility. So Ash, in which part of the battle will I be used? Latios asked curiously. Well, I'll save you for my last Pokemon, Ash answered. All right, Latios said, wondering how tough Gary's Pokemon would be. He was confident he could defeat them. Gary will be defeated, of that I'm sure, Ash said out loud. He walked until he reached the edge of the lake. He smiled at the relaxing scene. The sun reflected on the water's surface, Pidgeys chirped as they flew by, and a shadowy figure was approaching from the sky. Wait, what the heck? Ash squinted to see the figure better without the sun's contrast. When the figure got closer, Ash finally made out who it was. Yes, it's Charizard, he cried happily, and of course, as he landed, Charizard greeted Ash the usual way by shooting a huge flamethrower at him from above. Oh crap, Ash muttered as the flames rushed towards him. The Ian Dragon's reaction was immediate. Latios' eyes shined a bright white as he used his powers to lift a large amount of water from the lake. moving it quickly over Ash and forming a protective shield above him. The flames hit the water and were extinguished, turning into a billowing cloud of steam that was blown away by the airborne fire dragon's wing beats. Scheherazad's jaw dropped slightly. What the hell? His gaze was caught by the two dragons that were a few meters from Ash. He noticed that the eyes of the larger blue one were glowing. A psychic! Latios returned the water to the lake, now somewhat diminished, as Scheherazade landed a few feet beside Ash. Scheherazade glared at Latios. As for Latios was confused as to why Scheherazade was glaring at him. All he did was shield Ash. Hi, Scheherazade, Ash said, slightly intimidated by the glare Scheherazade was throwing at Latios. Hello, Ash, Scheherazade said finally, looking briefly at Ash. Who are they? Those are Latios and her brother Latios. They're new members of my team. Well, only Latios for now, Ash answered. Ah, Scheherazade said. There was a pause. Wait, how can you understand me? Pikachu laughed. He messed with another legendary, as usual, and as a result Ash now understands Pokemon, the mouse explained. Hey Scheherazade, long time no see. Hey, good to see you too, Scheherazade replied. He walked a bit closer to Latios. You seem like a strong Pokemon. Latios raised an eyebrow. I like to consider myself one. Scheherazade grinned. And you are a legendary, if I'm not mistaken. Latios nodded. Yes. Fight me, Scheherazade bellowed. What? Latios questioned flatly. I said fight me. You seem like an interesting opponent, Scheherazade replied. A legendary is always a powerful opponent. I'm not fighting you, Latios argued. Why do you even want to fight me? Scheherazade chuckled. To see if I've become stronger. I've fought or been near many legendaries, but I never seem to be able to do anything against them. I lost against a clone Scheherazade created by a legendary. I was near the legendary birds, but their fight was so intense that I knew if I entered, I could have been killed by them, and I finally fought a legendary one-on-one even if it was an illusion and still lost. Now that I've trained so much, I want to see if I can finally fight and defeat a legendary Pokemon. That's one of my greatest dreams. Latios frowned. He remembered all those events Scheherazade was describing from Ash's stories. But he wasn't going to fight him just for a simple power test. I'm still not fighting you. Scheherazade growled and glared at Latios. Then I'll make you fight me. Latios glared back, hoping that the glare of a psychic legendary Pokemon that can be a scary glare would make Scheherazade back off. It didn't. Both dragons, well, dragon-like in Scheherazade's case, glared at each other, the tension rapidly building. Pikachu sighed. Same hot-headed Scheherazade, he hasn't changed in the least. He doesn't seem very nice, Latios commented. Pikachu chuckled. Don't worry, he's a good friend to be with, but he always gets like this when he spots a powerful opponent. Ash looked back and forth between them. Scheherazade seemed eager to have a go at Latios, but Latios didn't seem too interested in fighting Scheherazade. All right, Scheherazade, calm down. You aren't fighting Latios. With my luck, we'll run into another legendary Pokemon later and then you can fight it. Scheherazade turned to Ash. Oh no, I want to fight that legendary now. Ash chuckled. Sorry, not now. I have an important match today, that's why you're here. If you battle Latios, that would tire out two of my strongest fighters. And who are you fighting? Scheherazade asked. Gary, Ash replied. You and Latios will be my main battlers to defeat him. Okay, that sounds interesting, Scheherazade admitted. He turned to Latios. That doesn't save you though, I'm still fighting you. Latios sighed in exasperation but made no comment. Ash chuckled. He grabbed 3 Pokeballs and opened them, releasing Snorlax, Bayleaf, and Heracross. Bayleaf tried to tackle Ash affectionately, but Ash managed to sidestep in time to dodge her. She pouted and returned to the others. Okay, I just wanted to spend a little time with you all, Ash explained. After all, a very tough match is coming up very soon. A very tough match? Bayleaf asked curiously. Ash nodded. Yes, we're going to fight Gary, and you 6 are my chosen team to beat him. Scheherazade glanced around. I count 7 Pokemon. Latia's sweat dropped. I'm not fighting. I'm here for moral support. Scheherazade glanced between Latias and Latios. He noticed that they looked similar and remembered that Ash had introduced them as brother and sister. Scheherazade raised an eyebrow. Is she a legendary too? Think I could have a battle I wouldn't try that, Pikachu interrupted Scheherazade. He was about to question why until he noticed Lacio's glare. A glare that clearly said that anyone who messed with Latios was as good as dead, even him. He gulped. Bayleaf extended a vine whip and smacked Scheherazade on the head. Can't you think of anything else? It's always fight this, fight that, fight here, fight there. Do something else for a change, she scolded Scheherazade. Scheherazade rubbed the back of his head. I don't remember you being any different when you were a Chikorita, he argued. I matured when I evolved, but you're still the same, Bayleaf countered, ignoring the fact that she was still in love with Ash and continued trying to gain his affections. Apologize to Latios and Latios, they're our teammates now and all you want to do is fight them. All right, geez. Scheherazade looked at the Ian twins. Sorry for my earlier behavior, it's just that I like fighting tough opponents. And it's a dream of mine to beat a legendary, so I kinda got eager when I saw one. It's all right, just try be a little nicer from now on, Latios replied. Latios nodded in agreement. The last time you fought a legendary you could have died if Molly hadn't stopped Entei, Pikachu deadpanned. Scheherazade fumed, it was a crappy illusion. And you also got beat by him too. Ash sweat dropped at his Pokémon. Sometimes he wondered if hearing them talk was everything it was cut out to be. Bayleaf turned to Scheherazade. We'll probably meet another legendary in the future, so you can get your butt kicked later. Ha! Next time I'll beat a legendary, Scheherazade said confidently. I don't think picking a fight with any legendary is a good idea. Some of them are rather short-tempered, Pikachu muttered. All right, cut it out, Ash said. All his Pokémon turned to him. For now, remember that our toughest match ever is approaching, but I know that we'll win. I trust you all, and Snorlax, please try to stay awake until the battle. The large Pokémon suppressed a yawn. I'll try. So, enjoy yourselves until the battle, Ash said. Relaxing before such a tough fight will be good for all of us. The Pokémon nodded. Snorlax and Heracross went to eat. Pikachu and Scheherazade caught up after not seeing each other in a while. Ash sat on the edge of the lake with Bayleaf, Latios, and Latios beside him. Bayleaf noticed that Ash looked a little nervous. What's wrong, Ash? Well, I've never defeated Gary in the past. He always beats me to everything. I guess I'm a little anxious, Ash admitted. Don't worry, Ash, you'll win, I'm sure of it, Latios cooed slightly, nuzzling Ash. Yeah, Bayleaf agreed. We'll fight our best for you. Besides, we have Mr. I will beat the crap out of everything on our side, she said looking at Scheherazade. The dragon in question was leaning against a tree casually while Pikachu sat on a branch overhead, talking with each other. Ash laughed, and I'm sure Latios will make sure your victory is assured, so there's no reason to be nervous. Bayleaf finished. Ash chuckled, thanks Bayleaf. He gave her a small hug of gratitude. She squealed in delight. He parted from her and looked at Latios. How long until the battle starts? Latios' eyes glowed as he closed them. He amplified his senses until he could detect what was going at the stadium. All his training lifting rocks and meditating allowing his stronger mind to reach greater distances. He sensed two Pokémon fighting in the arena, meaning that the battle had either just begun or was in progress. The battle has already started. I can't tell how much of the match has passed, Latios answered as his eyes opened and stopped glowing. I wish I could see that far away, Ash muttered. Latios laughed. Who knows? Maybe when you're older you could do it. Well, Ash started, we should get going to the stadium. He stood up and grabbed a few Pokeballs to return everyone, though Bayleaf gave him a last affectionate nuzzle before disappearing. He returned everyone except Pikachu and Latios. He grabbed Latios' Pokeball too, but the Ian Dragon interrupted him. I'd like to stay outside, please, Latios said. Ash looked confused. Shouldn't you be in your Pokeball since you're going to fight? No thanks, I'd like to stay outside for now. That and it will be scarier for Gary if I appear out of nowhere, Latios answered. Latios, Ash, and Pikachu sweat dropped. That's a good idea, Ash muttered. Anyway, let's go. Ash turned to leave as Latios and Latios turned invisible. They headed back to the stadium, Ash ready to take on Gary and anything his fellow Pallet Towner would send against him. Sneasel, use Night Slash, a Pokemon trainer from home named Harrison called. Sneasel became a black blur as it ran about. The opposing Pokemon, a Haunter, looked about in confusion, trying to pinpoint the speedy Pokemon. The Haunter had no time to react as a Claw Slash powered with Dark-type energy tore through it. Its ectoplasmic body couldn't resist the blow, and the Haunter fainted. Haunter is unable to battle, the referee called, raising a red flag. Victory goes to Harrison from Little Root Town. The crowd cheered as Harrison made his way to the exit. Harrison smiled. I did it, he murmured. I'm going up against the winner of the next match, so I'd better stay in the crowd and see what my next opponent has. He thought as he walked to the stands and looked for a nice place to watch the next battle. Up in the stands, Misty looked worried. That guy Harrison goes against the winner of the match between Ash and Gary, right? Brock nodded. That's right. He'll be a tough opponent. He has a few Pokemon from the Hoenn region. He only used one, but he probably has more, Misty remarked. Anyway, we should go to the entrance. Ash should be arriving soon, Brock announced, standing up and walking to one of the access tunnels. Bianca and Misty did the same. Popcorn for sale, a disguised Jessie shouted. She looked at Misty and froze. Misty shook her head, not recognizing her. No thanks, she turned to Delia, Oak, and Elm. What about you? Delia smiled. Oh, we'll stay here, thanks. We've got a good view of the battlefield anyway, so I can take great photos from here, and besides, Ash has enough support from all of you. Misty shrugged. All right. She followed the others away. Those rotten twerps, Jessie hissed quietly. Yeah, James agreed as he walked back to her. Hey, my popcorn, a random person shouted. I want some too, another shouted. Looks like Team Rocket is too busy selling popcorn to attack the heroes today, oh well. After exiting the stadium, Misty, Brock, and Bianca went to the arena access tunnel. Gary was there, showing the guard his ID. The guard let him pass as well as his cheerleader or fangirl team. They sighed. Great, looks like his cheerleading team is back, Misty muttered. She grabbed her mallet and hit Brock since he had been drooling at the sight of the cheerleaders. Hey guys, Ash said as he walked up to them. Great, you're just in time, let's go, Bianca said. Ash nodded and walked to the tunnel. The guard blocked his path. Trainer ID please. Ash took out his Pokédex and showed it to him. The guard verified if Ash was due to fight in the next battle. When he saw that he was, he moved aside and let Ash pass. They're with me, Ash said, pointing to Bianca, Brock, and Misty. The guard nodded and allowed them through as well. The time has come. Ready, buddy? Ash asked Pikachu, who was on his shoulder. The electric type nodded. Latios, are you ready as well? The invisible dragon chuckled. Of course I am. Ash stepped to the arena and walked to his trainer box, the one on the green side. His friends took a seat on the bench behind him, Latios and Latios hovering at either side of him. Ash noticed Gary's cheerleaders on the other side of the field, behind Gary. Great, those annoying girls are back. Gary, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Go, Gary! Gary's group of cheerleaders cheered happily as they danced about. Well, Ash, you have your cheerleader too, Misty said. Ash glanced at her to see what she was referring to and smiled. When he saw Togepi holding a banner that said Go Ash, Politoed was also there. Shouting numerous cheers through the only human that understood them was Ash. Good luck, Ash, Latios said, giving Ash a gentle nuzzle. Thanks, Ash said with a smile. Greetings, folks, the MC started. Here we have match number 2 of the final rounds of the Silver Conference. The earlier match, as we know, was won by Harrison. The winner of this match goes against him in the next round. Ash and Gary stared fiercely at each other. I will win, both trainers muttered at the same time. This match has a special air to it, the MC commented. Both trainers are of the same age and same hometown. Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and Gary Oak also from Pallet Town. Gary Oak is the grandson of the world-famous Professor Oak. And Ash Ketchum has quite a history as well, top 16 of the Indigo League and champion of the Orange League. I assure you all, this battle promises to be great. Now, let's see what battlefield is up and who chooses first. Everyone's attention was locked to the screen atop the stadium. Filling it were Ash's and Gary's images. Below their photos were 6 empty slots for their Pokémon. In the center was a small circle divided in 4 parts. One had a leaf, one had an ice formation, one had a rock, and the last had a drop of water. One of the segments lit up. The light started passing through all of them rapidly, gradually slowing down until it stopped on the ice formation, meaning that the battle was going to be fought on an ice battlefield. Alright folks, this match will be fought on an ice battlefield. How will this affect and benefit the trainers? The MC trailed on. In the arena, the neutral arena separated from the rest of the floor and started sinking into the ground, where it divided, shifting and letting another battlefield take its place. The stadium's huge hydraulic system slowly raised the new battlefield until it was at ground level. The battlefield was made of a very thick ice. Several formations rose from the ground, almost looking like the tip of icebergs. And now, let's see which trainer chooses first, the MC said. Another circle replaced the previous one and started spinning a flashing light. This time, the light stopped on a green segment, meaning that Ash chooses first. So, the first move is for Ash Ketchum, the MC informed rather unnecessarily. Ash pondered his first choice. After a moment's thought, he grabbed his first Pokeball. Go, Heracross! He threw the Pokeball to the battlefield, and with a bright flash, the large blue beetle-like Pokemon with a very big horn appeared. And Ash has decided to start with Heracross, the MC announced, as Heracross icon appeared in the first slot of Ash's party on the big screen. Go, Nidoqueen! Gary shouted, throwing a Pokeball, and summoning a large two-legged Pokemon appeared. She was mostly blue with a cream chest and lower jaw and numerous spikes on her back. And Gary's first choice is his Nidoqueen, the MC announced. Nidoqueen's icon appeared on the top of the screen. The referee nodded and raised both of his flags. Begin! Nidoqueen, use Poison Sting, Gary ordered, taking the initiative. Nidoqueen opened her maw as a large barrage of purple needles was fired in rapid succession at Heracross. Heracross, use Horn Attack, Ash shouted. Heracross back opened as his wings flapped rapidly. He flew at extremely high speeds towards the poison and ground type. He quickly flew out of the way of the needle barrage and got into attack range. Seeing this, Gary changed tactics. Fire Punch! Nidoqueen's right fist was quickly engulfed in a thick layer of flames as she tried to punch the incoming Heracross. Dodge it! Ash ordered quickly, knowing that a fire-type attack would be big trouble for Heracross. The bug and fighting type quickly changed course. With a flap of his wings, he quickly ascended to the sky, dodging Nidoqueen's attack with ease. Use Poison Sting! Gary shouted. Nidoqueen's maw opened as another barrage of poisonous needles was fired at Heracross. On instinct, Heracross kept dodging the needles as they flew around him, zigzagging in the air as he evaded the attacks. And it looks like Gary has Heracross in a tight spot, the MC announced. Ash growled. I need to do something. He paused. Latios, Nidoqueen is a ground and poison type, right? Yep, Latios answered. Why? I have an idea, Ash thought. Heracross, use Mega Horn on an ice formation. Heracross' great horn began to shine a bright white as Heracross charged the ultimate bug-type attack. He dove from the sky and smashed into one of the ice formations, dotting the field with great force, shattering it and sending ice chunks flying everywhere. Gary's eyes widened as he realized Ash's plan. Dodge it! But it was too late. Several large ice chunks collided with Nidoqueen, pushing the Pokémon back. Being part ground type, they caused considerable damage. Wow! What a way to use the field to your advantage, the MC shouted, impressed. The crowd cheered and Delia took lots of photos. Mega Horn again! Ash shouted. Heracross' horn shined again as he charged at Nidoqueen. Stop it with Fire Punch! Gary commanded, getting an idea of his own. Nidoqueen's right fist was enveloped in fire as she punched the incoming Heracross's horn, locking them in a stalemate as neither attack gave in. Hyper Beam! Gary shouted. Nidoqueen's jaws opened and charged a sphere of orange energy. Seeing this, Ash got alarmed. "Fly away!" he shouted. Heracross tried to fly away, but in the clash of Megahorn and Fire Punch, Nidoqueen had grabbed Heracross' horn, making it impossible for the beetle-like Pokémon to fly away. Nidoqueen unleashed the Hyper Beam mere inches away from Heracross's face, sending the bug type flying into the ice in a powerful blast, shattering it and throwing up a plume of smoke. When the smoke cleared, a knocked-out Heracross was revealed. "Heracross is unable to battle," the referee shouted. Up on the screen, Heracross' icon faded completely. That close-range Hyper Beam proved to be too much for Heracross. The MC cried dramatically. Ash returned the downed Pokémon and grabbed another Pokeball. "Snorlax, I choose you," he shouted, throwing the Pokeball and letting the obese Pokémon enter the field. On the screen, Snorlax's icon appeared in Ash's second slot. Ash's second choice is a Snorlax. Ash has decided to bring in heavy artillery, the MC announced. No one laughed at the pun. "Nidoqueen, use Sludge Bomb," Gary ordered, knowing that a Pokémon as big as a Snorlax would be quite easy to hit. Nidoqueen opened her mouth and fired a barrage of poison globs at the normal type. The Sludge Bomb started to hit Snorlax in the chest, pushing him back. It was a good thing that his ability prevented him from being poisoned. "Hang in there, Snorlax, use Body Slam," Ash shouted. Snorlax grunted and started walking toward the Nidoqueen despite the constant sludge bombing. "Dodge quickly, Nidoqueen," Gary ordered, seeing that the huge Pokémon was looming over Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen quickly sidestepped and slipped on the ice. Thankfully for Gary, the drill Pokémon skidded across the field, effectively getting out of the way off Snorlax's Body Slam, which cracked the ice a bit. "What a creative way to dodge," the MC praised. Gary's sweat dropped. "I had no idea that was going to happen," he muttered. "Hyper Beam." Nidoqueen quickly used her tail to stabilize herself as she opened her mouth, charging a volatile orb of orange energy. "Quick, Snorlax, dodge it!" Ash cried desperately. Unfortunately, the fat Pokémon was unable to get up in time, as the Hyper Beam collided with him, causing an explosion that knocked him back over. "Finish this with Rock Smash," Gary ordered calmly. Nidoqueen ran with some effort, considering the slippery surface at Snorlax. The fat Pokémon barely managed to stand up again when he was hit in the chest by the Rock Smash attack, causing him to topple over. Again, Snorlax growled angrily. Ash took advantage of that. Ice Punch. Snorlax skidded a bit and threw an ice-covered fist at the Nidoqueen, who was too close to get out of the way in time. She was sent crashing to the ice by the sheer force of the blow. Snorlax panted, exhaustion overtaking him. Nidoqueen barely managed to come out of the ice, panting heavily. Nidoqueen miraculously survives that ice punch, the MC shouted. The crowd cheered at the intense battle. Delia was taking pictures of the battle like crazy in the stands. Professors Elm and Oak sweat dropped. "Nidoqueen, return," Gary said, holding a Pokeball in front of him, recalling the poison and ground type back. Gary grinned. "Time to end this." He hurled another Pokeball. "Blastoise, let's go!" On the field, a huge turtle Pokémon with two cannons on its back appeared. On the screen, the color around Nidoqueen's icon faded, but the icon itself remained, indicating a still combat-capable Pokémon. Blastoise's icon appeared in the second slot. "Isn't that Gary's starter Pokémon?" Misty asked. "The very same Squirtle Gary got from Professor Oak?" "Yeah, that's the one," Brock remarked. In the stands, Professor Oak chuckled. "Looks like Gary wants to make Ash take some heavy losses from the start. Blastoise is his strongest Pokémon. Ash will beat it," Delia said confidently. "If Gary only knew what Ash has in store for him, his two new Pokémon will ensure his victory. If they can stop a tsunami, then they can certainly defeat Gary." "Snorlax, can you keep up?" Ash asked, concerned for his Pokémon. "Yes," Snorlax answered. "But I'm taking a long nap after this." "Hyper Beam!" Ash shouted. Snorlax opened his mouth and gathered an orb of energy, firing it as an orange energy beam. "Hydro Pump!" Gary shouted. Blastoise's two cannons angled themselves downwards, aiming at the incoming hyper beam. A colossal spray of high-pressure water was fired from both cannons, clashing against the hyper beam. The hyper beam managed to vaporize the hydro pump, but didn't have enough energy to keep going as both attacks canceled each other perfectly. A clash of pure power. Both of these Pokemon are real powerhouses, the Mick cried. Taking advantage of the fact that a Pokemon must rest after using Hyper Beam, Gary ordered his next attack. Hydro Pump. Blastoise aimed his cannons and fired another powerful stream of high-pressure water. It collided with Snorlax head-on and pushed him back a few meters. The blast was too much for the already tired Snorlax. That added to the damage he suffered from the battle against Nidoqueen was enough to knock out the huge Pokemon. He toppled over, his eyes turned into swirls. Snorlax is unable to continue battling, the referee called. Ash sighed. Return Snorlax, take a good... On the screen, Snorlax's icon faded. This is bad. I've lost to Pokemon and he still hasn't lost a single one. Ash thought desperately. Calm down, Ash, you can turn this around easily, just think clearly, Latias chided him gently. Ash smiled and grabbed his next Pokeball. Bayleaf, I choose you, Ash shouted, releasing Bayleaf. She smiled at him and winked. Ash makes an intelligent choice. Will the type advantage be enough? The MC wondered. Up on the screen, Bayleaf's icon appeared in the third slot of Ash's team. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump, Gary shouted. Blastoise's cannons aimed and fired a colossal torrent of water at the leaf Pokemon. Bayleaf, use Vine Whip on the ice, Ash shouted. Bayleaf got the hint and extended one of her vines, wrapping it around one of the ice formations and reeling herself in, using the slippery ice to make it easier. By the time the Hydro Pump hit, she was long gone. Now, use Body Slam, Ash shouted. Bailed released her Vine Whip and used the momentum of the skidding to power up her next attack. Catch her with Bite, Gary ordered. Blastoise quickly opened its mouth and caught Bayleaf by the leaf on her head. Blastoise swung her around and slammed her to the floor of the arena. Throw it, Gary shouted. Blastoise did a full body spin, sending Bayleaf flying and crashing into an ice formation, breaking it and causing a small haze to cover the area. What a devastating combination, the MC cried. Ash closed his eyes. He sensed that through the haze, almost missed, Bayleaf was all right and standing up. Razor Leaf, Ash shouted. A flurry of razor-sharp leaves went flying at Blastoise. Use Rapid Spin, Gary shouted. Blastoise tucked all its limbs inside his shell and began spinning, easily deflecting the razor leaf attack. And that, folks, is a very nice defense, the MC remarked. The crowd cheered. Synthesis, Ash shouted. Bayleaf began absorbing the sun's rays as her body emitted a faint glow, healing a bit of the damage she had taken. Now, use Solar Beam, Ash shouted. Bayleaf's sunray absorption got faster as she charged her strongest attack. Keep spinning, Gary ordered. Blastoise complied and continued the rapid spin. Bayleaf unleashed her Solar Beam, a magnificent blinding white beam glistening with the sun's power. Surprisingly, the Solar Beam was torn apart by Blastoise's very quick spinning. Now use Hydro Pump, Gary ordered. As the Solar Beam ended, Blastoise's limbs extended from the shell, effectively stopping his spin. He fired a blast of high-pressurized water at the grass type. She was hit and slammed into the ice rather hard again, knocking her out. Bayleaf is unable to continue battling, the referee called. Ash recalled her back to her Pokeball. You did great, Bayleaf. Now that 3 of Ash Ketchum's Pokemon have been knocked out, we will have a 5-minute rest, the MC informed. Ash walked back to the bench and took seat. Man, this looks bad. I've lost 3 Pokemon, and Gary hasn't lost a single one. I think I'll lose at this rate, Ash muttered sadly. Don't give up yet, Ash, Latios said calmly. You still have your 3 strongest fighters left. He has a point, Brock noted. Latios, Pikachu, and Charizard are all very strong. They won't get beaten so easily. And besides, Misty started. Gary's Nidoqueen already took a lot of damage, and his Blastoise must be a bit tired after so many Hydro Pumps. Yeah, thanks guys, Ash said happily, smiling at his friends. See, cheer up. I'm sure that you can still win, Laisha's telepathed cheerfully. Bianca nodded in agreement. Laisha's flew in and gave Ash a small hug, causing him to jump of surprise. Good luck, she heard Laishio's snicker. Don't comment you. Ash relaxed a bit after hearing her cheers. He waited for the rest time to be over. Both trainers returned to your respective sides. The referee called once the 5 minutes were up. Ash and Gary returned to the trainer boxes drawn on the ground. Gary, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Go, Gary! Gary's group of cheerleaders cheered again. Brock kept a straight face, knowing that either Lacious or Misty was probably watching him. Gary was the first to grab a Pokeball. Umbreon, go! Gary shouted as he threw the Pokeball to the field. A 4-legged black Pokemon with golden rings and deep red and black eyes appeared. Ash nodded to Pikachu. The electric type jumped down and entered the field. On the screen, Pikachu appeared in Ash's 4th slot and Umbreon in Gary's 3rd slot. So, Gary has chosen Umbreon while Ash has sent out Pikachu. The MC stated the obvious. Umbreon laughed when she saw Pikachu. Ah, you again. Ready for another defeat? Not this time. It's payback time, Pikachu snickered. The last time we fought I defeated you while I was an Eevee. What hope do you have now that I have evolved? Umbreon taunted. Pikachu, use quick attack, Ash shouted, seeing that their little trash talking was over. Pikachu ran at Umbreon at high speeds. Umbreon sighed as she saw the incoming Pikachu. Here we go again. Use double team, Gary shouted. Umbreon ran too, but as she did, numerous copies of herself were being left behind. Pikachu stopped and looked around at the 20 Umbreon copies surrounding him. Here we go again, Pikachu chuckled. You know, Umbreon, the trainer sometimes matters a lot, as you'll soon find out. Umbreon gave him a confused look. Ash, Pikachu shouted. By then, Ash's eyes were already closed as he searched for the real Umbreon. Pikachu, the real one is standing on top of the ice behind you, Ash shouted. Use Thunderbolt. Umbreon gasped. What? Howdy, she couldn't finish as she was struck by a lightning bolt. She shrieked in agony. Umbreon, Gary cried as the copies dissipated. How did Ash do that? Umbreon, cover yourself with the ice. Umbreon jumped back, putting the ice formation she had been standing on between herself and Pikachu, blocking the Thunderbolt. And amazingly, Ash discovers the real Umbreon. How did he do it? The MC wondered. Umbreon looked at Ash and growled. Just how did he make out the real me? She wondered aloud. By Ash's Maripish laugh, something told her that Pikachu's trainer had understood her. Iron Tail, Ash ordered calmly. Umbreon snapped out of her thoughts as she saw Pikachu jumping over the ice, his tail glowing a bright white. Dodge quickly, Gary shouted. Umbreon quickly sidestepped. The attack cleaved a large mark in the battlefield's ice floor. But just like Heracross before, the attack sent a lot of ice flying, most of it hitting Umbreon. Umbreon, use Shadow Ball, Gary shouted. Umbreon opened her mouth and gathered a powerful sphere of shadows, firing it at Pikachu. Pikachu swung his still active iron-hard tail and destroyed the Shadow Ball before it could hit him. Pikachu, use Thunder, Ash shouted. Pikachu's cheeks crackled as he fired a potent blast of electricity at the Moonlight Pokemon. She shrieked as another painful amount of electricity coursed through her. Massive damage for Umbreon. Can it survive? The MC cried dramatically. Use Feint Attack, Gary shouted. Without warning, Umbreon vanished and slammed into Pikachu from behind, knocking him back. Quick Attack, Ash shouted. Pikachu recovered and ran at the Moonlight Pokemon. The Dark type couldn't react in time as Pikachu slammed into her and sent her skidding across the ice. What a show of speed! The MC praised. The crowd cheered. Delia complained that since they were moving so fast her pictures wouldn't come out nicely. You have truly become stronger, Umbreon remarked through pants. Umbreon, use Shadow Ball, Gary ordered. Umbreon opened her mouth and fired another concentrated ball of shadow energy. Pikachu, dodge and use Iron Tail, Ash shouted. Pikachu jumped sideways. evading the shadow ball, and ran toward Umbreon, his tail shining brightly. "Umbreon, use last resort," Gary shouted. Since Umbreon was in a tight spot and had used most of her attacks, this attack would be quite effective. Umbreon grinned as she charged forward. She began emitting a golden glow as she was coated in the power of the last resort. "Use thunder on your tail," Ash shouted. Pikachu used thunder on himself, his iron tail guiding the electricity there as his tail started shining even brighter, sparks and ripples of electricity running through it. Both Pokémon crashed into each other, Pikachu having swung his hypercharged tail just before the collision. The shockwave of the impact shattered the ice surrounding them. Both Pokémon were in a stalemate for several seconds, neither wanting to let their trainer down and lose the fight. With a mighty cry, Pikachu pushed his tail forward, breaking Umbreon's last resort. Wah! The Moonlight Pokémon had no time to do anything as Pikachu's tail slashed at her. With a blinding flash, she was sent crashing into the ice, knocking her out. "Yes," Pikachu shouted excitedly as his tail returned to normal. "What a spectacular attack!" the MC shouted, clearly impressed. "Umbreon is unable to battle," the referee called as Umbreon's icon faded completely. Gary returned the downed Pokémon. "This is good," Latios commented. "Umbreon would have been a problem for me, but now she's out of the picture." "Yeah, good point," Latios agreed. "See, Ash, Umbreon's defeat will turn the battle in your favor." Ash nodded. "Thanks." Gary grabbed his next Pokeball. "Alakazam, let's go." With a bright flash, the psychic type appeared. Alakazam's icon appeared on the screen in Gary's fourth slot. Pikachu gulped, this individual Pokemon species not bringing back good memories. "And Alakazam is Gary's next choice," the MC said. Alakazam looked at Ash. For some reason, he could sense two strong minds near him, but that wasn't his concern. He looked at his opponent, Pikachu. "Ready, Pikachu?" Ash called. Pikachu nodded. "I'm on a team with two legendary psychic dragons. It's natural that I've picked up a thing or two about how to evade psychics," he thought. This was true. Pikachu had gotten annoyed that during sparring matches, Latios would use his psychic abilities to turn Pikachu's attacks against him. After a while, Pikachu asked Latios if he could teach him how to evade psychic attacks, and Latios had agreed. So now, Pikachu was truly ready. Gary smirked. "Alakazam, use Psychic." Alakazam's eyes glowed as his spoons were surrounded by a blue outline as he got ready to take control of Pikachu's body. "Pikachu, use Agility and Quick Attack," Ash shouted. Pikachu began running towards the Alakazam at blinding speeds, making it hard for the Alakazam to get an effective grip on his body. And to make matters worse for the Alakazam, every time Pikachu made a turn, he released a small spark of electricity. This just confused Alakazam even more, making it difficult to concentrate only on Pikachu. Without warning, Pikachu slammed into Alakazam's chest, knocking the wind out of him. "Now, Pikachu, use Thunder," Ash ordered. Pikachu clung to Alakazam's chest and released a potent thunder attack. The Alakazam cried in pain. "What a devastating attack! Tons of damage," the MC cried. "Ha! You can't control my electricity with your mind if it never leaves our bodies," Pikachu remarked, the direct electric shock with body contact being unable to be repelled or countered with psychic powers. Gary growled. He hadn't expected Alakazam's psychic powers to be countered like that. "Shake him off with an ice punch." Alakazam's fist was covered in ice as he punched Pikachu off, sending the electric type flying. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt!" Ash shouted. Pikachu's cheeks sparked violently as he fired a powerful bolt at the Alakazam. "Alakazam, use Psychic!" Gary shouted. Alakazam's eyes glowed as he used his psychic powers to grab the electric bolt and send it back at Pikachu. However, this was exactly what Ash and Pikachu wanted. "Iron Tail!" Ash ordered, seeing that Gary had fallen for his trap. Pikachu's tail shined a bright white as it became iron hard. He charged at Alakazam, the returned electric bolt being guided to his tail and absorbed safely. Once again, his tail was hypercharged as it crackled with electricity. Gary's eyes widened. Not that again. He knew that Alakazam would be done for if he took that attack. Block it! Alakazam brought his spoons in front of him. His eyes glowed as he powered up the spoons, not wanting them to break. Pikachu swung the hyper-charged tail again. Alakazam blocked the blow effectively with his spoons and got shocked, because the metal of the spoons conducted the electricity of Pikachu's body. Ash repeats the attack, and it's effective once again. The MC shouted. Alakazam, use teleport. Gary shouted. Alakazam's body glowed white as he simply disappeared. Pikachu fell on the ice and began looking around for him. Hyper Beam! Gary shouted. Pikachu and Ash looked everywhere in alarm. Suddenly, from behind one of the ice formations, a hyper beam came flying at Pikachu. The attack was too fast for him to dodge as it crashed against him, sending him flying as he smacked into one of the walls separating the crowds from the battlefield, followed by an explosion. When the smoke cleared, Pikachu was lying there helplessly, his eyes turned into swirls. Pikachu is unable to battle, the referee called as the electric type's icon faded from the screen, leaving only 2 slots on Ash's side. Pikachu is down too. That means Ash only has 2 Pokémon remaining. Will they be enough to beat Gary's 5 remaining Pokémon? Will Ash make a comeback? The MC wondered. Pikachu, Ash cried, running to where Pikachu lay. He cradled the electric type in his arms. You okay, buddy? That hurt, Pikachu mumbled, a bit dizzy. Don't worry, buddy. Everything will be okay. Ash walked back to the bench and handed Pikachu to Brock, who took the mouse carefully. Take care of him, okay? Brock nodded. Ash walked back to the trainer box and looked at the screen. He had 4 faded out icons while Gary only 1. Ash was down to 2 Pokémon and Gary had still 5 battle-capable Pokémon. Ash grabbed his next Pokeball. Charizard, I choose you. The large winged fire type appeared with a mighty roar and burst of flame. Gary frowned in confusion. Charizard so soon? He looked at the screen. 5 slots on Ash's side had been filled, including the new icon of Charizard. I expected his Charizard to be his last Pokémon. Why would he use it now? Is he desperate, or does he have something stronger than Charizard in reserve? Charizard is Ash's next choice. Talk about power, the MC shouted. Charizard cracked his knuckles. My turn, this'll be good. Alakazam, use Psychic, Gary shouted. Charizard, counter with Fire Spin, Ash shouted. Charizard took a deep breath and exhaled a stream of fire, which quickly shaped into a tornado around him, the base melting the ice. Fly in. With a flap of his wings, Charizard flew up inside the fire tornado. Alakazam managed to get a grip on Charizard in spite of this. The fire type grunted in pain as his body was bombarded with psychic power. Thankfully, this didn't last long as the fire tornado was too close for the psychic type's liking. Dodge it, Gary ordered. Alakazam let go of Charizard and levitated out of reach of the flames. Flamethrower, Ash shouted. Charizard emerged from the flames and breathed a stream of fire at the Alakazam. Teleport and use Thunder Punch, Gary shouted. Alakazam's body glowed as he disappeared. The flamethrower struck where Alakazam had been a second ago and melted part of the arena. Alakazam reappeared in front of Charizard and punched him with an electrically charged fist. The electricity bothered Charizard because of his type disadvantage, but not as much as it should have. He grinned at the startled expression on the Alakazam's face. Pikachu zaps harder. Flamethrower, Ash shouted. Charizard opened his jaws and fired a colossal blast of fire at close range at the Alakazam, who was unable to dodge in time. The fire washed over Alakazam, knocking him out. He landed on the ice with a thud. And Charizard makes quick work of Gary's Alakazam, the MC remarked. Gary now has 4 Pokémon remaining while Ash only has 2. Alakazam is unable to battle, the referee called. On the screen, Alakazam's icon faded. Gary returned him and grabbed a Pokeball. Blastoise, let's go! The large turtle Pokémon appeared once more. On the screen, the color around Blastoise's icon returned. Charizard, Flamethrower, Ash commanded. Charizard spat another stream of fire directly at the water type. Rapid Spin, Gary ordered. Blastoise tucked all its limbs back into its shell and started spinning rapidly, deflecting the flames. This caused more and more of the field to start melting. "Change to fire spin," Ash shouted. The flames quickly engulfed Blastoise in a tornado of fire. What an attack! Will this mean trouble for Blastoise? The MC trailed on dramatically. "Hydro Pump," Gary shouted. Out of the flames, a blast of water came out, hitting Charizard and pushing him back as the tornado died down. "Hydro Pump again." "Fly up," Ash shouted. Charizard flapped his great wings and flew up, evading the water attack. "Keep up the hydro pumps," Gary ordered. Blastoise kept bombarding Charizard with stream after stream of water. As Charizard kept responding with flamethrowers, but the fire-type couldn't get any decent shot because of the constant attacks. He gave a small cry of pain as one of the hydro pumps managed to hit him. He panted. He had taken a lot of damage already. "Looks like Charizard is in a tough situation," the MC noted. One of the flamethrowers hit Blastoise, but it didn't do much. Ash growled. "I have to think of something." It was then that he noticed the battlefield had puddles everywhere. The field was melting from the heat of Charizard's attacks. One of Blastoise's feet sank a bit in the ice, causing the hydro pump he had fired to miss. "Charizard, melt the field," Ash shouted. This would not only destabilize Blastoise, but it would mean no ice, so Latios wouldn't be so affected by the field. Charizard looked confused as to why Ash would want that, but then again he had a weird trainer. He complied and began firing flamethrowers all over the battlefield, slowly causing the ice to melt. Okay, what's Ash up to now? Gary wondered. We are all probably wondering, why is Charizard attacking the field? The MC asked. Soon, the field was halfway melted and started forming a pool. All ice battlefields were frozen layers about 6 feet deep to make the ice thick enough to not only support heavy Pokémon, but also so that it wasn't destroyed so easily. Charizard's flamethrowers were too much, however. Now, the field was a large pool with a few ice platforms. Blastoise was on one of them. Wow, the battlefield is now a water field. But why did Ash want this? The MC wondered. Now Charizard used Seismic Toss. Charizard dove towards the Blastoise. Oh no, Blastoise dive into the pool. Gary shouted. Blastoise quickly moved to enter the water. But he wasn't fast enough as Charizard scooped him up, flying high to the air. Blastoise, use Bite. Gary shouted. Blastoise bit on Charizard's shoulder. The dragon-like Pokémon flinched from the pain. That bite was sure to leave a mark. Add a Fire Spin, Ash shouted at the flying Pokémon. Charizard spat a spiral of fire which quickly covered both Charizard and Blastoise. Charizard began making circles in the sky, adding more and more momentum to the attack, the flames engulfing both of them never subsiding. He dived for the battlefield, aiming for one of the remaining ice platforms to make the crash harder. Charizard slammed Blastoise onto the ice platform with all his might, shattering it completely. Blastoise kept plowing down until he crashed into the bottom of the pool with a loud impact. Charizard flew up a bit and landed on another platform, panting from tiredness. The stadium watched with bated breath, waiting for Blastoise to emerge. The water type finally emerged upside down with swirls for eyes. Blastoise is unable to battle, the referee called. Blastoise's icon faded, leaving Nidoqueen and 2 unused slots. Gary returned the defeated water type. Unbelievable, the MC cried. Charizard has defeated 2 of Gary Oak's Pokémon. Now this match is 3 Pokémon remaining for Gary and 2 for Ash. Gary growled. He had never expected Ash to defeat his Blastoise, but still, he had 3 Pokémon remaining. Nidoqueen, go! Gary shouted, releasing the poison and ground type. She landed on one of the remaining ice platforms. Use Hyper Beam, he called. Nidoqueen opened her mouth and began gathering energy. Charizard, Flamethrower, Ash ordered. Charizard spat a stream of fire just as Nidoqueen fired her Hyper Beam. Both attacks collided at the center of the arena, the volatile energy of the Hyper Beam exploding on contact and distorting the surface of the water. Charizard, Seismic Toss, Ash called. Charizard waited a few seconds for the smoke to clear a bit. When he was sure of Nidoqueen's location, he flapped his wings and flew towards her. Nidoqueen, Stone Edge! Gary shouted. 2 blue rings surrounded Nidoqueen, turning into small sharp-looking rocks. Charizard's eyes widened in alarm when he saw the attack. Knowing that a rock-type attack would cause colossal damage to a flying and fire-type like Charizard, Ash changed his order. Dodge quickly! Charizard flapped his wings, attempting to get out of the way, but it was too late. Nidoqueen sent a barrage of sharp rocks at Charizard. The rocks collided with him and slammed him into the wall. The double super effective attack was too much, and Charizard fainted, his icon fading from the screen. Charizard is unable to battle. The referee called as Ash returned the downed Pokémon. And after a brave performance, defeating 2 of Gary Oak's Pokémon, Ash Ketchum's Charizard has been defeated. Now Ash's remaining Pokémon must defeat Gary Oak's remaining 3 if Ash wants to win the battle, the MC informed the crowd. Ash looked at the screen. On his side were 5 faded Pokémon icons, while in Gary's side was his still active Nidoqueen and 2 unused slots. However, he wasn't worried. Gary took notice of this. I defeated his Charizard. Why isn't he upset? Ready? Ash asked quietly. Yes, Latios replied. Latios began to hover inside the arena, still invisible. The stadium watched, wondering what Ash's final Pokémon would be. Good luck, brother, Latios telepathed in a gentle tone. Latios took a deep breath as he nodded, preparing himself to drop his invisibility and reveal himself to the world. Chapter 15: A Legendary Surprise. Everyone in Silver Stadium was tense. Finally, the conclusion of this impressive match was near. Only 1 Pokémon remained for Ash, and yet Gary still had 3 Pokémon left. Those were overwhelming odds, and many people thought that Ash was already defeated. Gary chuckled. There's no way you can win, Ashy boy. 1 Pokémon can't beat 3. Gary said calmly, I still have Nidoqueen, Gyarados, and Arcanine to deal with Ashy boy's final choice. I've already won. Good luck, Gary. You'll need it, Ash replied. Gary frowned. Why? Latios, I choose you, Ash shouted, thrusting his arm forward eagerly. Gary stared at Ash. Lawas, you didn't even throw a Pokeball. Just what are you planning? Suddenly, the air in front of Ash began to ripple slightly. Gary got the feeling that something was there. Okay. What is Ash planning? The MC wondered. The stadium watched intently. Suddenly, before everyone's astonished eyes, a large shower of blue sparkles materialized into a streamlined airborne draconic figure as Latios dropped his invisibility, allowing himself to the scene. The entire stadium went quiet as the grave. Gary's eyes widened, his jaw dropped slightly. What the hell is that? He stuttered. For the second time in his life, he was seeing a Pokémon he didn't recognize. He took out his Pokédex and pointed it at the blue Pokémon that hovering in front of Ash. Pokémon unknown, no data available, the Pokédex said in a mechanical voice. Gary's blood chilled, just like at the Viridian Gym. Finally, the MC recovered. What is that? He bellowed. Ash Ketchum has chosen an unknown Pokémon. What could this mysterious Pokémon be? The crowd looked at Latios. On the screen, Latios' icon appeared in the last of Ash's Pokémon slots. It was a wonder they had the icon in the first place. If it hadn't been for the earlier registration, they would have had to use as the icon. Gary was currently stunned beyond belief. He had read every book of his grandfather's and had memorized every Pokémon in them. And yet the one before him was a Pokémon he had never heard of before. I need to be careful. I don't know what that is or what abilities it has. From the announcer's reaction, he doesn't know either. Does Ashy Boy posse's a Pokémon so rare that no one knows about it? Gary wondered. Nidoqueen paled slightly and tensed visibly. All Pokémon, no matter the type or lifestyle, recognized a legendary Pokémon when they saw one. And Nidoqueen knew, even if she had never before seen the Pokémon before her, that she was facing a legendary. She knew that legendary Pokémon were akin to gods, and hoped she wasn't going to get hurt too badly. Ash chuckled. Go ahead, Gary, the first move is yours. Gary looked stunned. He wondered how to attack a Pokémon like that. He didn't even know the type it was. It's simply floating, so that means that it's using levitation, so it's part psychic. It also looks like a flying type, so I'll treat it like a psychic and flying type for now. Nidoqueen, use Hyper Beam, he shouted, wanting to attack first. Since Nidoqueen was part poison type, a psychic attack would be devastating. Nidoqueen opened her mouth and fired an orange beam at Latios, who hadn't moved an inch since revealing himself. Use Psychic on the water, Ash commanded calmly, suddenly feeling very confident about having a legendary Pokémon on his side. Latios' eyes glowed as the water in the battlefield started rising, forming a large wall of water between Latios and Nidoqueen, nearly knocking her off her ice platform. The Hyper Beam collided against the water wall but had no effect. With a flash of Latios' eyes, the wall was sent rapidly across the pool towards Nidoqueen, crashing into her and knocking her out almost at once due to her type disadvantage. "No," Gary gasped. "Nidoqueen is unable to battle," the referee called, raising the corresponding flag. Nidoqueen's icon faded from the screen. Impressive! This mystery Pokémon defeated Gary Oak's Nidoqueen without moving an inch. And what a tremendous display of power, the MC cried excitedly. The crowd was still quiet, trying to fathom just what Ash had sent to the battle. Gary growled as he returned his downed Nidoqueen. "Yep, it's a psychic type all right, but to lift that much water practically lifted the entire arena. And so quickly, not even my Alakazam can do that. Am I facing a legendary Pokémon? Gyarados, I choose you!" Gary shouted, hoping that his Gyarados power would help him win against this tough opponent. A large sea serpent Pokémon appeared in the pool. It growled and glared menacingly at Latios. Latios glared back at the Gyarados, and suddenly the Gyarados didn't feel so powerful or scary. Up on the screen, Gyarados icon appeared on the 5th slot of Gary's side. And Gary has chosen a Gyarados to fight Ash Ketchum's mystery Pokémon, the MC announced. Thankfully for the MC, some of the officials of the Pokémon League had received a bit of information on Latios from Professor Oak. So they were on their way to his cabin so that he could tell the bewildered stadium what Latios was. "Gyarados, use Waterfall," Gary shouted. Gyarados roared and charged at Latios, a large volume of water following along and coating the atrocious Pokémon. "Time for our little surprise ready, Latios?" Ash thought. "Always," Latios answered. "Latios, dodge," Ash thought. Latios tucked his forearms tightly to his body and flew upwards at high speeds, causing Gyarados to crash into the edge of the pool where Latios had been. "Dragon Breath," Ash thought. Latios turned and spat a large stream of white flames directly at the Gyarados. Why is it attacking without Ash saying so? Gary wondered. "Gyarados, counter with your own Dragon Breath," he shouted. Gyarados opened its jaws and exhaled a jet of green flames. Both Dragon Breath attacks collided and cancelled each other out. "Steel Wing," Ash thought. Latios' wings shined a bright white as he dove at the atrocious Pokémon. Gary had no time to order anything as Latios moved too fast. By the time Gary was about to shout something to Gyarados, Latios had already slashed at the water type, leaving a large cut on its side. "Turn around and attack again," Ash thought. Latios flew around and slashed at the Gyarados with his wings again, this time in the other side. "Wow, that Pokémon sure is fast," the MC shouted. The crowd cheered. Gary growled. "Gyarados, Hydro Pump." Gyarados opened its jaws and fired a powerful torrent of water at the Ian Pokémon. "Counter it with Psychic," Ash thought. Latios' eyes glowed as he used a Psychic attack to stop the water, causing it to harmlessly fall into the pool. Gary couldn't believe his eyes. "Why is it attacking without you saying anything?" Gary shouted to Ash. An annoyed look crossed Latios' face at being called an it. Ash laughed. "As you may have noticed, Latios is a psychic type. What I'm doing is thinking my commands, and Latios is reading my mind to hear them. So basically, I am commanding him, it's just that you can't hear it." "So, it's called a Latios," Gary muttered. "If I can't hear Ashy Boy's commands, I can't anticipate his attacks. This is bad." "Turn invisible," Ash thought. Latios nodded. His body was covered in blue shimmering lights as he disappeared into thin air. And that Pokémon has turned invisible again. What is it planning? The MC wondered. Again, Latios got annoyed. He was no it. Tackle it, Ash thought. Latios rushed at the Gyarados and slammed into its side, causing the atrocious Pokémon to give a small cry of pain as he crashed into the side of the pool. Gyarados, slam the water with your tail, Gary shouted. Gyarados made a wide swing with its tail, hitting the water and creating a rather large splash. Some of the water soaked Latios, temporarily revealing him. Now, use Iron Tail, Gary shouted. Gyarados' tail became solid white and steel hard. He made another wide swing, hitting Latios in the side. Latios winced in pain but quickly recovered, and at Ash's mental command, he fired a Dragon Breath at the Gyarados. The water and flying type cried in pain as the flames enveloped it. Using the Gyarados' temporary distraction, Latios used a psychic attack to instantly dry his feathers, quickly hiding from sight again. What an impressive battle, folks! This unique Pokémon sure is tough, the MC commented. The crowd cheered. Hyper Beam, Gary shouted. Joradin fired a huge orange energy beam at where it supposed Latios was. Return it, Ash thought. Latios quickly exerted a large amount of his psychic powers to grab the Hyper Beam, slowly turning it around until it was heading right back towards the atrocious Pokémon. The attack collided and created a large explosion. Gyarados crashed to the side of the pool from the force of the blow. Wow, just how strong is that psychic type to return an entire Hyper Beam? Impressive, the MC cried. Finish this with Luster Purge, Ash shouted. Latios revealed himself in preparation for his strongest attack. What is that? Gary wondered. He had never heard of that attack before. He looked at Gyarados. The water type was just barely recovering from that Hyper Beam. And to make matters worse, he had to rest a few seconds after using the attack. He could do nothing but watch whatever attack Ash had summoned go to work. Latios' body started shining brightly as he gathered his power, turning into a sphere of light as he charged at the water type. Usually Luster Purge could be used as both as a long-range attack, by firing it as a projectile, or as a close-range attack by ramming the opponent with it. In this occasion, Latios preferred the close-range version. Gary's eyes widened as he saw the huge energy sphere collide with Gyarados, releasing a huge blast of light that forced everyone to cover their eyes. Finally, the light died down and Gary looked up only to see Latios floating calmly on Ash's side of the field. And as for his Gyarados, it was floating upside down with swirls for eyes. Gyarados is unable to battle, the referee called. Gyarados' icon faded completely from the screen. And with an unknown attack, this Pokémon has defeated Gyarados. Now both trainers are down to their last Pokémon, the MC announced. A league official entered the room and handed him a note with information on Latios. What was that? Asked an amazed Professor Elm. I don't know, Professor Oak answered. But Latios is certainly demonstrating why he's a legendary Pokémon. That was one powerful attack. Delia kept taking pictures. Latios giggled mentally. I think you overdid it with that Luster Purge. Latios chuckled as Gary returned his Gyarados. Maybe. Listen folks, the MC started. I've received a bit of info. Apparently the Pokémon before us is called Latios and is a legendary Pokémon. It took a few seconds for the crowd to register this. They started whispering to each other in astonishment. Latios is apparently a dragon psychic type, and that's all the info we have for now. The crowd applauded, awed at getting the chance to see a legendary Pokémon right before their eyes. Impressivia, real legendary Pokémon, here at the Silver Conference Sunbelvive, the MC cried, clearly impressed. Latios' laugh took them long enough. Ash and Latios had to hold back a laugh at Gary's shocked face. Yeah, Latios agreed. Gary looked at the field. There were no ice platforms left, so there was no place to stand, just one huge pool. Reluctantly, he grabbed his last Pokeball. Arcanine, go! The large fire dog-like Pokémon was released to the edge of the field. Up on the screen, Arcanine's icon appeared in the last of Gary's slots. And an Arcanine is Gary's last Pokémon. Can an Arcanine fight the power of this legendary Pokémon? The MC bellowed. Ash, don't order me to psychically return any fire-type attacks, Latios warned. Ash blinked in confusion. Why not? Arcanine have an ability called Flash Fire which allows them to absorb any fire-type attack to make their own far stronger, Latios answered. Ash got even more confused. But how can they absorb fire? Through their fur? Well, I don't really know, Latios admitted. But I don't intend to find out. A powered-up fire attack might really burn my feathers, and it's troublesome to keep them neat. Everyone on Ash's bench sweat dropped. Brother, Latios started. It only takes us a few seconds to treat our feathers to keep them clean. We do it psychically. I don't care. I don't intend to see my feathers ruined, Latios complained. Latios' sweat dropped. In the meantime, Gary had been figuring out what to do. Arcanine, Fire Blast. Arcanine opened his mouth and fired a powerful blast of fire at Latios, taking the shape of a 5-pointed star. Block it, Ash commanded. Latios' eyes glowed as he used his psychic powers to lift more water from the pool, creating a protective sphere of water around him, extinguishing the flames. Arcanine growled and paced around the edge of the pool. Ash chuckled. Well, Gary, looks like Arcanine has problems with the water. Let me help you there. Gary looked confused. Huh? Ash laughed. Latios, lift the water. Latios' eyes glowed a bright white as he lifted all the water in the pool like battlefield. The stadium watched in awe as Latios managed to levitate all of the water high in the air. Wow, no wonder Latios is a legendary Pokémon, the MC commented. Arcanine yelped, knowing what was next. Dodge with extreme speed, Gary shouted frantically. The floating mass of water descended upon Arcanine. The fire type desperately ran to the side, quickly becoming a blur, as it used one of the fastest Pokémon moves to try and dodge the water. Knowing that Arcanine was eventually going to try and slam into him, Latios withdrew a small amount of water from the big bubble and held it close enough to create a shield should Arcanine try and attack him. Arcanine disappeared from Latios' sight. Latios wasn't too surprised by this. He knew that a move as fast as extreme speed could fool his eyes. So he decided to rely on something that was far faster and more precise to see, his mind. Arcanine's speed could play tricks on his eyes, but not on the sharpness of his mind. He closed his eyes and began to sense Arcanine's movements. He immediately detected Arcanine behind him. Latios created a column of water and flung it over his shoulder. Arcanine was forced to dodge to the side, becoming visible again just as a series of water spheres were hurled at him. Flamethrower, Gary shouted. Arcanine opened his mouth and exhaled a large stream of fire, managing to vaporize the water spheres. What Arcanine couldn't see was the huge blast of water coming from above him. Thankfully for the fire type, Gary did. Use extreme speed. Arcanine quickly took off and became a blur, dodging the water blast Latios had shaped with his psychic powers. Latios had his eyes closed and was relying on his mind to sense Arcanine. Latios, can't you get a hold of his body with psychic? Ash thought. He's moving too fast, Latios replied. Trick him, Ash thought. Make him dodge to break his extreme speed. When he does, grab with psychic to end this once and for all. In the meantime, Arcanine was running around, avoiding Latios' psychically manipulated water attacks. Wow, what an impressive battle, folks! The MC bellowed. Everyone cheered loudly. Arcanine ran at Latios, his body a blur from the sheer speed. Latios conjured a water wall and placed it between himself and Arcanine, forcing the fire type to change course, running around the barrier. He charged at the Ian Pokémon, hitting him in the chest and pushing him back. Latios cried in pain, but even so, getting hit by Arcanine was just exactly what he had wanted. When the fire type managed to land the extreme speed attack on Latios, Arcanine had stopped long enough for Latios to get a psychic grip on him. Latios chuckled. Game over. The Arcanine yelped as he was yanked off the ground just in front of Latios. The fire type began to squirm in pain as his body was bombarded by Lacio's mental powers. Lacio started lowering the water back to the pool. Ash grinned. Finish this with Luster Purge. Lacio's body started glowing brightly as he charged his ultimate attack. Arcanine could only watch as Lacio's readied himself to finish him off, completely helpless under Lacio's mental hold. Looks like this is it for Arcanine, folks, the MC shouted. Lacio's fired the Luster Purge. The light sphere engulfed the fire type, slamming him into the center of the pool, creating a bright explosion that temporarily blinded everyone again. When the light died down, Arcanine was floating in the water, completely out cold. Arcanine is unable to continue battling. Victory of this match goes to Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and Lacio's. The referee called. We have a winner, the MC bellowed. Looks like the legendary Pokemon Lacio's proved to be too much for Gary Oak. The entire stadium applauded. Ash just stood there for a second, taking in the fact that he had finally defeated his eternal rival Gary Oak. Lacio's calmly hovered to where he was, just floating there beside him, until Ash burst into cheers. Yeah, he cried loudly as he threw his arms around Lacio's slender neck in a hug. We won! We won! Lacio's smiled and gave a small hug back. Lacio's flew up and gave them both a hug. Bianca thought that scene was absolutely cute and began drawing it. The stadium was simply awed. For the first time in their lives, they had seen a legendary Pokemon. A lot of people were impressed, many younger trainers were jealous, and others looked at the boy hugging the legendary Pokemon with a smile, touched by the obvious bond between the legendary and the human. And for more extreme reactions, a few dozen childish fangirls had hearts over the eyes at the sight of the boy, Macy included. Looks like Lacio's and Misty are going to be busy keeping Ash safe from a bunch of rabid fangirls. And some young trainers and kids were dying to see Lacio's up close, maybe also to get an autograph. Delia smiled happily in the stands as she took a picture of the hug. Told you so, Oak. I knew Ash would win. Professor Oak and Elm didn't respond. Both were too busy drooling because they had witnessed a legendary Pokemon in action, any Pokemon professor's dream. Wait until we tell this to Professors Birch and Rowan, they'll be so jealous, Elm gushed. Oh yes, Oak agreed. Delia laughed. They probably saw it on TV too, so it won't be anything new to them. Oh no, they saw it on TV but we saw it live. And besides, we got to meet that legendary. They on the other case didn't, Professor Oak argued. But still, what was that attack? Professor Elm wondered. Yeah, we'll have to ask Ash about it, Professor Oak agreed. That Luster Purge thing sure is powerful. It didn't fail to defeat a Gyarados and an Arcanine. Also, how is it that Lacio's can turn invisible? Elm wondered. I don't know, maybe it's something in his feathers? Oak guessed. Think can we examine him a bit? Elm wondered. As long as he doesn't kill us for it, Oak deadpanned. Brighten up. We'd be the first Pokemon professors in history to look at a legendary so closely. And actually examine it, Elm said, a dreamy look in his eyes. Hey, Oak, Delia started. The professor turned to him. Do you think that Lacio's could have defeated all of Gary's team by himself? Delia asked. Oak hummed in thought. Lacio's is certainly quite strong, but the key factor in this battle was that the two Pokemon of Gary's that could have truly been a challenge for Lacio's were knocked out sooner, namely Umbreon and Alakazam, he answered. Delia smiled. My boy has made it to the quarterfinals. I'm so proud. What does that have to do with anything I just said? Oak asked. Nothing, just thought I'd mention it, Delia said. Oak's sweat dropped. Meanwhile, a million things were coursing through the mind of a trainer from Hone named Harrison. Since he was from Hone, he knew quite well what Lacio's was. I can't believe it, some kid from Kanto shows up having a Lacio's. This is bad. I'm up against him next round. He looked down to the boy as he celebrated his victory with the Ian Pokemon. My Johto team isn't strong enough to fight off a Lacio's, and the rest of that boy's team is very powerful. I'll need my Hone team if I want to win, Harrison thought. He chuckled. I have to admit I'm a bit jealous, he muttered. I've always wanted a legendary. Well, any trainer wants one. He turned and walked towards one of the stadium exits. It's a good thing that I have a few Pokemon that may be some nice Latios counters. Lorenzo smiled at what he was seeing on TV. Too bad he couldn't go there himself, he was too busy with his multiple jobs. He had to see that the Museum of Altomari kept on running smoothly, and also had to attend to the gondola workshop. He at least had let Bianca go to Silver Town since she had been a little depressed ever since Latios and Latias had left. It looked like Latios was becoming stronger with each passing day now. That he knew how to battle properly thanks to the care his trainer had given him. He knew that Altomari would be truly safe in the future. Wow, the twerp's got a legendary, Jesse muttered. He finally got around to catching one. Didn't he do it sooner? He's met legendaries here and there and he didn't catch a single one, James said. Who cares about that? Meowth shouted. Those Pokemon are going directly to da boss. Yeah, Jesse agreed. Hold on a second, James shouted. They turned to look at him. What? Jesse questioned. Listen, when we fight the twerps, they always beat us. Now that they have a legendary Pokemon, they'll beat us in a second. That Pokemon defeated an Arcanine, Gyarados, and Nidoqueen like they were nothing. Imagine how it'd beat our Pokemon around, James replied. Good point, Jesse muttered. I say we sell more souvenir badges and popcorn. That way we will have the money needed to order a really powerful mecha. From Team Rocket's elite headquarters, James suggested. Both Meowth and Jesse nodded. That legendary Pokemon will be ours, they hissed to each other excitedly. Stop slacking and give me my popcorn, a random person shouted. They sighed and went back to work. Meanwhile, in Team Rocket's elite headquarters, 2 Team Rocket agents were enjoying a break and watching some TV. Finally, Professor Sebastian gave us a break, Annie complained. That pointy beard is an idiot. Shut it, Annie, Oakley snapped. Anyway, the project Professor Sebastian and Namba are working on seems to be very effective. At least Attila and Han are getting the dirty work for now, Annie muttered tiredly. Anyway, according to Professor Sebastian, the project should be finished soon, in a few days, Oakley continued. Both continued watching TV. They flipped through a few channels until they landed on a news channel. On the top of the screen the words breaking news flashed. They raised an eyebrow. This seemed interesting. The reporter on screen, a young lady, started talking. Today at the Silver Conference, something shocking has happened. A trainer has used a legendary Pokemon for one of the league battles. The trainer was down to his last Pokemon while the opponent still had 3 remaining. Yet the legendary Pokemon had no trouble in defeating all 3 Pokemon. The screen shifted and started showing recordings of the Battle of Ash and Gary, more specifically, when Latios was being used. Both Annie and Oakley's jaws dropped. The hell? Oakley cursed. Wow, looks like the stupid kid got a souvenir from Altomari, Annie commented. If Latios is there, then no one is guarding the jewel. With that jewel I can make the best necklace ever, she gushed, a dreamy look in her eyes. Forget about that damn jewel, we can try to take Latios again, Oakley suggested. But we have to help Professor Pointy, Annie whined. But look closely, Oakley muttered, looking at the screen. Latios seems to have trained a lot since the last time. He defeated 3 powerful Pokemon effortlessly. It won't be easy. I don't care. I want the jewel, Annie snapped. Oakley sighed in exasperation. But I don't think we can beat Latios anymore. Besides, it's more likely that we will get a different assignment once this project is finished. Yeah, Annie muttered. Maybe we can actually be one of the rocket agents bestowed with the project's result. If we are, we will use the might of Team Rocket's newest weapon to crush those kids and the Latios. And Latias too, if she's there, Oakley suggested. Annie sighed. Whatever. Oakley laughed maliciously, waiting for the time when she'd fight Ash and Latios again, and this time, she'd have a new surprise ready. Chapter 16, Preparing for the Next Battle. Today was a memorable day at the Johto League Silver Conference. A young Pokemon trainer from a small town in Kanto had actually used a legendary Pokemon in an official battle, something that was sure to make history. Ash parted from hugging Latios and raised both hands in the air excitedly, proud over his victory. The stadium applauded the youngster, still awed from witnessing a legendary Pokémon in battle. Misty and Brock smiled. "Look at him," Misty began. "He wins a match and he celebrates like he won the whole tournament." "That's Ash all right," Brock said with a smile. "And considering he beat Gary of all people, he must feel like he's already a Pokémon master." "Done," Bianca exclaimed happily. Misty and Brock turned to look at her. "Done with what?" Misty asked. Bianca showed them her sketchbook and their mouths dropped in astonishment. She had done a perfect sketch of Latios and Ash hugging. Latios was there too. "Latios didn't celebrate with them," Brock said, analyzing the picture. "I did. It's just that you didn't see it," Latios telepathed loudly. She floated over and peeked at the picture. "Show off." Bianca laughed. "You have some catching up to do, Latios." "Anyway, I think we should go," Latios said after she noticed Gary leaving with his heartbroken cheerleader team. "Sure," Ash agreed as the group walked to the exit of the field. Many people in the stadium also started to leave as there were no more battles for the day. The others would be fought tomorrow. "So Brock, when is my next battle?" "You just battled and you're already thinking about your next match," Misty bellowed. "There are other things to life than fighting, you know." Ash chuckled nervously. Brock looked at his guidebook. "In about 4 days. That's 3 days for the other 6 matches of this round and a rest day before the quarterfinals start." "All right," Ash said. "So, what are we gonna do in the meantime?" "As usual, we could train your Pokémon a bit more. Latios might need another attack. Now that the remaining trainers know that you have him, they'll try to find ways to beat him. A new attack might help him," Brock suggested. Latios sighed. "No more rock lifting, please," he complained, a nervous tone in his voice. He was invisible at the moment. Even if he had revealed himself mid-stadium, he was still unhappy with remaining visible all the time, so decided to cloak himself as usual. By now they had exited the stadium and were walking to the trainer's hotel. Latios noticed the subtle nervousness of Latios' tone. "What's up, brother?" she asked. "I'm still a bit uneasy about revealing myself," Latios replied. Ash turned to the space he sensed Latios was floating in. "What do you mean? You didn't seem to affect it on the battlefield." "Well, I followed Pikachu's advice. I ignored the crowd and everything else as much as I could," Latios replied. "Thanks for that, by the way." "Sure," Pikachu said. "Don't worry, the fear of battling before so many people will pass soon." "All right," Latios muttered, easing up a bit. Ash changed the topic. "So Brock, what should we train in now?" Brock took out his Pokémon Breeder's Guide. "Well, even if Latios is quite powerful as he is, he needs a few more attacks to make sure he can cover his weakness as well. There's only 4 days until the next match, so we should get him to learn 1 attack for now." "So what attack should he learn now?" Ash asked. "I suggest Ice Beam. It's a very powerful attack that hits many Pokémon hard. Also, with the use of Latios' psychic abilities, it can be used as a multi-purpose attack. Like he did with the water at the battle," Brock suggested. Great. I hate ice," Latios complained telepathically. As a dragon, it was obvious. "Me too, though I like ice cream," Latios commented and remembered that it had been a while since she ate ice cream. Maybe it would be good to get Ash to buy her a bit. Everyone's sweat dropped at her comment. "Well, Ice Beam it is. Ready, Latios?" Ash asked. "I guess," Latios answered unhappily. "I want to learn Ice Beam too," Latios squealed telepathically. Everyone would have stared at her oddly if they had known where she was hovering. "Why?" Misty asked. "You aren't a battler yet." "Who said I wanted Ice Beam for battles?" "As I've said before, I'm not interested in fighting, it's just that it's an attack that I like a lot, and I can think up a lot of uses for it," Latios answered. Everyone wondered what Latios would want to do with an Ice Beam. "Are you sure?" Brock asked. "According to this, Ice Beam is a very tricky move to learn if the Pokémon is not a water type or an ice type." "I don't care. I want to learn it," Latios telepathed back. Okay, we'll teach it to you too," Brock said, giving in. Mainly because he knew that if he denied Latios, she'd probably never let him see another girl in his life ever again. He looked around nervously, but to his dismay, Latios was invisible so he couldn't really see any reaction. Latios giggled at his terrified thoughts. I have the perfect tool to control him. Lacio's sweat dropped at his sister's thoughts, but quickly pushed the matter aside. So, when does the training start? Lacio's asked. We'll wait until tomorrow so we can start fresh in the morning, and we'll train with Ash's team for the next match. We'll register it today, Brock informed. Anyway, Ash interrupted. Brock, how good is my next opponent? Ash asked, knowing that Brock had seen his next opponent's match earlier. Well, Ash, Brock started. You're in for an extremely hard match. Ash perked up, excited at the prospect of a tough battle. Why? The trainer you're facing is from the Hone region, Brock answered. Where's that? Ash asked. The Hone region is a region far from Kanto and Johto to the southwest across the sea. Hone has a different variety of Pokémon from the Kanto and Johto regions. So when you fight your opponent, he may have Pokémon that you've never heard of before, Brock explained. Ash gulped. I don't know if I should be worried or excited. That and he also seemed to be a rather good trainer. He used many innovative strategies to defeat his opponent, Brock remarked. Also, he probably knows that you have Latios, so he'll be ready, Misty added. A trainer from Hone should recognize Latios instantly, so he'll know what to do to fight him. He knows what I am. Latios started. By tomorrow the whole city will be gossiping about the trainer with the legendary, don't you think? They probably are already, Bianca said flatly. Good point, Latios admitted. Ash smiled excitedly. So, a trainer from a new region. I wonder what kinds of new Pokémon I'll get to see. But how will I know how to fight them? I don't know a thing about Hone. Well, I could tell you, Ash, Brock started. I know a few things about Hone Pokémon, but my knowledge is too limited and it would look weird if I telling you everything from the bench. I'll tell him, Latios said. As a legendary, I know a lot about most existing Pokémon, so I'll tell you anything you need to know. Me too, I'll help out too, Latios added, giving a happy nod. Besides, we can be very subtle when telling him since only you guys can hear us, Latios telepathed. Ash smiled to the twins. Thanks a lot. You're welcome, Latios telepathed joyfully. If I win, I'll go to the semifinals, right? Ash asked. Yes, Ash, Misty answered. If you win, you're one of the top 4. She paused. Now I'm impressed. Brock laughed. Yeah, Ash actually has a chance to be in the top 4. Amazing, right? Yeah, Misty agreed. Ash smiled, clearly proud of himself, but Misty continued. It's just Latios, he's doing everything for Ash. Ash face faulted. Hey, Latios isn't doing everything. I can manage on my own, Ash countered. Well, except in the next match. Everyone laughed at that. They walked for a few minutes in the general direction of the hotel, nothing particularly interesting happening, until... There he is! A clearly excited feminine voice shouted, echoed by various others, causing our heroes to turn around to see a rather large group of people closing in consisting of a dozen immature fangirls. Some young trainers and a bunch of TV reporters and other people holding cameras and boom microphones. Everyone's sweat dropped. Why did we not see something like this coming? Brock wondered. Wonder what they want. Ash muttered. The others sighed. Before anyone could tell him, Ash was surrounded by the people pushing everyone else aside. About 3 different news crews were trying to get an interview. Ash looked nervously at all the people surrounding him as they bombarded him with different comments. Just how did you capture a legendary Pokémon? A beautiful woman asked, holding a microphone to Ash's face. Before Ash could even process the question, another reporter said, For how long have you had that legendary Pokémon? Can I see the legendary, please? A young trainer asked, tugging at Ash's sleeve, and by young I mean he was the same age as Ash. Can you help me catch my own legendary? Another eager trainer asked. Will you marry me? A fangirl asked merrily. A furious spike of jealousy coursed through Latios and Misty when they heard this. Since Latios was invisible in her Pokémon form, she unleashed a powerful psychic attack that would have severely injured the girl's mind. And Latios frantically stopped it with a psychic attack of his own, easily canceling Latios. Thankfully, no one noticed. He scolded her mentally. Can you be my boyfriend? Another fangirl asked. Can you show us your legendary Pokémon, please? Where is it? Another trainer asked. And like that, the questions continued. Thankfully, Ash would be rescued soon. One of the people surrounding Ash made the huge mistake of touching Pikachu, who was perched on Ash's shoulder. The startled Pikachu released a potent thunder attack. Thankfully, Ash's friends were a few feet back and thus didn't get hurt by the ensuing electric blast. "Ouch," Bianca commented. She turned and sweat dropped when she saw Brock was crying like a baby because Ash had the attention of several dozen girls. When the attack ended, the entire crowd was on the floor except for Ash, who was too used to shocks by now to be knocked out by Pikachu's thunder. Ash sighed in relief. "Thanks, buddy." "You're welcome," Pikachu replied. Both Ash and Pikachu groaned when they noticed that the people were slowly getting up, more determined than ever to see Ash's legendary Pokémon. Ash took a few steps back. "I think you should hide, they'll never leave you alone," Latios suggested. Ash sighed and ran, searching for a place to get away from these obviously mad people, who had been pestering him to show them Latios without realizing Latios had been a few feet from them all along. The frenzied crowd ran after him. "Do you think he will be all right?" Bianca asked as the crowd chased Ash into the distance. "Latios, go and help him out, please," Latios pleaded telepathically. Latios chuckled, worried that some fangirl will get to him before you do. Latios blushed. "Just go and don't comment." Latios laughed and quickly flew after Ash. "Why?" Brock shouted desperately to the heavens in search for an answer. Bianca, Misty, and Latios turned to look at him in confusion. "What's got into you now?" Misty asked, though she had a pretty good guess. "Why must Ash be so lucky?" Brock bellowed again. "He has so many girls paying attention to him and I have nothing." The girl's sweat dropped. "He's lost it," Misty muttered. Latios nodded in agreement. Brock looked around. "You," he said, pointing to Bianca. In a flash, he was kneeling before her, taking her hand. "You are my last hope to have a girlfriend. Please agree to be the soulmate that I have been searching for." Bianca gasped. Her eyes twitched, a vein of annoyance appeared in her forehead, an irritated look crossed her face. She turned beet red in anger, and then slammed Brock to the ground so hard that Latios and Misty could swear that the pavement cracked. She put a foot on top of Brock's head and began to stomp him, shouting with each impact, "I have tolerated your perverted acts, but if you try to flirt with me ever again, you are going to wish you never see a woman ever again. Got it?" Why, yes," Brock muttered weakly. Bianca nodded satisfied and walked a few feet back. Latios and Misty had their mouths dropped in awe. "She does it better than both of us put together," Misty admitted. "I like her style," Latios commented. Bianca laughed nervously when she saw the terrified looks of the people passing by. "Maybe you should try it too," Misty told Latios. "Maybe, though if I attack him like that I'll end up sending him to the hospital," Latios joked. Brock put on a terrified face, or tried to. He was still stuck in the pavement. "What about Ash?" Misty asked. "Don't worry, Latios is on it," Latios answered. "Let's go to the hotel room and wait for them," Misty said casually. "He didn't break anything, did he?" Bianca asked. Latios' eyes glowed a little. "No, he'll be all right in a few minutes after the pain passes." "Okay, see you at the hotel room," Bianca called as they walked to the hotel. Meanwhile, Ash was hiding in an alley in terror. He didn't need his sensing abilities to know that the reporters, trainers, and fangirls were getting close. Thankfully, he sensed Latios approaching, turning the corner and hovering close to him. "Latios, help me," Ash pleaded. Latios chuckled. "Sure, just let me think of a way." "Can't you fly me away?" Ash asked desperately. "No, if they see us, they'll be even more excited," Latios answered. He grinned. "I can knock them out psychically if you want." Ash shook his head. "I don't want you to harm someone like that ever again. I meant something different. In this case, it's only temporary. They'll just faint and wake up a few hours later. Nothing serious," Latios said. "No, Latios, you know I dislike you being so aggressive," Ash said. "Find another way, please." "I can shock them silly," Pikachu offered. Ash shook his head again. Latios sighed. He sensed Ash's fans were getting near. I consider you a great friend, Ash, so be really grateful I'm willing to do this for you. Ash looked confused. Suddenly, the air Latios was in sparkled brightly as he regained visibility. What surprised Ash was that Latios was getting smaller and changing shape. Ash gasped slightly when he realized what Latios was doing. In seconds, a perfect copy of Ash was standing before him. Wow, Ash muttered. I thought you said you hated that, Pikachu commented. I do, so you better be grateful, Latios telepathed, glaring at Ash. Ash chuckled nervously. I am. Go to the hotel. I'll lose them and meet you there, Latios telepathed. Thanks, Latios, Ash said. Latios smiled and ran out of the alley. The crowd quickly noticed him and ran after the Ash-disguised Latios, everyone wanting to see him or get a nice interview for the news channel. Latios quickly ran, looking for a nice place to lose them. After a few minutes, he made a sharp turn, quickly resumed his Pokémon form, and turned invisible. By the time everyone caught up, he was long gone. They groaned in disappointment and had no choice but to resume their day. Latios laughed and flew to the hotel. It took him a few minutes to reach the hotel room. As usual, he entered through the balcony. His sweat dropped when he saw the condition Brock was in. Hi, Latios, thanks for the help earlier, Ash said. He was sitting at the table with everyone, except Brock, who was in the computer, registering Ash's team and checking Harrison's Pokémon record. He was more than a little bruised. You're welcome, Latios answered. What happened to him? He asked, motioning to the slightly bruised Brock. Latios laughed. He was so sad that Ash had so much female attention that he tried his luck with Bianca. You can figure out the rest. Latios chuckled. Learned a lesson? I hope so, Brock muttered. He refocused his attention on the computer as he checked Harrison's record and pondered on the best team to register for Ash. So, how does the Hone guy's Pokémon look? Latios asked. He has a lot from Kanto, Johto, and Hone. He's an older trainer, so he's traveled for a while and his Pokémon must be quite experienced. His Hone Pokémon might be a problem, so I registered the team that I think would be able to fare the best against him, Brock summarized. All right, Latios telepathed. I will beat him, Ash said confidently. Misty smiled. For once, I actually think you are truly capable of winning. Ash smiled back. Finally. But I still think it's all thanks to Latios and Latios, Misty continued. Ash face faulted. The upcoming match will be good. I know I'll win, he said after recovering. Latios smiled. I know you will. Harrison smiled as he dialed a number on the phone at the Pokémon Center. Soon a man in his mid-30s answered, his image appearing on the screen of the video phone, sporting a nice beard and a lab coat. Hello. Harrison, good to see you again, Professor Birch greeted one of his most successful pupils. Hello to you too, Professor. How's it going over there in Hone? Harrison asked warmly. It's been nice, a good time of the year here. Anyway, what's the call for? Birch asked. Did you see today's matches? Harrison asked. Oh, yeah, you were splendid. Congratulations, Professor Birch praised. Well, Professor, while I'm flattered that you think I did that well, you have to admit, my match was nothing compared to the surprise that appeared after mine, Harrison replied. Professor Birch got serious. Yes, I never imagined a Latios would be used in the Silver Conference. I'm impressed too, and to think a Latios is in the hands of an 11-year-old, Harrison exclaimed. I remember Professor Oak of Kanto calling me a month ago asking for the Pokédex entries on Latios and Latios. Since that kid is one of Oak's prospects, I assumed it was for him. But I never imagined he had asked them because a trainer had caught a Latios. I thought it was because he had heard of a sighting or something like that, Birch said with a sigh. But still, how did that kid catch him? Harrison asked. What I'm more impressed in is that Latios obeyed him without any hesitation. And the way they celebrated their victory, it's clear that Latios respects the boy. But how did that kid get Latios to respect him that much? Professor Birch wondered. I don't know, but I'm against him and his Latios next round. My Johto team won't be enough to fight a Latios, so I'll need some Pokémon from my Hone team, Harrison said. Professor Birch nodded. A wise choice. I'll go and get your team. Call me in a few hours. It might take me a while to find them, that and it's my lunchtime. He held out a lunchbox to emphasize the point. Harrison's sweat dropped. All right, Professor, Harrison said. I'll go and plan my strategy. I have to defeat that Latios. Good luck, Birch said as he hung up. Harrison got up and exited the Pokemon Center. For now he was going to his hotel room to register his team. And then he was planning on using the remaining days to train and give his home team a good warm-up before the match. Today had been a nice day for our young hero, but not a nice night. Ash stirred for what was the 100th time in his bed. He just couldn't sleep. Today's fantastic event kept replaying in his mind how he had defeated Gary. He looked at the alarm clock. It was 11:30, almost midnight. Ash sighed and stood up from his bed, careful to not wake Pikachu. He walked to the balcony and smiled at the sight of the lake, the moon casting an almost magical glow on the surface of the water. He walked out of the hotel room quietly. After a while, he exited the hotel, wanting to get some fresh air, walking to the lake and standing at the edge. He smiled at the breathtaking reflection of the moon's silver glow. Ash looked around and noticed that he wasn't alone. Sitting on a rock about 100 feet away was Gary. Wow, Ash said to himself as he walked to where Gary was. Gary was sitting at the edge of the lake, just thinking. He turned around and looked surprised when he saw Ash walking towards him. Hey, Ashy boy. Hi, Gary. Can't sleep? Ash asked. No, I just came here to relax for a while, Gary responded, looking at the moon. Congratulations on beating me. I'm impressed, you've finally surpassed me, he admitted, an almost relieved tone in his voice. Thanks, Ash said, a proud tone in his voice. Gary smiled at him. I'm just curious, how did you capture a legendary Pokemon? Ash chuckled. With friendship, Gary. Gary blinked in confusion. What do you mean? I never battled Latios or even intended to capture him. He decided to come with me on his own after I became his friend, Ash explained. Gary chuckled. Wow, not bad. Ash smiled. Thanks. Listen, Ashy boy, go on and win the tournament. I know you can. Gary stood up and began to leave. He paused. And thanks. Ash looked confused. For what? By defeating me, you finally drove my annoying fangirl team away, Gary explained. Ash laughed nervously when he remembered that now some silly girls were after him too. At least he knew somehow that Latias and Misty would help him. He wondered why Latias and Misty seemed so interested in keeping others girls away from him, like Macy. You're welcome, I guess, Ash said, still a bit uneasy. Gary reached into his pocket and tossed something to Ash. Ash caught it and was shocked when he realized it was Gary's half of the Pokeball they had fought over all those years ago. But why? Ash asked, a bit taken off. Gary smiled. You've earned it. Consider it a good luck charm to help you win. Ash nodded. Thanks, Gary. Gary walked up to him and held out his hand. Ash smiled and shook it. Our rivalry ends and our friendship begins, Gary announced. I'm happy to hear that, Ash admitted. Glad to have a new old friend. You know, Ash, sometimes when you win, you learn a little or maybe nothing, but when you're defeated, you always learn a lot. When you defeated me, I learned so much. I saw the errors in my ways. Thanks a lot, Gary said, turning around. Good luck with the rest of the Silver Conference. Ash smiled and nodded. For some reason, now he felt sleepy. He walked back to his hotel room, slipped into bed, and fell asleep. That last image of Gary walking away by himself in the moonlight flickering through his mind. Chapter 17, The Battle Begins. And here we are again, ready for another day of training? Ash asked his Pokemon. Ash and Brock had arrived at the same clearing they'd used for training for the entire Silver Conference. Yeah, Latios answered. Pikachu and Latias nodded. Bianca, Misty, and Delia had gone shopping and decided to leave the training to Brock and Ash, who saw no harm in this and let them go. Through Ash questioned once again why women liked shopping. It was now the day after Ash's victory over Gary, so they had still 3 days left to train. Ash grabbed 4 Pokeballs and released the rest of the team he had chosen to fight Harrison. Bayleaf, Snorlax, Squirtle, and Charizard appeared in the clearing with flashes of light. Hi everyone, Ash greeted. All the Pokémon returned the salutation. Ash walked closer to Squirtle. So, how's everyone at the lab? Very good, it was nice to see them again, the water type replied. Since he was under Ash's care for now, he used the opportunity to see his old teammates again before he returned to the Squirtle squad. How's Larvitar? Ash asked, concern in his voice. I hope he's okay without me. Squirtle smiled. The kid's fine. He was very nervous at first. But being separated from you seems to have made him a bit more confident and less dependent on you, Squirtle explained. Both Ash and Lacius sighed in relief. That's good to hear, Ash remarked. Squirtle laughed. Fampy's been helping him get to know everyone. He's become a close friend to Larvitar. I guess I'll thank him the next time I see them, Ash said proudly, glad that Larvitar was finally opening up thanks to his surrogate son. Anyway, thanks to everyone who helped in the battle against Gary. We won, and I'm very proud of all of you. Ash's Pokémon smiled. Thanks, Bayleaf squealed happily. So, who's our next opponent? Charizard asked eagerly. I hope it's someone strong. Well, our next opponent is from a place called Hone, so he has lots of strong Pokémon unlike any we've ever seen before, Ash explained. Charizard grinned. That sounds good. Anyway, we'll do some training until the next match comes up. Brock will help out there, Ash informed, motioning over to Brock. While Lacius and Latios learn Ice Beam, the rest of you should just spar with each other. Snorlax and Bayleaf will fight Charizard and Pikachu will fight Squirtle, Brock suggested. No, I want to fight Latios, Charizard shouted at Brock. Latios sighed. Brock chuckled nervously. I can't understand you. He wants to fight Latios again, Ash translated. Sorry, Charizard, but Latios has a new attack to learn. Maybe later. I want to fight him now. Snorlax is a bit slow and I've already fought him, and Bayleaf, please, a grass type. You've got to be kidding me, Charizard whined. An angry look flashed across Bayleaf's face as a vein of irritation appeared on her forehead. What did you just say? Before Charizard could reply, she extended a vine whip and smacked him on the head, knocking him back. She smirked and gave a satisfied nod. Charizard rubbed the top of his head. You know I hate it when you do that. All the more reason to keep doing it, Bayleaf countered, giggling. Okay, that's it. I'm fighting you, Charizard snarled, glaring at Bayleaf. She laughed. Bring it on! She turned backwards to look at Snorlax, who was miraculously awake. Let's go! Snorlax nodded and walked to a different area of the clearing, while Bayleaf attacked the already airborne Charizard with a flurry of razor leaves. Pikachu and Squirtle shrugged. They moved to a different location to spar with each other, leaving Lacius and Latios with Ash and Brock. So, what are we going to do? Lacius asked. Well, according to my book, Ice Beam is learned better in a cold environment if the Pokémon is not of the water or ice type, Brock explained. He held out a Pokeball. Thankfully, Misty left me her Politoed so we can make that cold setting with its own Ice Beam. Lacius and Latios groaned. We hate ice, Latios telepathed flatly. Brock laughed. No pain, no gain. Good point, Latios admitted grudgingly. Then why hasn't Brock gained anything from the pain we've given him? Latios quietly asked. I have no idea, Latios replied. Okay, Brock began. After we have the cold setting, you'll do breathing exercises while trying to focus the cold to your mouth and fire it. Both Ian Dragons nodded. All right, Latios telepathed. Brock threw the Pokeball, releasing Politoed. Brock looked around and noticed the small river that ran through the clearing. Politoed, please freeze that river, he commanded. Politoed opened its mouth and released a beam of blue freezing energy, easily freezing the river. Latios and Latios move over the river and hover as close to it as possible, Brock instructed. Latios and Latios nodded and floated to the frozen river, hovering closer to the surface. Latios shivered. Okay, what now? Now, start to inhale and exhale in a relaxed manner. When you think you're ready, concentrate the cold in your mouth and let it out, Brock instructed. Both Ian Dragons nodded and relaxed, closing their eyes. They began to breathe deeply, suppressing the occasional shiver from the cold. Latios was the first to try. He concentrated as much as he could and tried to release the cold from his body and only released a small icy breath. Lacius tried and the same thing happened. "This is going to be hard," Latios deadpanned. "I agree," Lacius replied. Both dragons concentrated again and continued. Meanwhile, Pikachu moved very quickly around the clearing with his agility. But even so, Squirtle's very precise water guns were nearly impossible to dodge. Pikachu tried to fire a thunderbolt, but his aim was off because he was too busy dodging the water guns. "You're good," Pikachu commented as he made another quick turn, barely evading the water gun that had just been fired at him. "But I'm better." He used quick attack and charged directly for Squirtle. Just as Pikachu had predicted, Squirtle spat a water gun directly at him, but Pikachu used an iron tail to jump over it. He spun in midair, directing the iron tail at Squirtle. "You need to be faster than that," Squirtle replied smugly as he withdrew into his shell and used Hydro Pump, turning into a spinning water spout, easily knocking Pikachu away and blasting him into a tree with a water gun. Meanwhile, Charizard was actually having trouble dealing with Snorlax and Bayleaf. Mainly because Snorlax would always shield Bayleaf from his attacks so she could counterattack safely. This certainly was an interesting challenge, but Charizard was more than confident that he could prevail nonetheless. The group kept training, a usual thing for them by now. By noon, Latias and Latios had made some progress with Ice Beam. They could now create the freezing energy, but still lacked the power to actually make it into a beam. Surprisingly, Squirtle defeated Pikachu. He used a good strategy to tire the mouse out, mainly by shooting water guns until Pikachu got tired of running around. Charizard defeated Bayleaf and Snorlax. When Snorlax was finally knocked out, Charizard politely asked Bayleaf to admit her defeat. She reluctantly agreed, knowing that fighting a fire and flying type was a very bad idea for a grass type like her. After they finished, they returned to Silver Town. Latios was careful and warned Ash every time he sensed a fangirl or news crew nearby so Ash could hide until the danger passed. Aside from this, the walk back to the hotel was rather uneventful. Meanwhile, in the training fields of Silver Town, Harrison nodded in approval at his team. Normally, the fields were rather full, but with only 8 trainers remaining in the tournament, they were now rather empty. "Very good, all of you. It seems that none of you has lost strength. I'm glad that you're all in your best shape," Harrison remarked. His own Pokémon team nodded happily, all of them glad to see their trainer and friend once more. "Listen, the next battle we're having will be extremely hard. While the opposing trainer is just a kid, his Pokémon team is impressive, especially since it includes a Latios," Harrison explained. All of his Pokémon gasped. "While fighting a legendary will be very hard, I trust that you will all do your best and aid me in the upcoming match," Harrison told them proudly. He grabbed 4 Pokeballs and returned for Pokémon, leaving out 2. He turned to one of the remaining 2, a rather small Pokémon. "You are my key to defeating Latios. As much as I saw of him in his last battle, Latios can't defeat you no matter what," Harrison said, a smile tugging at his lips. The Pokémon in question gave a curt nod from the air it was floating in. "Return," Harrison muttered while holding out a Pokeball. A red beam shot from the Pokeball and recalled the Pokémon. Harrison looked at the last Pokémon that he left out. Said Pokémon was at least 5 times bigger than Harrison. "You are the strongest Pokémon I have ever owned. I'm proud of you and I trust in your aid in the upcoming match." The Pokémon took a small step forward and roared triumphantly into the air. Harrison smiled and patted the Pokémon. "Seems you're eager for a nice battle. The last time you had a tough fight was in last year's home league. This time we're ready to finally win a tournament." The Pokémon nodded as Harrison returned it to his Pokeball. "We'll train for the remaining days to get ready. Ash Ketchum, you are going to be the toughest challenge I have ever faced." 3 days passed rather quickly, especially when you were about to fight a trainer that had so many Pokémon you didn't know anything about, and if you trained continuously all day. Being the most experienced of the siblings, Latios managed to learn Ice Beam. After training so hard in the icy terrain created by Politoed's own Ice Beam, Latias was almost finished learning it. All she needed was to add the force necessary to expel the freezing energy. Almost there! Ash shouted excitedly as the usual group walked to the Silver Stadium. Ash looked like he had a sugar high. Patience, Misty yelled in exasperation. This did little to make the cap-wearing trainer any less excited. Let him enjoy this, he's one match away from being in the top 4 of the Silver Conference, Laishes chided. A smile on her face at seeing Ash so cheerful, though no one saw it because she was invisible. See Misty, you should listen to her, Ash said happily. Misty growled but made no further comment. So, do you think I can win? Ash asked eagerly. No, Misty replied instantly. Ash's sweat dropped. You'll win, Laishes reassured him. My brother will make sure you do. Yeah, Latios will beat up anything that Hone Guy has, Bianca agreed. And I get to see lots of new Pokemon too, Ash commented, that being the second reason he was so excited. He paused. Hey Brock, after I win the Silver Conference, do you think I could travel to Hone? Though I'm not entirely sure about the win the Silver Conference part, yes, I do. It would be a good place to continue your journey, Brock answered. Maybe you could use your match against Harrison to decide, Misty suggested. You'll get a peek at some Hone Pokemon during the match anyways. Yeah, that's a good idea, Ash agreed. Hello, a familiar girl squealed in front of Ash, making leap in alarm. A Macy? Ash replied in confusion. Misty and Laisha's eye twitched in annoyance. Latios grinned, expecting a nice show. Pikachu, I bet you my dinner tonight that Laisha's will scare Macy away or have Ash go somewhere else. The Ian Pokemon telepathed exclusively to the electric mouse. Pikachu grinned, I bet my dinner too that it will be Misty who drives Macy or Ash away. Deal, both Pokemon thought at the same time. Hello, what brings you here? Ash asked, completely oblivious to the massive hatred that was looming behind him, namely, Laisha's and Misty. Macy was too focused on her object of affections to notice. I just wanted to ask you on out that date I couldn't finish asking you properly for last time, maybe tonight after your battle. I sure you'll win, Macy stated, a dreamy look in her eyes. This time Brock remained perfectly calm because he had resigned himself to Ash being far more successful in his love life than he could ever hope to be. This time Ash knew what a date was because Laisha's had explained it to him. Well, Ash started nervously. I don't know, I always enjoy dinner with my friends and Pokemon. Come on, it'll be fun, Macy insisted. Sorry, but Ash is busy right now, he has to prepare for his battle and can't have any interruptions. Misty shouted quickly, pushing Ash in the direction of the stadium. Hey, Macy shouted, not you again. Though I have to admit this time she did sound like a coach, she thought. Latios' eyes widened as he got worried. Pikachu was winning the bet and he could see Pikachu's toothy grin. You still haven't won, Latios bellowed. Pikachu chuckled. Oh no, I'll leave him alone once he says yes, Macy replied quickly. With a sprint she caught up to Misty and Ash. Misty turned around. Sorry, but no, Misty yelled. Both girls glared at each other. Laisha's grinned and flew beside Ash. She nudged him slightly. You know, your match is up soon, you'd better hurry up. You don't want a silly girl stalking you. Right, Ash paused. Why do those girls stalk me? I'll explain in a minute, Laisha's telepath nudging him in the direction of the stadium. Ash turned and began walking to the stadium. Thanks. Pikachu groaned. He had a feeling as to why Ash had begun walking to the stadium, and he could literally feel Latios' smirk on his back. Hey Ash, wait up, Brock shouted as the group ran after him. Later Macy, Misty said. Wait up, Macy yelled and tripped on a conveniently placed rock. Latios started giggling. Latios sighed, but at least he had won the bet. Pikachu whimpered on Ash's shoulder. Latios, you'll let me eat a bit, won't you? Pikachu thought. I think I'll be extra hungry for tonight, so the double fill might be good for me. What a nice bet, Latios telepathed with a cruel chuckle. Pikachu sank on Ash's shoulder. And I'm not letting you eat ketchup in a year. Pikachu had to put his paws on his mouth to stop the terrified shriek that almost escaped. Anything but that. Latios laughed. I'm just kidding. Pikachu sighed in relief. A bet? What are you talking about? Latios asked. Latios chuckled. Nothing, dear sis. So, why do all those girls you call fangirls want me as a boyfriend? Ash asked, glad that he remembered the concept of boyfriend for once. Well, Misty began. Well, Ash, Lacious began, beating Misty to the answer. They just want you as a boyfriend because they only see what you have, like Latios for example. They're impressed that you have a legendary Pokemon, or they like the fact that you are a strong trainer. The reason fangirls aren't appreciated is because they think it's love they feel for someone while all they really have is nothing but a silly crush. A true girlfriend would be one that cares for your feelings and for you sincerely, as well as knows you perfectly and, most importantly, feels true love for you. Lacia smiled to herself as she finished. Someone like me, she thought to herself dreamily. Someone like me, Misty thought dreamily the very second Lacia's finished. She paused and shook her head in denial. What am I thinking? Get a hold of yourself, Misty. Everyone paused for a few seconds. It was a good thing that Lacia's was invisible, or else everyone would have stared at her like she was an alien. I heard that. Lacia's telepathed exclusively to Misty. She jumped in surprise and blushed a little. I heard that. Latios yelled in Lacia's mind. She gave a small start in surprise and blushed. Bianca was the first to recover. Wow, Lacia's, that was very accurate. Someone woke up today feeling a little philosophical. Lacia's laughed nervously. Thanks, Lacia's, that clears things a bit, Ash said, still sorting out a few of the things Lacia's had said. Thankfully, the group was saved from the awkward moment by the fact that they were already very close to the stadium and it was starting to get full. Ash arrived at the access tunnel to enter the arena and was surprised to see Harrison there. Harrison turned to meet him. Ah, well. Hello, Ash. I'm Harrison, your next opponent. Harrison held out his hand. Ash grinned and shook it. Hello, I'm Ash Ketchum. Nice to meet you. Likewise, let's have a great battle, Harrison said. Ash nodded. I'm eager to see what kinds of Pokemon you have. What's the Hoenn region like? Harrison was a bit surprised that this kid was acting so kindly and carefree around someone who was his future opponent. Harrison had to admit there was a very friendly feeling around the boy. The question Harrison had been asking himself all this time about how this 11-year-old could catch a legendary and also why the Latios respected him so much, like Birch had implied, had just been answered without him needing to ask about it. Harrison smiled. Well, it's a very wonderful region. It's a very special place. You can find a lot of Pokemon that are only native to there, Harrison replied. Ash smiled. Thanks. Harrison nodded. No problem. He turned and held out his Pokédex. The guard let him pass. Wow, the Hoenn region sounds cool. I'm definitely going there, Ash commented. Brock smiled. It's a good choice, Ash. Okay, Ash replied as he took out his Pokédex and showed it to the guard. The guard allowed him to pass, as well as his friends. Ash was surprised when the second he entered the arena the crowd started cheering loudly. Guess my appearance last battle really made you very famous, Ash, Latios commented, chuckling at Ash's nervous expression. Both trainers have entered the field, the ever-present MC announced, causing the crowd to cheer even louder as Ash walked to the green box and Harrison was already waiting in the red. This will be a full battle of 6-on-6 Pokemon, with substitutions allowed for both sides. A short 5-minute break will be taken after either trainer has lost 3 of their Pokemon, the referee announced. The MC began his introduction of the match. This match should prove to be interesting. The trainer named Harrison is from Little Root Town of Hoenn, so we should expect lots of interesting Hoenn-only Pokemon. More now than the previous battles, considering that we all know the legendary Pokemon under Ash's command. Harrison and Ash stared at each other as the crowd cheered some more. What will Harrison do to fight Latios, Ash's unique Pokemon? The MC continued. Now, let's decide the field for the match. On the screen, Harrison and Ash's image appeared. Beneath them were 6 unused slots for their Pokemon. On the center of the screen, a wheel appeared divided in 4 segments, each representing a battlefield: water, rock, grass, and ice. The segments flashed in rapid circles until slowing down gradually to stop on the segment with a rock on it. And this match will be fought on a rock battlefield, the MC announced. The neutral field separated from the rest of the arena floor and started sinking into the earth until it split in half and was pulled sideways, revealing a new battlefield underneath that was slowly lifted up until it was at ground level. The field was made of a hard stone floor with numerous rocks sprouting from the ground, making it hard to maneuver. How will this battlefield affect the trainers? The MC wondered. Now, let's see who moves first. The field-choosing wheel was replaced by another one, divided into red and green segments. As before, a light flashed rapidly across them until it slowed down and stopped on a green segment, meaning that Ash went first. And Ash Ketchum has the first move, the MC bellowed. In the stands, Professor Oak chuckled. Getting the first move is bad for Ash. Yeah, Gary agreed. He doesn't know what his opponent has. But I'm certain Ashy Boy will be fine, though. Delia nodded proudly as she readied her camera. This will be a most entertaining match. Professor Elm nodded eagerly. And we get to see Latios again. Both Elm and Oak giggled, and the others stared at them. Ash hummed in thought. I don't know what he'll use, so I better pick the Pokemon that should adapt the best to anything Harrison sends at me. I need the experience, Ash thought to himself. Pikachu, I choose you. Pikachu nodded and entered the field as his icon appeared on the screen. And Ash Ketchum has started with his Pikachu. Don't let appearances deceive you folks, as we saw last battle. This rodent is made of tough material, the MC commented. Pikachu nodded proudly. Harrison smirked as he grabbed a Pokeball. Go, Kecleon! A small green bipedal lizard Pokemon appeared, a zigzagging red line adorning its chest. Kecleon's icon appeared on the large screen. Wow, doesn't look too tough, Ash commented. Don't let appearances fool you, Latios warned. The referee raised both flags. Kecleon against Pikachu, Harrison versus Ash, quarterfinals of the Silver Conference, begin. Giovanni was feeling pleased today. He had been informed a few hours ago that his newest implement for world domination was finished. He had been waiting a long time for this. He was now walking to Team Rocket's main laboratory. After walking for a few minutes, he arrived at the main access door and pressed a password into a keypad at the side of the door. The door opened and he stepped in. He was immediately greeted by the entire scientific crew of Team Rocket, who saluted as he entered. Professors Namba and Sebastian stepped forward. Greetings, Master Giovanni. Professor Sebastian greeted him formally. Greetings as well, Master Giovanni, Professor Namba said as well. Professors Sebastian and Napla Giovanni started. It's Namba, Professor Namba bellowed, clearly irritated. I don't care what your name is, Giovanni replied flatly. As I was saying, I received information stating that you have finished the project. That is correct, Professor Sebastian affirmed with a curt nod. Come this way please, Professor Namba offered as he and Sebastian turned and walked to a glass box with several cables attached to it at the end of the lab. The glass container wasn't that big, it was barely 2 feet wide. Here it is, Professor Sebastian said proudly. Giovanni looked closer, almost feeling a chill when he saw the small object inside. It radiated such malice that even Giovanni found himself fidgeting slightly. He turned to the professors. Can it be mass-produced? Giovanni asked. Sadly, no, Professor Namba answered. Due to the components and materials required, they are extremely expensive to make. With Team Rocket's current funds, only another 4 can be produced without endangering our budget, Professor Sebastian continued. Which gives us a total of 5, well, I think that should be enough, Giovanni muttered. They are the perfect weapons after all. If you'll excuse me, Professor Namba started. I think we have been calling them weapons mistakenly. They are not the weapon, it's more like with it we can create the perfect weapons. I agree, Professor Sebastian said. They are the means to create the ultimate weapons, not the weapons themselves. I fail to see the distinction. I want a full report on their capabilities and usage on my desk by the time I get back to my office, got it? Giovanni stated. Both Prof. Namba and Sebastian nodded quickly. Yes, boss, both said at the same time. Giovanni nodded. I want the other 4 to be produced. When will they be finished? I estimate in 2 weeks to a month, Professor Namba replied. All right, when they are finished, announce it to me immediately so I can hold a meeting to state what is to be done with them. In the meantime, cancel all of Team Rocket's current missions. I want all available agents ready to begin operations using your creation, Giovanni instructed. Understood, both professors saluted. Giovanni nodded and turned around, heading to the exit of the lab. Many of my most recent plans have failed. This time, however, there will be no mistakes. Everything will be mine. It seems we impressed the boss with this, Professor Sebastian noted, pointing to the small object inside the glass box. I agree, Professor Namba noted. Let's get everything ready, Sebastian. We must make another 4. Professor Sebastian nodded. True, we must get back to work, Mamba. It's Namba, Professor Namba bellowed. Sorry, my mistake, Prof. Sebastian replied. He grinned sinisterly. Let's begin. Chapter 18, A Great Plan, Defeating Latios. The stadium watched intently as the two trainers stared at each other, ready for the battle that was about to take place. Popcorn, Jesse shouted, holding a rather large tray filled with numerous popcorn bags. Lemonade on the double, James shouted, holding a tray filled with lemonade glasses. Behind them was Meowth, sitting on the small sales cart carrying most of the food they were selling, counting money. On the field, looks of utter concentration were etched on Harrison and Ash's face. Kecleon and Pikachu were intently staring at each other, waiting for the battle to begin. The referee raised both flags. Kecleon against Pikachu, Harrison versus Ash, quarterfinals of the Silver Conference. Begin! Kecleon, use Psybeam, Harrison shouted, taking the initiative. Kecleon opened its mouth and fired a zigzagging multicolored beam at Pikachu. Pikachu, dodge it, Ash shouted. Pikachu nodded and jumped, using one of the rocks as a stepping stone to gain altitude, causing the Psybeam to pass just below him. Ash, be careful, while Kecleon isn't exactly a strong Pokémon, it can be a bit tricky to fight. Like us, it can turn invisible by camouflaging, and its type changes to the type of the last attack that was used on it, Latios telepathed. Ash frowned. Its type changes to the same one as the last attack that was used on it. Kecleon, use Psybeam again, Harrison commanded. Kecleon fired another multicolored beam of psychic energy at Pikachu. Pikachu, counter with Thunderbolt, Ash ordered. Pikachu's cheeks crackled as a massive surge of electricity was fired at the incoming Psybeam. Both attacks collided and clashed in a stalemate for several seconds until Pikachu's electricity started gaining the upper hand, slowly pushing the Psybeam back until it was destroyed. The color swap Pokémon cried in pain as several hundred volts of electricity coursed through its body. Even so, it refused to go down. What a powerful electric shock, the MC commented. Quick, use Feint Attack, Harrison ordered. Kecleon suddenly disappeared, much to Ash and Pikachu's astonishment. A split second later, Kecleon reappeared and slammed into Pikachu rather hard, sending the electric type crashing into a rock. Pikachu, use Thunder, Ash shouted. Pikachu quickly recovered and prepared to launch a powerful electric blast at the color swap Pokémon. Kecleon, use Sucker Punch, Harrison ordered quickly. With amazing speed, Kecleon reached Pikachu before the electric type could start the thunder attack, delivering a rather hard hit that sent him stumbling back. And with surprising speed, Kecleon lands an attack first. The MC boomed. Hey, what gives? Ash shouted in confusion. I attacked first. Sucker Punch is an attack that makes the user hit first. It's an increased priority move, like Quick Attack, Latios explained. Pikachu, use Quick Attack, Ash commanded, hoping to counter Sucker Punch. Pikachu quickly darted forward with amazing speed, becoming a blur. Kecleon, turn invisible, Harrison ordered. Kecleon nodded and quickly changed its skin colors to match his surroundings, blending into the landscape save for the zigzagged line on its chest. How am I going to take a decent picture? Delia complained as she lowered her camera. Professors Elm and Oak chuckled. Ash quickly noted Kecleon's weakness, as did Pikachu. Keep going, Pikachu, Ash shouted. Pikachu grinned and lunged at the Kecleon, who hadn't moved since blending into the landscape. Kecleon, quick dodge, Harrison ordered, not wasting a second. The chameleon-like Pokemon leaped to the side and hid between some rocks, getting the zigzag line out of Ash's view. "Now, use Lick!" Harrison shouted. Kecleon slid its insanely long tongue out of its mouth and sent the appendage directly at Pikachu. The electric type had no time to react as he was licked in the cheek. Kecleon's saliva made Pikachu's fur stand on end and a dizzy sensation washed over him, making stumble about randomly. And Pikachu is dizzy after taking that lick attack. "Ew," the MC commented in a disgusted tone. "Pikachu, snap out of it," Ash shouted frantically, but to no avail. "Kecleon, we have it now." "Use Psybeam," Harrison ordered. Kecleon undid its camouflage and fired another multicolored beam at Pikachu, hitting the electric type and slamming him into a rock again. However, the force of the Psybeam was enough to snap Pikachu back into reality. "Ugh, that was gross," Pikachu shouted, shaking himself to get rid of the phantom feeling of the lick. Ash's sweat dropped. "Kecleon, use Lick again," Harrison ordered. Pikachu got a terrified look on his face as Kecleon fired its long tongue at the electric type yet again. "Catch it," Ash shouted. "Are you kidding?" Pikachu replied, completely grossed out. "Just do it," Ash ordered. Pikachu quickly readied himself and caught the tongue between his paws before it could hit him. A shiver went down his spine at the sensation of touching it. "Wow, impressive folks. Pikachu has caught Kecleon by the tongue. Now Kecleon is at Pikachu's mercy," the MC bellowed. "Thunder," Ash shouted. Pikachu smirked as his cheeks crackled violently. A few seconds later, a huge electrical blast engulfed Pikachu. Kecleon shrieked as he was shocked as well through its tongue. The attack died soon after as Pikachu released the color swap Pokemon's tongue and immediately rubbed the paw on a rock to get rid of the sticky saliva. "Pikachu, you'll need a bath after this," Latios commented flatly. "Yeah, this thing doesn't come out easily. My fur is all sticky," the mouse complained. Ash's sweat dropped, suppressing a nervous laugh. Ash returned his sight to the field. "What?" Pikachu turned and was amazed to see the Kecleon standing up without any injuries. "How did it survive Pikachu's thunder?" Ash wondered. "Simple, Ash. Remember that before this thunder attack, the last attack Kecleon took was Pikachu's Thunderbolt. So Kecleon has been an electric type all this time, lessening the damage from thunder," Latios clarified. Ash growled. "I never expected that ability to be so effective. I need to change Kecleon's type." "Ready for more?" Harrison asked with a smirk. "Always. That Kecleon's good, but so is Pikachu," Ash replied. "Pikachu, use Iron Tail. That will make Kecleon a steel type, which would make electric type attacks effective again," Ash thought as his plan came into place. He paused. "If this is Harrison's first honed Pokemon, then I wonder what the rest will be like." Latios giggled. "Don't worry, Ash, you can prevail. Just think clearly and don't let his Pokemon intimidate you." Ash smiled and nodded in gratitude. Pikachu's tail shined a bright white as he charged forward, heading toward the waiting color swap Pokemon. He's probably trying to change Kecleon's type to make electric attacks effective again. "I can't allow that," Harrison thought. "Kecleon, use Shadow Sneak." "Shadow what?" Ash repeated incredulously. Kecleon's shadows drifted forward at amazing speeds. Before reaching Pikachu, the shadow somehow leaped into the air and struck Pikachu in the chest, hurling him back. He panted in tiredness. "Pikachu seems tired," the MC noted. "This Kecleon is tough," the crowd cheered. "This is bad," Ash muttered. "He knows that I want to change Kecleon's type, but he's stopping me from doing so." He paused. "Pikachu, return." Pikachu looked at Ash in surprise, but complied and ran back to him. The color around Pikachu's icon faded, but the image remained in place. And Ash Ketchum has decided to rest Pikachu. What will Ash's next choice be? The MC wondered. "Bayleaf, I choose you," Ash shouted while throwing a Pokeball. In a bright flash of light, Bayleaf appeared. Up on the screen, Bayleaf's icon appeared as well. And Ash's next choice is his Bayleaf. How will the grass type deal with this tricky Pokemon? The MC wondered. "Bayleaf? Why Bayleaf?" Latios wondered. "Don't you need a fast Pokemon to counter Kecleon?" My problem is that Kecleon does many things to avoid being attacked, and when I do manage to land a hit, it's not very effective. I can fix that with Bayleaf, and besides, Harrison is probably expecting another fast Pokemon, Ash explained. Lacius and Latios stared intently at the field, wondering what Ash's plan was. They could simply read his thoughts to know it, but where was the fun in that? I'm counting on you, Bayleaf, Ash shouted enthusiastically. Bayleaf gave an eager nod and readied herself, not wanting to let down the object of her affections. Kecleon, turn invisible and run around. Bayleafs aren't fast Pokemon, Harrison instructed. Kecleon camouflaged itself and began to run around. Then use Lick. Ash smirked. That's what I knew you'd do. Harrison gave Ash a confused look. Ash closed his eyes and began to sense Kecleon's movements. Bayleaf, tangle Kecleon up with your vine whip. It's on your left. Bayleaf shot a vine to her left. Kecleon tripped and reappeared, much to Harrison's disbelief. Bayleaf wrapped the vine around Kecleon's legs to hold it in place. Now Kecleon is a grass type because it was hit with Vine Whip, Ash thought. Bayleaf, use Headbutt. Bayleaf nodded and charged at the tangled-up Kecleon. Free yourself, Harrison shouted. Kecleon couldn't free himself in time and was rammed by Bayleaf's attack, her superior physical strength easily sending it flying and crashing into a rock. Wow, what a hard hit, the MC commented. The crowd cheered. Now Kecleon is a normal type, Ash thought. Finish this with Solar Beam, Ash shouted. Bayleaf nodded and absorbed sunlight through her neck leaves as they started shining brightly. Kecleon, move out of the way, Harrison shouted frantically. Kecleon stood up and got ready to move away until something tugged at its leg. The Kecleon looked down in horror as it realized that even after the headbutt attack, Bayleaf still hadn't released its legs. Bayleaf fired the solar beam as Kecleon tried to free itself desperately. The blast struck Kecleon in the chest, creating a bright explosion. Once the blast died down, Kecleon was lying face up, its eyes turned to swirls. Kecleon is unable to battle, the referee called. Up on the screen, Kecleon's icon faded completely. Harrison returned the defeated Pokemon. What a great combination, the MC commented excitedly. The crowd cheered again, impressed with how the battle was going so far. That was an interesting idea, Latios commented. Thanks, Ash replied. Not bad, Ash, Brock called from the bench. That's one down. Politoed and Togepi began cheering happily for Ash, though only Ash could understand them. Misty smiled. Good luck, Ash. You're doing great. Show him that Hone Pokemon won't be enough to beat you. Ash smiled at his friend's cheers and sweat dropped when he saw that Bianca was furiously scribbling in her sketchbook, probably drawing something. Harrison grabbed his next Pokeball. Swellow, go! Harrison threw the Pokeball and a medium-sized blue and red feathered bird-like Pokemon appeared, chirping proudly as it flew around. Okay, I guess that's a flying and normal type, right? Ash asked. Yep, Latios confirmed. Are Go going to switch Bayleaf out? No, Ash answered. I have a good idea how to beat that Pokemon with Bayleaf. Besides, Harrison will expect me to switch out. This'll surprise him, Ash explained. Again, Latios and Latias wondered what Ash was planning, and like before, they chose not to peek at his thoughts to find out. Mainly because if they did, they'd question the idea so much about how illogical it was that they'd get a headache, so they preferred to watch it in action instead. Seriously, where does Ash get all his crazy ideas? Latias telepathed to Latios. Honestly, I don't know. For now, I guess we'll have to wait and find out, he answered. Ash seems to be planning on leaving Bayleaf on the field, the MC commented, confused. What does he have in mind? Interesting, Brock noted. Swellow, use quick attack, Harrison ordered. Swellow quickly tucked its wings close and dived towards the grass type at a very fast speed. Bayleaf, use Razor Leaf, Ash shouted. Bayleaf swung the leaf on her head and released several spinning razor-sharp leaves at the incoming flying type. Swellow dodged the attack, forcing it to take to the air again and stop its dive. Swellow, use Wing Attack, Harrison commanded. Swellow squawked and lunged for the grass type yet again, its wings glowing a soft white. Bayleaf, Shield with a rock, Ash shouted. Bayleaf quickly got Ash's plan and hid behind a rock, forcing Swallow to stop his attack and take flight, because if it crashed against a rock at that speed, it might break a wing. Very clever. Bayleaf has a perfect cover from Swallow's attacks, the MC shouted. What? Brock exclaimed, clearly impressed. You have to use the field to your advantage, Ash explained. As long as Bayleaf remains hiding by a rock, Swallow can't hit her. That's brilliant, Misty said in disbelief. Good work. Ash smiled. What happened to the "you'll probably lose" part? Misty laughed. Just toying with you. Ash's sweat dropped. Harrison growled slightly. He had been sure that Bayleaf was going to be defeated quickly. He probably knows that if he uses Pikachu, I'll immediately switch Swallow out. Bayleaf, Razor Leaf, Ash shouted. Bayleaf stepped out from behind her cover and fired a flurry of razor-sharp leaves at the airborne Swallow. The flying type immediately evaded her attack. Swallow, quick, while Bayleaf is out of its cover, use wing attack, Harrison shouted. Swallow again dove as fast as it could, its wings shining. Bayleaf, take cover again, Ash shouted. Not this time. Swallow, get close and use peck, Harrison shouted. Swallow stopped the wing attack and flapped its wings quickly, stopping and landing on the rock closest to Bayleaf before lunging forward. Bayleaf, try to dodge, Ash shouted. Bayleaf began taking quick backward steps, trying her best to avoid Swallow's pecks. A few hit her anyway, doing quite some damage considering the type disadvantage. Ash got an idea. Quick, change to offense, use headbutt, Ash shouted. Knowing that Bayleaf had superior weight, she should easily win a direct close combat match, and that was just what happened. She quickly stopped her back steps and charged head first at the Swallow, who was too surprised by her sudden change of tactics to react in time and was hit head-on by the attack. Use your Vine Whip to jump and use Body Slam, Ash ordered. Bayleaf nodded and thrust her vines into the stony floor as hard as she could while leaping, resulting in her being lifted a few meters into the air. She aimed and let gravity do the rest as she came down on the flying type. Harrison got a very worried expression on his face. Swallow, get away with quick attack, he ordered frantically, impressed that a grass type of all types was giving Swallow such a hard time. Swallow flapped its wings fast and took off with quick attack, evading Bayleaf's body slam at the last second. What an impressive display of close combat, the MC cried. I've never seen a grass type deal so well with a flying type, the crowd cheered. Bayleaf growled slightly, but at least she felt proud that she was so far winning against a flying type. Would that last much longer, though? Swallow, use wing attack, Harrison ordered. Take cover, Ash shouted. Harrison hit his forehead with his palm. Not that again. The flying type dove toward Bayleaf as she ran to hide behind a rock. Swallow growled as it prepared to change course again and fly back up. Grab its wings with Vine Whip, Ash ordered. What? Harrison exclaimed. Bayleaf extended her vines and shot them forward. Swallow gave a startled chirp and flapped frantically to get away, but was too late. The vines wrapped around the base of its wings. Smash him down, and then use Solar Beam, Ash ordered. Bayleaf reeled her vines in, and with a powerful pull, slammed Swallow onto the floor as hard as she could. Her leaves shined brightly as they gathered power and released a mighty solar beam. This could be it, folks, the MC announced. Swallow, use Aerial Ace, Harrison shouted. He was impressed as hell that a grass type had almost beaten Swallow, but he still had a trump card left. Ash looked confused. Aerial what? Swallow smirked and with a massive display of speed broke free of Bayleaf's Vine Whip, almost seeming to disappear from the sheer speed it flew at, evading the solar beam in the process. The next thing that anyone could see was Swallow slamming into Bayleaf so fast that Bayleaf was very forcefully slammed into the same rock she had used to shield herself, shattering it completely. Bayleaf, Ash cried. Now, that's what I call a perfect counterattack, the MC shouted. The crowd cheered. Bayleaf is unable to continue battling, the referee called. Bayleaf's icon faded from the screen, leaving with both trainers with one Pokémon down. Ash returned the defeated grass type. You were amazing, Ash whispered to Bayleaf's Pokeball. If I choose Pikachu again, he's going to switch Swellow out. I need someone else to defeat it, Ash thought. He grabbed another Pokeball. Go, Squirtle, he shouted, hurling the Pokeball. With a bright flash of light, the shade-wearing water type was released. And Ash has chosen his very cool Squirtle as his third Pokemon, the MC bellowed. Harrison hummed in thought. I expected him to send Pikachu. I may need Swellow for later on anyway, so I'd better switch out. He grabbed his Pokeball and pointed it at Swellow. Return, a red beam shot from the Pokeball and engulfed the flying type, returning him inside the Pokeball. Up on the screen, the light around Swellow's icon disappeared. And Harrison has switched out Swellow. What will be his next choice? The MC wondered. Harrison grabbed his next Pokeball and threw it. Go, Shiftry, a human-sized brown Pokemon with incredibly long shaggy white hair and what seemed like leaf-made fans for hands appeared. Up on the screen, its icon formed in the third slot of Harrison's team. What is that? Ash wondered. It looks kinda weird. That's a Shiftry. It's a grass and dark type. Watch out, Ash. They're fast, Latios explained. Thanks, Ash whispered. Squirtle, get ready. Squirtle nodded and adjusted his shades. This should be good. Shiftry, use Feint Attack, Harrison ordered. Almost immediately, Shiftry lunged forward. Becoming a blurry image from the speed at which he moved, dark energy crackling around him. Squirtle, use Hydro Pump, Ash shouted. Squirtle quickly tucked his limbs into his shell and spun in place, releasing a potent blast of water. Shiftry crashed against the spinning fortress of raging waters and was sent flying back. Quickly, use Water Gun, Ash shouted. Squirtle stopped spinning and fired a stream of pressurized water, hitting Shiftry in the chest and slamming it into a rock before Harrison could even tell him to dodge. That was a very fast and precise attack, the MC noted. Shiftry, get in there and use Whirlwind, Harrison shouted. Shiftry made a quick leap, propelling itself a few feet into the air. With a cry, he swung his fan-like hands, sending a powerful blast of wind at Squirtle, pushing the water type back as he did his best to resist the intense winds. Hang in there, Squirtle, Ash shouted. Harrison smirked. Use X-Scissor. Shiftry's leaf fans began glowing a light green tone as he charged at Squirtle. When he was in front of the turtle-like Pokemon, the wicked Pokemon made an X-Slash, hitting the water type rather hard and sending him stumbling back. Quick, Water Gun, Ash shouted. Squirtle quickly aimed and fired a potent water gun. The close distance was not enough for Shiftry to react as it was hit, sending it back. Both Pokemon are fighting fiercely, the MC shouted excitedly. So far, this battle is great. Shiftry, use Seed Bomb, Harrison shouted. What's that? Ash wondered. Squirtle, get ready. Ash, Seed Bomb is a very powerful grass-type move, be careful, Latios warned. Shiftry opened its mouth as it started shining a bright white. Several green flares were fired, raining down on the water type. Ash growled a little when he saw the attack. Squirtle isn't fast enough to dodge that, he thought desperately. Like a rain of meteors, that attack covers a wide area. How will Squirtle dodge? The MC wondered. Squirtle, use Hydro Pump, Ash shouted. Right, Squirtle agreed. He tucked his limbs inside his shell and started spinning, releasing a potent blast of water. The seed bomb started crashing down on the field, creating small explosions. Several of the projectiles smashed against the spinning water fortress that was Squirtle. He managed to resist the impacts, though he was still taking damage. After the seed bomb attack ended, Squirtle charged forward, wanting to hit the wicked Pokemon with his still-going Hydro Pump. Shiftry, use Twister, Harrison shouted. Shiftry pushed its arms forward and created a cyclone of raging winds, forcing Squirtle back and breaking his Hydro Pump. Now, use Shadow Ball. Shiftry joined both fans and generated an orb of shadows. He hurled it forward as it used the previous Twister attack as cover, also gaining a bit more force as it continued its path towards the water type. Squirtle, look out! Ash shouted a bit too late. Squirtle was hit by the Twister-powered-up Shadow Ball, causing the compressed shadows to glide past him as the attack exploded. He was sent stumbling back until he collapsed, completely out cold. Squirtle is unable to continue battling, the referee shouted. Up on the screen, Squirtle's icon faded, leaving nothing but a black silhouette. Ash returned the defeated water type. Looks like that shadow ball was too much, the MC commented. Ash Ketchum is down to 4 Pokémon. The crowd cheered. Pikachu, ready to enter the battle again? Ash asked, looking at the electric type with a grin. Pikachu nodded eagerly. Of course! Pikachu charged back into the field. Up on the screen, Pikachu's icon was surrounded by an orange light again, indicating he was back in the battle. And Ash has decided to continue with Pikachu. Between these 2 Pokémon, we'll see a real battle of speed, the MC bellowed over the stadium speakers. So, Pikachu again, eh? Harrison questioned. If it's a battle of speed you want, then it's a battle of speed you'll get. Make sure your Pokémon can keep up, Ash responded. Pikachu, use quick attack. Pikachu nodded and charged at the wicked Pokémon at incredible speeds. Shiftry, use Twister, Harrison shouted. Shiftry quickly moved both fan-like hands, sending a colossal cyclone of raging winds at the electric type. Pikachu, dodge with agility, Ash shouted. Pikachu nodded and exerted a massive burst of speed, becoming a blur as he quickly passed besides the Twister and headed toward the grass and dark type. And with an impressive display of speed, Pikachu evades the Twister attack, the MC narrated. The crowd cheered loudly. Shiftry, quick, move with quick attack and then use X-Scissor, Harrison shouted. Shiftry charged forward with quick attack before turning sideways and moving away, causing Pikachu to miss him. He made a sharp turn as his fans started shining a soft green. Pikachu, use Iron Tail, Ash ordered. Pikachu quickly bounced off a rock and charged, his tail glowing a bright white as it hardened to steel-like properties. Shiftry made a battle cry as it slashed both arms forward in an X shape. Pikachu swung his tail, slamming it against Shiftry's leaf-made fans. Both Pokémon canceled each other out, their attacks remaining locked together. Pikachu's iron tail stuck between the leaf fans of X-Scissor. What a display of close combat! These 2 Pokémon sure are powerful, the MC noted. Ash smirked. Thunder, Pikachu smirked as his cheeks sparkled violently. Shiftry, use Hyper Beam, Harrison bellowed. Shiftry opened its mouth and started gathering an orb of volatile energy mere inches away from Pikachu. Both attacks were released at the same time. Pikachu unleashed a potent blast of electricity, engulfing both Pokémon as Shiftry fired the Hyper Beam. The extremely high-voltage electricity of Pikachu's attack causing the volatile energy, making up the Hyper Beam to detonate just as it was being released by the wicked Pokémon. The result was a massive explosion that shattered rocks and covered the field in smoke. Pikachu, Ash shouted, concern clear in his voice. Shiftry, Harrison shouted, equally concerned for his Pokémon. What a potent explosion! Shiftry and Pikachu have clashed with true power, but who will prevail? The MC bellowed dramatically. The crowd watched intently. When the smoke cleared, both Shiftry and Pikachu were standing up, both looking completely worn out. They glared at each other and took a step forward at the same time, both wanting to continue the fight, but the tiredness of their previous battles plus this one was too much. Their feet failed as they both collapsed to the field, completely out cold. Both Shiftry and Pikachu are unable to continue battling, the referee shouted, raising both flags. Since Ash Ketchum has lost 3 Pokémon, a short 5-minute break will be taken. And thus concludes the first half of the battle, folks, the MC roared over the speakers. Harrison grabbed a Pokeball and returned Shiftry while Ash walked into the field, cradled Pikachu in his arms, and walked back to the bench where his friends were. Ash took a small glance at the screen. He had 3 black silhouettes while Harrison had 2, plus the icon of Swellow. Ash reached the bench and handed Pikachu to Brock, who immediately took out one of his Super Poke Potions. Pikachu seems fine, Brock informed. Nothing I can't patch up. He started to tend to the unconscious mouse. Ash sighed in relief as he took a seat. This battle is hard. Those honed Pokémon always have something to surprise me every time I think I'm in control. Check this out, Bianca said as she showed Ash her sketchbook. It had a drawing of the battle between Swellow and Bayleaf. Wow, looks nice, Bianca, Ash said as he looked at the picture. Anyway, all I have left is Snorlax, Charizard, and Latios to deal with Harrison's remaining 4 Pokémon. This isn't going to be easy. Misty smiled. Well, make sure that whoever you send in first manages to at least knock out Harrison's choice. That way you'll even the field. But don't underestimate Harrison's remaining 3 Pokémon, plus his Swellow, Latios advised. Yeah, Ash muttered, looking across the field as Harrison sat on his bench, a thoughtful look on his face. Meanwhile, in the stands, Ashy Boy is doing great holding off Harrison's Pokémon, Gary commented. Yeah, and I've taken lots of cool pictures, Delia chimed. Elm, do you think Harrison is ready to take on Latios? Professor Oak asked. I don't know, Professor Elm answered. Latios has proven to be rather powerful. He looked at Ash's bench. And I know he's there with Ash right now, invisible, probably with Latios as well. Gary turned to look at him in confusion. Latios? You haven't talked to Ash recently? Professor Elm asked. Gary shook his head. I just talked to him for a few minutes the night he defeated me. I haven't seen him since then. I knew he'd need time to train with his team. I didn't want to interfere. Well, Delia begun, the Pokémon you fought, Latios, has a sister. Her name is Latios. She too is under Ash's care, though not captured yet. Wow, so Ashy Boy has to legendary Pokémon? Now I'm even more jealous. But why doesn't she battle? Gary wondered. Well, according to Ash, she dislikes battling, so she prefers to sit back and cheer Ash and Latios on, Delia answered, remembering what Ash told her when she asked the very same question. A Pokémon that dislikes battles? Gary questioned, is that possible? Why? Delia turned to look at him. Well, Ash told me that she hasn't told him why. All she said is that she dislikes to battle. Okay, Gary replied. He turned to look back at the field. Good luck, Ash. In another part of the stands, Team Rocket was watching. Nice battle, James commented. Yeah, Meowth agreed. Just more motivation to capture the twerp's Pokémon, Jessie shouted excitedly. Some people stared at her oddly. Stop saying weird things and give me my popcorn, someone shouted. Team Rocket selling popcorn at the speed of light, all 3 members shouted as they started selling their products back to the crowd. The referee took a small glance at his watch. The 5-minute rest is now over. Both trainers please step back to the field. Ash smirked and stood up, Harrison doing the same. Both walked back to their respective trainer boxes. Good luck, Ash. Win this one, Misty shouted. You can do it, Ash. You can win, Bianca cheered. You too, Latios. Thanks, Latios telepathed back in gratitude. Good luck, Brock cheered as well. Pikachu stirred in Brock's lap as he woke up. Ouch, remind me not to detonate a hyper beam in my face next time, Pikachu grumbled. He looked around. Did I miss anything? Brock's sweat dropped. I can't understand you, damn, Ash's ability is making me jealous. Pikachu chuckled and walked to where Ash was, jumping to his shoulder. Sorry I lost, Pikachu apologized in a sad tone. It's okay, Ash replied softly, rubbing the electric type behind the ear gently, earning a small squeal of delight. You were great anyway. The battle seems ready to begin. The MC started, the second half of what has been a truly exciting match. Which trainer will prevail? The most surprising trainer of the Silver Conference so far, Ash? Or the more experienced Harrison of the Hone region? Remember folks, the winner of this match goes to the top 4. On an interesting note, if Ash Ketchum advances to the semi-finals, he would be the youngest trainer ever to make it to the top 4 of any league at the age of 11 years and 10 months old. That was a very surprising feat, as the top 4 of the leagues were usually reached by stronger and more experienced trainers, not rookies. Both trainers continue the battle, the referee shouted. Harrison grabbed a Pokeball as he made the first move. Go, Blaziken! He shouted as a vaguely humanoid red and cream-feathered Pokémon was released. Blaziken gave a mighty roar as its wrists ignited. Up on the screen, Blaziken appeared in the 4th slot of Harrison's Pokémon. And Harrison's next Pokémon is a Blaziken. Things are getting interesting, the MC shouted. The crowd cheered excitedly. Wow, what's that? Ash wondered. I believe we are looking at Harrison's starter Pokemon, a Blaziken, Latios answered. That's one of the starter Pokemon of Hone. Ash asked. It's the fully evolved form of one, a small Pokemon called Torchic, Latios answered. Okay, anything I should know? Ash asked. Yes, Blaziken are strong contenders. Their fire and fighting types can leap very high in the air and deliver powerful kicks, Latios said. Fire and fighting type has Snorlax would be weak against it. Latios would have a good advantage. But if I send Latios in, Harrison will probably switch out immediately. That leaves me with one choice, Ash thought as he grabbed his next Pokeball. Charizard, I choose you, he shouted as he hurled the Pokeball. The great fiery dragon-like Pokemon appeared on the field. About time it was my turn, Charizard commented. He looked at his opponent and smirked when he saw what it was. A strong opponent. This is interesting. And Ash's choice is his Charizard. Talk about fighting fire with fire. This match should be good, the MC shouted. Up on the screen, Charizard's icon appeared as well. Harrison hummed in thought. I have to be careful, that Charizard is extremely powerful from what I saw last match. Charizard glared at the Blaziken. Try to be a good opponent. Blaziken glared back. Let's see who the strongest fire type is, it replied in a masculine voice. The curtain for a very heated battle was thrown off as both Blaziken and Charizard stared off at each other. Ash took the initiative. Charizard, use Flamethrower, he commanded. Charizard reared his head back and spat a powerful stream of fire at Blaziken. Blaziken, counter with your own Flamethrower, Harrison countered. Blaziken's wrists flared up as he spat his own Flamethrower. Both fire attacks collided and formed into a massive ball of flames, heating up the stadium. What a duel, folks! This is one fiery match, the MC joked. The fire sphere died down as Charizard and Blaziken glared at each other. Charizard, use Dragon Rage, Ash shouted. Charizard gathered an orb of orange crackling draconic energy in his jaws and fired it at the Blaze Pokemon. Blaziken, use Flamethrower, Harrison shouted. Blaziken opened his beak and spat a stream of fire at the incoming attack. Both attacks collided and exploded, creating a cloud of smoke. Use Blaze Kick, Harrison shouted. Blaziken ran out of the smoke at startling speed. Blaziken jumped very high as his right leg was engulfed in fire and quickly started descending. Charizard, fly away, Ash shouted. With a mighty flap of his wings, Charizard flew up and moved to the side rather quickly, causing Blaziken to miss in his kick, hitting the stone floor extremely hard and cracking it from the sheer force of the attack. Now, use Flamethrower, Ash ordered. Charizard reared back and spat a powerful stream of fire at the Blaze Pokemon. Blaziken, dodge with a jump and use Fire Punch, Harrison ordered. Blaziken quickly leaped into the air, evading the Flamethrower attack as it passed underneath him. His right hand curled into a fist as it was covered in flames. With a powerful swing, he punched Charizard. Charizard cried in pain, but quickly recovered and lashed out with his tail, hitting the still airborne Blaziken and sending him crashing back to the field. What a nice counter, the MC noted. Which fire type will prevail? Charizard, use Seismic Toss, Ash commanded. Charizard descended quickly, intending on grabbing Blaziken to use one of his strongest attacks. Blaziken, use Flamethrower, Harrison shouted. Blaziken opened his beak and fired a stream of flames at the incoming flame Pokemon. Due to the fact that Charizard was flying very fast, he was unable to move away in time and was hit head-on by the flames. With a mighty flap from his wings, Charizard broke the flames apart. Use your own Flamethrower, Ash ordered. Charizard took a deep breath and then spat a stream of fire. Blaziken, use Fire Punch, Harrison commanded. I have to admit, this battle is tough. Who would have thought an 11-year-old was this strong? Blaziken's right wrist released a large amount of flames as the entire arm was covered in fire. He threw the first in front of him, the Flamethrower colliding with Blaziken's arm, completely splitting the fire stream as Blaziken refused to give in. Scheherazade, use Dragon Rage then Seismic Toss, Ash shouted. Scheherazade stopped the flamethrower and quickly spat a blazing orb of draconic energy. The second the flamethrower ceased, Blaziken looked up only to see a huge sphere of energy heading directly at him. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick, Harrison ordered frantically. Blaziken's right leg was covered in fire as he kicked upwards, splitting the energy sphere attack in half and disintegrating it. He smirked and gasped when he saw Scheherazade only a few meters away from him, flying at high speed. He had no time to react as the dragon-like Pokémon grabbed him by the midsection and flew into the sky with a mighty flap of his wings. This could be it, the MC shouted as Scheherazade gained altitude. That's one powerful attack. Harrison growled, this is bad. Blaziken, use flamethrower. Blaziken barely heard Harrison, but he obeyed nonetheless. He opened his beak and fired a point-blank flamethrower, hitting Scheherazade dead center in the chest as both Pokémon kept gaining altitude. They were engulfed in a maelstrom of fire as a result. Even so, Scheherazade continued flying. After making a few loops in the air, he dove for the arena. Make it crash with you, Harrison shouted as loud as he could. Blaziken grabbed Scheherazade's neck in a strong grip, intending to do just that. Scheherazade had no time to change course as both Pokémon crashed into the stone floor of the arena. The firestorm that had been covering them creating a powerful explosion on impact. Wow! These two are giving an intense battle, the MC bellowed as the crowd cheered loudly. The fire died down to reveal Scheherazade and Blaziken in the middle of a crater. At the center of the arena, their arms locked as they pushed against each other. Both were covered in cuts and bruises from the sheer force of the impact, but were otherwise fine. Blaziken broke free and spun around, kicking Scheherazade in the face and making him stumble to the side. He used this to his advantage as he continued the spin and lashed out with his tail, effectively smacking Blaziken away. Flamethrower, both trainers shouted at the same time. Both fire types fired a colossal continuous blast of flames, slamming into each other and pushing both back. Scheherazade growled, you have certainly been a good opponent, he remarked between pants. But the end is near. Blaziken gave a weak smirk. If this ends, it will be with your defeat. It appears that these two battlers are ready for the final clash, the MC shouted excitedly. The crowd cheered. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick, Harrison shouted. Blaziken's leg ignited as he lunged forward. Catch it, then use Flamethrower, Ash ordered. Scheherazade smirked as he readied himself. Blaziken spun and launched a kick, aiming at Scheherazade's neck. Scheherazade brought his arms forward and caught the kick. He couldn't care less that it was covered in flames. Blaziken gave a startled squawk as Scheherazade headbutted him, knocking the wind out of Blaziken. With his head still lodged into Blaziken's midsection, Scheherazade released the most powerful flamethrower he had ever fired. Blaziken shrieked in pain at the sheer force behind the attack. He was propelled backwards as the flames consumed him, crashing against a rock and shattering it completely, raising a cloud of dust over the field. Oh no, Blaziken! Harrison shouted. Scheherazade smirked, but his grin soon faded in exhaustion. Blaziken emerged from the rubble, walking weakly. Harrison smiled. Great, you're all right. Let's finish this. Use Fire Punch, Harrison bellowed. Blaziken's right fist was covered in flames as he charged forward. He didn't make it halfway to Scheherazade before a sharp pain hit him in the chest. He froze, his eyes widening as he collapsed, the last of his energy spent. Scheherazade smirked. He had won. He was exhausted and covered in cuts and bruises, but he had won. Blaziken is unable to continue battling, the referee shouted. Up on the screen, Blaziken's icon faded completely, leaving Scheherazade as the victor of this duel of fire. With a sigh, Harrison returned the defeated fire type back to the Pokeball. And Scheherazade has won, folks, the MC boomed excitedly. The crowd cheered loudly now, both trainers are down to 3 Pokemon. Yes, Scheherazade cheered, I'm the top fire type around here. Congratulations, Latios telepathed. Now that you've seen how tough I am, will you battle with me? Scheherazade asked hopefully. No, Latios telepathed flatly. A wit was worth a shot, Scheherazade muttered. Great work, Scheherazade. Ash praised. "Can you keep it up?" "I'm fine. I've gotten worse from the other Charizards in the valley. This is how I usually end up after a warm-up," Charizard replied smugly. Ash, Pikachu, and the Ian twins' sweat dropped. "All right, if you say so," Ash replied. Harrison smiled as he tucked away Blaziken's Pokeball. "I'm impressed," Harrison called, getting Ash's attention. "It's been a long time since my Blaziken lost, but I'm not done yet. It's time for you to face my strongest Pokemon." Ash gave a small start. His strongest? So soon? Harrison threw a Pokeball to the field. "Go, Salamence!" As the Pokeball opened, a huge Pokemon materialized on the field. It was a four-legged, mostly blue dragon Pokemon with large red wings and several red lines in its legs and tail, soft gray armor, like plates located on the underbelly and the underside of its neck, and three spike-like extensions splayed on either side of its head. Elm and Oak looked in wonder at the Pokemon. Delia kept taking pictures. The Salamence reared its head back and gave a massive roar, causing Charizard to take a small step back in fear as Salamance's Intimidate ability activated. Ash's jaw dropped as he too took a step back as the dragon Pokemon stopped roaring and glared at Ash and Charizard. Both of them gulped. "WW, what is that?" Ash asked, clearly terrified. "Ash, that's one of the strongest Pokemon from the Hoenn region. It's a Salamence, a dragon and flying type. Watch out, they're extremely powerful," Latios warned him. Ash nodded. He turned to the massive Pokemon before him and Charizard. Harrison smirked. "Good luck fighting my most powerful Pokemon." Wow, folks, talk about power. Salamence is Harrison's fifth Pokemon, the MC said as Salamance's icon appeared on the screen. "Charizard, use Flamethrower," Ash shouted. Charizard took a deep breath and exhaled a potent stream of fire at the dragon Pokemon. "Counter with your own Flamethrower," Harrison ordered. Salamence opened his jaws and spat a stream of fire as well, colliding with Charizard's and canceling each other perfectly. "Take to the skies, Salamence," Harrison ordered. Salamence nodded as he proudly flapped his enormous wings, taking to the air. "You too, Charizard," Ash shouted. The fire-type nodded and followed the dragon Pokemon. "Looks like this battle has been turned into an aerial game," the MC shouted over the speakers. "Charizard, Dragon Rage," Ash shouted. Charizard took a deep breath and spat an orange sphere of draconic energies at Salamence. "Salamence, Dragon Breath," Harrison shouted. Salamence opened his jaws and fired a potent blast of green flames. The sheer force behind the attack was enough to rip Charizard's Dragon Rage attack apart. "Charizard, dodge it," Ash ordered. Charizard quickly turned to the side, dodging the blast of green fire. "Now, use Flamethrower." "Salamence, use Aerial Ace to dodge, then use Dragon Claw," Harrison shouted. Salamence roared and lunged forward. With an impressive display of speed, he quickly flew aside and around the stream of fire, his front claws shining in a soft green light as he slashed at Charizard, hitting him right in the chest. Charizard tried pushing Salamence away, but the dragon Pokemon was twice his size and knocked him from the sky. The damage taken from the battle against Blaziken and Salamence starting to be too much. "Charizard," Ash shouted in alarm. Charizard quickly flapped his wings to steady himself. He roared as a fiery red aura surrounded him, hyperheating the air around him. His tail flame blazed brightly as it grew to a huge incandescent flame almost half as big as Charizard himself, his blaze ability activating. He roared again as he quickly elevated, gaining the same altitude as Salamence. "Look like Ash's Charizard is nowhere near done," the MC shouted excitedly. "Wow, what's that?" Ash asked in wonder as he gazed at Charizard's power. "That's Blaze. It's an ability that allows some fire-type Pokemon to be powered up when they're about to be defeated," Latios informed. Ash grinned. "You're awesome, Charizard. The true battle begins now. Use Flamethrower." Charizard opened his mouth and fired a colossal blast of fire, clearly overpowered due to Blaze. "Salamence, use Hyper Beam," Harrison shouted. Salamence began to gather an energy orb in his mouth. Seeing the fire stream was getting near, he released the orange energy beam. Both attacks colliding in midair and exploding forcefully, creating a massive shockwave. Harrison squinted to see better, but all he saw was a huge cloud of smoke in the stadium's airspace. And both attacks have collided. Who has the upper hand? The MC wondered. Ash closed his eyes, sensing both Pokémon within the smoke cloud. He grinned a little when he remembered that a Pokémon had to rest after using Hyper Beam. Charizard, use Flamethrower! Ash shouted. Charizard spat another stream of fire, tearing the smoke cloud apart. Salamence quickly used his Dragon Claw to stop the flamethrower, splitting it into many smaller fire streams. What he didn't expect was for Charizard to suddenly appear in front of him and with a spin, hit Salamence on the side with his tail. And since the flame at its end just happened to be half as big as Charizard himself, it was a rather nasty hit. Salamence, use Dragon Breath! Harrison shouted. Salamence quickly adjusted himself in midair and fired a stream of green fire, hitting Charizard in the chest and pushing him back, causing him to also lose altitude. Wow, a nice hit, the MC remarked. Charizard, use Dragon Rage! Ash ordered, with a mighty flap from his wings. Charizard shook off the Dragon Breath and spat a colossal blazing orb of draconic energy at least as big as him. Salamence, use Giga Impact! Harrison bellowed. Salamence smirked and flew down at the flying and fire type. A golden orb of energy appeared in front of Salamance's head. Soon golden energy streaks started engulfing Salamence, and soon after that, a purple aura surrounded him as he approached the Dragon Rage. That seems like an extremely powerful move. Charizard, watch out! The MC shouted. Charizard's attack was no match for the Giga Impact. Charizard's eyes widened as he spat a flamethrower on instinct, wanting to stop the incoming projectile, but again his attack was futile. Salamence crashed into Charizard, hitting him with a colossal amount of force, knocking the flame Pokémon out instantly. He fell from the sky and crashed to the floor of the arena. Charizard is unable to continue battling, the referee called. Ash growled slightly as he returned Charizard. The fire type's icon disappeared from the screen, leaving Ash with 2 blank spaces, while Harrison still had Swellow and Salamence active, plus an empty space. That Pokémon is strong, Ash remarked. Well, Charizard was already weakened, Lacius pointed out. What will Ash's next choice be to counter Harrison's Salamence? The MC questioned. Ash grabbed his next Pokeball and threw it to the field. Snorlax, I choose you, Ash shouted. Thankfully for Ash, Snorlax was awake. He appeared with a huge yawn as his icon filled Ash's 5th slot. Snorlax scratched his belly lazily and grumbled about having to battle. And Ash's 5th Pokémon is his Snorlax. The MC announced the obvious. Harrison smirked. One last Pokémon before I face Latios Salamence. Use Dragon Breath, Harrison shouted. Salamence took a deep breath and exhaled a stream of green fire at Snorlax. Snorlax, use Ice Punch, Ash shouted. Snorlax is at a disadvantage as long as Salamence stays in the air. I need to have Salamence get closer. Snorlax threw his ice-covered fist and completely tore apart the Dragon Breath attack with ease. Harrison growled slightly. Salamence, use Dragon Claw. Salamance's claws glowed a soft green as he flew right at Snorlax. Snorlax, use Ice Punch again, Ash shouted. Snorlax's fist was covered in a thick layer of ice as he punched at the incoming dragon Pokémon. Both attacks collided, neither giving in. Snorlax, use Body Slam, Ash ordered. Snorlax smirked and grabbed the dragon's claw. With his superior weight, he slammed Salamence into the stony floor with a great crash. Ouch, the MC commented. What a hard hit. Snorlax jumped and slammed into the dragon Pokémon's back, cracking the floor. Salamence gave a loud cry of pain. Salamence, shake him off, use Crunch, Harrison shouted. Salamence twisted his neck and bit into Snorlax's arm, drawing a bit of blood from the bite and causing Snorlax to flinch. Using the fat Pokémon's loss of concentration, Salamence flapped his wings and shook off Snorlax. Ice Punch, Ash shouted quickly. Snorlax twisted rapidly, something surprising for a Pokémon that big. The ice-covered punch landed in Salamence's side, forcing another cry of pain from the dragon Pokémon as the super-effective attack took its toll on him. The dragon Pokémon skidded a few meters from the sheer force behind the ice punch. Hyper Beam! Harrison shouted. Salamence roared as he gathered the energy required for the Hyper Beam. Snorlax, use Hyper Beam too! Ash shouted. Snorlax too gathered energy. Both Pokémon continued charging what was one of the strongest moves in the Pokémon world. A clash of Hyper Beams! The MC roared over the stadium speakers. Who will win? Both Snorlax and Salamence fired their respective Hyper Beams at the same time. The attacks collided and created a huge explosion, the resulting shockwave enough to force everyone against their seats, covering the arena in smoke, yet again. Ice Punch! Ash shouted. Dragon Claw! Harrison shouted. The sound of a powerful clash was heard inside the cloud of smoke. After a minute, when the smoke finally cleared, Ash sighed when he saw a panting Salamence walk back. His Snorlax was on his back, his eyes turned into swirls. Snorlax is unable to continue battling. The referee bellowed as Snorlax's icon faded from the screen, leaving Ash down to his final Pokémon. Ash returned the fallen Pokémon, whispering congratulating words to the Pokeball as he tucked it away. Harrison took a deep breath as everyone in the stadium watched expectantly. They all knew what was coming next. And Ash Ketchum is down to his last Pokémon, folks, the MC bellowed, and we all know who Ash's final Pokémon is. Without being told to, Latios dropped his invisibility, appearing in a shower of shimmering blue lights beside Ash as his icon appeared in the huge screen atop the stadium. The stadium began cheering as Latios entered the field. Wow, seeing him up close, it's an amazing feeling. Harrison though, as he gazed closely at the first legendary Pokémon he had ever seen. Salamence should rest a bit, and it's too soon for me to use my secret weapon. I need to battle Latios first with another Pokémon so I can get the feel of fighting a legendary Pokémon. Once I'm used to it, I can use my little surprise to beat him easily. He grabbed a Pokeball. Salamence, return. The large dragon Pokémon was returned. Latios cocked his head to the side in surprise. He had expected Harrison to leave Salamence out to battle him. And Harrison has withdrawn Salamence. What is he planning? The MC wondered. Harrison grabbed his next Pokeball. Go, Swellow! The blue and red bird appeared on the field again. The light around Salamence's icon faded and the light around Swellow's icon returned. Swellow, use Wing Attack! Harrison shouted. Swellow dived as its wings shined a bright white, flying straight at the Ian Pokémon. Latios, dodge! Ash called. Latios calmly adjusted the power in his levitation, moving to the side in one fluid motion and gracefully evading the flying type. The flying type turned around and made another pass, this time aiming for Latios' back. But to its utter surprise, Latios calmly dodged to the side again. Latios may not have seen Swellow, but he had sensed him coming. Latios is demonstrating perfect flight control, the MC noted. Harrison growled. Swellow, use Aerial Ace. Swellow took an immediate burst of speed as he charged at Latios. Latios, take to the sky, Ash shouted. Latios quickly took off, surprisingly evading the Aerial Ace. Swellow chased after him, but every time he tried to ram Latios, the Ian Pokémon would simply fly faster and get away. Latios, get behind him and use Ice Beam, Ash shouted. Latios nodded and, with an impressive mid-air flip, he got behind the startled Swellow. He took a deep breath as he formed an orb of freezing energy in his mouth and unleashed several rays of blue light. Swellow, dodge! Harrison shouted. Still using Aerial Ace, Swellow quickly flew around, evading the ice beams even when Latios adjusted his aim by shifting his neck and body. Ash smirked. Fly to ground level. Latios didn't question him and flew down, quickly reaching ground level and leaving Swellow alone in the skies. What is he planning? Harrison whispered to himself. Swellow, use Aerial Ace. Swellow quickly took a steep dive as he descended with Aerial Ace. Latios, use Luster Purge, Ash shouted. Latios smirked, getting Ash's idea. His body emitted a faint glow. Instead of concentrating the energy into a single blast, Latios slowly channeled the energy into his mouth, forming a sphere of light. Oh no! Swellow, Dodge! Harrison cried. Latios smirked as he fired his luster purge, in the form of a bright beam of light quickly ascending and forming a pillar of light. The flying type moved to the side, evading the initial beam, but Latios turned his neck, redirecting the beam after Swellow. The luster purge caught up to him and exploded in a bright blast of light. When the light faded, a knocked-out Swellow fell from the sky. Harrison's reaction was a bit too slow, noting that Harrison was probably not going to be able to return Swellow in time, and that the flying type was heading for a rock. Latios decided to lend a claw. His eyes glowed as he used his psychic powers to stop Swellow's fall and gently deposit the downed flying type on the stony floor. Swellow is unable to continue battling, the referee cried. Swellow's icon disappeared from the screen. Harrison breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Swellow was safe, he returned the defeated Pokémon to the Pokeball. And Latios has his first victory without receiving a hit, the MC noted, and also saved his opponent from a rather nasty fall. Now that's sportsmanship. Wow, I don't remember Luster Purge looking like that, Ash noted. Well, Luster Purge is basically a psychic blast of intense light. How I shape the light and the blast is up to me, the Ian Dragon replied. You get a fancy light attack and all I get is a bunch of mist. Latios complained. Latios laughed. Well, your mist ball is also a formidable attack, sis. You just have to be creative in how you use it. Latios grinned devilishly. I can be very creative. Latios chuckled nervously. That's what I'm afraid of, Latios giggled. The MC's next comment broke the Ian twins from their conversation. Well, Harrison has only two Pokemon left. Who will his next choice be? Harrison smirked. Well, fighting a legendary certainly is hard, but I came prepared. Latios turned to look at him. Latios, the legendary Ian Dragon, prepare to be defeated. Harrison threw his next Pokeball. Go, Shedinja! A small hollow Pokemon appeared, an insect exoskeleton that was brown in color with a gray lower body. Two nubs made its forearms and it had two horizontal slit-like eyes and unmoving wings with a gaping hole between them. A halo was floating atop of its head. Latios gulped when he saw the Pokemon. Oh crap, I'm busted. Wow, Harrison's sixth Pokemon is Shedinja, the MC announced. Latios, use Dragon Breath, Ash shouted, wanting a quick win. Latios reluctantly prepared to fire the attack, not wanting to disobey Ash in front of the stadium, even though he already knew what was going to happen. Latios fired a powerful stream of white fire at the small bug type. The shed Pokemon didn't even more as the flames neared him. A soft yellow outline appeared around Shedinja as its Wonder Guard ability activated. The flames washed over it, and when the attack ended, Ash was surprised to see that the small Pokemon didn't even look like it had felt the attack. Hey, what gives? It was a direct hit, Ash argued. Harrison smirked. Shedinja, Hyper Beam! The halo atop Shedinja's body turned upright and aimed at Latios. A small orb of orange energy appeared in the very center as it started absorbing energy, growing bigger. Latios growled. I know Ice Beam, Luster Purge, Psychic, Dragon Breath, and Tackle as offensive moves, but none of those can break Wonder Guard. Shedinja is a ghost and bug type, and I'm weak to both types. I can't win. I have nothing to damage Shedinja, Latios thought, clearly worried. Shedinja fired the Hyper Beam. The bright orange beam headed directly at Latios. The Ian Dragon growled as the attack neared him, wondering how was he supposed to battle an opponent he couldn't beat. Chapter 19 Limits Surpassed. Latios, use Ice Beam! Ash shouted frantically as he saw the Hyper Beam nearing his dragon Pokemon. Latios took a deep breath as a small orb of freezing energy gathered in his mouth. He released 3 icy blue zigzagging beams that collided with the incoming Hyper Beam, both attacks stopping in a stalemate. The freezing temperatures cooled down the volatile energy of Hyper Beam within seconds. Shedinja's attack was soon weakening and it started to fade completely. Soon both beams canceled each other out. Ash growled slightly. Why didn't that earlier Dragon Breath attack do anything? He wondered. Ash, I hate to tell you this, but I don't think I can win, Latios telepathed. Ash looked confused. Why? Listen, the Pokemon before us is called Shedinja. It has a very powerful ability called Wonder Guard, which means that only attacks that Shedinja is weak against will harm it. All attacks that are not effective or neutrally effective to it will be completely nullified, no matter how powerful, Latios explained. Shedinja is a bug and ghost type, Latios continued. That means that only rock, fire, flying, dark, and ghost type attacks can hurt it. Latios doesn't have attacks for any of those types. Ash's eyes widened in alarm. That's bad. How are we going to beat it? He wondered. Misty stood up. Come on, Ash. You can find a way. Use that deviant mind of yours to think of something. You can do it. Yeah, you can do it, Bianca cheered. You too, Latios. Ash smiled at his friend's cheers. They're right, Latios. We can find a way to win this. I'll fight as best as I can, Latios assured. Just think quickly. I'm weak to both bug and ghost-type attacks. Harrison grinned. You should give up if Latios has nothing to beat Shedinja. Ash smirked. I never give up. Very well then, Shedinja, use Shadow Ball, Harrison ordered. The halo above Shedinja turned and aimed at Latios. An orb of concentrated shadow energies gathered inside it and was immediately launched at the Ian Dragon. Latios, dodge it, Ash shouted. I'm not letting Latios' speed beat me like before. Shedinja, use Shadow Ball again, Harrison shouted. With a burst of speed, Latios flew upward, the Shadow Ball harmlessly passing where he had been a few seconds before. Shedinja gathered another Shadow Ball and faded from sight, disappearing completely. It reappeared a few inches away from Latios, appearing like a ghost, which it was. The Blue Ian Dragon gasped in surprise as the Shadow Ball in Shedinja's halo was fired. Latios had no time to move as the Shadow Ball exploded against him. Latios, Ash cried worriedly. What a good maneuver from Shedinja, now Latios' speed is of no use, the MC narrated. Latios quickly emerged from the smoke that resulted from the explosion. Ash growled slightly. I can't order any attack because they will have no effect. And for Latios to learn an attack that can hurt Shedinja will take too much time. Think, Ash, think. Shedinja, Shadow Ball again, Harrison ordered. This is too easy. I can do anything I want and Latios can't even lift a claw to defend himself. I almost feel sorry I'll have to beat up a legendary. Even so, I have to be careful. He is a legendary Pokemon after all. He might have something to surprise me. Shedinja aimed its halo and fired a black orb of concentrated shadows. Latios, dodge, Ash shouted. Latios nodded and quickly accelerated downwards, causing the Shadow Ball to miss. He can gain time if he keeps using that speed of his to dodge Shedinja's attacks. I have to turn time against them, Harrison thought. He smirked, getting an idea. Shedinja, use Toxic. Shedinja's halo aimed downwards and fired a purple glob of poison at the floor. The glob expanded and impacted the center of the arena, making a foul stench as a deadly poisonous gas was released. Latios, quick, fly up and get away from the poison cloud, Ash shouted. Latios nodded and took off skywards, but Harrison knew Latios was going to do that. Shedinja, use Shadow Claw, force Latios down. Shedinja disappeared and reappeared a few meters above Latios. The two nubs on Shedinja's front glowed an eerie purple as a dark energy tendril extended from each one, forming a pair of blades. The momentum Latios had from flying upwards made it impossible for him to stop in time as Shedinja slashed at him. He cried in pain as he was knocked from the sky. He quickly regained stability and righted himself, but it was too late. He was already inside the poison cloud. He had no time to take notice as he inhaled and was severely poisoned. Latios' eyes widened in horror. Oh shit! Looks like Latios has been poisoned, the MC cried as the poison cloud dissipated. Ash growled. Oh no, he whispered. He began to look around frantically. Latios is getting beaten around. I need to find something quickly. He spotted his mother, the professors, and Gary in the stands. They were seated close to the field so he could see them clearly. Delia was apparently talking with Professor Elm about something as Professor Oak looked intently at Latios. Gary was standing, shouting something. Though Ash couldn't hear over the roar of the crowd, there was no doubt he was cheering for him. Ash smiled. Looks like I'll lose this battle. At least I defeated Gary, my eternal rival, Ash thought. He sighed nostalgically as he got flashbacks of his fight with Gary. How Pikachu defeated Umbreon, how Charizard turned the tide of the battle, Gary's shocked face as he saw Latios, and Gary's reactions as Latios effortlessly defeated his remaining Pokémon, using the water to beat Nidoqueen and Arcanine. Ash chuckled. Water, it was really useful in that battle. It could help me now. At least it'd make a good shield for Latios. All I have now is a stupid rock field. He looked back at the field and gasped, getting an idea. A stupid rock field, that's it. Shedinja is weak to rocks. Shedinja, now use Shadow Ball, Harrison ordered confidently, knowing that he had complete control of the battle. Shedinja took aim and prepared the Shadow Ball. Latios, we can still win. The field, Ash shouted. Latios looked down at the field. What's with the Phi? He paused, getting Ash's plan. He looked at Harrison and smirked. A chill went through the human spine as Latios stared at him. For some reason, that stare was really frightening. Latios smiled, clearly impressed. Good job, Ash, the female dragon thought. Everyone in Ash's bench was once again impressed by Ash's prowess to improvise plans for everything. Latios, we need more loose rocks. The previous battles have weakened the field, so smash it up with Luster Purge, Ash shouted to the Ian Dragon. Take to the sky. Latios nodded and cried in pain as he was engulfed in purple energy. He coughed as the poison affected him. He shook it off as best as he could and took to the sky, flying upwards and, at the same time, dodging Shedinja's Shadow Ball. Ash smiled as he saw Latios soar. Thanks, Gary. Once he was at a decent height, far above the stadium, Latios's body glowed as he gathered as much power as he could. Harrison blinked in confusion. Okay, what are they up to? Latios fired a huge orb of white light downwards into the center of the field. Many people in the crowd covered their eyes, knowing the Luster Purge could be a little hard on the eyes. And Ash Ketchum has ordered his legendary Pokémon to attack the field. Why would he do that? The MC wondered, like pretty much everyone else. The sphere of light collided against the ground and exploded in a huge blast of light that covered the whole field. Latios smiled in satisfaction and flew downwards, but not before being surrounded in purple energy and taking another bit of damage from Toxic. Not noticing this, Ash smirked as he looked at the new battlefield. A crater from the Luster Purge crash was in the middle of the field, and the rest was rubble. Thousands of rocks were sprawled all over the place, having been separated from the main field, which was now non-existent. Wow! Latios has completely decimated the whole field. How will this fit into Ash's plans? The MC wondered. Now that's more like it, Ash commented. Latios, you know what to do. Latios nodded as his eyes glowed a solid blue. Several dozen rocks were surrounded by a faint blue outline as they were lifted by Latios' mental powers. Latios found himself thanking Brock for all that boulder lifting training and meditation he'd been doing. Harrison's eyes widened in alarm. Why did we have to fight on a damn rock field? He cursed mentally. Shedinja, dodge and use Shadow Claw. Shedinja readied itself. Latios sent the first barrage of rocks flying at it. Shedinja's small body was quite hard to hit as it levitated and flew around, frantically dodging Latios' barrage of rocks. Shedinja suddenly disappeared from sight and reappeared below Latios. With a pair of Shadow Claws ready, he attacked the Ian Dragon, causing him to grunt in pain and clutch his chest where the attack had hit. Latios' eyes flashed as a pair of rocks were hurled at Shedinja, forcing the bug and ghost type to back away quickly. What an impressive battle, folks! There's a way for Latios to win after all, the MC cried excitedly. The crowd cheered. A rock flew at Shedinja from behind. The Pokémon couldn't see it since it was coming from its blind spot. Latios knew it was going to hit until a spasm of pain tore through him as his poison condition worsened, causing him to lose concentration and make the rock fall harmlessly back to the field. And the effects of Toxic are worsening. The MC cried in alarm. Latios better hurry and win before it's too late. Ash growled. Damn poison, wait, Psychic is strong against poison. Can't you remove the poison psychically? Well, a psychic can remove poison from its body or anyone else's with its mental powers, but only very skilled psychics can do that. I'm not that good yet, Latios answered. I still need a lot more experience to even think of pulling off something like that successfully. What happens if you try it now as you are now? Ash asked curiously. If I try, I could apply too much force accidentally and snap something inside me, like an artery or an organ, causing me to die from severe blood loss or blow up an entire part of my body, Latios deadpanned. Treating a wound or removing poison psychically is very delicate business. Ash turned green. Let's not try it then. I agree, Latios murmured. We have to trick Harrison and Shedinja so we can hit that damn bug and fast, at least before the poison finishes Latios off, Ash muttered. Latios, keep throwing rocks. Latios nodded and lifted more rocks psychically, hurling them at the shed Pokémon. Shedinja, dodge and use Shadow Ball, Harrison shouted. Shedinja quickly disappeared and reappeared once again below Latios with a Shadow Ball in its halo. The sphere was fired and collided against Latios' chest, exploding violently. Latios cried in pain and clutched his chest but quickly focused and sent a barrage of rocks at the bug and ghost type. The shed Pokémon quickly evaded them, flying about and getting out of the way of every rock. I need to find a way for Shedinja to stay in one spot so Latios can slam a rock into it, Ash murmured. He quickly got an idea. Latios, fly toward Shedinja as fast as you can and use Ice Beam, Ash commanded. Latios knew that Ice Beam wouldn't do anything, but he trusted Ash and knew that he had an idea. He charged at Shedinja as an orb of freezing energy formed in his mouth. He got within inches of Shedinja so fast that Harrison didn't get the chance to issue an order to his Pokémon. Latios fired the Ice Beam at close range, the attack striking and pushing the shed Pokémon back. Shedinja's body was surrounded in a faint yellow outline as Wonder Guard activated, completely nullifying all the damage from Ice Beam. However, Wonder Guard could do nothing to stop the ice from spreading and encasing Shedinja in a thick block of ice. Ash smirked. Shedinja is finished. Latios, use Psychic on the rocks. Latios' eyes glowed a solid blue as he lifted several huge rocks and slammed them into the icy prison, tearing the ice apart and hitting Shedinja rather hard, forming an orb of compressed rocks around Shedinja. The whole thing was surrounded in blue light as Latios dragged it down, slamming it into what was left of the battlefield. The rock prison was torn apart from the sheer force of the collision, revealing a knocked-out Shedinja. The referee nodded. Shedinja is unable to continue battling, he bellowed. Up on the screen, Shedinja's icon disappeared, leaving only Latios and Salamance's icons on the screen. Ash has done it. Latios has defeated Shedinja, the MC shouted excitedly. The entire stadium burst into wild cheers. Harrison returned the defeated Pokémon, a worried expression on his face. Now, all I have left is Salamence, but he's tired, Harrison thought. He looked at Latios and noted that he wasn't in any good condition either. Latios was panting heavily and had a pained expression on his face, probably because of the effects of the poison. And he was clutching his chest because that close-range Shadow Ball had truly injured him. Latios is also tired. This goes down to the dragon that can tolerate the most. Harrison grabbed the dragon Pokémon's Pokeball. Salamence, go! The dragon type appeared, panting slightly. He looked at Latios. Guess the fact that you're still up means you defeated Shedinja, he stated. Latios chuckled. Indeed, and you're next. Now the battle is between Salamence and Latios. The MC bellowed. Who will win? Salamence, be careful, that Latios is extremely fast, Harrison warned. Latios, use Ice Beam, Ash ordered. Latios gathered an orb of icy energy and fired a blue 3-beam blast of cold at Salamence. Salamence, counter with Flamethrower, Harrison commanded. Salamence spat a powerful torrent of fire, easily ripping Latios' Ice Beam apart when the attacks collided. Latios, use Psychic, Ash countered. Latios' eyes glowed as he used a powerful psychic blast, easily tearing apart and extinguishing the flamethrower. and Lacio's impressive psychic abilities have completely rendered Salamance's flamethrower useless. The MC narrated. "Salamence, Dragon Claw," Harrison ordered. Salamence roared and with a powerful flap of his mighty wings charged forward. His front claws glowed green as he readied the attack. "Latios, stop him with Psychic," Ash shouted. Lacio's eyes glowed again as he attempted to take control of the incoming Salamance's body. To his dismay, Salamence was coming so fast and with so much momentum. And since Latios was already so weakened, his psychic abilities were not strong enough to stop Salamence. Ash's eyes widened as he saw the Salamence get closer to Latios. "Latios, fly away!" Latios stopped his psychic attack and prepared to take off, but he cried in pain as he was surrounded by purple energy. Coughing violently as the effects of toxic worsened yet again. Taking advantage of Latios' inability to move, Salamence slammed both dragon claws into him, crashing Latios into the rocky floor of the arena, inside the crater left by his luster purge. Latios cried in pain. Harrison smirked as he saw Salamence pinning Latios down to the floor. "Finish this, use Hyper Beam." Salamance's jaws opened as he gathered an orb of volatile orange energy in his maw, aiming it at Latios. Since the Ian Pokemon was pinned to the ground by his body weight, Salamence knew that he had no way out. Latios coughed as he tried to breathe, but had some trouble because Salamence was pinning him to the ground. "Ash, I'm too weakened. I won't survive a direct hyper beam," Latios telepathed frantically as Salamance's charge was nearly finished. "This could be it, folks." "Latios seems defeated," the MC commented. "Latios, use a rock," Ash shouted. Latios' eyes glowed as he lifted a medium-sized rock and slammed it into Salamance's face, causing the still unfired hyper beam to detonate, creating a terrible explosion and making the crater even larger. Latios, Salamence, Ash and Harrison called at the same time, both clearly worried. And a colossal explosion shakes the battlefield. Which dragon shall emerge victorious? The MC wondered. The crowd looked at the battlefield intently. When the smoke cleared, both Salamence and Latios were lying a few meters from each other, and both were miraculously struggling to stand up. Each one pushing himself way past all their limits. Neither of the two dragons wanted to let their trainer down and admit defeat. This was a duel of dragons. Pride was also on the line, and neither Latios nor Salamence wanted to let another dragon beat them. Salamence was the first to recover completely and took to the air. Latios soon followed, both dragons flying a few dozen meters from the ground, glaring at each other. "Both of them are up. This is impressive," the MC commented excitedly. Latios panted heavily as his vision started to darken and he began to feel light in the head. He pushed back the dizzy feeling, refusing to faint. "Salamence, this is the last stand. Use Giga Impact," Harrison bellowed. "Latios, use Luster Purge," Ash shouted. Both dragons took off at each other. Latios was covered in a huge sphere of light as he charged his Luster Purge. An orange energy orb appeared in front of Salamance's head as it formed several streaks of orange light. A purple aura coming into being as he transformed into an purple and orange missile. With a deafening clash, both dragons collided into each other, Latios with his Luster Purge and Salamence with his Giga Impact. As both dragons pushed against each other, Latios' attack was broken as he suffered another spasm of pain courtesy of that toxic attack. With Latios' concentration destroyed, the Giga Impact tore through his Luster Purge easily. Latios coughed up as the Giga Impact collided against his chest and started pushing him towards the ground. Latios knew that the second Salamence collided with the stony floor, he would be knocked out. Ash's eyes widened. "No," he whispered, knowing that he would lose. Latios pushed those thoughts back. He didn't want to lose this battle and have Ash eliminated. He was going to win no matter what. Without any command, Latios gathered what little power he had left as his body started glowing again with the power of Luster Purge. As Salamence collided against the stony floor, Latios released the energy in every direction, using his Luster Purge to create a ball of light, cushioning the impact a little and flinging Salamence back. This is certainly the most intense battle of the Silver Conference. And at its end, which dragon shall emerge victorious? The MC narrated. Everyone watched intently as the blast died down. When everything was clear, both Salamence and Latios were sprawled a few meters from each other, and neither of them were moving. The referee nodded and looked at the screen, then spared both dragons a final look. Since both are their trainer's last Pokémon, a tie can't be declared. The battle will go to the trainer whose Pokémon stands up first or manages to stay up, the referee stated. Salamence, come on, get up. I know you can, Harrison shouted. Latios, get up. Please, you have to, Ash pleaded. Salamence stirred a little as his eyes opened. He tried to stand up, trembling heavily. He didn't get far as he fell once more. Even so, he once again tried to get up. Latios was still not moving. Latios, get up, please, Ash pleaded once again. Brother, get up. You can do it, Latios pleaded telepathically. Latios, come on, get up. If you do, you'll win, Bianca shouted as well. You can do it. Win this one, Latios, Brock shouted. Latios, show how strong you are. All you have to do is get up, Misty encouraged. Latios, you have to get up, Pikachu shouted too. The referee noticed that even with all their encouragement, Latios was still not moving. He started to raise the flag for Harrison's side, preparing to declare Harrison and Salamence as the victors. Latios noticed this. Quick, brother, get up, please. Show them how strong you are. Prove it, brother, get up, she telepathed as loudly as she could. Latios stirred as his red eyes opened. The referee noticed this and lowered the flag. Latios pushed his claws forward as he began to lift his neck. Both dragons are struggling to get up. Who will do it and make their trainer the winner? The MC bellowed. The crowd began to cheer for the dragons to get up, some for Salamence and some for Latios. Latios grunted as he felt a stab of pain from his chest. With a final push and exertion of his powers, Latios activated his levitation and hovered a few feet from the ground, looking extremely beaten and panting heavily. Salamence too managed to get up, panting heavily. Both dragons glared at each other, daring the other to admit defeat and collapse. Latios started to sway slightly, his vision going dark as he started to see about 6 Salamences and 6 Harrisons in front of him. It took all of his willpower not to faint on the spot. Salamence gasped slightly as his legs failed him, a sharp pain hitting him in the neck and wings. He collapsed to the floor again, leaving Latios hovering before him. Salamence struggled weakly to get up again, but it was in vain. His eyes turned to swirls as he fainted. The referee nodded and raised the flag for Ash's side. Salamence is unable to continue battling. The winner of this battle and the trainer going to the semi-finals is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Up on the screen, Salamence's icon faded. Ash's image was expanded to cover the entire screen, the word winner appearing below his photo. Harrison dropped to his knees as he saw that he had lost. This can't be. Instead of cheering, Ash immediately sprang towards Latios, with some difficulties considering that the field was now a bunch of loose rocks. Latios collapsed, his body landing harshly in the cold stony floor, but to his surprise, his head landed in a soft cushion. He weakly looked up and saw that Ash had caught him in his arms. Thanks, Latios, Ash said as he hugged Latios. The Ian Pokémon smiled weakly, feeling comforted in Ash's arms. You're welcome. Latios felt something soft nuzzle him in his neck. He knew by instinct that it was Latios. Hi, sis. Congratulations on winning, brother, but look at you, you're a mess, Latios telepathed, concern in her mental voice. It's not that bad, is it? Latios wondered. Latios used her psychic powers to project into his mind what she was seeing. Latios nearly choked as he saw how beaten up he was. Funny thing is, I don't feel anything, Latios said weakly. He cried in pain as he was once again attacked by the effects of toxic. This time he was unable to resist it, and he fainted. Latios, both Ash and Latios cried. This looks bad, Ash, Brock noted as he examined Latios. Ash nearly jumped out of his skin in fright. He was so caught up in his worry for Latios' well-being that he never saw Brock. Misty and Bianca came up to him. You better get him to the Pokemon Center fast. Right, Ash replied as he grabbed a Pokeball. Latios return. The bright red light sucked Latios inside the Pokeball. Ash stood up and ran for the exit, going as fast as he could towards the Pokemon Center, Latios flying at his side the whole time. Brock, Misty, and Bianca left too, though they went at a more sedate pace. In the stands, Delia, Gary, and Professors Elm and Oak got up to follow them. Running faster than he ever had before, Ash burst open the doors of the Pokemon Center. To his utter surprise, Nurse Joy already had readied a stretcher of an appropriate size to accommodate Latios. A Chansey and a Blissey were at her side. Ash looked at her dumbfounded. But how? Nurse Joy giggled slightly. I saw your battle on TV. When I saw you running so fast out of the stadium, I guessed that it was because you were greatly worried for your Pokemon's health, and you were rushing to get them to the Pokemon Center, something admirable in a trainer. Now let's make haste. Place the Latios on this bed, he's in the most critical condition. Ash nodded and held Latios' Pokeball, pointing it at the stretcher. Latios, come out! There was a flash of light as the still unconscious Latios was released onto the stretcher. Nurse Joy nodded and pulled the stretcher into the advanced treatment room. Ash sensed that Latios was going to glide past him and into the room too. So he held out a hand and caught one of her wings, causing her to squeal and drop her invisibility. Hey, Latios yelled at him, slightly upset. I want to be with my brother. Ash took a step back, not used to seeing Latios even remotely angry, considering she was usually happy and cheerful most of the time. But you can't enter. Your brother will be fine, I guess, Ash replied nervously. Latios was about to yell something when the Chansey interrupted her. Excuse me, Miss Legendary, I'm afraid you can't enter. You just get in the way. Please let the nurse treat your brother back to health, he'll be fine. The name's Latios, she grumbled. And why not? Please calm down. Your brother will be fine, Miss Latios. He's in good hands. I assure you he'll be back up soon, the Chansey continued. Latios huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Fine then, she replied, giving in. Chansey smiled softly and turned to Ash. May I have your remaining Pokemon, please? Ash nodded and took out 4 Pokeballs, putting them in the tray in Chansey's small stubby hands. Ash turned to Pikachu, who was perched on his shoulder as usual. Want a small heal, or are you okay, buddy? Pikachu shook his head. Nah, I'm fine. Chansey shrugged and carried the Pokeballs to another back room of the center. Ash took a seat in one of the couches, waiting for Nurse Joy to heal his Pokemon. Bianca, Brock, and Misty entered the Pokemon Center a few minutes later. They were a bit taken aback that Latios was in her Pokemon form, but didn't say anything as the lobby was empty save for Ash and Latios. Everyone was probably at the stadium since the second battle would begin soon. So, Bianca started as she took a seat beside Ash. How's Latios? I don't know, Ash answered. He's in the treatment room. Bianca sighed. I hope he's all right. He's very strong, he'll be fine, Ash assured her. Everyone joined him on the couch. Latios was impressive. He defeated Harrison Swallow, Shedinja, and Salamence, Brock noted. Too bad that he took so much damage in the process. Yeah, but I'm sure he'll be fine, Misty commented. Right, Latios? A few seconds passed and she got no answer. Everyone looked to where Latios was. They sighed when they saw Latios was floating a few feet in front of the door, staring at it intently, waiting for it to magically open and Latios to come out safe and sound. Bianca smiled sadly, stood up and gently wrapped her arms around Latios' neck from behind. Latios let out a squeal of surprise. It's okay, Latios, he'll be fine. Come on and relax, Bianca chided in a loving tone, trying to soothe Latios. Latios nodded slightly and glided back to the couch, floating beside it. At that moment, Professors Oak and Elm along with Gary and Delia entered the lobby. Well, hello everyone, Delia greeted. Gary froze when he saw Latios. He noted that she looked very similar to the Pokemon that Ash had used to beat him, Latios. So she's Latios? Gary asked. Latios nodded and gave a light squeal. Nice to meet you, Gary continued. He turned to Ash. So, how's Latios? Ash sighed. I don't know, I hope he's all right. I hope so too. Congratulations on making it to the top for Ashy Boy, Gary commented. Ash smiled. Thanks, Gary. But still, how is it that the little bug managed to take on Lacio's attacks without suffering a single injury? Gary asked. Professor Oak stepped forward. Well, the reason was because of the Wonder Guard ability, which makes Shedinja invincible to everything that it is not super effective to it. The next move we teach Latios should be one that can break Wonder Guard, Brock grumbled. What really doomed Latios in that battle was the toxic attack, Professor Elm commented. Yeah, that poison condition really affected him, Delia muttered. But at least he won in the end, Bianca praised. But why were those two Pokemon so troublesome for Latios? Well, take notice that Harrison is an older trainer from Hone, where it's easiest to catch Nincada and Bagan, the pre-evolved forms of Shedinja and Salamence. He must have had those two for years, so they were very experienced, Professor Elm explained. And Latios just started competing in Pokemon battles almost 2 months ago, Oak continued. Misty smiled. When Latios is that experienced, he'll be a very powerful battler. Yeah, Bianca agreed. And what about her? Gary asked, looking to Latios. Latios shook her head. I don't like battles. She says she doesn't like battles, Ash repeated, since Gary couldn't hear her telepathy yet. Gary frowned. Okay. A door opened and the same Chansey from before walked to Ash, holding a tray with his Pokeballs. Here are your Pokemon. They are all fine, the Chansey announced. Ash nodded and took his Pokeballs. Thanks. The Chansey smiled. You're welcome. She turned around and walked back to the back rooms. With that, the group chatted while they waited for Latios to be treated. About an hour passed and still Latios had not been yet released. Every minute that passed was torture for Latios and Ash. After about another hour of waiting, finally the syringe icon over the intensive treatment door turned off. The low sound it made enough to attract everyone's attention. Soon the door opened and Nurse Joy stepped out. Latios wanted so badly to be the first to ask her how Latios was, but she couldn't because of her telepathic limitation. She was now even more determined to become a stronger psychic to be able to freely talk to everyone. Ash was there almost as fast as she was. So how's Latios? Nurse Joy smiled. He's fine. He took some serious blows during the match, but it's nothing I couldn't patch up. After a good rest, he should be all right. Ash sighed in relief, like pretty much everyone else. Thank you so much. But, Nurse Joy continued, he took a rather large amount of damage to his chest area, probably from the last Giga impact. I'd recommend no excessive movements or exercise on his part for 3 to 4 days to let everything heal nicely and let him rest completely. All the poisoning he took was also removed, but he'll have to rest too for all the after effects to pass, Nurse Joy finished. Ash frowned and turned to Brock. When's my next battle? Brock checked his guidebook. The semi-finals are in 3 days. How would Latios be by then? Ash asked Nurse Joy. In 3 days? Nurse Joy asked. Well, I'd say he'd be almost fully healed, but his chest area might still be a bit delicate. He could fight by then, but it'll be at your own risk. If he takes another hard blow, it could turn into a very serious problem for him. The best thing to do would be for you to let him recover completely. Ash frowned. All right, thanks. May we see him? She smiled. Sure, but don't enter for now. He needs rest. You can stay here until night to keep watch over him if you want. By then you can see him because all the effects of the antidotes and treatments should have passed. Latios is in the 3rd room to the left. With that, she turned and walked to another room, probably to tend to other Pokemon. The group walked inside. The door led to a long hallway with multiple doors. Beside each door was a window panel and bench. The group walked to the 3rd one and looked inside the window. It was a medium-sized room with a bed in the center. Latios was lying peacefully on it. He had bandages going all around his midsection, a few others were on his arms and neck, and he had a few patches here and there. A few cables went from a band in Latios' arm to a small screen that displayed his vitals. Professors Elm and Oak explained that from what they could see, Latios was mostly all right. So, 3 to 4 days Brock began. Ash, are you going to use him in the semi-finals? Ash immediately shook his head. No, I won't risk his health just for a trophy. He means a lot more to me than any title ever could. Besides, this won't be the last league I'll fight in, so I have a few more tries left. No one was really surprised by that statement. That was Ash all right, placing his friends before everything. Laisha smiled and nuzzled him. Thanks. Ash smiled and rubbed her head tenderly, causing her to release a low squeal of contentment. You're welcome. At least he'll recover completely, Brock noted. That's the idea, Ash replied. Besides, I'm sure that my team can fare well without him. Great, now I get all the work, Pikachu grumbled. Ash chuckled. Delia smiled. Now that we know he'll be fine, why don't we go get something to eat? I want to stay, Laisha replied firmly. Me too, Ash said as well, wanting to stay beside his Pokémon. Delia sighed. All right, we'll bring dinner. They nodded. After sharing their goodbyes, the rest left to eat. Pikachu, Ash and Laisha stayed behind, wanting to keep an eye on Latios. Ash took seat on the bench with Pikachu while Laisha decided to simply hover there. After a few minutes of awkward silence, the female Ian Pokémon decided to start up a conversation. Laisha looked at Ash and smiled softly. Thanks for letting my brother rest. It's okay, Ash replied. He deserves it anyway. Too bad he was beaten up so much, Laisha commented sadly, a frown coming to her features. Hey Laisha, exactly why is it that you dislike battling? Ash asked. Is it because you're afraid to end up like Latios? Pikachu asked. Laisha shook her head. No, it's not like that, it's the other way around. Ash looked confused. What do you mean? Laisha took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts. Well, the reason I hate battling is because I dislike hurting others, even if it's a controlled competition. Sometimes my soft and calm demeanor fools others, but remember Ash, like my brother, I too am a legendary Pokémon. And if I take things seriously, I could become just as strong as him. She paused. I don't want to battle because I don't want to be the reason another Pokémon ends up like my brother. I don't want to send an injured Pokémon to the Pokémon Center. Ah, so that's why, Pikachu muttered. Of course, I do train from time to time because I know I need to at least be able to defend myself, just in case, Laisha added. I know that you wanted to someday capture me and have me a battler, along with my brother. Sorry if this upsets you. Ash chuckled. Nah, it's all right, Laisha. If you don't want to battle, I understand, he assured her, putting a hand on her head and petting her gently. She giggled. But if you ever have a very tough battle ahead, I'll help you if you want me to, Laisha told him, nuzzling his hand. If Latios lets you, Pikachu deadpanned. They shared a small laugh at that. Nah, I'm fine like this. Besides, having both you and Latios on my team at the same time would make everything too easy, and I like challenges, Ash said, looking at her. She'll be very useful in the next Pokemon League you enter. Because next time, everyone will know you have Latios, so they'll have counters ready. But oh, what a surprise, you have Latios too, Pikachu commented. Speaking about Pokemon Leagues, I'll have to deal with the semi-finals without Latios, Ash commented sadly. At least there are no more Hone trainers, Pikachu remarked dryly. Don't worry, you have me and Charizard. Even so, I'm still going to win, Ash said enthusiastically. Latios giggled. I'm sure you'll win, just maybe I hope you can. Chapter 20 In the Eve of Battle. Everything was calm and quiet in a small room in the Pokémon Center. It was early morning, and the 4 inhabitants of the room were sound asleep. Latios was resting in a bed, still bandaged from his previous battle. Ash was sleeping in a chair, leaning to the side so his upper body was resting on a small unused corner of the bed. Pikachu was curled up beside him. Latios was sleeping on the floor, her head resting on a pillow. The past day, Latios and Ash had stayed all afternoon outside the room, refusing to go to the hotel to sleep, saying that they would join their friends later, preferring to stay with Latios. By night, Nurse Joy had said that they could enter the room. She also told them that they should be careful and try not to disturb Latios' rest. After a while, they fell asleep as well. Now morning had arrived, and having been the one that slept the most, Latios was the one to wake up first. He opened his eyes, looking at the odd room he seemed to be in. He tried to move, but a small pain in his chest interrupted him. He paused as memories of the previous day filled him. Must be in the Pokemon Center then, he thought. He paused as he thought of the most important thing in the world to him. Where's Laisha's? She must be worried sick, since he knew that moving wasn't a good idea. At the moment, he amplified his mental senses in search of his sister. He relaxed when he sensed Laisha's was asleep on the floor. He couldn't help but chuckle slightly at his own overreaction. He sensed Ash and Pikachu sleeping nearby too. He turned his neck and looked at the sleeping boy with a smile. It wasn't a surprise for him that Ash had chosen to stay by his side. He frowned when he caught a glimpse of all the bandages he had. He saw Laisha stirring as she too woke up. They both had the habit of waking up early. The first thing Laisha did was turn her bright amber eyes to Laisha's. She grinned happily when she saw that he was looking back at her, a soft smile on his features. She resisted the urge to glomp him like she usually did because she knew he might still be a bit delicate and she didn't want to hurt him. So she gently floated over to him and leaned her body against his, hugging him around the neck and nuzzling him softly. "You finally woke up. How are you feeling, brother?" Laisha's asked, clearly concerned. Laisha's smiled. "A bit sore, but nothing I can't handle." Laisha's nodded and gave Laisha's a gentle kiss in the cheek before hovering back. "That was your get-well-soon kiss," she commented jokingly, giggling. Laisha's smiled warmly. "I think I already feel a lot better." Aw, Pikachu and Ash chorused at the same time, looking at the scene with interest. "You two should keep it down a little. You woke us up," Pikachu said. Laisha's giggled. "Sorry." Pikachu smiled. "No problem." Ash gently patted Laisha's on the head. "So, how are you feeling, Laisha's?" "I already answered that to Laisha's told him. "I didn't hear it. I was waking up," Ash replied mereepishly. Laisha's chuckled and repeated his answer. "A bit sore, booty should get better soon, I hope." "Nurse Joy said that you should be better in 3 to 4 days, Laisha's informed him. Laisha's nodded. "All right." He frowned. "Will I be okay soon enough for Ash's next battle?" Ash shook his head. "Even if you were ready, you aren't battling like this. You're resting until you've recovered completely." Laisha's cocked his head to the side. "So, I will be ready, but you don't want me to risk myself?" Ash nodded. "Nurse Joy said that you would be healed in 3 to 4 days yesterday, and the next battle is in 2 days. You might be ready, but the thing is, since you might still be a bit delicate. If you take a hard blow, she said it could give you severe health problems later on, so I'm not risking anything. You won't fight in the semi-finals." Laisha's frowned. "But what if you lose because of my absence?" "I don't mind fighting for you, Ash." Ash smiled. "I don't care. You're more important to me than any trophy or title could ever be." Laisha's nodded, touched by Ash's concern for him. "All right. Besides, I have Charizard left," Ash commented, sounding sure of himself. Pikachu chuckled. "Yeah, he'll make sure you win." Ash smiled. "Anyway, Laisha's, thank you so much for winning that battle for me. I'm very proud of you." Ash gave Laisha's a small hug around the neck, being careful to avoid the bandages. "That's enough help for now. My team will do the rest." Laisha's sighed. "Sorry for being unable to help you." Ash smiled and petted the Ian Pokemon reassuringly. "It's okay, Laisha's. You did your best and that's what counts." Laisha's smiled and nodded. "All right." So, Pikachu began. "How did your first beating feel?" "Horrible," Laisha's mumbled. Pikachu laughed. "The first time you get the crap beaten out of you is always the hardest. Mine was against a flock of Spearows." "I can imagine," Laisha's muttered unhappily. "Look at me now. I hope my feathers weren't ruined." Everyone's sweat dropped. "So, can you get up?" Pikachu asked. "Let me try," Laisha's said as he activated his levitation power. He started to hover off the bed slowly until he floated a few inches into the air. "Yes, I can levitate without much effort." Laisha's hovered off the bed and steadied at his usual height. Enjoying floating once again, he would have stretched a little, but he knew it would hurt, so he restrained from doing so. Ash smiled. "Nice to see you can at least fly." "So, when can I leave?" Laisha's asked. "I don't know," Ash answered. At that moment Nurse Joy entered with a blissey. "Ah, hello, glad to see you're all up," she said sweetly. She turned to Latios, "And glad to see that you're up too." "Hi," Ash greeted. "So, when can Latios leave the Pokemon Center?" "I'll have to do a small checkup to see how his healing has progressed over the night," Nurse Joy replied. "Could you please leave us alone so I can examine him and change his bandages?" Ash nodded. "All right, come on, let's go Latios Pikachu." Pikachu jumped off the bed and ran out the room. Ash followed him. Latios shared a small look at Latios. He nodded at her. She grinned and followed Ash. "So, think my brother will be out today?" Latios asked as the door closed behind her. "I hope so," Ash answered. "He's already rested for a while, so he should be better." He smiled reassuringly at her. Latios grinned. "Yeah, I know he'll be fine today," she said brightly. Ash smiled at her again. He was glad that the gloomy look Latios had yesterday about Latios' condition was gone. The fact that Latios was up definitely cheered her up. "I wonder who I'll use in the semi-finals." Ash wondered. "Brock will help you there," Latios reassured him. "I think I'll give some of my other Pokemon a rest too. They must be tired after the battles against Harrison and Gary," Ash commented. "Well, except Charizard." Latios laughed. "Need a powerhouse to make sure you have a chance?" "Yes, that, and if I leave him out of the semifinals, he'd be so pissed at me he might try to fry me," Ash commented nervously. Pikachu and Latios laughed. "Yep, Pikachu sounds like something Charizard would do." "Hello, Ash," Misty chorused. Ash turned and was surprised to see Bianca, Brock, and Misty entering. "You're up this early. The world must be coming to an end," she joked. "Very funny," Ash deadpanned. "Sorry I didn't get back to the hotel last night." "We already knew you weren't going to arrive," Brock assured him. "We knew you'd stay here the whole night." All right then," Ash replied mereepishly. "Sorry if I got you worried or something like that." "We weren't," Brock assured him. "We knew Latios would make sure you didn't do something weird or get into trouble, and you have your other 5 Pokemon with you anyway." They laughed slightly. Ash's face faltered. "Forget it." "So, how's Latios?" Bianca asked, fidgeting in anxiety. "He already woke up. Nurse Joy is giving him a morning check-up and changing his bandages," Latios answered. "After she finishes, she'll decide if Latios is in any condition to leave the Pokemon Center." "Oh, that's good to hear." "At least he's up," Bianca commented, clearly relieved. "Yeah," Misty agreed. "That's good to hear. He seemed in pretty bad shape at the end of the battle," Brock added. "So, who's my next opponent?" Ash asked. In his worry over Latios, he had forgotten about that. "Well," Brock started, "your next opponent is from Cento Cherry Town. His name is John Dixon. I checked his records, and he has no Pokemon foreign to Kanto or Johto, so he shouldn't have any surprises. He does have a powerful team, however." "Well, I can still win this one," Ash commented. "I have to win. If I win, I'll make it to the grand final, and Latios will be ready to fight by then." "Yeah," Misty agreed. "I wish you the best of luck." "Thanks," Ash said, smiling at her. A small beep was heard as the door opened. Nurse Joy stepped out, holding some papers with various records and charts on them. Latios was hovering behind her, with new and clean bandages on his body, a bit less than before. Nurse Joy looked through the papers. "Well, Latios is good enough to leave the Pokemon Center. Please, no excessive activity for at least 1 to 2 days," Nurse Joy announced. "Also, he's safe and clear to go inside a Pokeball." Ash smiled. "Thanks, Nurse Joy." Also, Nurse Joy said, giving Ash a small bottle of pills. "In case that Latios starts to feel too much pain, those should make him feel better. They're effective painkillers." "Okay, thanks again," Ash said. He gave the bottle to Brock since he was the one that knew about medicine and such. "Have a good day," Nurse Joy said as she turned around and walked off to continue her duties. "Well, what now?" Ash asked. "We could talk about your upcoming battle in the semifinals," Brock suggested. "And register your team." Ash nodded enthusiastically. "All right," he turned to Latios and frowned. "Can those turn invisible?" Ash asked, pointing to the bandages. Latios' sweat dropped. "No, it's my feathers that make me able to turn invisible, so I can't make other objects invisible." Ah, Ash muttered. Sorry, Latios, into the Pokeball it is. Can bandages actually go inside a Pokeball? Latios asked curiously. I've seen bows and ribbons go into Pokeballs, so why not bandages? Ash said. Latios shrugged. Good point. Just don't keep me in there for too long, please. Ash chuckled and grabbed Latios' Pokeball. Don't worry, just the walk from here to the hotel. Latios' return. A red beam extended from the center of the Pokeball as Latios was returned inside. Latios glowed as a bright shower of blue lights covered her, turning her into her human form, looking completely identical to Bianca. Well, let's go, Ash suggested. Ash's friends nodded and together walked back to the hotel. It was completely uneventful, seeing as most of the streets were empty. Since the last two battles of the quarterfinals were being fought and everyone was watching them. Once they got back to the room and everyone got comfortable, Ash grabbed a Pokeball and pointed it at the center of the room. Latios, come out, Ash said. In a bright flash of white light, Latios was released. Okay, Ash, Brock said from the PC. John Dixon has a very powerful and well-balanced team. And I don't have Latios, Ash muttered. Latios sulked in the back. Latios went to comfort him. Brock, I'd like to give the other members of my team a rest too. After all, they fought very hard against Gary and Harrison, so they might enjoy the rest. Besides, that way I can give the others a chance to battle, and if I use an alternate team, that'll surprise my opponent. I guess that's a good idea, Misty said. Brock nodded. Good idea, Ash. It'll confuse your opponent also. You'll fight with fresh Pokemon since your team is carrying the toll of both battles against Gary and Harrison. I'll think of a team that's good enough to fight that John Dixon guy. After today, only 4 trainers will be left, Bianca noted. Congratulations on making it so far, Ash. Thanks, and I'll make it to the finals so Latios can battle again, Ash said cheerfully. Brock examined John Dixon's profile. John Dixon's current team is Ampharos, Tyranitar, Feraligatr, Togetic, Rapidash, and Steelix. Wow, sounds tough, Misty commented. Ash's eyes widened. And not a Tyranitar, he paused, regaining his composure. Wait, a Togetic? What's that? Brock clicked on the image and expanded it to cover the screen. It's the evolution of Togepi. Wow, Ash commented. He looked at Togepi, who was cradled in Misty's arms. She looked at him and chirped happily. Can't be too tough, Ash muttered. Guess you'll find out on the battlefield, Latios commented. Well, Brock began. How about we register Phanpy, Larvitar, Charizard, Noctowl, Tauros, and Totodile? Phanpy and Larvitar have an advantage against most of John's team, except for Feraligatr. Tauros has raw power, Noctowl is a smart fighter, and Totodile is good to keep some of them in check, like that Tyranitar. Charizard will be your main powerhouse for the battle. Ash nodded. Sounds good. Hey, where am I in that team? Pikachu bellowed angrily. Ash's sweat dropped. A rest would be good for you to Pikachu. And besides, you only have an advantage against 2 of them. But I doubt that guy will send them to fight you, he explained, trying to calm the electric type down. Pikachu huffed and crossed his arms over his chest. Fine then, but why does Charizard get to battle again? Ash chuckled nervously. Charizard flew all the way here. He might be mad at me if I don't include him in this important battle and he'll fry me if I exclude him. Pikachu laughed. Good point. Anyway, Ash started as he turned to Brock. That team is fine. Go ahead and register it. Brock nodded. All right, registering the team for the battle now. He typed in a few things and within a minute, he was done. So, what should we do for these next 2 days? Ash asked curiously. We could give your alternative team a warm-up, Brock suggested. After we go the Pokemon Center to swap them. But we just came from there, Misty complained. Why didn't we just use the PC there to look up Dixon's team? Rather than coming all the way back here only to leave again? There was a long, awkward pause. Brock said. Out we go again, Ash said loudly, and Latios sighed, back into a Pokeball. Yep. Latios, return, Ash called, sucking the Ian Pokemon back inside his Pokeball. With that, the group returned once more to the Pokemon Center. Again, the walk was uneventful, and they could hear the roaring crowd and explosions and the MC's commentary all the way. So they assumed the first of the two battles was at its climax. After calling Tracy at the lab and exchanging Ash's team, thankfully during Pokemon League competitions he could keep around more than 6 Pokemon at a time as long as they didn't interfere. This was usually allowed for training and planning purposes, though Ash didn't have the need until now, as he needed to have Latios and Pikachu as well as the team that was going to fight Dixon with him at the same time. Once Ash was done, they exited the Pokemon Center. So, it's still an early day. Let's go to the usual training place. Sure, Brock agreed. Your current team could use a warm-up before the battle to come. Okay, let's go, Ash said happily, eager to see his other Pokemon again, especially Larvitar and Phanpy. After a few minutes of walking into the forest, they reached the training clearing. Here again, Misty mused, looking at the clearing. Yeah, Ash agreed. He grabbed his Pokeballs. Come on out, he shouted. With a bright flash of light, all 6 of his chosen Pokemon were released, plus Latios. Larvitar looked around, and the second he noticed Ash, he gave a big smile and ran at him, glomping him happily and knocking him over. Latios reacted quickly and psychically reduced most of Larvitar's weight, so when they landed, Larvitar didn't crush Ash. Daddy, Larvitar chirped happily. Ash and Latios' jaw dropped at what Larvitar had called Ash. Latios then smiled happily, her innate ability to sense the emotions of others telling her that Larvitar was a bit more sociable now. His time without Ash had made him more confident and less dependent on Ash's presence, though he still had a lot of resentment left because of his mother's separation from him. He now learned that he shouldn't be all gloomy over that forever. Ash smiled happily and hugged Larvitar back. "Aw, what did you call me?" Ash asked, touched by the display of affection. Larvitar chuckled nervously. "Well, ever since Phanpy got that idea into my head, it hasn't left me. And every day that passed that I didn't call you that I felt more uncomfortable. So I decided that I was now going to refer to you as my daddy. Hope you don't mind." Ash smiled. "No, it's fine with me. I like the idea I have another surrogate son." Bianca, Brock, and Misty Oed Latios had been translating Larvitar's words to them as they couldn't understand his poke speech. Ash stood up, still hugging Larvitar. The small rock and ground type fidgeted slightly as he turned to look at Latios and smiled. "Hi, Aunt Latios." He turned to Latios. "Hi, Uncle Latios." Latios smiled and floated over to him. "Hi, cutie." She gently took him from Ash's arms, accommodating him in her claws and giving him a hug. Larvitar squealed happily. Ash took the chance to go and talk to the rest of his Pokemon. Phanpy did the same thing Larvitar did, though he was a bit gentler with his affectionate tackle hug. "Thanks for helping Larvitar out so much," Ash thanked the small blue Pokemon. Phanpy squealed happily. "You're welcome, Daddy." Ash turned to the rest. "Hello." All of his Pokemon returned the greeting. Latios set Larvitar in the floor and he walked back to the main group. "Well," Ash began, "you 6 are my chosen battlers for the next match." Charizard looked around in surprise. "He isn't fighting?" he asked, looking at Latios. He then noticed his bandaged chest. "Ah, he got beaten up, didn't he?" "Yep," Pikachu confirmed. "He took his first beating as a battler, so he's still recovering. Remember that the first beating is always the toughest to get over." Charizard chuckled. "Reminds me of your first Beatingfon memory stuff. I wasn't there." Pikachu rolled his eyes. "And it reminds me of your first beating as a Charizard. May I remind you that you decided to listen to Ash after that?" Charizard grimaced. "Don't mention that." "Anyway," Ash interrupted. "Next up is the semi-finals, so together we're going to win. Right?" Ash's Pokemon gave a triumphant cry. Charizard smirked proudly. "With me on your side, you've got it in the bag." "You were defeated in the previous 2 battles," Pikachu pointed out. "I went easy on them. I knew Latios was in reserve. I just had to let him battle and not do all the work myself," Charizard responded. Everyone rolled their eyes. "Well, for now, what do you suggest, Brock?" Ash asked. "Well, since we don't have time to learn new moves, we should do exercises to improve speed, power, And to warm everyone up and get them in shape for the battle, Brock suggested. Ash nodded. Sounds good to me. Laisha sighed. If it's not that much of a bother, can I go to a more peaceful place? I don't really want to hear about battles or training now, she asked kindly. Ash shrugged. Sure, go ahead. I see no problem with it if you want to take your mind off battles for a while. I'm going to the lake, Laisha announced. She began to fly in the direction in the lake. Everyone knew that Latios would follow her, so they weren't surprised when he sped after her. Laisha's and Latios weren't really needed, so everyone started to train normally. Bianca sighed. She noted that she couldn't help, looked at her sketchbook, and walked after Laisha's and Latios. Laisha smiled contentedly as she arrived to the peaceful shore of the lake. She sensed that there were no humans nearby, so there was no need to hide herself. Hi sis, Latios greeted as he came over. Why the run away? I just didn't want to hear about battling Pokemon for now, Latios answered. I'm fine already, you know, Latios told her in a gentle voice. Latios smiled. I know. She gave Latios a hug, minding the bandages. In the nearby bushes, Bianca smiled happily at the scene. This is gold, she thought as she took out her sketchbook and began to draw. Though she was hiding from them behind some bushes, not wanting to disturb them. Latios and Latios knew she was there. They could sense her mind approaching a long way back. They silently decided to pretend they hadn't noticed her. Latios sighed as he parted from the hug. I feel bad for not being able to help Ash. Latios smiled. She knew that had been bothering Latios for a while. It's okay, brother, you helped him enough by winning the battle against Harrison, so don't look down on your efforts. Latios smiled at her, thankful at her support. Thanks, sis. Besides, Ash will be fine. So don't worry, Latios continued. Latios nodded. I hope so. Latios giggled. Next time, try not to get all messed up like you were last battle. Latios laughed. I'll try. It wasn't my fault that Hone Guy was so well prepared. Latios smiled nostalgically. Traveling is very fun, she noted. Why didn't we do it sooner? Well, Latios began. I think it was because we never had a chance to do so, or it never crossed our minds. But when Ash came into our lives, he gave us the perfect chance to travel outside of Altomari safely. Latios laughed. I guess so. Latios fidgeted nervously. Brother? Yes, sis. Latios answered, wondering what was crossing Latios' mind. He could simply read her thoughts to find out, but again, where was the fun in that? When I asked you if we could travel, you said yes, but you never specified how much time we were going to travel. And Ash's current league is coming to its end, so for how much longer are we going to travel with Ash? Latios asked. Latios smiled at her. For as long as you want to, sis. I'm fine with it, so long as we keep our duty and return to Altomari in times of need. With that small exception, we can travel for all the time you want. Latios grinned happily. Thanks, brother, you're the best. You're welcome, sis, Latios replied. As the day passed, both he and Dragons talked and enjoyed the time they had together. Soon they would return to Ash's group to help him prepare for the Silver Conference semifinals, which were just around the corner. Chapter 21 Intense Full Battle, Semifinals. 2 days had passed rather quickly for our group of heroes, and today was the day of Ash's battle in the semifinals. The 2 days had been rather normal. The group trained lightly so that Ash's team was in proper form for the battle to come, and Latios' recovery was coming along great, though he needed pills at night so that he could sleep peacefully. They had taken him to the Pokemon Center the previous day for a quick checkup, and Nurse Joy had said that he was recovering nicely and that he didn't need the bandages anymore. Morning came soon for our eager hero, though as usual he wouldn't wake up without some help. Latios, and Pikachu stared at his sleeping form. He isn't waking up anytime soon, is he? Latios wondered curiously. Nope, Pikachu replied, shaking his head. I'll wake him up, he announced, his cheeks sparkling as a grin formed on his face. Pikachu, Latios scolded. Don't hurt him, I have a better way of waking him up. Her eyes glowed slightly as she gently interrupted his sleep with a light thought. Ash yawned and started to wake up. Pikachu whined. I like to wake him up with thunderbolts. But my method is much better, Lacius countered. And less harmful. Whatever, Pikachu muttered. Lacius giggled happily. Ash rose from his bed and yawned. I wish I could wake up like this every morning. I feel great. Pikachu sulked as Lacius snickered. Told you so. So, what time is it? Ash asked curiously. 8 in the morning, Lacius answered. Why so early? I want to sleep more, Ash whined, throwing himself under the covers and stuffing the pillow over his head. Pikachu laughed. What was that about your method being better? Lacius' sweat dropped. I said it'll wake him up. I never said he'd stay that way. Pikachu snickered. Then I guess I'll have to do that, he said a little too eagerly, cheeks beginning to spark. Again, we have a better method, Lacios interrupted, causing Pikachu to sigh. Tell me what you think. Lacios' eyes glowed as he telekinetically lifted the bed and flipped it over, causing Ash to fall to the floor with a yelp. Pikachu nodded. That's a good one. All 3 Pokémon laughed. Misty cracked the door open slightly and peeked in. Is everything all right? I heard someone fa. She sweat dropped when she looked at the room. The bed was floating upside down with Ash on the floor. Lacios and Pikachu were laughing, and Lacios' eyes were glowing. She sighed. And all I asked was for them to wake him up, she muttered before closing the door again and going back to the living room. The 3 Pokémon sweat dropped as Ash struggled to stand up. Lacios set the bed back in its rightful place, thankfully not on top of Ash. Next time, I'm buying an alarm clock, Ash muttered dizzily. Finally accepting that his Pokémon would probably kill him one day with their Wake Ash methods. You've smashed all the alarm clocks you had, wanting to sleep a bit more. Brock got tired of buying replacements, Pikachu pointed out. Damn, Ash muttered. He stood up from the bed lazily. Brock is making breakfast, Lacius chimed. Ash smiled happily. Really? Lacius nodded. Ash immediately forgot. He had just woken up and ran out of the room to take a seat in the living room. That's how to cheer Ash up, all right, Lacius giggled. Lacios and Pikachu nodded in agreement. They exited the room. Ash had been forced to wake up early as he had to be ready for his upcoming match and to have a nice breakfast courtesy of Brock. Bianca and Misty were seating at the table already. Morning, sleepyhead, Misty greeted him. Bianca did the same. Brock came out of the kitchen holding 2 plates of food. Good morning, Ash, he greeted as he set the plates on table. Good morning to you as well, Brock, Misty and Bianca, Ash greeted with a smile. You too, Lacios and Pikachu, he continued, sensing that the last 3 were coming out of his room just at that moment. Brock came out with the last 2 plates of food and set them on the table, and after serving all the Pokémon their own breakfast, he took a seat to enjoy the most important meal of the day. So Ash nervous? Bianca asked curiously as she got ready to eat. Ash was already eating, so he answered with his mouth full, much to everyone else's disgust. Nope, why should I be? Because the Pokémon that was the key factor for your victories against Gary and Harrison is out of the picture, Misty deadpanned. Even so, I can still win, Ash replied confidently before he resumed eating. Yeah, he's right, Lacius telepathed. He can still win. I'm sure that his current team will do everything to make sure he prevails. Right, guys? All the Pokémon nodded. Yup, Phanpy said cheerfully. We'll help Daddy win. I'd love to also help in the battle, Pikachu muttered. He turned to Ash. Is there a way I can fight, please? Larvitar took advantage of Pikachu's distraction and took a bite out of Pikachu's plate. Lacius stifled a giggle, but didn't say anything. Sorry, Pikachu, but everyone is already eager for a battle. Besides, a rest will do you some good, Ash replied. That and Ash's next opponent probably expects you, so he'll get a surprise. When Ash doesn't use you, Charizard noted before he resumed eating. Thankfully, their living room was big enough to fit them all comfortably. Remember, Ash, don't get nervous, and remember that you have mostly small Pokémon in your team. Use that to your advantage, Brock suggested. And Misty continued. John has mostly bulky or large Pokémon. So your smaller Pokémon should be nimble enough to get away from their moves and attack safely. Also, use Charizard to deal with any troublesome Pokémon John sends, Brock suggested. I'd also suggest that you don't limit yourself to using Charizard as your last Pokémon, Ash. Maybe you can sneak in a surprise or two, Latios suggested. And I suggest you not mess it up, Latios said, looking at Scheherazade. Scheherazade glared at him. Pikachu laughed. What he means is be careful, you don't want to receive a beating like the one he took before. Latios blushed in embarrassment. All the Pokémon laughed, and the humans joined them when Latios telepathed them what Pikachu said. Larvitar took advantage of the distraction and spirited away another bite from Pikachu's plate. Damn Shedinja, Latios muttered irritably. The next move you learn has to be one that breaks Wonder Guard just in case, Brock announced. I'll check later what you need to learn. All right, Latios telepathed. After a few more minutes of chatting, the group finished eating, and Pikachu was again puzzled about the fact that some of his food had disappeared. They spent the next hour or so talking with Ash about things he could do to win. Soon enough, the first semi-final battle approached. After checking that everything was ready and everyone returned their Pokémon back to their Pokeballs, the group left the hotel. As usual, Latios exited through the balcony. He enjoyed the removal of his bandages since it meant he could turn invisible and fly freely without having to go into the Pokeball. As the group walked to the stadium, they noticed many people were heading in the same direction. Today, the two semi-final battles would be fought, and everyone wanted to see them. Some people spared Ash a few glances, recognizing him instantly. Though most of them guessed that he was focused on his battle and didn't interrupt him, not all of them thought like that. Macy smiled as she walked to the stadium. Usually, most trainers left the city out of spite after their elimination, but she had a reason to stay. She still had yet to ask Ash out on a date. The only days she could find him were the days he fought, and the time in between battles he was always nowhere to be seen. She had heard he went to the forest to train or something like that, and when she tried to get near him, the redhead or the silent girl always ruined her plans, but today that would change. Or so she thought. Macy calmly rounded the corner of a building, inspecting the crowds walking towards Silver Stadium. She grinned when she spotted Ash and his friends. She ran forward eagerly, ready to ask him out on a date again, and a bucket of water fell on her. The guy that was cleaning the windows of the building looked down in embarrassment, wondering how the hell the bucket had moved on its own and fallen on that girl. Yes, direct hit, Latios thought proudly, doing a happy dance. Thankfully, she was invisible and no one noticed except her brother. Latios stared at her in clear confusion. He felt she exerted some psychic powers. He didn't have time to pinpoint the target, so he decided to ask what had happened later. After a few minutes of walking, they neared the stadium. Ash turned and walked to the entrance to the battlefield. To his surprise, he found a young teen, at least 16 or so, walking to the entrance as well. He had a blue long-sleeve button-down shirt and messy light brown hair. He paused when he noticed Ash walking toward him. He smiled. "Hello, I'm John Dixon of Cento Cherry Town, your next opponent. Pleased to meet you." Ash smiled back and returned the greeting. "Hi, I'm Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. I'm impressed for such a young kid to come this far. Congratulations, Ash," John said, clearly impressed. "I've never seen anything like this before." "Thanks," Ash said proudly. "But I won't go easy on you. Let's fight an amazing battle, and let the best trainer win," John announced, holding out his hand. Ash smiled. "I wouldn't want it other way," he said as he shook hands with his opponent. John parted and walked to the guard, showing his Pokédex ID. The guard let him pass. Ash did the same, and soon both Ash and John entered the battlefield. The crowd cheered loudly. "Both trainers have entered the battlefield," the MC announced. "Everything is set for the start of the first semi-final battle." The crowd cheered even more. The two trainers today are impressive individuals, John Dixon, who has steadily dominated his battles all the way here, and Ash Ketchum, a young but strong trainer that has a legendary Pokémon in his possession. Also, with his presence in the semifinals, Ash Ketchum has broken the record for the youngest trainer ever to reach the semifinals at 11 years old. "I'm so proud," Delia squealed in the stands, startling Professors Oak and Elm. They smiled at her, understanding why she was happy. Her son was at the top 4 of the Silver Conference, an impressive feat. "Well, Delia, I'm sure all of Pallet Town is proud. It's been a while since someone from Pallet Town competed in the last rounds of a league, Professor Oak remarked. Though without Lacio's participation, Ash's fate in this battle doesn't look good, Professor Elm commented gloomily. Lacio's isn't Ash's entire team, you know, Gary commented to Professor Elm. Sure, he's a legendary, but he's just one in a team of 6. That is true, Professor Oak agreed. And if there is one thing Ash has done superbly, it's raising his team. All we can do now is sit here and watch the battle play out, Delia said. Looking as Ash took the red side of the battlefield, John took the green side. Besides, Ashy Boy is strong. I know that firsthand, Gary commented, trying to cheer them up. He can beat this guy. Yeah, Delia squealed, taking out her camera. And now, the field will be chosen. The MC narrated, and I wonder why we bother to change the field considering both times Ash has battled, it was completely destroyed. Ash and Lacio's chuckled nervously and Lacia's giggled. The huge screen lit up as a segmented wheel appeared. The light started flashing through the segments, stopping on the grass drawing. The battle will be fought on the grass battlefield, the MC announced. The field shook as the normal battlefield sunk in the ground, splitting halfway as another field replaced it. The new was lifted until it was ground level with the rest of the stadium floor. The grass field was basically covered in a layer of grass at least 1 or 2 feet tall. Several bushes were planted here and there on the field, and there were several spots where the grass was barely a few inches tall. And now, which trainer shall make the first move? The MC wondered. On the screen, another segmented wheel appeared. A light flashed around it, stopping on a green segment, meaning that the first move was John's. And first move goes to John Dixon. The referee checked to see that everything was in place. This will be a 6-on-6 Pokémon battle with substitutions allowed on both sides. The winner will be decided when all 6 Pokémon from one side is unable to continue battling, he announced. A short 5-minute rest will be taken when 3 Pokémon of a side are unable to continue battling. John grabbed his first Pokeball. Let's start strong. Go, Rapidash, he shouted as he threw the Pokeball to the field. A large horse Pokémon appeared, sporting a fiery mane, tail, and hooves. Rapidash's icon appeared on the screen in the first slot of John's party. And John has started with Rapidash, the MC announced unnecessarily. Ash hummed in thought. He smirked as he grabbed a Pokeball. Go, Totodile, Ash shouted as the small blue Pokémon was released on the field and did a happy dance. And a dancing Totodile is Ash's first choice, the MC narrated as Totodile's icon appeared on the screen, placing itself in the first slot of Ash's team. The semi-finals match between Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and John Dixon of Cento Cherry Town will now begin, the referee bellowed. And the battle begins, the MC cried. Rapidash, use Ember, John shouted, ordering the first attack. Rapidash took a deep breath and spat a barrage of fireballs in rapid succession at the water type. Totodile, dodge, Ash ordered. Totodile began to dance, each step of his usual dance allowing him to dodge the Ember attack. Rapidash, flame wheel, John shouted. And that, folks, is a creative way to dodge, the MC remarked. Delia thought it was very cute and took lots of pictures. However, what Totodile didn't expect was that before he even finished dodging the Ember attack, Rapidash was already charging at him, covered in a veil of fire. Totodile, use water gun on the floor, Ash shouted. Totodile quickly aimed downwards and spat a stream of water at the ground, catapulting him into the sky as Rapidash passed below him a split second later. Totodile Ray aimed his water gun, hitting the Fire Horse Pokémon in the back. Rapidash use take down, John commanded. Rapidash quickly shook off the water stream and charged at the spot where Totodile would eventually fall down, which happened quickly as gravity began to take effect, forcing Totodile to descend. Totodile, quick, use bite, Ash shouted. You're asking Totodile to bite a Pokémon covered in fire? Lacia's asked incredulously. Ash sweat dropped. Totodile, aim for a place with no fire. Aim for the horn. As Rapidash closed in on the falling Pokémon, Totodile took aim, and with a mighty bite, he clamped down on Rapidash's horn, causing the Fire Horse Pokémon to shriek. Ouch, what a painful bite, the MC commented. Rapidash thrashed around, trying to knock off the small blue Pokemon, but it was to no avail. The harder Rapidash thrashed, the harder Totodile bit. Rapidash swore that its horn was about to come off. Rapidash, use Flame Wheel, John shouted, seeing his Pokemon's distress. Rapidash stopped thrashing and concentrated, the flames that covered its body spreading and turning Rapidash into a fireball. Totodile, Water Gun, Ash shouted. Totodile released the horn and spat a torrent of water inside the flaming prison, creating an explosion of steam that quickly covered that portion of the field. Totodile emerged from the steam, not looking very fazed. A panting Rapidash soon appeared as well as the steam cloud dissipated. What an interesting battle worthy of the semi-finals, the MC commented. The crowd cheered. Totodile, use Water Gun, Ash commanded. Totodile nodded and spat a torrent of water at the fire type. Rapidash, use Takedown, John ordered. Rapidash quickly galloped forward and with a quick move to the side, dodged Totodile's water stream. Hide in a bush, then use Water Gun, Ash shouted. Totodile nodded and jumped to the side, getting behind a bush. He ducked as Rapidash slammed against the bush, and it effectively protected Totodile. Just as Rapidash finished the pass and turned for another go, Totodile fired a stream of water at the Rapidash. It shrieked as the super-effective attack slammed against it. Rapidash, shake it off with a Flame Wheel, and then use Fire Blast, John ordered frantically. Rapidash's body detonated in an orb of fire, completely evaporating the water gun. A 5-pointed star of fire appeared, blazing its way towards the stunned water type. Wow, what a powerful attack, the MC remarked. Totodile, counter it with Water Gun, Ash shouted. Totodile nodded and spat a water stream as hard as he could. The attacks collided, a massive steam bursting from Totodile's water gun as it was vaporized by the fire blast. Though, the water gun succeeded in severely weakening the fire blast so that by the time it reached Totodile, it was barely a bunch of embers. Taking advantage of the steam-covered field, Ash issued his next order. Totodile, use Water Gun. Totodile quickly spat a torrent of water, aiming it at the form of Rapidash in the cloud. Rapidash, use Takedown, John ordered quickly. Rapidash quickly dodged to the side and with a powerful gallop, sprinted forward at blinding speeds toward Totodile. Totodile, dance, Ash shouted. John gave him a confused look, as did Ash's friends. What? Lacia's and Lacio's questioned flatly. Ash chuckled nervously. Totodile shrugged and did what he liked to do the most. He began to dance, jumping around as Rapidash closed in. What is Ash planning? The MC wondered. Just as Rapidash was a few meters away from Totodile, the water type made a quick spin in mid-dance. The completely unpredictable move was effective as Rapidash passed just beside Totodile. Ash smirked. Totodile, use Water Gun, he shouted. The water type nodded and spat a powerful torrent of water, catching the Fire Horse Pokemon mid-gallop. The force of the attack caused the fire type to stumble and fall to the ground. It tried to get up, but the continuous water attacks were too much, and it fainted. Rapidash is unable to continue battling, the referee shouted, raising the corresponding flag as the Rapidash's icon faded from the screen, leaving a black silhouette. Yes, good job Totodile, Ash praised. The water type danced happily. John grabbed a Pokeball and returned the defeated fire type. And Rapidash was defeated after an impressive combination courtesy of Ash's Totodile, the MC commented. The crowd cheered. Nice one, Lacia's commented. Thanks, Ash thanked. Who knew dancing would be so effective for something? Lacio's commented. John hummed in thought as he contemplated his next possible choice. If I choose Ampharos, he'll switch out, so I'll bring out a little surprise. He grabbed his next Pokeball. Go, Steelix, John shouted, tossing his Pokeball to the field. A huge iron snake divided into boulder-shaped segments, some which had huge spikes growing out of them, materialized. Steelix's icon appeared on the screen atop the stadium, on the second slot of John's side. Aw, great, Ash muttered, looking at the huge Pokemon before him, and Totodile wasn't doing any better. I hate those. Talk about heavy artillery. Steelix is John's second Pokémon, the MC announced. Steelix, use Iron Tail, John ordered. The huge steel type roared as its tail shined a bright white, becoming harder than it already was. The massive tail was swung down at the water type. Dodge and use Water Gun, Ash ordered. Totodile quickly leaped to the side. Dodging the massive tail by mere millimeters, Totodile quickly turned and fired a stream of water at the steel type, hitting it in the head. The Steelix swung his tail to the side, hitting Totodile and stopping the water gun. The sheer force of getting hit by a massive steel wall was too much for the already weakened Totodile. The water type fainted as he landed with a thud. Totodile is unable to continue battling. The referee shouted. Totodile's icon faded. That was fast, Latios muttered telepathically. Ash sweat dropped as he returned the defeated water type. And Totodile is done for the day, the MC announced rather unnecessarily. Ash hummed in thought. He had a good idea as to how to beat Steelix, or at least good by Ash's standards. Can that work? Latios asked, reading his mind. You aren't gonna pit Fanpy against a Steelix, right? Latios asked worried. Right. Fanpy, I choose you, Ash shouted, tossing the Pokeball to the field. The small blue Pokemon materialized on the battlefield. Fanpy's icon appeared in the second slot of Ash's side. I'm all ready to fight, Daddy, Fanpy chorused, despite having a huge steel serpent in front of him. Latios' sweat dropped. This is gonna be good. Wish I had some popcorn, Latios murmured. Latios laughed. And a Fanpy is Ash's next choice. How will such a small Pokemon deal with Steelix? The MC wondered. John smirked. Despite having a type advantage, such a small Pokemon should be no problem, he mused to himself. Fanpy, use Rollout, Ash shouted. Fanpy nodded and took a forward leap, quickly tucking into a tight ball as he started rolling towards the Steelix. John laughed. Steelix, end this with an Iron Tail, John shouted. Steelix's colossal tail shined a bright white as it swung it, hoping to defeat the small ground type with a single attack. Fanpy, stop rolling and use Earthquake, Ash shouted. Fanpy quickly stopped, the momentum flinging him forwards, and as he landed, he stomped on the ground, sending a powerful tremor across the field. The Steelix roared as the super-effective attack hit it. Latios remembered this same strategy from the battle against Macy's Rapidash. Wow, can't believe it actually worked again, she commented. Steelix is a rather large Pokemon, so it may have some problems dealing with a Pokemon as small and nimble as Fanpy, Ash noted. Be careful, Ash, Misty called from the bench behind him. One blow from Steelix can cause a lot of damage. Ash nodded. I will. Steelix, use Dragon Breath, John shouted. Steelix reared back and spat a stream of green fire, aiming directly at the small ground type. Dodge with Rollout, Ash ordered. Fanpy quickly curled into a ball and rolled out of the way, escaping the flames with ease. Wow, folks, using Rollout as a defensive attack was a brilliant strategy. Now Steelix can't hit Fanpy, the MC commented. The crowd cheered. John growled. Steelix, use Crunch, he shouted. The huge steel Pokemon lunged forward, jaws open wide. Keep rolling, Ash ordered. Fanpy kept rolling, easily dodging the Crunch attack. The huge steel type slammed into the ground, causing a small tremor. Fanpy, use Hidden Power, Ash shouted. Fanpy stopped rolling and quickly aimed at the Steelix as his body glowed, forming several white orbs around him. He fired the orbs, hitting the steel type directly in the face, causing it to thrash about. Fanpy, follow it up with an Earthquake, Ash shouted. Fanpy leaped and slammed down on the field, generating another tremor, causing a lot more damage to Steelix. John growled slightly. Knowing that his Pokemon was having too many difficulties, he did the next best thing and held up a Pokeball. Steelix, return. The steel type was returned back inside its Pokeball and the light around its icon faded. Seeing that Steelix was having too much of a hard time, John calls him back. The MC narrated. What will his next Pokemon be? John grabbed his next Pokeball. Togetic, go! He hurled the Pokeball. A small white and angelic-looking Pokemon appeared. It had a long neck, short stubby arms, slightly larger feet, and a pair of wings on the back. Its body was covered in numerous red and blue triangles, which reminded Ash of the triangles that Latios and Latios had on their chests. Togetic's icon appeared in the third of John's slots. And Togetic is John's third Pokémon, the MC announced unnecessarily. Ash blinked as he stared at the small Pokémon, almost the same size as Phanpy. He looked behind him and stared at Misty's Togepi. He sweat dropped. "Is it tough?" he asked. "Togetics are strong Pokémon, Ash. Don't get fooled by their looks. They can learn a large variety of moves," Latios warned. "I sense this particular Togetic is well trained, so be very careful," Latios warned as well. Togetics are flying and normal types. After hearing Latios and Latios' warnings, Phanpy readied himself, tensing and getting ready to attack at any given moment. "Don't worry, Daddy. I'll do my best." Togetic stared at the small Pokémon in confusion. "Daddy?" she inquired. Due to her special abilities, she could sense that the small Phanpy was a very happy Pokémon and had a strong attachment to his human trainer. She smiled. She enjoyed meeting happy Pokémon. She also took interest that the red-haired girl had a Togepi, and for some reason, she could sense two presences beside the human trainer. One of them had a particularly high level of happiness. Latios blushed when she realized Togetic was staring at her. Phanpy smiled. "Yep, he hatched me so he's my daddy, and I'll win for him." Togetic smiled. "Good luck doing that, but I won't go down easy." Phanpy grinned and got ready. Seeing that they were finished, Ash took the initiative. "Phanpy, use hidden power," Ash ordered. Phanpy nodded as his body shined brightly. Several white orbs of energy generated around his body, and with a mighty cry, he sent them flying at the small happiness Pokémon. "Togetic, dodge!" John shouted. Togetic's wings flapped once, and the small Pokémon quickly took off, evading the attack as the energy spheres passed where she had been a few seconds ago. "Now, use Silver Wind," John ordered. Togetic flapped her wings, sending a powerful gust of silver-colored wind with several dark silver crescent waves at Phanpy. "Phanpy, use Rollout to dodge," Ash commanded. Phanpy curled into a tight ball and rolled away from the attack, dodging the silvery gusts of wind. "Togetic, use Metronome," John ordered. Togetic began to wag her stubby arms sideways. Soon they started to glow a light blue. "And John calls for the most unpredictable Pokémon attack," the MC announced. "What will happen next?" Suddenly, Togetic stopped moving her arms and with a massive rush of speed, disappeared. Phanpy had no time to react as Togetic slammed into him, knocking him back. "What was that?" Ash wondered. It was either extreme speed or quick attack, but since it was so fast that not even I could sense Togetic's movements, it must have been extreme speed, Latios clarified. "Damn," Ash muttered. "Phanpy, now that Togetic is on the ground, use Rollout," he shouted. Noticing that the happiness Pokémon was finally at ground level, Phanpy curled into a ball and rolled as fast as he could towards the happiness Pokémon. John growled. "At that distance, Togetic can't fly away. If she does, that would just worsen the damage," he thought frantically. "Togetic, try to stop him." Togetic nodded and extended her arms, planting her feet firmly and spreading her wings wide. Phanpy crashed against her, pushing her back. Anchoring herself in the grass, she managed to stop, even as the ground type kept rolling, the friction hurting her arms. "Togetic, use Flamethrower," John ordered. Togetic opened her mouth and spat a stream of fire that washed over the ground type. In spite of this, Phanpy remained strong. "Hidden Power," Ash ordered. Within the blazing orb, a white glow appeared as Phanpy fired the Hidden Power attack. The attack detonated, catching both Togetic and Phanpy in the blast. Both Pokémon emerged from the resulting smoke rather quickly, Togetic flying to the sky and Phanpy sliding back from the force of the blast. "Hidden Power again," Ash bellowed. Phanpy glowed as he generated several spheres of white energy and fired them skyward, aiming for the airborne Togetic. "Togetic, use Silver Wind," John ordered. Togetic flapped her wings, creating a silvery gust of wind that collided against the Hidden Power orbs, wearing the attack down until it dissipated. "Wow, impressive. This battle is definitely semi-final material," the MC commented. "Togetic, use Psychic, John ordered. Togetic's eyes glowed as she exerted her mental powers. Phanpy, use Rollout, Ash ordered. I have 2 powerful psychics with me. Like a psychic attack would bother me. I already know how to dodge them easily. Only weak to mid-powered psychic attacks, Latios corrected. There are psychic Pokemon stronger than me and Latias, and a simple burst of speed isn't going to get you out of their mental hold anytime soon. Ash chuckled nervously. Then as long as I don't face one, I'm fine. Don't worry, there are other tactics besides speed and fast movements to evade psychics. I'll teach what I know to you later if you want, Latios offered. Sure, Ash thought. In the meantime, Phanpy was busy rolling around, and Togetic sighed in frustration. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get a grip on the ground-type's body. He was just moving too fast. She ended her psychic attack as Phanpy stopped rolling. Togetic, use Metronome, John ordered. Togetic wagged her arms as they were surrounded by a blue outline. She stopped and suddenly fired a massive surge of electricity as she used Thunderbolt. Phanpy didn't move and let the attack hit him. As expected, nothing happened. John's sweat dropped. Oops, bad luck. And Metronome was of no use, the MC commented. Phanpy, hidden power again, Ash shouted. Don't you have other attacks? Latias inquired. You've been using that a lot lately. Phanpy doesn't have another long-range attack, Ash replied mereepishly. Latia's sweat dropped. Phanpy fired another barrage of energy spheres at the Flying Happiness Pokemon. Dodge and use Metronome, John ordered. Togetic once again wagged her arms as she frantically flew about dodging Phanpy's attack. She was hit by one of the energy spheres, knocking her to the grass with a thud. She faced Phanpy as she finished wagging her arms. She grinned, hoping to get a good attack. Phanpy took a step back, getting ready for whatever attack was next, and was confused to see that Togetic started to cry. Okay, what's going on? The MC wondered, confused. John facepalmed. Now what? Phanpy muttered, seeing the sobbing Togetic and feeling a pang of guilt for hitting her with the earlier attack. Did I hit you too hard with that attack? Sorry. Togetic only cried louder. Ash blinked. Explanation please? Latios' sweat dropped. I have no idea what's going on. Maybe it's fake tears? Latias suggested. They seem pretty real to me, Ash muttered. They're supposed to. Latias telepathed. Ash sighed in confusion. Togetic, stop crying and use Flamethrower, John ordered. Togetic wiped her tears away and spat a stream of fire at the surprised ground type. Phanpy, use Defense Curl, Ash shouted. Hey, you tricked me, Phanpy shouted, clearly annoyed as he curled into a tight ball. The flames washed over him but had no overall effect. Sorry, that's how the attack's supposed to work, Togetic apologized. Togetic, use Metronome, John ordered again. Togetic groaned but complied as she began to wag her arms yet again. Phanpy, use Rollout, Ash ordered, taking advantage of his prior use of Defense Curl. Phanpy started rolling towards Togetic, displaying a lot more power than his previous rollout attacks. Please, give me something useful, Togetic pleaded in her mind, knowing that such a high-powered rollout could knock her out. Her prayers were answered as the second her arm waggling finished, an orb of water gathered in her arms and formed a water pulse. She hurled the orb of water at the incoming Phanpy. He had no time to react as the water pulse slammed against him, flinging him back and knocking him out. Togetic sighed in relief. Phanpy is unable to continue battling, the referee called. Phanpy's icon faded from the screen. Finally, Metronome worked, the MC commented as Ash returned Phanpy back to his Pokeball. Ash hummed in thought as he contemplated his possibilities. He grinned. Charizard, I choose you, Ash shouted, throwing his Pokeball to the field. With a flash, the Fire-type appeared. Everyone was surprised by this move. Charizard's icon appeared in the third of Ash's slots. And Ash's Charizard is now on the field, the MC announced. Togetic paled in fear at the Fire-type before her. She hoped she was recalled. There was no way she was going to fight a Pokemon that huge. Especially not after getting tired out from battling Phanpy. Charizard suppressed a snort of laughter. Togetic took a nervous step back. Please return me John, please return me John, please return me John, she thought over and over again. Lacias and Latios exchanged amused looks and suppressed a laugh after hearing her thoughts. Damn Ash, couldn't you have called me to face a tougher opponent? Scheherazade bellowed. I want to go to the 5-minute break winning. I know you can knock the Pokemon out, Ash answered. Scheherazade shrugged. Sure, he said as he turned to look at the frightened Togetic. He grinned, causing a chill to go down her spine. John held up a Pokeball. Togetic, return, he shouted. Togetic sighed in pure relief as she was returned to her Pokeball. The light around her icon faded. She was spared a heart attack, Latios commented jokingly. Lacias and Ash laughed. Scheherazade laughed too. So true, I hope whoever's next is more of an opponent. Togetic is a very strong opponent, she was just tired. Plus, she didn't have any attacks to deal with you effectively, that's why she was scared, Latios told him. Scheherazade shrugged. John grabbed his next Pokeball. Ampharos, go! The Pokeball opened and a bipedal yellow Pokemon materialized. It had a white belly and several black stripes on the neck, tail, and ears. It also had a red sphere at the tip of its tail and one in its forehead. The electric type's icon appeared on the large screen. And Ampharos is John's answer to Scheherazade, the MC bellowed over the speakers. Now that's what I'm talking about, Scheherazade said eagerly. Good luck, Scheherazade, Pikachu shouted. Scheherazade nodded. Ash, be careful with that type disadvantage, Brock shouted. Ash nodded. Good luck, Misty followed. I have to be careful, John thought. That Scheherazade is strong. Latios took a severe beating against Harrison. I don't know for certain if Ash will use him or not. In the meantime, I must deal with his Scheherazade. Scheherazade, use Flamethrower, Ash shouted, starting the battle once more. Scheherazade roared as he exhaled a huge stream of fire. Ampharos, use Thunderbolt, John ordered. Ampharos fired a colossal blast of electricity. Both attacks clashed, holding in a stalemate as they began to weaken out. Scheherazade, quick, use Dragon Rage, Ash ordered. Scheherazade stopped the fire attack and fired a concentrated orb of draconic energy just as the Thunderbolt and the Flamethrower disappeared, both attacks completely spent. The energy sphere passed through, heading towards Ampharos. Ampharos, block it with Thunder Punch, John shouted. Ampharos's hands began to shine a bright yellow as a huge amount of electricity gathered in them. The energy sphere collided with Ampharos as it thrust its arm forward, smashing the Thunder Punch into the Dragon Rage. The electric type was pushed back by the sheer force behind the attack, but the energy blast was unable to break his Thunder Punch. With a mighty cry, Ampharos broke the energy sphere apart, reducing it to simple strands of light that harmlessly passed by the electric type's sides. To Ampharos's shock, Scheherazade was already flying in its direction. Flamethrower, Ash ordered. With a powerful series of attacks, now Scheherazade has an opening to hit Ampharos, the MC bellowed over the speakers. The crowd cheered. Scheherazade roared and spat a very potent stream of fire. John growled. With no time to dodge or formulate a defense, only one thought occurred to him. Use Thunder. Hearing the command, Scheherazade quickly extended his wings, stopping and flying a few feet back as he kept the Flamethrower trained on the electric type. Ampharos gave a loud cry as it released a colossal blast of electricity skyward. The stream of fire collided with the electricity, the thunder dispersing the flames to either side. What a powerful shield, this battle is intense, the MC commented. Scheherazade, look up, Ash shouted. Scheherazade took a brief glance upwards, seeing the incoming electric blast as the thunder descended towards him. With a flap of his wings, he dodged sideways, the electrical attack passing where he had been a few seconds ago and slamming harmlessly to the floor. He quickly spread his wings out, stabilizing him in the air again. Ampharos, discharge, John ordered. Ampharos' body glowed a bright yellow as lightning bolts were fired everywhere. Scheherazade's eyes widened slightly, seeing the incoming barrage of lightning strikes. Scheherazade, use air slash, Ash ordered. Scheherazade began flapping his wings, sending powerful gusts of air in every direction that turned into crescent blades. Both attacks collided, the air blades crashing against the electric attacks and canceling each other out. Ampharos panted as the discharge ended, worn out after using so many electric attacks. Charizard, flamethrower, Ash shouted. Charizard opened his jaws and belched a stream of fire at the immobilized electric type. Quick Ampharos, use light screen, John shouted frantically. Ampharos raised its arms and formed a thick square screen of bright yellow light in front of it. The fire attack collided with the screen but was unable to break it. The flames were torn apart and divided into many smaller flamethrowers, all passing around the light screen. What an attack! The battle just keeps getting better, the MC commented. Now, use Power Gem! Down that Charizard! John ordered. As Charizard's flamethrower died down, Ampharos clapped its arms together, forming an orb of bright brown and white energy. Charizard, charge at Ampharos and use Fire Spin, and then spin, Ash ordered. What? Latios questioned flatly. Just wait and see, Ash thought. Charizard quickly dived towards the Ampharos. As he gained speed, he spat out a Fire Spin, and since he was flying rather fast, he caught up to the flames, spinning and turning into a blazing fire projectile. Ampharos fired the Power Gem, hurling the orb of brown and white light forward. To Ampharos' complete shock, Charizard ripped the attack apart, the Power Gem disintegrating completely from the intensity of Charizard's attack. Having no way to dodge, Ampharos braced itself. The flame missile that was Charizard collided against the electric type, flinging the Ampharos back a dozen feet, landing in the grass completely out cold. Charizard righted himself and flew back to Ash, landing in front of him with a roar of pride and victory. Ampharos is unable to continue battling, the referee called. As John returned the defeated electric type, the icon disappearing from the screen. Despite the type disadvantage, Ash's Charizard beat John's Ampharos. The MC summarized, the crowd cheered. Both trainers are down to 4 Pokémon each. John growled lowly, I lost Ampharos even with a type advantage that Charizard is something else. I must once again fight with an advantage if I want to win in that case, John thought as he grabbed a Pokeball. Feraligatr, I choose you, he shouted, hurling the Pokeball. A bipedal blue crocodilian Pokémon was released onto the field. Feraligatr's icon appeared on the 5th slot of John's team. Again with the disadvantage, Ash thought. Since when has that stopped you? Latios asked rhetorically. He chuckled, I think you fight better with a disadvantage than with an advantage. Latios giggled, yep, I think so too. Ash laughed nervously, that's reassuring. Feraligatr is John's next Pokémon to deal with Ash's seemingly unstoppable Charizard, the MC cried in excitement. Charizard smirked proudly at the comment. Hell yeah, I'm ripping this guy's team apart. Latios and Latia's sweat dropped. He said seemingly unstoppable, Latios pointed out. Charizard laughed, I'll change that soon enough. Well, get started on that, use Dragon Rage, Ash ordered. Charizard nodded and turned to Feraligatr, jaws wide open as he fired a sphere of blazing draconic energy at the water type. Feraligatr, use Hydro Pump, John ordered. Feraligatr complied, opening its own jaws and firing a huge torrent of water, easily blasting through the Dragon Rage. Charizard, quick, fly to dodge, Ash shouted. Charizard flapped his great wings, lifting him off the ground, the torrent of water passing just below him. Oh no, I don't think so. Feraligatr, use Blizzard, John shouted. Feraligatr opened its jaws and fired a potent blizzard, the icy winds quickly making their way towards Charizard. And John has ordered an ice attack. This is getting interesting, the MC commented excitedly. Despite Charizard's attempts to dodge, he was unable to avoid the attack. The freezing cold winds collided against him, having a neutral effect due to his part-flying typing. Charizard, use Fire Spin to break out, Ash ordered. Charizard spat a spiraling blast of fire, easily creating an effective shield from the blizzard attack. Change to Flamethrower, Ash shouted. Charizard spat a more direct stream of fire. It began pushing back against the Ice-type attack. John had no intention of letting this continue. Feraligatr, change to Hydro Pump, he commanded. Feraligatr stopped the blizzard and fired a potent blast of pressurized water. The change of attack was good as the water-type attack began to slowly push back the flamethrower. But this made Charizard pour more power into his flamethrowers, to the point that both attacks were in a perfect stalemate. Charizard's flamethrower evaporating the water just as fast as Feraligatr was firing it. Soon, after a few seconds, the entire arena was covered in a thick cloud of steam, blocking both trainers' view of their Pokémon. Thankfully, Ash was prepared for that. Charizard, use Seismic Toss, Ash ordered. Feraligatr still hasn't moved. Charizard nodded and dived towards where he had last seen the water type. John growled lowly. From previous matches, I know that he can somehow see his Pokémon, even when they're visually blocked. I have to be careful, John thought. Feraligatr, quick, dodge it, John shouted. Feraligatr looked confused, but tried and began to run to the right. Ash smirked. It's no use, he mentally chuckled. Charizard, fly a bit to the right, Ash shouted. John looked nervous. Please, Feraligatr, I so hope you didn't go to the right, he thought desperately. A small cry of pain was heard as suddenly Charizard emerged from the top of the cloud of steam, Feraligatr in his arms. John paled. Oh crap. And Charizard has grabbed hold of Feraligatr. This could be it, the MC cried excitedly. Charizard began doing loops in the air, adding more momentum to his flight. He flew downwards in a steep dive as he re-entered the cloud of steam. A powerful crash was heard as Feraligatr was slammed into the grassy arena. Charizard flew back and landed in front of Ash, gazing at where he had impacted the water type. To everyone's surprise, as the steam cleared, Feraligatr was ready for more. The water type was standing up, even after the rather powerful impact of that seismic toss. And Feraligatr is up. The battle continues, the MC cried. Charizard cracked his knuckles. So, ready for more? You shouldn't do that, Latias warned. Charizard frowned. Do what? The knuckle thing, you'll get a nasty bone disease from that, Latias warned. Charizard laughed nervously. A few times won't hurt, Latias rolled her eyes. Charizard, in the sky you have the advantage, so fly, Ash ordered. Charizard nodded and spread his wings wide, ready to take off. Feraligatr, stop him, fire a hydro pump above him, then charge at him with a crunch attack, John ordered. Feraligatr gave a mighty battle cry and lunged forward as he shot a powerful stream of water above Charizard, forcing him to stay in the ground or else be hit by the attack. And Feraligatr manages to keep Charizard on the ground, and it's approaching rather fast. It looks like a good close-range battle is about to start, the MC announced excitedly. The crowd cheered. Charizard, get ready for close-range combat, Ash shouted. Charizard planted his feet in the grass, spread his wings, and readied himself as the Feraligatr closed in. Dodge backwards. Feraligatr lunged with its jaws wide open, ready to take a bite out of Charizard. The large fire dragon-like Pokémon took a step back, making the bite miss by a few inches. Use Scratch, John ordered. Feraligatr swung its arms widely, trying to hit the fire type. Charizard, catch them, Ash shouted. Charizard easily caught Feraligatr's claws with his own. Feraligatr tried to free his arms, but to no avail. Charizard's rough training in the valley had given him immense physical strength, so he was easily able to restrain Feraligatr's arms. Feraligatr, use Crunch, John commanded desperately, seeing Charizard was overpowering his water type. Feraligatr lunged forward, jaws wide open, aiming to give Charizard a powerful bite. Use your tail, Charizard, Ash shouted. Charizard quickly released Feraligatr's arms and spun, slamming his tail into the water type's side, causing it to emit a cry of pain. Quick, use Hydro Pump, John ordered. Feraligatr quickly righted itself and fired a potent blast of water, catching Charizard off guard. Charizard was pushed back a few meters from the sheer power behind the Hydro Pump, but there was no way Charizard was falling to it. He placed his wings in front of his body as a shield and with a mighty roar, flapped them, completely tearing the Hydro Pump apart. Charizard has broken the Hydro Pump. Talk about power and endurance, the MC noted. Ash smirked. It'll take a lot more than that to beat Charizard, he thought proudly. Charizard, use Dragon Rage. Charizard opened his jaws and fired a blazing orb of orange energy. Use waterfall, Feraligatr, John ordered. Feraligatr started running towards Charizard as a massive torrent of water covered it, turning the Big Jaw Pokemon into a water missile. The Dragon Rage collided against it, but the attack was torn apart in seconds by the superior strength of the waterfall. Charizard, weaken his waterfall attack with a fire spin, Ash ordered. Charizard nodded and spat a spiraling stream of fire. The attack covered the incoming Feraligatr and started to evaporate the water, weakening the attack. Now fly up and shoot a flamethrower downwards. Charizard smirked. With a powerful flap of his wings, he was lifted off the ground, quickly adjusting his neck downwards as Feraligatr passed beneath him and spewing a potent blast of fire. The attack evaporated the rest of the water and hit Feraligatr in the back, embedding him into the grassy field. Charizard applied more power to his flamethrower, enveloping the water type completely. When Charizard stopped the flamethrower, a knocked-out Feraligatr was revealed. John's jaw dropped in disbelief. That thing beat another one of my Pokemon, even with a disadvantage. Feraligatr is unable to continue battling, the referee announced as the Big Jaw Pokemon's icon disappeared. Since 3 of John's Pokemon are down, a short 5-minute rest will be taken. And Ash Ketchum's impressive Charizard has defeated another of John Dixon's Pokemon, the MC cried, clearly impressed. The crowd cheered excitedly. Ash pumped his fist into the air. Yeah, great work, Charizard. Charizard smirked. All right, who's next? Latias giggled. No one, the 5-minute break is next. Didn't you hear the referee? Charizard sighed. Great, just when I was on a winning streak. Latios, and Pikachu laughed. Ash chuckled a little and held up a Pokeball. It's okay, there's still plenty of battle left, return. The Pokeball shot a red beam towards the fire type as Charizard was recalled back to his Pokeball. Ash smiled happily as he walked back to the bench and took a seat. So, how am I doing? Impressive, Misty commented. Charizard has been very good. He's beaten 2 Pokemon even with a disadvantage, which just proves that you fight better at a disadvantage. Yep, Latios agreed. Told you so. Ash looked at the scoreboard. He saw that John already had 5 used slots, his fallen Rapidash, Ampharos, and Feraligatr, and his still active Steelix and Togetic. While he only had 3 used slots, the ones for his defeated Phanpy and Totodile, and Charizard. So far, I have 4 Pokemon left to deal with John's 3, I think I'm good, Ash commented. Just, don't get overconfident, Brock advised. Ash smiled. I know, I won't. Meanwhile in the stands, Delia was smiling happily. He's winning, he's just a step away from the finals. Gary nodded. That's Ashy boy all right, still as impressive as ever. Professor Elm sulked. John is another of my trainers that I gave a starter to Ash. Already knocked out Jackson, he's after another prospect of mine. Professor Oak laughed. Yes, he'll make Pallet Town's name famous with his current victories, especially with his usage of Latios. Why can't any of my trainers catch a legendary? Professor Elm lamented. Delia laughed. Cheer up. Be happy for him. He's so young, yet he's made it so far. Professor Elm smiled. Yeah, that I'll admit. Gary laughed. The other 2 semi-finalists are probably begging that Ash loses. None of them want to see Ash and his Latios in the finals, that's for sure. Everyone laughed. That's true, Delia replied, stifling a giggle. In another part of the stands, Jessie sighed as she returned from another trip of selling popcorn and lemonade. She walked back to the cart where Meowth was waiting to replenish her products at the same time as James. So, Meowth, how's the cash going? James asked. The talking Pokemon smirked. Perfect, we have a huge load of cash saved, since we've been saving ever since the start of the Silver Conference. Now we can order the Ultimate Team Rocket Mecha from Elite Headquarters, Meowth said. He reached under his sales cart and took out a magazine entitled Team Rocket's Catalog of Mechas of Doom. We've been using the thing to get our robots for ages, and they always get destroyed, James pointed out. True, Meowth admitted. But this time the normal type opened the magazine and started flipping through the pages. He smirked and showed them an article at the near end of the catalog. Jessie and James gasped. Wow, that thing is on the Ultimate Limited Edition Mecha list, Jessie said, clearly impressed. Isn't that thing only for the most elite of Team Rocket members? James asked. We can dress up and pretend to be elites, Meowth commented offhandedly. With this thing, we can defeat Twerps and dear little legendary friend. True, James admitted. He looked at the description in the book, began to read it out loud. This is the most powerful machine ever produced by Team Rocket's elite headquarters. It has never been reported to have failed a mission. This machine is best designed for defeating psychic-type Pokémon, but is also effective against any other type of Pokémon. It features a large number of offensive weapons and several defensive systems that makes it immune to all attacks. Immune to all Pokémon attacks, designed for use against Psychics. This is perfect, Jessie said, eagerly awaiting the time when they could capture not just Latios, but all of Ash's Pokémon. But imagine what Da Boss could do with a legendary Pokémon like Latios, Meowth started. Imagine that Da Boss is tired and has a lot of work to do, Meowth said as he imagined a chibi and comic version of Giovanni. I'm tired and don't want to do anything today, the chibi Giovanni said. And that's when Latios appears, Meowth chanted, adding a chibi and comic Latios. Latios can use his psychic powers to do everything for Da Boss. In the daydream, the chibi Latios began to use his psychic powers to do paperwork, chores, and other random stuff. And then, he continued, some stupid trainer will challenge Da Boss to a gym battle. In the daydream, Giovanni groaned. And, of course, Latios is dear as well. Now, a battle was depicted, where Latios easily defeated the trainer's Pokémon with psychic attacks and a luster purge or two. Then Da Boss will say, Meowth and his friends really brought me a powerful and rare Pokémon. For that day we'll get a promotion and bigger numbers in dear paychecks. Meowth gushed, trying and failing to imitate Giovanni's voice. And I get to be top pet. Meowth imagined the chibi Giovanni kicking his Persian out and replacing it with him. Yes, Jessie and James chorused happily. When this match is over, we'll order the robot, James announced. That way, we can catch the twerps as they leave Silver Town. Yep, that's the idea, Meowth agreed. They refilled their trays with popcorn and lemonade and decided to keep selling as they plotted their plan. Latios, you are now ours, they thought. In the field, the referee stepped forward. The 5-minute break is over. Trainers, resume the battle. Ash stood up from the bench and walked back to the box painted on the floor. Good luck, his friends chorused. Ash smiled and nodded at them. John walked back to his box. May the best trainer win, Ash, he called. Ash nodded. Yeah, and that'll be me. John smirked. Don't count on it. I still a few surprises left. Steelix, go! He threw the Pokeball, summoning the large steel serpent back to the field. Ash smirked. Charizard, it's time for you to battle again, he shouted, releasing the fire type. So, the second half of the battle between John Dixon of Cento Cherry Town and Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town is about to begin with Charizard against Steelix, the MC announced. Charizard smirked and cracked his knuckles. It's my turn again so soon? Perfect. Charizard, Latios scolded. What did I tell you? Charizard laughed nervously. He pushed the matter aside and glared at his opponent. John growled lowly. Not that Charizard again. Steelix is at a disadvantage. Booty think I can win. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Ash started. Charizard reared back and spat a powerful stream of fire at the large steel type. Steelix, use Sandstorm. John ordered. Steelix roared as the huge spikes protruding from its sides began to spin, slowly picking up speed as a sandstorm surrounded Steelix. The sandstorm easily pushed back Charizard's fire-type attack back. Follow it up with Iron Tail, John shouted. Steelix quickly stopped the sandstorm as it swung its tail at Charizard, causing the sandstorm to subside. Charizard, fly! Ash shouted. Charizard flapped his wings and quickly flew upwards, dodging the massive tail as it slammed where he had been a few seconds ago. Now, use Flamethrower. Charizard complied and breathed out another potent stream of fire. Steelix, counter with Dragon Breath, John shouted. Steelix reared back and exhaled a blast of green flames. The attacks collided and held for a second until Charizard's attack began pushing Steelix's Dragon Breath attack back. John growled. That damn Charizard. Charizard is overwhelming Steelix. The MC noted. The crowd cheered. Steelix, use Stone Edge. John ordered. Steelix cut off the Dragon Breath attack as 2 blue rings of blue light appeared around it, turning into several dozen sharp stones that were flung at Charizard, ripping his flamethrower apart with ease. Charizard, quick, dive back to the ground, Ash shouted. Charizard nodded and quickly descended, causing the sharp stones to pass above him. Now, flamethrower, Ash ordered. Charizard spat another stream of fire. Steelix, use Sandstorm again, John ordered. Steelix nodded as its spiked segments began to spin again, creating a powerful sandstorm and blocking the flamethrower. Unbeknownst to John, that was exactly what Ash wanted. I remember that I beat Jasmine's Steelix by turning its sandstorm against it. Let's do the same here, Ash thought. Charizard, use Fire Spin. Charizard reared back and spat a zigzagging stream of fire. The fire spin merged with the sandstorm, creating a tornado of fire and sand surrounding Steelix. Ash is creating a fire tornado to trap Steelix. Brilliant, the MC noted. Brock and Misty remembered Ash doing the same to Jasmine, but with Cyndaquil. It had worked pretty well then too. Now, flamethrower, Ash shouted. Charizard spat a more direct and stronger stream of fire, turning Steelix's sandstorm into a blazing fire tornado. Fly towards it. Charizard flew towards the fire tornado. Steelix, use Hyper Beam to break free, John ordered. With a deafening roar, Steelix fired a Hyper Beam inside the tornado. The sheer force of the following explosion repelled the tornado and extinguished the flames. The explosion didn't do much to Steelix because of its steel type. But as Steelix looked up, it was shocked to see Charizard a few meters away from its face. Flamethrower, Ash bellowed. Charizard fired the point-blank flamethrower, hitting Steelix directly in the head and knocking him out. The huge steel-type serpent had been defeated. Steelix is unable to continue battling, the referee announced as Steelix's icon faded from the screen. John sighed as he returned his fallen Pokémon. Yeah, Ash cheered. Great work, Charizard. Charizard has now beaten 3 of John Dixon's Pokémon, the MC noted, clearly impressed. Great work, Ash, Misty called. You too, Charizard. Keep it up, Bianca added. Yeah, keep this up and you'll be ready for the finals, Brock cheered, proud for his friend. John smirked. You've been fighting really impressively, Ash, but it's time you meet my strongest Pokémon. He grabbed a Pokeball. Tyranitar, go! John shouted, hurling the Pokeball to the center of the field. A huge bipedal Pokémon appeared. It had menacing-looking fangs and claws. It had a mostly green armored body with spikes growing from the back of the head, shoulders, back, and tail tip. A blue rhombus was depicted on its chest. The huge armored rock and dark-type Pokémon gave a loud, deafening roar. Charizard was more eager to fight than ever, rather than intimidated, naturally. So, Ash murmured, that's a Tyranitar. This is gonna be good, Charizard commented eagerly, glaring at the Tyranitar. The Tyranitar glared back. A fire-type, this shouldn't be too hard. Ash, you've been an impressive opponent, and that Charizard of yours is something special, but you will fall here. My Tyranitar is my strongest Pokémon. He will defeat you, John said to Ash. That Tyranitar will just be another point for Charizard in his increasing list of beaten Pokémon, Ash countered. Right, Charizard? Hell yeah, Charizard agreed, shooting a small stream of fire upwards. Charizard versus Tyranitar. Talk about a duel of pure power, the MC commented. So far, John Dixon's Tyranitar has not been defeated in the current Silver Conference. That will change soon, Ash thought. Ash, be careful, Tyranitar are extremely powerful Pokémon, Laishes warned. I know, Ash thought. I have 4 Pokémon left to deal with him. I can win this. Charizard. Use Flamethrower. Charizard opened his jaws and fired a very powerful stream of flames directly at the rock and dark type. Tyranitar, use Rock Tomb, John ordered. Tyranitar reared back and slammed a first into the grassy ground, causing a huge stone slab to come out of the earth, creating a shield that effectively blocked the flamethrower. The ground beneath Charizard's feet trembled. Somehow, Ash sensed this and knew what was going to happen. Scheherazade, fly up fast, Ash shouted. Scheherazade wasted not a single second. He stopped the flamethrower and flew up. A second later, 4 pillars of stone rose from where he had been standing and crashed against each other. Tyranitar, use Stone Edge, John ordered. 2 blue rings of energy materialized around Tyranitar, forming several dozen sharp stones that were flung in rapid succession at the airborne fire and flying type. Scheherazade, use Air Slash, Ash ordered. Scheherazade began to flap his wings, sending a barrage of crescent air blades at the incoming stone edge. The air blades collided with the stone edges, slicing the rocks into pieces due to their rather small size. Now use Flamethrower, Ash shouted. Scheherazade reared back and spat a powerful stream of fire downwards. The attack hit Tyranitar, but surprisingly, the armor Pokémon didn't move or look troubled by the attack. Tyranitar is hit, but its rock-hard armor holds strong, the MC announced. Tyranitar, use Hyper Beam, John ordered. Tyranitar opened his maw and began to form an orb of volatile energy. A second later, a huge orange energy beam was fired. Scheherazade, dodge, Ash shouted. Scheherazade quickly flew to the side, dodging the huge beam. Tyranitar adjusted his aim, moving his head in the direction of Scheherazade. But the fire type was faster. He managed to successfully dodge the attack. Now, use Fire Spin, Ash shouted. Scheherazade spat a spiraling blast of fire. The attack quickly enveloped the rock and dark type in a tornado of flames. Scheherazade smirked. Gotcha! Tyranitar, break free with Stone Edge, John shouted. Inside the tornado, a small blue light appeared. Suddenly, the pillar of fire was blasted apart as a barrage of sharp stones was sent flying everywhere. Dark Pulse. Tyranitar opened his jaws as a sphere of black and purple rings appeared in it. With a mighty roar, he fired a beam composed of the rings. Scheherazade tried to move out of the way, but felt completely stiff. Before the power of the Dark-type attack, Dark Pulse's flinching effect was taking place. The attack hit Scheherazade and created a terrible explosion mid-air as Scheherazade was knocked from the sky. Scheherazade, Ash shouted in concern. Scheherazade quickly righted himself and spread his wings, stopping his fall. Scheherazade panted. Damn, after so many battles, I'm starting to get tired. Scheherazade took a rather hard hit from that Dark Pulse. The MC cried. I've never seen an attack like that, Ash thought, growling slightly. That Tyranitar must be very well trained to know attacks like that, Latios commented. He's also taking Scheherazade's attack easily. Well, that's obvious because of the disadvantage, but even so he doesn't seem to be feeling them at all, Latios added. Tyranitar, Dark Pulse again, John shouted, glad that he finally had a chance against Scheherazade. Tyranitar fired another beam of black and purple rings, aiming for the airborne fire type. Scheherazade, Flamethrower, Ash commanded. Scheherazade quickly spat a stream of fire at the incoming Dark-type attack. The attacks crashed, making a thunderous sound as they exploded. Stone Edge, John ordered. Tyranitar quickly charged the attack, forming 2 blue rings around him that materialized into sharp stones which he fired skywards. Scheherazade was looking at the smoke cloud resulting from the explosion, and suddenly a barrage of sharp stones appeared. He had no time to react as the stones pummeled him, leaving several bleeding gashes and bruises. He panted tiredly, but even so, he refused to go down. Scheherazade took another hard hit. The MC cried. Ash growled lowly. I need something to do some serious damage to Tyranitar. He then noticed something. As he looked to the sky, to where the fire and flying type was, Scheherazade's body began shining a bright red as his blaze ability activated, making his tail flame grow about 10 times its size. Ash grinned. Perfect, but I still need something else. He looked down at the field and noticed something. The grassy field, while it was mostly intact, had a few burnt patches of grass from the extensive fire attacks. It was severely dry, and a few embers were lit here and there from Scheherazade's most recent attacks. Ash got a devilish idea. Let's make roasted Tyranitar. Scheherazade, use Flamethrower on the battlefield. John's eyes widened. He's gonna attack the field again? In his previous 2 matches, Ash destroyed the battlefield to gain an upper hand over his opponents, but what can burning a bunch of grass do? Scheherazade found the command rather stupid. He had his blaze boost. He should be attacking Tyranitar. But as most of Ash's Pokémon knew, they had a rather special trainer. And Charizard knew that while the command was rather odd, it meant his trainer had a good plan. So he pushed his doubts aside and spat a powerful blast of fire directly at the battlefield. Charizard has been ordered to attack the field. Ash has a thing for destroying battlefields, doesn't he? The MC commented. Ash's sweat dropped. Charizard began to shoot flamethrowers all across the battlefield, much to John's confusion. Soon, the battlefield was transformed a blazing inferno. Ash, John, and the referee began to sweat from the sheer heat of the burning field. John and the referee took a few steps back from the battlefield. Ash didn't. He knew by instinct that if the flames got too close, Latios or Latios would push them away with Psychic. Damn, trainers these days are crazy, the referee thought, clearly terrified by the burning battlefield. Impressive, the entire battlefield is now an inferno, the MC cried. The crowd cheered wildly. Tyranitar wasn't faring too well either. Yes, he was heat-resistant, but being inside an inferno was another thing. He could feel his rock armor began to heat up from the intense flames it was being submitted to. Charizard, use flamethrower on Tyranitar, Ash shouted. Charizard opened his jaws and fired a colossal stream of fire. The attack collided with the immobile Tyranitar, who gave a screech of pain. Not so tough now, heh? Can't take the heat? Charizard thought, impressed by Ash's idea. Damn, what is Ash doing? Professor Oak asked, sweating slightly from the sheer heat. This is amazing, Gary admitted. I know Tyranitar is resistant to heat, but a burning field is too much for any Pokémon. This is one dramatic and epic photo, Delia chimed, taking pictures of the battle taking place. They sweat dropped, or was it simple sweat from the heat? At the rate this is going, the fire is going to drain all of Tyranitar's strength. John has to stop this quickly, Professor Elm said anxiously. Come on, Ashy boy, you can do it. Go ahead and make it to the finals. A Tyranitar and a Togetic are all that stands in your way, Gary thought. John growled. Tyranitar, use Stone Edge, down that Charizard. Tyranitar gave a massive roar as two blue rings surrounded him that materialized into extremely sharp stone. He launched them, easily cutting through the fires as they collided with the fire type. Charizard gave a cry of pain as he hit the floor rather hard. The fires enveloped him, but he had been submerged in lava before, so this was nothing. Damn, Ash, did you have to burn the field like this? My fur just makes it worse, Pikachu complained. Ash laughed. Charizard stood up and tried to flap off the ground, but to his terror, he felt a sharp pain in his right wing. He immediately folded it. Damn, that last Stone Edge got my wing. And I'm too Tyredno. I will knock out that Tyranitar. Charizard gave a massive roar. As he began to shine a very bright shade of red, his tail flame growing to almost the same size as him. The fires across the field began to extinguish as they started to burn themselves out, but the heat was, if anything, getting worse from whatever Charizard was doing. What's Charizard doing? Ash wondered. I don't know, Latios telepathed. She found herself relieved that her feathers were heat-proof. Through she and Latios were psychically making sure the heat didn't get to Ash. What is that? Misty asked, completely awed by Charizard's power. I don't know either, Brock answered. Tyranitar, use Dark Pulse, John shouted. Tyranitar quickly readied the attack, charging the ring beam. He fired it, aiming directly at Charizard. Soon, the field had completely burnt itself out because most of the grass was consumed, and the heat from Charizard's attack was using up all the oxygen, choking the flames. With a roar that rivaled Tyranitar's and probably a few other legendaries that Latios knew of, Charizard fired a huge blast of flames so hot that the fire was a pure white and surrounded by a series of red and yellow rings. Charizard had just learned one of the most devastating fire moves, Overheat. The Dark Pulse never stood a chance as it was completely destroyed by the Overheat attack. Tyranitar shrieked as he was hit by the massive fire attack. He was pushed back at least a dozen meters back and enveloped in a huge maelstrom of fire. The colossal attack forced everyone to cover their eyes from the sheer intensity of the flames. A minute later, the intense blast died down. Tyranitar was surprisingly still standing, his chest completely singed a burnt black to the point. where his blue rhombus was completely gone and he was panting. The battlefield was now a scorched wasteland as well, and Charizard was lying face down, completely out. The sheer force of his attack had drained what energies he had left. The referee raised the corresponding flag. Charizard is unable to continue battling, he shouted as his icon faded from the screen. Ash smiled as he returned the fallen fire type. "Great work, Charizard. I'm proud of you," Ash whispered to the Pokeball. After an impressive display of power, Charizard simply couldn't take the heat anymore. The MC commented. The crowd cheered. "Tauros, I choose you," Ash shouted. The large brown bull Pokemon appeared on the field and the normal type's icon appeared in the fourth of Ash's slots. "And Tauros is Ash's fourth Pokemon," the MC announced rather unnecessarily. "If Ash uses Latios, I'm doomed. I have only Tyranitar, who's looking tired and togetic. By now she should be well rested, but even so, I don't think they can take down Latios," John thought. "Tyranitar, use Dark Pulse," John shouted. Tyranitar quickly generated the orb of rings and fired it, shaping a beam of black and purple rings. "Tauros, dodge!" Ash shouted. The bull Pokemon quickly ran to the side, escaping the attack. "Now, use Earthquake." "Tyranitar, use Rock Tomb," John ordered. Tyranitar slammed a fist into the ground. Before Tauros could use the Earthquake attack, 4 stone pillars surrounded the normal type, and they slammed together, trapping him in a prison of stone. Ash growled slightly. Even after Charizard's attacks, that Tyranitar still has the power to fight back, he thought, clearly surprised. "Think clearly, Ash, you can still win," Latios said. Ash nodded. "Tauros, blast that thing apart with a Hyper Beam," Ash shouted. A few seconds later, the prison blew up, revealing the bull Pokemon. "Now, use Takedown," Ash shouted. Tauros charged at the Tyranitar like a bulldozer, lots of power behind the attack, so much that the ground trembled slightly. "Tyranitar, brace yourself," John shouted. "Wow, what power!" the MC cried, impressed. Tyranitar got ready, and just as Tauros crashed against him, he caught the bull Pokemon by the horns. The Rock and Dark type was actually pushed back a few meters from the sheer force behind the normal type, but he still managed to halt the attack. Tauros' eyes widened in surprise. "Lift it up," John ordered. "Ouch, talk about taking the Tauros by the horns," Pikachu commented. "Quick, Tauros, break free," Ash shouted. Tyranitar released one of Tauros' horns and placed his hand underneath Taurus's body, easily lifting the bull Pokemon high above him. "Now, slam him down and use Hyper Beam," John ordered. Tyranitar slammed Tauros to the ground very hard. An energy orb formed in Tyranitar's maw as he fired a point-blank Hyper Beam, creating a terrible explosion. When the explosion cleared, Tyranitar was standing triumphantly over a knocked-out Tauros. Ash growled. "Man, that was powerful." "Tauros is unable to continue battling," the referee declared. Taurus's icon disappeared from the screen. Ash returned the defeated normal type. "Now, with Taurus's defeat, both trainers are tied with 2 Pokemon each," the MC commented. Ash grabbed his next Pokeball. "Go, Noctowl," Ash shouted, sending out the shiny owl Pokemon. The owl's icon appeared in the 5th of Ash's slots. "Wow, a shiny Noctowl is Ash's 5th Pokemon choice," the MC cried, clearly impressed. "I only have Noctowl and Larvitar left against that Tyranitar. This looks bad," Ash thought desperately. "And Togetic is still left." "Tyranitar, use Stone Edge," John ordered. 2 blue rings formed around the rock type. Seconds later, a barrage of sharp stones was fired towards the small owl Pokemon. "Noctowl, stop them with confusion," Ash shouted. The crest above Noctowl's eyes shined a bright blue as a powerful blast of blue light was fired, deflecting most of the stones that were sent his way. Noctowl dodged the remainder of the stone edge that his beam didn't destroy. Noctowl's keen eyes noted something. "Ash," the owl Pokemon called. "As I am now, I can't beat a Tyranitar, but that Tyranitar's armor has extensive damage in the neck and chest." Ash focused and noticed that Tyranitar's chest and neck armor had several cracks running along it. That hyper beam he detonated must have caused them. His body armor was already weakened by Charizard's attacks, Ash realized. Nocto, use Steel Wing. Aim for a weak spot, Ash ordered. Noctowl flew towards the rock type as his wings shone a bright white, hardening to metal. Tyranitar, use Stone Edge, John ordered. Once again, Tyranitar charged the rock type attack, flinging a barrage of extremely sharp stones at the incoming flying type. Noctowl took a brief glance at the attack, memorizing the position of every single stone, and quickly calculated a safe spot within the attack, taking into account that his wings were safe because of the Steel Wing. Noctowl moved slightly to the right and downwards. Noctowl, Ash cried, concerned for his Pokémon, seeing that he was heading directly into an attack that, due to its power and Noctowl's frail body, could knock him out in a single blow. To everyone's surprise, not a single stone hit the flying type. He passed through the only space in which there was no stone to dodge. A few hit his wings, but the stones were pulverized by his Steel Wing. Lacia's and Lacio's jaws dropped. Sure, they had known the owl was a smart Pokémon, but since they were psychics, they sensed the sheer amount of calculations and computations that had crossed the owl's mind as he dodged the attack. They were clearly impressed. The owl had an astounding mind for a normal type. Noctowl quickly adjusted his trajectory and slammed one of his wings across Tyranitar's chest. The armor cracked slightly. Tyranitar, use Dark Pulse, John shouted. Tyranitar fired the ring beam towards the owl Pokémon. Noctowl, dodge and make another pass with Steel Wing, Ash shouted. Noctowl quickly dropped into a steep dive, causing the Dark Pulse to fly overhead. He once again flew towards the Tyranitar, wings glowing a bright white. He slammed them into the rock and dark type's chest again, cracking the armor further. And Ash Ketchum is seemingly starting to wear Tyranitar down, the MC cried. Noctowl, use Steel Wing again, Ash ordered. Noctowl made another pass, wing bright. Oh no you don't, Tyranitar, use Stone Edge, John ordered. Noctowl took notice that if he attacked Tyranitar's chest again, he was going to be hit by the Stone Edge attack, so he changed his target. He dodged the Stone Edge as it was fired and slammed his Steel Wing into Tyranitar's neck, cracking the armor there as well and causing Tyranitar to stumble back. Hyper Beam, John ordered. Tyranitar quickly charged the Hyper Beam, much to Noctowl's surprise. The normal and flying type knew immediately there was no way he could dodge that Hyper Beam at such a close range. So, he chose to give Ash one final advantage to ensure that his last Pokémon could beat Tyranitar. He flew towards Tyranitar and slammed another Steel Wing into his chest, but he didn't fly away. Noctowl braced himself as Tyranitar aimed downwards and fired the Hyper Beam. The attack knocked Noctowl out instantly, but the resulting explosion did what Noctowl knew it would do. Tyranitar's armor took severe damage. Wow, what an attack! Now Ash Ketchum is down to his final Pokémon, the MC cried. Noctowl is unable to continue battling. The referee called. Ash returned the fallen owl Pokémon, wondering why he had attacked Tyranitar like that without a prior command. Noctowl wanted to weaken Tyranitar severely. That's why he chose to take that Hyper Beam, and he just did. Look, Lacia's told him. Ash noticed that Tyranitar's neck and chest were severely cracked and that the armor Pokémon was panting heavily. Ash grabbed his final Pokeball. Larvitar, I choose you, Ash shouted, sending the small rock and ground type to the battlefield. Larvitar's jaw dropped when he saw his opponent. It didn't bring him good memories, but he pushed all of this back. Ready to fight, Daddy, Larvitar said. The rock and ground type's icon appeared in Ash's final slot. And Larvitar is Ash's final Pokémon, the MC cried. Maybe. Due to the damage Latios took from the prior battle, Ash has decided to keep him out of this battle. That sure is noble of him, the MC remarked. Some people in the stand groaned in disappointment. They had wanted to see Latios again. Others were impressed that Ash was willing to give his strongest Pokémon a rest, despite the importance of the battle. Tyranitar laughed. You have got to be kidding me. Well, this should be a quick win. Larvitar did one of his I don't care about a thing looks, ignoring the Tyranitar's comment. The armor Pokémon growled. Tyranitar growled. Damn kid, I'm so gonna beat you up. Larvitar looked at him, his face almost emotionless. Damn, the kid's tough, the Tyranitar admitted. Larvitar chuckled. He knew that this particular attitude of his was good at unnerving people. Brings back memories, John commented nostalgically. He remembered when he had first caught his Larvitar and raised him to his current state. Rock tomb, John shouted. Larvitar, dodge, Ash shouted. Larvitar easily sensed through ground vibrations where each stone pillar would emerge from. He ran to the side, dodging the stone prison. Tyranitar, use earthquake, John ordered. Tyranitar slammed a fist to the ground, creating a powerful tremor. Larvitar cried as the super effective attack hit him. He lost his footing and fell, as did Ash, John, and the referee. Now, Dark Pulse, John ordered as he stood up. Larvitar didn't get up in time. He shrieked as he was hit by the ring Dark-type beam. The attack exploded, blocking everyone's view. Larvitar, Ash shouted. He closed his eyes, sensing that, while a bit tattered and disorientated, Larvitar had survived the blow. Larvitar, use Dig then Rock Smash, Ash shouted. Larvitar quickly took a small dive towards the earth. And when the smoke cleared, he was nowhere to be seen, nothing but a small hole in the scorched ground. So, he did manage to survive the attack, John thought. Finish this with earthquake. Tyranitar slammed a fist to the ground, creating a powerful tremor, causing the tunnel Larvitar was digging to collapse and inflicting a lot of damage. John smirked. That should do the trick. Seems like I've won, he commented with a smirk. Ash's eyes widened. No, suddenly, the ground in front of Tyranitar cracked. Everyone was shocked to see the ground burst open as Larvitar emerged with a powerful leap. Jumping towards Tyranitar's face, his fist shining a bright white from a rock smash attack. Tyranitar and John's eyes widened in surprise. With a mighty cry, Larvitar hit Tyranitar with an uppercut using his rock smash, hitting him where his neck armor was cracked. The armor gave in and was destroyed completely, revealing the tender flesh underneath. Tyranitar howled in pain as he staggered back a few steps. The rock smash was quadruple effective, and the dig attack was super effective, so the total damage was huge. However, Larvitar was not done. As he landed, he ran forward, taking another impressive leap, and slamming another rock smash into Tyranitar's chest, destroying his prized armor completely. With a deafening screech of pain, Tyranitar fainted, landing face down, eyes turned to swirls. The entire stadium burst into impressed cheers. A Larvitar had defeated a Tyranitar. Tyranitar is unable to continue battling, the referee announced. Impressive! Ash's Larvitar has defeated John's Tyranitar, the MC cried. Larvitar landed and panted in tiredness, barely managing to stand up. The few attacks Tyranitar had landed on him had caused a lot of damage. Now, both trainers are down to their last Pokémon. Congratulations, kiddo, Pikachu shouted. Nice job. Way to go. You were awesome, Latios complimented, sending Larvitar a mental cheer. Congratulations, Latios commented as well. Yeah, great work, Larvitar, Ash shouted. Ash's friends from the bench shouted similar words of encouragement and congratulation for the small rock and ground type. Larvitar blushed from the attention and smiled happily. John returned the fallen Tyranitar. He was impressed that he had been defeated. He wasn't worrying about the armor. Tyranitars could regrow it rather fast. He grabbed his next and last Pokeball. Togetic, I choose you, John shouted, summoning the small happiness Pokemon. Larvitar, get ready, Ash shouted. Larvitar nodded, despite the tiredness. Use Rock Tomb. Larvitar slammed his fist into the ground, causing 4 pillars to erupt from the ground, threatening to trap Togetic. Now, Rock Smash. Togetic, blast them apart with Psychic, John ordered. Togetic emitted a powerful psychic blast, ripping the stones in half and sending them away. Suddenly, Larvitar was a few feet away from Togetic, his fist shining white as he prepared to punch her. Togetic, push him away with Shadow Ball, John ordered. Togetic quickly formed a Shadow Ball between her arms. Don't you know you shouldn't hit a girl? She reprimanded, with one of her arms. She grabbed Larvitar's hand and spun, causing him to pass beside her. As this was happening, she slammed the shadow ball into Larvitar. He cried in pain as he was struck by the attack and sent flying backwards after a small explosion. And with a great maneuver, Togetic sends Larvitar away. The MC commented. Larvitar, Ash cried in concern. Use hidden power. Larvitar summoned the last of his strength as he glowed a bright white. Several energy spheres materialized. Togetic, Silver Wind. John shouted. Togetic flapped her wings, creating a silver-tinted wind along with several crescent blades, sending them towards Larvitar. The attacks passed each other. The spheres collided with Togetic and the silver wind hit Larvitar head-on. Both Pokemon were pushed back a few feet after suffering the after-effects of the attacks. They panted and looked at each other. With a last breath, Larvitar fell, knocked out. Larvitar was too weak and tired to survive the blow, while Togetic was still fresh and rested enough to take the attack and survive. The referee nodded. Larvitar is unable to continue battling. The victory goes to John Dixon of Cento Cheery Town. Yeah, John shouted excitedly, raising his arms as the crowd cheered. Togetic flew over to her cheering trainer and was surprised when he hugged her. She returned the show of affection. And finally, someone was able to stop the impressive trainer Ash Ketchum. Though I am sure we all agree on one thing, this battle might have gone differently if Ash had been able to use his prized legendary Pokemon, Latios, the MC said over the speakers. Several fangirls in the crowd were crying like there was no tomorrow, Macy included. Also, Professor Elm was cheering that one of his trainers was making it to the finals. While Professor Oak and Gary tried to console Delia, who was crying at Ash's elimination. Ash sighed sadly. He grabbed a Pokeball and returned the defeated Rock and Ground type. You were amazing, you battled great, and I am proud of you, Ash whispered to the Pokeball. Pikachu patted Ash on the back. Lost again, maybe next time, right? I hope, Ash muttered. John walked up to him. Togetic left his arm and rested on top of his head, like a Togetic hat. John held out his hand. Ash caught the gesture and shook hands with his opponent. You battled amazingly, you were a very strong opponent, and you certainly had all the qualifications to win this league. I wish you the best of luck on your next Pokemon League, John said. Ash nodded. Thanks a lot, I wish you luck in the finals. Thanks, John replied. The crowd cheered, pleased by this sportsmanship between opponents. Ash turned and rejoined his friends as he walked to the exit of the stadium. Too bad, Ash, you battled so hard, Misty lamented. Yeah, you were close to defeating that John guy, Bianca agreed. Not to mention that Ash had John on the edge as Charizard beat almost everything John threw at him, Latios commented. Ash sighed. Booty was so classy, even had Latios to help me in earlier battles and I still lost. Brock smiled sadly and put a hand on Ash's shoulder. You know, Ash, you already reprimand people for focusing on your losses instead of your victories. You should do the same. Look at the bright side of all this. You defeated Gary, a stronger trainer like Harrison, and even came close to making it to the finals. Yeah, Misty agreed. Also, Brock continued. Remember that you broke a world record. Ash looked up. I did. Yeah, you're the youngest trainer ever to make it to the top 4 of any league, Brock reminded him. Yep, Bianca agreed. Brock smiled. And keep something else in mind, Ash. Yes, you lost, but this isn't your last Pokemon League. You still lack the experience to really win a league, experience that we all hope you have gained today. Also, keep in mind that Latios isn't on a fully competitive level yet, he just started battling almost 2 months ago, Brock reminded him. Yes, when Latios is fully trained, he'll be a lot stronger than he is now. And with you having a lot more experience, you'll have a better chance of winning the next league you face, Misty pointed out. Ash smiled fondly at his friends. Thanks a lot. See, Ash, don't feel bad, so cheer up, Latios said. Ash smiled, glad that he was being supported so much by his friends at this hard time. But hey, that's what friends were for, right? The rest of the day was quiet. Ash wasn't very talkative, which was to be expected. After a trip to the Pokemon Center, the group decided to enjoy what Silver Town had to offer. For now, they would stay in town until the end of the conference so they could see the awards ceremony. Night fell, and the group was sleeping soundly at their hotel room, everyone except Ash. He was simply looking at the ceiling, thinking of what he could have done better to win, but that wasn't really going to change anything. He decided that he needed some time to relax. He decided to walk over to his favorite place in all of Silver Town, the lake. He stood up and very quietly walked to the door, and as quietly as he could, he left the hotel. After a few minutes, he was at the lake. He smiled fondly at the beautiful night scene as he took a seat at the edge of the lake, enjoying the cool night air. "I wish I could have won," Ash lamented sadly. Brock's words were still vivid in his mind. He was happy for them. That meant that he, a former gym leader, considered him a serious candidate to win the next league he was going to participate in. But that didn't mean he didn't still wish he could have won this league. "Hi," a voice said behind Ash. The cap-wearing trainer nearly jumped out of his skin in fright. "Lacious," Ash hissed. "Don't do that." Lacious giggled. "Why were you scared if you can sense me?" There was a moment of awkward silence. "Ugh," Ash muttered. Lacious smiled and rested herself beside him. "Can't sleep?" she asked. "It's almost midnight." "It's just I'm still a bit shaken up after my defeat," Ash muttered, a sigh escaping him. Lacious smiled tenderly at him and gave him a hug. "It's okay. Defeat must be very hard to deal with, but remember what Brock said, you still have more leagues left to win." "Yeah," Ash agreed. "Didn't you and Brock decide that after the Johto League was over, you were going to start gathering badges to compete in the Hone League, especially after seeing the Pokemon Harrison had?" Lacious asked. "Yes," Ash replied. "Then your next goal will be to win the Hone League," Lacious said cheerfully. "Besides, my brother was sad too with your defeat. He partially blames himself for it, so that will just motivate him more to become stronger. As he gets stronger, he will be a better battler and he will give you a better chance to win the Hone League." Ash nodded. "Yeah." "Ash, you are still 11, barely 12, and yet look how far you've come. You're in the top 4 of the Silver Conference. Next time, I'm sure you'll do better." "You still have a long way to go," Lacious pointed out. Ash smiled. "Thanks a lot, Lacious. So cheer up and stop acting all depressed. You know I hate seeing people sad," Lacious told him. Ash nodded. "I will," he replied. Lacious smiled and nuzzled him affectionately. Ash hugged her, running his hands across her long and slender neck, loving the feel of her small and fine feathers. Ash accidentally brushed against his necklace. He smiled as he parted from the hug and looked at the necklace. He grabbed it and looked at it fondly, fingering the little crystal figurines of Lacious and Latios. "You know, Lacious, this necklace is very special to me. It reminds me of the bond I share with you and Latios, especially after the soul fusion to save Latios' life." Lacious smiled. "I know, you haven't taken it off ever since I gave it to you." "It was a very special thank you gift," Ash muttered. "Lacious, thanks a lot for cheering me up. I'll look ahead instead of looking back." He gently stroked Lacious' long feathery neck. She gave a small squeal of delight. Ash smiled. He looked at this necklace and remembered both thank you gifts she had given him that day. Ash surprised Lacious by giving her a quick kiss on her cheek. "Thanks you for always being there for me." Lacious blushed a deep shade of scarlet. He smiled innocently at her. "Guess I returned that thank you kiss you gave me in Alto Mari." He yawned. "Well, I guess that I can finally sleep now. Thanks a lot for the talk, Lacious. It made me feel a lot better." With that, Ash stood up and walked back to the hotel. Lacious just floated there, a little stunned. She smiled and began doing small excited twirls in the air, feeling incredibly happy. Meanwhile, on the balcony of their suite, Latios watched the scene with interest. He was a bit surprised, but either way, he enjoyed seeing Lacious flying about happily. That was what made him the happiest brother in the world, simply seeing her happy. He chuckled as he turned around and headed back inside to sleep. Ash could return any time now, and he didn't want him to know that he'd seen their little moment. The next day, while today was one of the 2 rest days to let the 2 finalists get ready for the grand final of the Silver Conference, a special guest was flying to Silver Town as his presence was required for the aforementioned event. He was Lance, champion of the Johto League, riding on his trusty Dragonite. As the champion, it was proper that he be present at the award ceremony to coronate the winner of the conference. as well as to ask him if he was willing to take on the challenge of claiming Lance's title as champion, which consisted of fighting the Elite Four and the champion consecutively, 5 battles in 5 days, with a single loss meaning the challenger had no chance whatsoever of winning the title. "We're almost there, Dragonite, just a little more," Lance said, spotting Empt Silver in the distance. "It's been a while since I've flown this much," the Dragonite commented. "Well, I haven't had the need to travel much until now," Lance replied. As a master dragon trainer, Lance had the unique skill of understanding the poke speech of all dragon and dragon-like Pokémon, a very useful ability. "You seem very eager to get to Silver Town, Master. May I ask why?" the Dragonite inquired. He had noted that throughout the trip, Lance had been rather impatient to reach Silver Town, a lot more than he had for the previous Silver conferences. "There is someone I am dying to see again," Lance answered. "Remember Ash? The kid with the Pikachu we saw at the lake with the red Gyarados?" the Dragonite asked. "Yes," Lance confirmed. "He has done something that's left me speechless." "What is that?" Dragonite asked, clearly confused. "He captured a legendary Pokémon, but not just any legendary, but a legendary dragon Pokémon," Lance answered. Dragonite raised an eyebrow, impressed. "Which one?" "Latios," Lance answered. "The events regarding Latios' capture are unknown, as Ash has apparently evaded the media for the entire conference. How he's eluded them is also unknown." "A kid captured a Latios? That's odd," the Dragonite commented. "But how? I am a master dragon trainer and I have never even seen a legendary dragon. Yet some kid appears out of nowhere using a Latios freely in a tournament. Yet that Latios is still in training, at least from what I saw in the battles he was used in. He is," Lance said, clenching a fist angrily. "It should be me who's training a legendary dragon." "It'd be cool to have a Latios on the team," Dragonite admitted. "I'm sure we can convince Ash to leave Latios to a more experienced and adequate trainer," Lance commented, chuckling. "Like me, I am a master dragon trainer after all." "What if he disagrees?" Dragonite asked. "We'll have to do it the hard way then," Lance said offhandedly. Dragonite frowned. "Isn't this a bit unfair?" "No, Latios deserves a better trainer. He will become my Pokémon," Lance decided, more determined than ever to add a new dragon to his team no matter what the cost. Chapter 22: The Silver Conference ends. Lance smirked as he neared Silver Town, looking at the settlement from high above the clouds as he soared on the back of his signature Dragonite. "There's Silver Town, still as nice a town as ever," he commented. "Indeed," Dragonite agreed. "So, where to?" "Let's go to the Elite Four building. I want to see which of the Johto Elite Four have come to Silver Town. After all, the award ceremony is the day after tomorrow, along with the grand final of the Silver Conference," Lance answered. Dragonite nodded and sped towards the building. "Too bad the kid with the Latios lost. I would have liked to see him make it to the finals," Dragonite commented. "But if he lost, that means someone defeated Latios." "Who did it?" "No one. You see, Ash didn't use him in the semifinals because Latios had sustained some injuries in the previous battle," Lance answered. "That was noble of him," Dragonite admitted. "Yeah, and when I'm training that Latios, I will become the strongest champion. And Latios will be one of the strongest dragons of the world," Lance said determinedly. Dragonite sighed. "Are we really going to do this?" the dragon asked, doubt filling his voice. "Yes," Lance said firmly. "Why the sad tone?" "I don't know, this doesn't feel right. I mean, that kid got his merit for capturing Latios, and we're going to try and take him away," Dragonite replied. Lance winced slightly, feeling a pang of guilt. He quickly ignored it. "I know it's a bit extreme, but it's for the best. What's better than having a Latios trained properly? Besides, you know how long I've searched for legendary dragon Pokémon, and yet I haven't found one, until now," Lance replied. "Can I count on you?" Dragonite sighed, feeling torn on what to do. He knew it was common sense that they were about to do something bad, but Lance had been his best friend ever since he was a baby Dratini. "All right, I'll help," he said reluctantly. He was confused about Lance's behavior. It was so uncharacteristic of him, so out of character. Must be a severe case of human stupidity then. Thanks for helping me, Lance said, smiling down at his Dragonite. Even if he isn't fully trained, keep in mind what we're going to attack, Dragonite warned. Latios was always a formidable opponent. Lance nodded. I know. So, how are we going to find him? Dragonite asked. Looking for just one trainer in all of Silver Town was like looking for a needle in a haystack. I want to see if Will has arrived at the Elite for headquarters. If he's there, I'll ask him to find Latios for us. Since Latios is a powerful psychic, he or one of his Pokémon should be able to find him easily, Lance answered. He isn't going to help us with this, Dragonite said flatly. He doesn't need to know. I'll tell him I want to congratulate that trainer or something. I'll improvise, Lance said quickly. Dragonite's sweat dropped. We are so screwed, the dragon thought as he neared their target. Messing with legendary Pokémon is never a good idea. Ah, that was so good, Ash said as he exited the most luxurious restaurant in town, his belly filled with some of the best food available. Oh yeah, I've never eaten in such a good restaurant before, Misty agreed. Maybe because we never have money, and when we do, it's in near negative numbers, Brock said. But today's meal was unforgettable. Yeah, Bianca agreed. It was good, Latios admitted. And the desserts bar was delicious, Latios said joyfully. Oh, so good, but my cooking is better, Delia said. After wandering around enjoying Silver Town for a while, Ash had begun complaining that he was hungry, and the group began to look for a nice place to eat, keeping in mind how much they could afford when they passed the fanciest restaurant in town. They didn't even bother to spare a look as they knew that they couldn't afford the food there. But when Ash complained about how hungry he was, the owner, who had been standing at the door, heard him and was immediately excited about seeing Ash, known popularly as the boy with the legendary Pokémon. So they made a deal: if Ash showed him Latios, they could eat for free. Latios was reluctant at first, but he was convinced rather quickly after he saw the kind of food they served there. So, where to now? Bianca asked, looking around. How about we go shopping? We just saved a lot by eating for free, Misty suggested. Yeah, I agree, Delia said eagerly. Why do girls like to go shopping a lot? It's even weirder when they go shopping for hours and they don't buy a thing, Ash thought, knowing that his question was going to be picked up by either of the Ian twins. Honestly, I don't know, Latios replied. It's a girl thing, guys will never understand, Latios said coolly. Ash and Latios shrugged. Want to come with us, Latios? Bianca asked kindly. No, I'd like to stay with Ash for now, Latios replied, gently tapping Bianca's shoulder. All right, Bianca said. As she turned to where she felt the tap, she reached forwards and smiled as she felt Latios' soft feathers. Let's go then. Later, honey, Delia said as she, Misty, and Bianca started to walk towards the shopping district. I'll go with them, Brock said quickly, walking after them. Ash looked at his departing friend with confusion. What was that about? He's going because he thinks they'll see lots of girls, and he would be away from me, Latios answered. Shouldn't you keep an eye on him? Pikachu asked. Nah, Misty can handle him pretty well on her own, Latios answered, giggling softly. So, what are we going to do? Latios asked. Well, Ash started, we could go to the lake to pass the time. Besides, I want to spend time with my Pokémon. Not the lake. It's a rest day. Many people are having picnics there or taking a swim, Latios reminded him. Ash sighed. Aw, too bad. We could go the forest, Latios suggested. It's a nice place. We could find a clearing, one that's closer than the one we used to train. Sure, Ash said as he began walking towards the forest. He was sure his Pokémon would enjoy some nature without the pressure of training. After a few minutes of walking, Ash arrived at a small and decent clearing. He smiled at the sight. This will do, Pikachu commented. Ash nodded and tossed for Pokeballs, releasing the team he was going to have for the next few days. He had decided to switch after the battle against John after healing his Pokémon. Bayleaf, Larvitar, Phanpy, and Charizard appeared in bright flashes as they materialized into the small clearing. Latios and Latios dropped their invisibility, appearing in a bright display of blue lights. Ash, Bayleaf squealed as she tackled him, nuzzling him lovingly. I missed you. Ash laughed as he was knocked to the ground, taking it in good stride as he usually did. He hugged her back. "Hi, Bayleaf." "There she goes again," Scheherazade muttered. He shrugged and stretched, enjoying his time out of a pokeball. "Hey, did we win?" he asked. Larvitar cast a downwards look. "No, we lost. I was knocked out last." "Damn, not again," Scheherazade grumbled. "At least this time it wasn't because someone played lazy." "We lost in a fair battle," Pikachu commented dryly. Scheherazade looked around like he wasn't mentioned. Pikachu rolled his eyes. "And I worked so hard to try to knock out that Tyranitar," Scheherazade muttered. Larvitar winced. Ash smiled as he gently pushed Bayleaf aside and patted Larvitar on the head. "It's okay, you did your best, and I'm proud of you," Ash said gently. Larvitar smiled and jumped into Ash's arms, hugging him. Thankfully, Lacius reacted in time to prevent Ash from getting the wind knocked out of him by the heavy infant. "Thanks, Daddy." "Yeah, you did manage to beat that Tyranitar after all," Ash congratulated. Scheherazade's jaw dropped in awe. Lacius and Latios laughed. "Yeah, it was amazing," Bayleaf agreed. They stared at her. You didn't fight, how did you see it?" Pikachu asked. "Tracy was kind enough to let us into the lab and watch the battle with the rest of Pallet Town," Bayleaf answered. "And by kind enough, I mean that Bulbasaur and I hung him upside down with our vine whip until he got the message." Everyone's sweat dropped. "So, after this, what are we going to do?" Larvitar asked curiously. "We're going to go to the Hone region to gather the badges and compete for the league there," Ash answered. "And search for the poacher that has your mother," Latios continued. Larvitar smiled happily. Latios grinned viciously. "I am eager to meet him." "Latios, what did I tell you about you harming others like that?" Ash shouted, rather annoyed. He could still remember Latios' mind crushing the 3 poachers as they screamed in pain from his mental assault. It hadn't been a pretty sight. "They deserved it, and this other poacher deserves it too," Latios countered. "If it weren't for your kindness, I would have killed them," Latios thought. "You might be right," Ash admitted. "But hurting someone that way, it's simply not right. I forbid you to do that again." Latios sighed but made no response. "I just want my mother to be rescued," Larvitar interrupted. "Don't worry, sweetie, we'll get her back," Latios said gently, giving him a smile. "That poacher is in for some serious trouble." "Yup," Fampy said merrily. Larvitar smiled fondly at his family. "Thank you all. Hone sounds like a good place." "Wish I could go," Scheherazade lamented. "Lots of strong opponents." "Yeah, how's the training at the valley?" Bayleaf asked curiously. "I remember the first day when we left you there, the other Scheherazades bullied you around." Everyone laughed. Scheherazade fumed. "Hey, how strong are you there?" Ash asked. "Well, you could say I'm at the middle of the pack. I'm not the strongest Scheherazade, nor am I the weakest. There are some Scheherazades I can beat easily, and others that can beat me easily," Scheherazade answered. "I can't wait to show off my new overheat attack." "Remember, the attack gets weaker every time it's used, so be careful," Pikachu reminded him. Scheherazade nodded. "I know." "So, when are you going back to the valley?" Ash asked. "In a few days. It's a bit of a long flight, and I want to be fully rested. I'm still a bit tired from yesterday's battle. It was damn tough, and I think my right wing is still a bit sore," Scheherazade answered, folding and extending his wing a few times, wincing a little. "Damn Stone Edge. I thought the Pokemon Center could fix that," Ash commented, confused. "Well, while they can heal most injuries and some partial tiredness, they can't completely heal exhaustion. Why do you think there are rest days between battles? It's not just so the trainers can plan, it's also so the Pokemon can get a bit more rest," Latios clarified for him. "Besides, Scheherazade overexerted himself a lot in that battle, so his wing is recovering from that too." "And we spend most of the rest time training," Pikachu commented dryly. "The training was nothing compared to the intense battles, except for Steel Wing training," Latios continued. "Or Iron Tail training," Pikachu deadpanned. Latios giggled happily as she recalled their training and how she'd made sure they didn't slack off. "Yeah," Scheherazade agreed. "I wonder how the valley has been." Ash chuckled. "Aren't we eager to get back?" "Of course I am," Scheherazade answered. "I wonder how Charla is." "Who's Charla?" Latios asked. "She's the Scheherazade of the human that runs the valley." She's also my mate, Scheherazade said. Wow, got yourself a girlfriend. Nice, Pikachu commented. Wow, that was fast, Bayleaf said. What's a mate? Ash asked, confused. Yeah, what's that? Fanpy asked as well. I want to know too, Larvitar added. Everyone else sweat dropped. Latios decided to be the one to explain it this time. Well, remember the concept of girlfriend and boyfriend that Latios told you about? Latios asked. Ash nodded. In human relationships, that is what a couple goes by depending on gender. However, in relationships between Pokemon, it's simply called mates. It applies to both genders, Latios explained. Some Pokemon use the girlfriend and boyfriend terms, but it's usually those that are very close to humans, like trained Pokemon. Those two words are unknown among wild Pokemon. Scheherazade is a trained Pokemon, why didn't he use it? Ash asked. He's been living among other Scheherazades for a while now. He might have forgotten it, Latios suggested. Scheherazade nodded maripishly. And he said some, not all, Latios continued. Larvitar raised his hand. Yes, Latios asked. What's a girlfriend? The small rock and ground type asked, looking confused. I didn't get what made Eisend what's a boyfriend? Fanpy asked. Latios smiled at them. You twa'll understand when you are older. Both ground types groaned. Everyone else laughed. As they regained their breaths, Latios and Latios turned to look in the direction of Silver Town. Something is coming, Latios muttered. Hide. Latios immediately activated her light-refracting feathers, assuming complete invisibility. Latios followed suit, both turning invisible to the naked eye. Out of precaution, Ash grabbed 3 Pokeballs and returned Bayleaf, Larvitar, and Fanpy. They saw a dragon-shaped silhouette in the sky, approaching rather quickly. Up in the sky, Lance smirked. I found you. How I wish Will hadn't been at the Elite for building, Dragonite thought. He saw the boy down in the forest clearing. Where is his Latios? Probably invisible. With a flap of his wings, Dragonite landed a few dozen meters away from the boy. Lance jumped off. Latios tilted her head. Isn't that Lance, the champion of Johto? She wondered. Yes, Latios answered. Subtly, Latios read Lance's mind. He was curious as to why the champion would be coming to meet them. His eyes narrowed and he tensed for a fight when he learned of Lance's most recent memories. Let him try. Latios looked at her brother, wondering why he was so tense. What's up? Read his mind and find out for yourself, Latios answered. Isn't that rude? Latios replied. Just do it, Latios said in a firm tone. Latios shrugged and read Lance's mind as the champion walked to them, his Dragonite behind him. She growled lowly. Scheherazade, Latios said in the fire-type's mind, startling him. Get ready for a fight. Lance has come here to try and take me from Ash. Scheherazade nodded silently. Sister, don't reveal yourself. He doesn't know Ash has a Latios too, Latios commanded. Latios nodded. Unaware of the rising tension of the Ian twins, Ash walked up to Lance, smiling. Hey, Lance. Hello, Ash. Lance returned the greeting. How have you been, and how's the red Gyarados? Ash asked, remembering the last time he had seen Lance at the Lake of Rage. He's fine. He's been slowly becoming calmer, Lance answered. And as for you, congratulations on reaching the top 4 of the Silver Conference. It was amazing. Ash smiled. Thanks. And I congratulate you on your catch of a Latios, Lance said, though it sounded a little forced. Ash beamed. Thanks. Claire was impressed too. She's your cousin, right? Yeah, you used Latios to beat her too. Lance inquired. Well, only her Dragonair, Ash answered. You know, Lance started. I took a great deal of interest in your battles after you beat the first trainer with Latios, the one you battled on the ice field. Latios is certainly an interesting Pokemon. How did you catch him? Well, I became his friend, and after we became close, he decided that he wanted to come with me, Ash answered. I caught him with friendship, not with a battle. Wow! You know, he seemed to lack a bit of skill in his battles, Lance commented. Ash chuckled maripishly. Well, that's because he just learned to battle about 2 months ago. He just started his training. Latios mentally chuckled. Try to sweet-talk him into handing me over willingly. It won't work, the Blue Ian Dragon thought coldly. Tell me, would you be interested in him becoming an extremely powerful dragon? Lance inquired, oddly eager. Yes, of course, Ash replied, wondering what Lance was getting at. Something seemed suspicious for some reason. He could pick up some weird vibes from Lance and his Dragonite. Lance smiled. Then would you like me to take care of him for you? I promise I'll turn him into an amazingly powerful Pokémon. Ash shook his head. I'm sorry, but he's my friend and I want to be the one to train him. And besides, I already consider him a powerful Pokémon as he is. Latios doesn't need your help. Latios nodded in agreement. You tell him, Ash. Lance bristled. Think what you are saying. Don't you want Latios to receive special training? Ash shook his head again. No. Lance sighed. I'd hoped it wouldn't come to this, sorry Ash, but Latios will have a new trainer. Ash looked at Lance, utterly confused. What do you mean? Ash, he is planning to take me away forcefully, Latios explained to Ash. Ash gasped and looked at Lance in shock. You aren't taking Latios away. How can you even think that? Lance's eyes widened slightly. He figured it out without me telling him. It must have been Latios, Lance thought. Latios bristled. Ash, be careful. If he indeed fights us, his Dragonite is a very powerful Pokémon. He has vast experience and has fought many opponents. Remember that Latios might still be a little delicate from his injury. After all, today is still a borderline day for his recovery according to Nurse Joy. And Charizard is still tired from his overexertion in the past battle. Latios informed Ash, clearly alarmed. Damn, I'm not in the best position to fight him, Ash thought. Even if they aren't in their top form, they can still fight. Why would Lance do this? This isn't the Lance I remember. He isn't thinking clearly. He's jealous of you, Ash, Latios told him, sensing Lance's emotions. He is outraged at the fact that you have my brother, yet he hasn't caught a legendary Pokémon, more specifically, a dragon type. Lance sighed and began walking backwards. Dragonite stayed where he was, facing Ash, empathy in his eyes. Latios tilted his head. Interesting, he thought, seeing Dragonite's torn expression. He quickly read Dragonite's most recent memories and grinned, seeing an opportunity. With a shower of bright blue lights, Latios revealed himself. Lance's eyes widened in awe at finally seeing for the first time in his life a legendary dragon-type Pokémon. Dragonite started, amazed by Latios' sudden appearance. You are conscious that your trainer's actions aren't the correct ones, Latios stated calmly. Dragonite's jaw dropped. How did you know? I read your mind. You don't have to follow your trainer's orders if you believe they are wrong, Latios told the other dragon type. If my trainer did something that was wrong, I would personally knock some sense into him. Dragonite cast a downwards look. Lance growled lowly. Don't listen to him. Latios glared at Lance, causing the human to stiffen slightly in fright. Shut up. Think of your actions. You are supposed to be a champion. Yet look what you're contemplating to do out of something as stupid as jealousy. Due to Lance's ability to understand dragon Pokémon, he comprehended Latios' words perfectly. I'm not jealous, Lance countered, clearly angered. Then what is it? If it's not that, then it must be human stupidity, Latios said, chuckling a little. A vein appeared on Lance's forehead out of anger. Hee, just what I was thinking too, Dragonite thought. Hey, what do you mean by human stupidity? Ash yelled. The Ian Dragon ignored him, much to his irritation. Think about it, Latios, Lance shouted. I can train you to be an extremely powerful dragon. I can train you far better than Ash can. Latios chuckled. I know. Lance smiled. Then will you come with me willingly? Never, Latios said firmly, not a single doubt in his voice. Why? Lance questioned, looking surprised. I don't care if you can train me better than Ash, I'm perfectly happy with my current trainer. Ash is my friend and I won't leave him just to become stronger. Besides, I'll eventually become as strong as you claim, Lance. With Ash it might take a while longer than it would with you, but I don't care, Latios answered. Ash smiled at Latios, touched. Then I will have to knock you out and force Ash to release you. Dragonite, get ready, Lance ordered. Dragonite reluctantly readied himself for a battle. I'll show you what a dragon trained by me can do. I'll beat everything you throw at me with just Dragonite. Dragonite don't, Latios said firmly, hoping that his status as a legendary Pokemon might intimidate the dragon and flying type to standing down. I'm sorry, Latios, but just like you choose to stay with your trainer out of friendship, I am in the same position. I will follow Lance's orders. He is my friend, Dragonite said reluctantly. Latios sighed. I understand. Guess we'll have to fight him, then Pikachu commented. Damn. Looks like it, Ash agreed. Charizard, Latios, Pikachu, get ready. Dragonite, Dragon Claw, Lance shouted. Dragonite nodded, and with a mighty flap of his wings he charged at the Ian Dragon, his claws shining a bright white as he powered up the attack. Latios, dodge, Ash shouted. Latios quickly altered his levitation, causing him to move sideways out of the way of the Dragon Claw, setting Dragonite up for Pikachu and Charizard's attack. Use Flamethrower and Thunderbolt, Ash shouted. Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder as his cheeks sparkled violently. Charizard exhaled a potent stream of fire as Pikachu released a tremendous blast of electricity. Dragonite, fly up, Lance shouted. Dragonite quickly flapped his wings, rocketing skywards. Ice Beam, Ash thought, not calling the attack out loud so Lance didn't know it was coming. To Dragonite's utter shock, Latios was already above him. He formed an orb of freezing energy as he fired the three-pronged zigzagging beam of ice downwards. Dragonite, Fire Blast, Lance shouted. Ash smirked. Oh no you don't, Psychic. Latios' eyes glowed as he got ready to use his mental powers. Dragonite took a deep breath and exhaled an extremely potent star-shaped plume of fire. The fire was immediately extinguished as Latios' psychic attack cut the oxygen needed to power the flames. Lance's eyes widened in alarm. Whirlwind, he shouted. Dragonite flapped his wings with astounding force, creating a tornado in front of him barely in time as the ice beam reached him. The ice-type attack was dissipated by the raging winds of the dragon and flying-type's attack. Flamethrower, Ash shouted. Charizard, who was now flying behind Dragonite, released a stream of fire. Dodge, Lance shouted. He had to admit, Ash was a lot better than he had expected. Dragonite flew downwards, causing the flamethrower to fly overhead. Use Dragon Pulse. Dragonite took a deep breath and formed an orb of green energy in front of his mouth. What's that? Ash wondered. It's a more advanced dragon-type move. Be wary, it's very powerful, Latios answered. Dodge it, Ash shouted. Dragonite fired the orb skywards, aiming at Latios. The Ian Dragon quickly dodged to the side, evading the attack. Charizard, use Flamethrower, Ash commanded. Charizard quickly reared back and spat a powerful stream of fire. Dragonite, quick, use Dragon Claw, Lance ordered. Dragonite's claw shined a bright white as he thrust them forward, ripping the fire attack apart with ease. With a powerful flap of his wings, Dragonite charged forward and slammed the Dragon Claw attack into Charizard's chest, knocking the wind out of him as he fell. Dragonite smirked and gasped as he felt a powerful Dragon Breath slam into his back, courtesy of Latios at Ash's mental command. Latios, Psychic, Ash shouted. Latios' eyes glowed as he bombarded Dragonite's body with his mental powers, causing the large dragon to let out a shriek of pain. Latios slammed Dragonite to the floor of the clearing rather hard. Luster Purge, Thunder, and Overheat, Ash shouted. Latios' body began to glow with a gentle white light. Charizard began to glow with a blazing red aura, and Pikachu's cheeks began to spark violently. Pikachu glanced at Latios and Charizard and let out a groan. Why, I am the only one not glowing, he complained. Latios giggled. The three Pokemon let out a battle cry as they released their respective attacks. Latios hurled a powerful blast sphere of bright light, Pikachu flung an enormous lightning strike, and Charizard expelled a blazing blast so hot it was a bright white. Lance's eyes widened in terror as he saw the three attacks heading towards his dragon type. He decided that it was time he pulled his ultimate trump card. Dragonite, use Draco Meteor. Dragonite roared as his body was covered in a red aura, waves of draconic power rippling through his body. A sphere of red power covered his body as the 3 attacks from Ash's Pokémon collided against him, releasing a tremendous explosion. Lance and Ash covered their eyes as the shockwave from the attack hit them. Though Ash had an easier time considering that Laisha's blocked most of it with her psychic powers. As the center of the clearing was covered in a cloud smoke, Ash's Pokémon, who were a few feet away from the smoke, looked around anxiously to see if they had managed to beat Lance's famed Dragonite. Suddenly, a huge red orb shot into the sky, startling Ash's Pokémon. The orb exploded and dozens of red meteor-like projectiles rained towards the ground. Laishio's eyes glowed as he used his psychic powers to stop the meteors. But to his horror, the sheer power behind the attack was so much that he could barely stop the first ones. He was immediately hit by the shower of meteoric projectiles, along with Pikachu and Charizard. The field was covered in a series of explosions as the Draco meteor engulfed most of the field in its range of destruction. Thankfully, Ash was out of range of the attacks, as well as Lance. Once the explosions ended, the field was covered in an even thicker smoke. A deathly silence falling as Ash and Lance looked to see what had become of their Pokémon. After a few minutes, the smoke began to clear, revealing a battered and bruised Dragonite. He was panting in exhaustion from using the Draco meteor and from taking that triple attack. To Ash's complete shock, Charizard and Pikachu were knocked out cold and Laishio's was on the ground, panting heavily. Unlike Pikachu and Charizard, he had managed to lessen the damage from the Draco meteor by stopping the attacks with his mind, though he had been unable to stop most of them. Ash's jaw dropped. A single Pokémon of Lance's defeated my strongest 3. And at the same time, he thought in awe, I can't believe it, are the champion and Elite Four really this powerful? I thought I was becoming strong, but no, I see why I couldn't win the Silver Conference. I'm a long way from becoming as strong as them. Draco Meteor is an impressively powerful attack. And besides, as you said, Lance is a champion. His Dragonite has a lot more experience than Charizard, Pikachu, and Laishio's put together. But don't think too lowly of yourself, you will one day become that strong, you'll see. Laishia said to Ash mentally, portraying a smile inside his mind. Lance smirked. See, that's what I told you about. Dragonite finished Laishio's off with Dragon Claw. Dragonite walked to where the downed, but still conscious, Laishio's was. Dragonite's claws glowed a bright white as he readied the attack. Once he was in front of Laishio's, he raised his arm, ready to knock Laishio's out when something collided against him in the chest so hard that he coughed up some blood as he screeched in pain. Lance's blood went cold as Dragonite's assailant revealed herself. Laishia's appearing in a shower of blue sparkling lights, ready to protect her family and friends. Lance's eyes widened. He has a Latias too, he thought in pure shock. Ash took the moment of distraction to return Charizard back to his Pokeball and cradle Pikachu in his arms. Laishia, what are you doing? Laishio shouted in astonishment, his voice filled with worry. It's my turn to protect you, she said firmly. Sister, you're going to fight a Pokemon that beat me, Pikachu and Charizard. Laishio's asked, voice filled with fear for Laishia's safety. Laishio's mustered every single bit of strength he had left as he activated his levitation and rose off the ground. He was not going to let Laishia's fight a Pokemon as strong as Lance's Dragonite, even if he had to overexert himself into a coma. Brother, you are too injured and tired to battle. Besides, you 3 already softened him up for me. I should be fine, Laishia said. She smiled, clearly touched as she saw Laishio's forcing himself to fly just to fight instead of her. She gently used her psychic abilities to lower Laishio's back to the grass. He tried to fight her off with his psychic powers, but due to his exhaustion, his mental abilities were easily overpowered by hers. Sis, don't do this, Laishio said as he tried to weakly struggle against Laishia's mental hold. She gently deposited him back to the grass and smiled at him lovingly. I trained with you all, through not as hard. I am not defenseless anymore, Laishio's. I will protect you now, for all the times you've protected me. Dragonite narrowed his eyes. Damn, I'm tired, those 3 attacks really hit me hard, I have to finish her off fast. Lacius got into a battle position. I'm ready, Ash. Ash was still a bit shocked about Lacius' sudden courage to fight off Lance's Dragonite. Her voice snapped him out of it. He nodded. All right, Lacius, here we go. Use Dragon Breath. Lacius took a deep breath and exhaled a stream of white flames at the Dragonite. Dragonite, use Dragon Pulse, Lance shouted. Dragonite quickly reared back and fired an orb of compressed green energy. The Dragon Pulse easily tore through Lacius' Dragon Breath, heading directly at her. Lacius, use Psychic, Ash shouted. Lacius' eyes glowed as she ripped the Dragon Pulse apart with a single thought. Dragonite, use Dragon Claw, Lance shouted. Lacius, dodge, Ash commanded. Dragonite charged at Lacius, his claws glowing a bright white. He swiped at Lacius, the red and white dragon quickly adjusting her levitation so the attack passed over her. Dragonite attempted another swipe, but Lacius shifted her levitation, again changing her movement without warning and causing Dragonite's attack to miss. She flew back, putting some distance between herself and Dragonite. Dragonite, use Ice Beam, Lance shouted. Dragonite gathered an orb of freezing energy in his mouth and fired 3 zigzagging beams at Lacius. Lacius, dodge and use Mist Ball, Ash shouted. Lacius smirked as Ash called her strongest attack. She quickly flew to the side, dodging the ice attack with ease. Her body gave off a soft ethereal glow as she held her claws forward. A small orb of white psychic energy appeared and was engulfed by an extremely thick reddish-white mist. As she finished charging her attack, a large ball of compressed mist swirling wildly between her claws, Dragonite tensed. What is that? Take this, Lacius shouted as she hurled the orb towards Dragonite. The mist ball leaving a trail of mist in its wake as it flew at the dragon and flying type. Dragonite, dodge it, Lance shouted. Dragonite sidestepped, causing the mist ball to pass him. Lacius smirked. You think you can dodge it? Think again, ha! With a thought, she detonated her mist ball. The mist ball exploded like a smoke grenade, releasing a reddish mist in every direction. The impact of the resulting shockwave wasn't much. Dragonite was barely pushed back. He winced as he took the damage from the attack. That's all. Dragonite taunted, expecting the attack to have damaged him more. It came from a legendary Pokémon after all. Yep, that's all. I've won, Lacius said calmly. Lance and Dragonite stared at her in confusion. Heh, you must be hallucinating, Lance commented as the mist slowly dissipated. Dragonite, Hyper Beam. Heh, I'll finish you off with a single attack, the dragon and flying type said smugly. Dragonite opened his mouth and began forming an orb of volatile orange energy only for it to dissipate before him. Dragonite and Lance's eyes widened in terror. While my mist ball isn't very harmful when it comes to direct damage, it has a devastating side effect. Anything touched by the mist is severely weakened and added to your prior exhaustion. That means you have no energy left to battle, Lacius explained. Dragonite's eyes widened as his exhaustion began to intensify. Soon, he was too tired to move, let alone form an attack. Why you, Dragonite growled. It was just mist, how can it do this? It's not regular mist, it's hypercharged with my psychic powers, Lacius clarified. And now it's my turn to finish you off. Nice job, Lacius. We got him, Ash congratulated as they smiled at each other. Use Ice Beam. Lacius opened her mouth and gathered an orb of freezing energies, firing 3 beams of cold energy at the exhaustion-paralyzed dragon. The attack hit Dragonite in the chest, creating a layer of ice over his chest and neck as he stumbled back. Now, Psychic, Ash commanded. Lacia's eyes glowed a bright white as she fired a powerful wave of psychokinetic energy. The power Lacius put behind the attack was colossal as Dragonite felt like he had been hit by a mountain. The psychic attack ripped the ice apart and flung him back a few dozen yards, crashing a few feet in front of a shocked Lance. He tried to stand up, but he couldn't even move a muscle. Lacios smiled, awed by his sister's performance. Wow, just wow. Who knew you had it in you, sis? He commented. Lacius blushed slightly. Lance looked utterly shocked at his defeated Dragonite. It had been ages since his Dragonite had been defeated. Lacius glanced at Lance and began to glide towards him. Lance noticed this and quickly reached for another Pokeball. Too slow, far too slow, Lacious said, shaking her head. Lance's body was suddenly completely paralyzed. She stopped a meter away from him. You have a Lacious too, Lance said in astonishment. Yes, so? Ash said as he walked to them, followed weakly by Latios through Lacious was helping him levitate. Lance, your actions are shocking, to go this far just to get a legendary Pokemon, Lacious said, shaking her head sadly. Why did you do it? Ash asked. I was angry that you could get a legendary dragon Pokemon being so young. Yet I, who has been a master dragon trainer for years, has not even seen one, Lance answered. He would have gazed downwards, but Lacious wasn't allowing that. You should have listened to your Pokemon. He knew this was wrong, yet he was willing to do it for you anyway, Lacious commented. I know, but I was so eager to have a Pokemon like Latios on my team, Lance said, starting to feel regret for his actions. You were blinded by your jealousy. I don't need my psychic powers to tell you are a good person, but you made a big mistake, Lacious told him. Latios would never have gone to you even if you had one. Did you really think that after something like this he would obey you? Well, Lance began, not really knowing how to answer that. Of course not. He'd never follow your commands, Lacious said, irritated. Now, what should we do with you? Maybe we should tell everyone what he did, Latios suggested, smirking. Lance paled in terror. That would destroy his public image, and who knew what the Pokemon League would do to him? Anything but that. You aren't in much of a position to negotiate, Lacious said dryly. Lance gulped. Come on, don't do that. I admit my mistake, I honestly do. I was stupid for trying to do this, and I'm sorry, Lance said desperately. Lacious smiled. She could sense he was truly sorry. Ash, what should we do with him? Lacious asked, giving him the final choice. Let him go, Ash said. He had always been very forgiving. He admitted his mistake and he said he was sorry. Give him another chance. Lacious nodded and released Lance. The human breathed a sigh of relief as he felt he could move again. Lance, will you promise not to do some stunt like this again? Latios asked. Lance shook his head. No, I guess he let my emotions get the best of me and got carried away. I feel horrible. Is there some way I can make it up to you, Ash? Ash thought, not really. Just don't do something like this again and we'll keep this. Lance smiled. Thanks. He held out a Pokeball and returned his knocked-out Dragonite. Latios, and Ash, I am sincerely sorry for this. It's okay, Latios said. If Ash forgives you, then so do me and Latios. Well, Latios began. Latios glared at him, and he decided that it was best to shut up, considering he was the weakened one now. I hope that the next time we battle Ash, it will be a fair 6-on-6. And I expect you to be strong enough to beat me fairly, Lance said with a smile. And I'm eager to see how much Latios and Latios have developed by then. Ash nodded. I'll be strong enough. Lance hummed. Hey, I know how I can make it up to you. He reached into one of the hidden pockets of his jacket, concealed underneath his cape. He took out a small book. It wasn't very thick and was about pocket size. What's that? Ash asked. Lance smiled. It's a guide with numerous tips for raising dragons to their full potential. Ash smiled. Awesome. And at the end, it contains detailed instructions to teach a dragon Pokemon Draco Meteor. The technique Dragonite used to beat all 3 of your Pokemon so fast, Lance continued. Ash grinned eagerly, giddy at the thought of having such an attack at his disposal. Lance chuckled at the amused boy's face. However, I don't think Latios and Latios are ready yet to learn Draco Meteor. They still need more experience. When you think the time is right, teach them the ultimate dragon move, he suggested. Ash took the book. Thanks a lot, Lance. And thank you for keeping all this quiet and giving me a second chance, Lance said. Well, I'd better get going, Latios and Latios. I promise our next meeting will be a more pleasant one. It was an honor to meet and battle you, despite losing. He turned and walked away. Ash didn't notice as he was too busy checking out the book, though it was tough to understand. Latios giggled. Give it to Brock, he could understand it a lot better, she suggested. Ash reluctantly nodded. I agree. Do you really think I can become as strong as him? He beat my strongest 3 Pokémon at the same time with just 1. If this had been a full 6-on-6 battle, he would have destroyed my team with just his Dragonite. Yes, I believe you can, Laisha said, not a single doubt in her voice. He has like 10 more years of experience than you. When you have those years, you'll be as strong as him, if not stronger, you'll see. Laisha smiled and put a claw on Ash's shoulder. The key to becoming that strong is simple, patience. Ash nodded, thanks a lot. With that, he walked back to Silver Town, heading to the Pokemon Center to get his Pokemon healed. It'd be tough to explain this to his friends without mentioning Lance's actions, plus his possession of the book. He'd improvise as usual, 2 days later. This has been one epic match, folks, the MC roared over the speakers. This is certainly worthy of the grand finale of the Silver Conference. On the scoreboard atop of the stadium, 2 pictures were displayed. One of them was John Dixon's. Both trainers had already lost 5 Pokemon and were down to their last ones. Ash was currently in a special VIP booth with the best view of the battlefield along with the other 13 finalists. Their presence was required at the award ceremony, so they were in a room with easy access to the field. Wow, nice battle, Ash thought. Yeah, I agree, Laisha replied. Both she and Laisha were invisible, and inside the room, it was large enough for them to hover safely out of the reach of the other trainers. Togetic, use Silver Wind, John shouted. Togetic flapped her wings and fired a powerful silver gust of wind filled with crescent blades of wind at her opponent, a Venusaur. While the grass type wasn't looking very tired, Togetic was panting heavily. Venusaur, use Hyper Beam, the grass type's trainer, a man of at least 20 years named Kyle, shouted. Venusaur opened its mouth and gathered energy into an orange ball. A large orange beam was fired, tearing the silver wind apart and colliding with Togetic, creating an explosion. She fell from the sky and landed on the rocky terrain of the field they were in. Togetic shakily stood up, panting heavily and looking dazed, on the border of collapse. John growled, Togetic is barely standing and Venusaur is mostly fine. I'll have to risk it all or nothing, he thought. Togetic, use Metronome. And this is it, Togetic's last attack. Venusaur has to recharge, so Togetic has time to execute its technique. But if it fails to defeat Venusaur, then it's all over, the MC cried anxiously. Togetic's small stubby arms began to shine blue as her attack was finishing its charge. She finished moving her arms as the glow dissipated. Her next attack had been selected. Togetic's exhaustion began to fade as her body began to glow a bright white, a huge amount of power forming within her. Her body was encased in a huge sphere of white light that was fired at the Venusaur in a metronome-selected luster purge. Laisha's jaw dropped. How dare she use my attack? He bellowed angrily. Laisha's and Ash had to put a claw or hand over their mouths to stop their laughter. Some trainers stared at Ash in confusion. Gary shrugged, dismissing it as nothing important. The luster purge collided with the Venusaur. The super-effective attack was strong enough to knock out the grass type with a huge explosion. When the light receded, everyone was aware of the grass and poison type's defeat. Venusaur is unable to continue battling. The victor of this battle and the winner of the Silver Conference is John Dixon of Cento Cherry Town, the referee bellowed. The crowd burst into wild cheers as John stood there, stunned at the realization that he had just won the Silver Conference. This is it. John Dixon has won the Silver Conference of the Johto League, the MC announced. Yeah, John shouted, finally reacting to the fact that he had won the tournament. Togetic flew over to him as she hugged him, overjoyed that she had made her trainer a league champion. The crowd cheered. After a few minutes of preparations, the MC spoke up. Now, it's time for the awards ceremony of this year's Silver Conference, the MC announced. The field shook as the rock field began to sink back to the earth. It split in two as the normal field took its place, with the surprise that in the center of it was a stage. It had many bright colors and a microphone in the middle. 2 pedestals were beside it, and in the middle of the stage were 3 platforms. The one that was lowest to the ground was bronze-colored and had a 3-yard painted on it. The middle platform in height was silver-colored and had a 2-end painted on it. And the tallest one was gold-colored and had a 1 street painted on it. Several news crews and photographers were allowed into the field to get the best shots of the stage. Mr. Goodshow and Lance entered the field, waving at the cheering crowd. Behind them, walking in a straight line, were the other 14 final rounds participants. Both walked up to the stage and stood in front of the microphone. John Dixon and the other trainer joined the other finalist, forming in a line in front of the stage. "Greetings to all," Mr. Goodshow boomed over the speakers. This year's Silver Conference was certainly one to remember. But sadly, it has finally come to an end, with many outstanding trainers and even greater battles. But first, I would like all of you to give a round of applause to these 16 trainers who made it to the final rounds and fought fiercely for the title. Though only one won, the rest gave an amazing performance. Let's thank them all for the memorable battles they gave us. Mr. Goodshow began to clap his hands. Soon, the rest of the stadium joined in a collective applause for the 16 trainers lined up in front of the stage. Ash and Gary admitted that it was an amazing feeling to have an entire stadium cheering for them. Well, Mr. Goodshow began as the applauses died down. Now it's time to begin the individual awards. These are divided into a few categories and are granted to the best trainer in each category. The judges that decided which award went to are myself, the Johto champion Lance. The Elite Four, Silvertown's local nurse Joy and Professor Elm. A beautiful woman entered the field carrying a platter. On it were 5 gold medals, each with a different inscription on it. She walked to the stage and set the platter on one of the small pedestals besides the microphone. The first award is Best Performance. This award is given to the trainer that had the best tournament. The trainer that managed to dominate his battles the best and the one that seemed to be the most solid contender throughout the conference. Mr. Goodshow announced, "This award goes to Kyle of Goldenrod City. Though he lost the final battle, his road towards the match was impressive, as he steadily dominated all trainers that opposed him, and he fought impressively to the finish." The crowd cheered. Lance grabbed one of the medals as the aforementioned trainer walked up to the stage. He gave a low bow as Lance placed the medal around his neck. "Congratulations," Lance said as the trainer walked back to the line. Now, Mr. Goodshow started. The second award is Best Youth. This award is given to the trainer that, despite being rather young, still managed to make it far in the conference. This award goes to Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. At the age of 11 years and 11 months, Ash managed to reach the semifinals. A new world record, Mr. Goodshow announced. The crowd cheered. Delia burst into happy tears as she took an entire album's worth of photos. Ash smiled happily as he walked up to the stage, receiving the medal from Lance. Though Pikachu had to move a little for the medal to be placed properly. At least they were on good terms despite their last meeting. "Congratulations," Lance said. Ash smiled. "Thanks," he said. He walked back to the line. Gary gave Ash a playful punch in the shoulder as he returned. "Good one, congratulations." Ash smiled at his former rival. The third award is the Best Strategist. This award is given to the trainer that demonstrated the ability to plan ahead of difficult battles and come through with surprising results. This award goes to Harrison of Little Root Town. He managed to create a strategy that was able to almost beat Ash Ketchum's legendary Pokémon, and as a result, incapacitated Latios for the semifinals, Mr. Goodshow announced. The crowd cheered again. Harrison smiled and walked to the stage, receiving the commendation and medal from Lance. "That's why I lost," Ash muttered unhappily. Latios stifled a giggle. The fourth award is the Best Pokémon Award, Mr. Goodshow announced. This award is given to the trainer that showed us the rarest, greatest, or strongest Pokémon of all the other finalists. Mr. Goodshow explained, "This award goes to Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Ash certainly made the most shocking event of the conference, revealing to the world his ownership of the legendary Pokémon Latios." Ash smiled and walked back to the stage again, happy to receive another award. In the stands, Delia took about 2 albums worth of photos while happily crying. Some people stared at her oddly. Professor Oak chuckled nervously. "Congratulations yet again, Ash," Lance said with a proud smile as he hung another medal around Ash's neck. "Between us," he whispered, "I personally congratulate you for having 2 legends." Ash chuckled and nodded. He walked back to the line of the finalists. Now, it's time to give the fifth and final individual award. Mr. Goodshow announced the Most Powerful Team Award. This award is given to the trainer that had the most balanced team within the league. This award goes to John Dixon. Mr. Goodshow bellowed. John smiled and walked to the stage, receiving the medal and congratulation from Lance. Now, Mr. Goodshow began. The time has come to give the trophies to the best 3 trainers. Another beautiful woman entered the field, holding a tray with 3 trophies, a bronze one, a silver one, and a gold one. The golden one was the largest and the bronze one was the smallest. She set the tray on the second pedestal beside the microphone. The third place is chosen between the 2 trainers that lost in the semifinals. Out of those 2, it is given to the one that had a better overall performance in the league. Voted and chosen by the same judges from earlier, and the official third place of the Silver Conference goes to Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Mr. Goodshow boomed, his voice amplified by the mic. Ash froze in amazement. He couldn't believe it. He was in third place. Now, will the top 3 trainers please ascend to your corresponding pedestals? Mr. Goodshow asked. John Dixon and Kyle walked forward towards the stage. Ash was still paralyzed with amazement. Gary chuckled. Stunned in place, he gently nudged Ash forward, snapping him out of his trance. Go and enjoy your glory. Ash smiled and nodded, walking after the other 2 trainers. Each trainer took their place on a pedestal. John stood on the large golden one, Kyle on the silver one, and Ash on the bronze one. Lance grabbed the third-place bronze trophy and handed it to Ash, then repeated the process with the other 2 trainers. Now, these 3 are the best trainers of the Silver Conference. Special honors go to John Dixon, champion of the Silver Conference. Mr. Goodshow boomed. Several hidden mechanisms behind the stage opened and fired multi-colored confetti upwards as the 3 trainers lifted their trophies and held them proudly over their heads while the crowd cheered loudly. Several more mechanisms activated and fireworks were launched skywards, exploding in a colorful display of lights above the stadium. Mr. Goodshow left the microphone and walked to the trainers. Now, it's time to take the official photo of the results for the Silver Conference Hall of Fame. Please, it is tradition that the photo is taken of the top 3 trainers alongside their signature Pokémon or the Pokémon they feel they are bonded with the most, Mr. Goodshow said. Several photographers lined up besides the short man, getting their cameras ready. John and Kyle nodded and released their selected Pokémon, John letting out his Togetic and Kyle his Typhlosion. Mr. Goodshow looked at Ash. And you? He asked. I choose Pikachu, Ash said, scratching Pikachu's chin tenderly. The electric type gave a chaw of contentment. Mr. Goodshow frowned. Do you mind if Latios appears too? He was one of the most memorable Pokémon of this year's conference. He has to appear in its culmination photo. Ash shrugged. Sure, Latios, reveal yourself. Latios materialized beside Ash in a bright display of blue lights, startling everyone on the stage. They had expected Ash to reach for a Pokeball. John stared at Ash. Has he been here the whole time? He asked incredulously. Ash nodded. Yep. John's jaw dropped. Latios gazed at Togetic, who was perched atop John's head. You used my personal move, he said, slightly annoyed. Togetic laughed nervously. The last thing she wanted was to be on the bad side of a legendary. I'm sorry. I mean, metronome is random. I had no control over it. Please don't kill me, she said, terrified. Latios narrowed his eyes. Latios, you're gonna scare her to death, Latios told her brother. He mentally laughed. The group posed and got ready to have the photo taken, Ash and his 2 Pokémon plus Kyle and John and their Pokémon. As the photographers got ready, Ash stopped them. Wait, he said. They looked at him, wondering what he wanted. Ash grabbed the best Pokémon medal he had been awarded and took it off. Here, Latios, this is yours. Latios smiled, blushing slightly. He bowed his head so Ash could put the medal around his neck. They posed as the photographers took the photo, and what a nice one it was. Meanwhile, a few miles outside of Silver Town. Sign here too, a Team Rocket executive said. Jessie groaned in pain. This was like the 1000th paper she'd signed. Please stop this, she begged. You're lucky, Agent Jesse. That was the last form. You're ready. Here, the Team Rocket executive gave her the keys for the ultimate Team Rocket machine, which was behind him. And here, he handed James a book that was at least 2,000 pages long. That's the manual. With that, the Team Rocket executive departed, walking to his personal helicopter, and leaving Jesse, James, and Meowth to stare at the machine in front of them. It's amazing, Jesse commented, awestruck. With this baby, we'll have Latios for da boss in no time, Meowth gushed. They eagerly climbed aboard, James examining the manual the whole time. First, let's get a feel of how to use it, then we'll ambush the twerps as they leave Silver Town, James suggested. The other two nodded and began to study the manual. Looks like someone else was getting ready to steal Latios.